hours straight. Nothing ever happened at Sentinel-7. The monitoring station floated at the edge of explored space where the Caltheron Empire's territory ended and the empty void began. For 20 years, Vexala had sat in this chair, watching dots on screens that represented asteroids, comets, and the occasional piece of space debris. Nothing interesting. Nothing dangerous. Nothing unknown. Until now. Her six-fingered hands moved across the control panel, trying to silence the alarm. The screen in front of her showed something that should not exist. A contact, a vessel, moving faster than anything she had ever seen. "Computer, run diagnostic," she said, her voice steady despite the fear creeping up her spine. The computer's calm voice responded, all systems functioning normally. No errors detected. Vexala's throat went dry. She ran the scan again. The contact was still there, still moving, still impossible. She checked the speed reading 3 times. The vessel was traveling at 0.97 light speed. Nothing in the known galaxy could move that fast. The Empire's fastest military ships could barely reach 0.4 light speed. And that was with experimental engines that tended to explode. But speed was not the strangest part. The contact had no signature. Every vessel in the galaxy left traces. Energy emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment. Every spacefaring civilization in the Empire's database had a unique fingerprint that sensors could detect and identify. This vessel had nothing. No energy type matched the Imperial databases. No heat signature matched any known propulsion system. No signals on any frequency they monitored. It was like the ship was made of ghost matter, barely existing in normal space. Vexala opened the communication channel. Sentinel-7 to unknown vessel. "You are entering Caltheron Empire space. Identify yourself immediately." Silence. She tried again, broadcasting on all frequencies. "Unknown vessel, this is Sentinel-7 monitoring station. Please respond and transmit your identification codes." Still nothing. Her hands trembled as she reached for the emergency communication button. She had never used it before. In 20 years, there had never been an emergency worth reporting to Imperial Command. "This is Sentinel-7, she said when the channel opened. "I need to speak with someone in Fleet Command immediately." The face that appeared on her screen belonged to a young officer who looked bored. "Sentinel-7, this channel is for actual emergencies only. If you have a maintenance issue, I have detected an unknown vessel," Vexala interrupted. "It is traveling at near light speed with no identifiable signature, and is not responding to hails." The officer's bored expression changed to something like amusement. "Senior Monitor, your sensors are probably malfunctioning. Run a full diagnostic and—" "I already ran diagnostics twice," Vexala said, her patience wearing thin. "All systems are functioning normally. The contact is real." The officer sighed. "Fine, send me your sensor data and I will have someone look at it." Vexala transmitted the data and waited. She watched the contact on her screen. It had not changed course. It had not slowed down. It was heading directly toward the Empire's core worlds like an arrow flying toward a target. 10 minutes later, her communication panel lit up again. This time, the face on the screen belonged to someone much more senior. Commander Zeltok, if she remembered correctly. He did not look amused. "Sentinel-7, we need you to confirm your readings," he said. "2 other monitoring stations are now reporting the same contact." Vexala felt her stomach drop. 2 others? Which ones? Sentinel-4 and Sentinel-9. "The object is moving through our sensor network at incredible speed. We are tracking it on multiple stations now." "Then you believe me," Vexala said. "We believe something is out there," Commander Zeltok replied, "but we do not know what it is. Keep monitoring and report any changes immediately." The communication ended. Vexala turned back to her screens and began recording everything. If this was going to be a historical moment, she wanted accurate records. 3 hours later, the situation had escalated beyond anything Vexala could have imagined. Fleet Admiral Theron himself was now involved. His image appeared on screens across the monitoring network, addressing all stations simultaneously. Vexala had never seen the Admiral before. He was an imposing figure with silver scales covering his face and military decorations covering his uniform. He had commanded fleets in 3 wars and never lost a battle. "All monitoring stations, this is Fleet Admiral Theron," he said. His voice was deep and confident. We are now tracking an unidentified vessel entering our territory. This vessel has ignored all attempts at communication and shows no signs of slowing down. I am mobilizing the 3rd Border Legion to intercept. All stations maintain constant surveillance and report directly to me with any changes. The transmission ended. Vexala watched her screen and saw new contacts appearing. Imperial warships were launching from nearby military bases. Within an hour, there were dozens of military vessels converging on projected intercept points. She calculated the unknown vessel's trajectory. At its current speed and heading, it would reach the Empire's core worlds in 14 standard cycles. 14 days. For the first time in 10,000 years, something was approaching the heart of the Caltheron Empire without permission, without identification, and without fear. In the Imperial Palace on Caltherox Prime, Chancellor Morn sat in an emergency council meeting. Around the table sat military commanders, intelligence directors, and scientific advisors. Everyone was talking at once. It must be a probe from an undiscovered civilization, one scientist suggested. Or a weapon, a military commander countered. An attack could be imminent. We should destroy it before it gets closer, another commander said. Chancellor Morn raised one hand for silence. The room quieted immediately. What do we actually know? Morn asked. The head of Imperial Intelligence stood. Very little, Chancellor. The object is traveling at near light speed. It has no identifiable energy signature. It does not respond to communication. And most concerning, it is heading directly toward our core worlds on a perfectly straight course. What does that last part mean? Morn asked. It means the vessel knows exactly where it is going, the intelligence director said. It has not made a single course correction since we first detected it. Either it has incredibly accurate navigation, or it has been to this region of space before. That is impossible, Fleet Admiral Theron said. We have cataloged every spacefaring species in this sector for the past 10,000 years. There is nothing we do not know about. Apparently, Admiral, there is something we do not know about, Morn replied quietly. The Chancellor stood and walked to a large window overlooking the capital city. Billions of beings lived on this world alone, trillions more across the Empire's thousands of planets. They all believed the Empire was invincible. They all believed the Empire knew everything worth knowing about the galaxy. That belief was about to be tested. Admiral Theron, Morn said without turning around, deploy your fleet, but do not fire unless fired upon. If this is first contact with a new civilization, I will not have it said that the Caltheron Empire shot first. And if they are hostile? Theron asked. Then defend the Empire, Morn said. But do not start a war out of fear of the unknown. Back on Sentinel-7, Vexala continued her watch. The unknown vessel maintained its impossible speed and perfect course. It was now less than 13 cycles from the core worlds. She wondered who they were, where they came from, what they wanted. Most of all, she wondered why they were not afraid of the most powerful empire in the known galaxy. The Imperial archives were cold and dusty. Ambassador Kael'thas walked through rows of data crystals that had not been touched in centuries. Most of them contained information about first contact protocols from thousands of years ago, back when the Empire was still discovering new civilizations instead of ruling them all. Kael'thas had been an ambassador for 40 years. In that time, he had negotiated trade agreements, settled border disputes, and welcomed 3 newly spacefaring species into the Empire's fold. But he had never conducted actual first contact with a completely unknown civilization. Nobody had, not for millennia. Found something, called Dr. Silren from across the archive room. The xenoarchaeologist was younger than Kael'thas, but had a reputation for finding answers in forgotten places. Kael'thas walked over to where Silren stood, holding an ancient data crystal up to the light. What is it? First contact protocols from 9,000 years ago, Silren said. Back when we still met new species regularly. There are procedures here for everything. Translation matrices, diplomatic approach patterns, gift exchange customs, even instructions for what to do if they are more advanced than us. And are they useful now? Kael'thas asked. Silren set the crystal down carefully. Maybe, but there is something else here. Something strange. She activated a holographic display. Ancient text appeared in the air, written in an old form of Caltheron that was barely readable. This section is marked as forbidden knowledge, Silren said. It talks about civilizations that went beyond. Beyond what? beyond this region of space. Beyond normal physics, the text is fragmented, but it mentions species that achieve technology so advanced they simply left, went somewhere else. The archive calls them the others. Kael'thas felt a chill despite the warm archive air. You think this vessel might be related to these others? I think we should not dismiss any possibility, Silren replied. Before Kael'thas could respond, his communication device chirped. It was Fleet Admiral Theron. Ambassador, your presence is required on the command ship immediately. We are moving to intercept the unknown vessel. The command ship Dominator was the largest vessel in the 3rd Border Legion. Its bridge was a massive room filled with screens, holographic displays, and dozens of officers monitoring every system. Kael'thas felt small standing there, surrounded by military might. Ambassador, Theron greeted him. We are approaching the unknown vessel's projected path. We will attempt to intercept in 6 hours. What do you expect to happen? Kael'thas asked. I expect them to stop when they see my fleet, Theron said confidently. We have 847 warships deployed in a blockade formation. No sane commander would try to pass through that. And if they are not sane? Kael'thas asked quietly. Theron did not answer. Kael'thas spent the next 6 hours preparing. He had a team of linguists ready with translation matrices that could handle 10,000 languages. He had cultural advisors who had studied every known civilization's customs. He had diplomatic gifts prepared, ranging from simple symbols of peace to valuable resources. He was ready for any kind of first contact scenario, except perhaps for being completely ignored. Contact in 30 seconds, an officer announced. The main screen showed the empty void of space ahead. Kael'thas held his breath. Around the Dominator, hundreds of warships waited in formation, their weapons powered but not aimed. A show of strength but not aggression. Contact in 10 seconds. Kael'thas saw it before the sensors announced it. A flash of light that resolved into a shape. The unknown vessel dropped out of faster-than-light travel and coasted through space at a mere fraction of light speed. For the first time, they could see it clearly. The ship was sleek and dark, its surface seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it. It was smaller than Kael'thas expected, perhaps the size of a mid-range cargo vessel, but there was something about its shape, its presence, that spoke of incredible power being held in check. Hailing on all frequencies, the communication officer said. Kael'thas leaned forward. Unknown vessel, this is Ambassador Kael'thas of the Caltheran Empire. We mean you no harm. Please identify yourself so we may speak peacefully. Silence. They tried every frequency, every communication method in the database. Radio waves, laser signals, quantum entanglement messaging, even ancient methods like light pulse patterns. The vessel did not respond. It simply continued forward, not fast but steady, moving through the fleet formation as if the warships were not even there. Ambassador, they are ignoring us, Theron said, his voice tight with frustration. Request permission to fire a warning shot across their bow. Kael'thas hesitated. A warning shot could be interpreted as an act of war, but letting the vessel simply pass through might show weakness. One warning shot only, Kael'thas agreed. Make it clear we are not trying to hit them. Theron gave the order. A beam of energy lanced out from one of the warships, passing a safe distance in front of the unknown vessel. The vessel did not slow down, did not change course, did not react at all. They are approaching the neutral zone boundary, an officer announced. If they cross, they will trigger the automated defense satellites. The neutral zone was a buffer region at the edge of Imperial space. Ancient defense satellites, thousands of years old but still functional, guarded it. Any unauthorized vessel that entered would be fired upon automatically. Recall the satellites, Kael'thas ordered. Shut them down before... Too late, Theron said. They just crossed the boundary. On the screen, Kael'thas watched as 3 defense satellites activated. They were old technology, primitive by modern standards, but still dangerous. They fired kinetic projectiles at incredible speeds, designed to punch through the hull of any vessel. The unknown ship did not try to dodge. The projectiles simply vanished before they reached it. No explosion, no impact. They just ceased to exist as if they had never been fired. Then the vessel did something that made every officer on the bridge freeze. It destroyed the satellites. Not with weapons. There were no energy beams, no missiles, nothing visible at all. The satellites simply came apart, their pieces drifting in space like someone had gently disassembled them. How did they do that? Theron whispered. Nobody had an answer. The vessel continued forward. It still had not changed course even slightly. Kelthos pulled up the navigation data and felt his blood run cold. "Admiral," he said slowly, "this ship has not made a single course correction since we first detected it." "What does that mean?" Theron asked. "It means they know exactly where they are going," Kelthos replied. "They have been here before, or they have incredibly detailed maps of our space. Either way, this is not random exploration." Dr. Silrin's voice came through on the communication channel. She had been monitoring from the science vessel. "Ambassador, I am reading the energy output from that vessel. It is orders of magnitude beyond anything in our technology. Whatever power source they are using, it is more advanced than our most experimental reactors by at least several hundred years." "Could you calculate where they are heading?" Kelthos asked. There was a pause while Silrin worked. Then her voice came back, quieter now. "Based on their current trajectory, they are heading for the outer mining colonies. Specifically, Colony 793. "Why would they want to go there?" Theron demanded. "There is nothing at that colony except mining operations and worker housing." "I do not know," Silrin admitted. "But they clearly have a specific destination in mind." Kelthos made a decision. "Admiral, have your fleet follow at a safe distance. Do not engage unless they show hostile intent. I want to see what they do when they reach the colony." "And if they attack the colony?" Theron asked. "Then you have my permission to defend it," Kelthos said. "But I do not think they came all this way just to attack a mining colony." "Then what do you think they want?" Theron asked. Kelthos watched the dark vessel on the screen, moving through space with purpose and confidence. "I think they want something very specific, and I think we are about to find out what." The unknown vessel continued toward Colony 793. Behind it, 847 warships followed like a school of fish trailing a shark. The fleet was supposed to be intimidating. Instead, they looked small and uncertain. In the Imperial Palace, Chancellor Morn received constant updates. Each report was more worrying than the last. The vessel could not be communicated with. It could not be stopped. It was heading toward an Imperial colony with clear purpose. And most worrying of all, it had technology that made the Empire's military might look like primitive weapons from a forgotten age. Morn stood at the window again.
Soft beep.
Looking out
Then
at
it
the
became
capital
louder.
city.
Then it became
Somewhere out
screaming
in
wail that
space,
made
something
Senior
was
Monitor
approaching that the
Vexala jump
Empire
from her
did not
chair.
understand and could
She
not
had been
control.
watching the sensor screens for
the first
12
time
hours
in
straight.
10,000 years.
Nothing ever
The
happened at
Calthan
Sentinel
Empire
7.
was not the most powerful
The
force
monitoring
in the
station
room.
floated at the edge of
thought
explored
terrified
space
Morn
where the
more than any
Caltheron
war
Empire's
ever had.
territory ended and the empty void
Colony
began.
793 was not a beautiful
For
place.
20 years, Vexala had sat in this chair, watching dots on screens that represented asteroids, comets, and the occasional piece of space debris. Nothing interesting.
The lower castes of the
Nothing
Empire.
dangerous.
They worked long
Nothing
shifts in
unknown,
the mines,
until now.
processing ore
Her
that would be
six-fingered
sent
hands
to the
moved
core
across the
worlds to
control
build
panel,
ships and
trying to
stations.
silence the alarm.
Governor
The screen in
Ralseth
front of her
received the
showed
emergency
something that should not
transmission with
exist.
disbelief.
A contact,
An
a
unknown
vessel,
vessel was
moving
approaching
faster
his
than
colony.
anything she had ever
The
seen.
entire third border
Computer,
legion was following.
run diagnostic. Ralseth said to his aide. Nobody attacks mining colonies. There is nothing here worth attacking. The Admiral seemed quite serious, Governor, the aide replied nervously. Ralseth looked out the window of his office at the ugly industrial landscape below. Fine, send out an alert. Tell people to stay calm but be ready to move to emergency shelters if needed. 2 hours later, the unknown vessel arrived. It came out of faster-than-light travel and stopped. Just stopped, hovering in space above the colony like it was examining something. The 847 warships of the 3rd Border Legion spread out around it, weapons powered and ready. On the bridge of the Dominator, Admiral Theron watched the vessel with growing frustration. It has been sitting there for 10 minutes, he said. Not moving. Not communicating. Just sitting. Ambassador Kelthos was equally puzzled. Maybe they are scanning the colony. Scanning for what? Theron demanded. Before anyone could answer, the communication systems across every ship in the fleet suddenly activated. Not with a voice transmission, with data, pure data, flooding into their systems faster than the computers could process. What is happening? Theron shouted over the alarms. They are transmitting something, the communication officer said, hands flying over controls. It is overwhelming our systems. Wait, the computers are translating it automatically. Translating from what language? Kelthos asked. I do not know, the officer admitted. The translation matrices are not recognizing the base language, but they are still producing output. It is like the transmission is telling our computers how to understand it. A moment later, text appeared on every screen throughout the fleet. Simple text in perfect Caltheron language. We are human. We are here for our people. The bridge went silent. Human, Theron said slowly. That designation is not in our database of known species. Search the colony records, Kelthos ordered. See if there are any workers registered under that species name or anything similar. It took 15 minutes to search the records. When the results came back, Dr. Silren was the one who made the connection. Ambassador, you need to see this, she transmitted from the science vessel. I cross-referenced the colony worker database with historical records. There is a species registered as human in the old databases. The spelling is slightly different, but the pronunciation is almost identical. What do we know about them? Kelthos asked. Very little, Silren said. The records go back 400 years. It seems a damaged colony ship entered our space. The ship was failing, life support critical, and they requested assistance. We provided it, so we helped them, Theron said. Then why are they acting hostile now? Let me read you the full record, Silren continued. Her voice was tight. The damaged ship contained approximately 3,000 individuals. They were brought to various colonies and integrated into the workforce. Their ship was scrapped for materials. There is no record of them ever leaving or requesting to return home. Understanding dawned on Kelthos like cold water. We did not rescue them. We absorbed them. We took their ship and scattered them across our colonies as workers. They were going to die if we did nothing. Theron protested. We saved their lives. And then we made them work in our mines for 400 years, Kelthos replied quietly. On the screen, the unknown vessel began to move. Not toward the fleet, toward the colony. It descended through the atmosphere with impossible grace, landing in the main worker district. Governor Ralseth, what is happening down there? Theron demanded over the communication channel. The governor's voice came back, confused and frightened. The vessel landed in Sector 9. It is just sitting there. No one has come out. But something strange is happening. What kind of strange? Kelthos asked. Workers are moving toward it, Ralseth said. Hundreds of them. They are just walking toward the vessel like they are being called. Stop them, Theron ordered. We are trying, Ralseth replied. But they are not listening to orders. It is like they are in a trance. On the Dominator's main screen, they switched to a view from the colony's surface cameras. Kelthos watched as hundreds of workers walked through the streets toward the landed vessel. They were not running or panicking. They moved with purpose, with certainty, like they knew exactly what they were doing. Get me a closer view, Kelthos said. The camera zoomed in on the crowd. Kelthos studied the faces. They looked similar to many other bipedal species in the Empire, but there were subtle differences. The facial structure, the way they moved. These were humans, the descendants of those refugees from 400 years ago. The vessel's hull opened, not with a door or ramp, but the surface simply became permeable, allowing people to walk through like it was made of water instead of metal. The humans walked inside, disappearing into the ship. How many workers are entering? Theron asked. An officer counted on his screen. Current count is 2,847, Admiral. Dr. Silren's voice came through again. That is a very specific number. Let me check something. There was a pause. Then Silren spoke again, and her voice was filled with awe and fear. Admiral, Ambassador, I just cross-referenced the colony's genetic database. There are exactly 2,847 individuals in this colony, with genetic markers matching the original human refugees. Not approximately, exactly. What are you saying? Kelthos asked, though he already knew. I am saying that vessel knew the exact number of humans in this colony before it arrived, Silren said. It knew their precise location. It probably knows the location of every human descendant in the entire empire. Theron's face went pale. How is that possible? I do not know, Silren admitted. But it implies they have been watching us, tracking their people, probably for a very long time. On the surface, the last human entered the vessel. The hull sealed behind them. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the vessel lifted off. It rose through the atmosphere and stopped in space, directly in front of the fleet formation. The communication systems activated again. Another data transmission faster than before. This time it included more than words. It included images, names, faces, locations. They are sending us a list, the communication officer said, his voice shaking. 74 locations across the empire. Each location is marked with numbers. The numbers add up to 147,936. What do those numbers represent? Theron demanded. Ambassador Kael'thas knew the answer before anyone said it. Those are people, humans, every human descendant scattered across our empire. A new message appeared on the screens. This time, the words were not polite. You have 10 cycles to gather our people and bring them to designated release points. If you comply, we leave peacefully. If you do not comply, we will retrieve them by force. You have been warned. The transmission ended. The human vessel accelerated and vanished, returning to faster-than-light travel. It was gone in seconds, leaving only the stunned fleet behind. They are giving us an ultimatum, Theron said. His voice was hard, angry. They are ordering the Caltheran Empire to obey them. They are asking for their people back, Kael'thas corrected. People we took from them. We saved them from certain death, Theron insisted. And then we kept them as workers without their consent, Kael'thas replied. Admiral, we need to contact Chancellor Morn immediately. This situation is bigger than either of us can handle. Back on Caltherox Prime, Chancellor Morn convened another emergency council. This time there was no debate about whether the threat was real. Everyone had seen the transmission. Everyone understood what was being demanded. We cannot comply, General Korseth said firmly. If we give in to this ultimatum, it will show weakness. Every enemy of the Empire will see that we can be intimidated. If we do not comply, Kael'thas countered, we may be starting a war with a civilization that has technology centuries beyond ours. We do not know they are that advanced, Korseth argued. We have only seen one ship. For all we know, that is all they have. Dr. Silren spoke up from her position at the Science Council. With respect, General, I do not think that is true. The vessel's energy signature suggests it is not a warship. The design, the size, everything about it suggests a transport or rescue vessel, a civilian ship. The room went quiet. You are saying their civilian ships are more advanced than our military vessels? Morn asked. I am saying this ship came alone confidently to retrieve their people from the heart of a galactic empire. Silren replied. That suggests either incredible arrogance or absolute certainty that they are safe. Given what we have seen of their technology, I believe it is the latter. We need more information, Morn decided. General Korseth, begin mobilizing additional fleets. The first 3 days were chaos. Across the Empire, planetary governors received orders to identify and gather any workers with human ancestry. The orders came with little explanation, which caused confusion and panic. On industrial worlds, human descendants were pulled from their jobs. On agricultural colonies, they were separated from other workers. Some went willingly, curious about what was happening. Others resisted, afraid they were being punished for something they did not understand. Governor Ralseth of Colony 793 sent daily reports to Imperial Command. After the human vessel took the workers, the colony's productivity had dropped by 15%. Other governors reported similar problems. The humans and their descendants had been integrated so deeply into the Empire's economy that removing them caused disruptions everywhere. We cannot simply give up 147,000 workers, Economic Minister Tolvex argued in a council meeting. Do you know what that will do to our production quotas? Some colonies will have to shut down entirely. Better than starting a war we cannot win, Ambassador Kael'thas replied. We do not know we cannot win, General Korseth insisted. He stood at a holographic display showing fleet positions. I have mobilized the First Fleet to join the 3rd Border Legion. That gives us over 2,000 warships. Whatever technology these humans have, they cannot stand against that kind of firepower. Chancellor Morn rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building. And if they can? Then we die defending the Empire's honor, Korseth said simply. Dr. Silren had barely slept in 3 days. She spent every waking moment in the archives, searching for any information about humanity. What she found was frustrating. The records from 400 years ago were sparse and vague. The human colony ship had been damaged badly. The refugees had been grateful for rescue. That was all the official record said. But Silren had learned to look in unofficial places. Old personal journals, maintenance logs, even entertainment broadcasts from that time period. Slowly, a different picture emerged. She found a journal entry from a cargo ship captain who had been part of the rescue operation. The captain described the human colony ship as primitive but functional. The humans had been traveling for generations, seeking a new home. Their ship was old and worn, but it had not been failing when they entered Caltheron space. It had been attacked. Attacked by what? Silren muttered to herself, reading further. The captain did not specify, but he mentioned that the human ship's weapon systems had been destroyed, their engines damaged, their life support barely functioning. Another entry, this one from a medical officer who had examined the refugees. They are remarkably adaptable, strong for their size. They seem to have an unusual resistance to various environmental stresses. One of them told me their species originated on a high-gravity world, which would explain their physical resilience. Silren kept searching. She found census records showing where the humans had been sent. Mining colonies, mostly. A few agricultural worlds. Places that needed manual labor. Over 400 years, they had integrated into the Empire's lower castes. They had families, children, grandchildren. By now, most of them probably did not even remember they were originally from somewhere else. But someone remembered. Someone had been keeping track. On the 6th day, Silren found something that made her blood run cold. It was buried deep in a restricted archive, marked as classified by authority of the Imperial Science Council. The file was labeled Precursor Species Database, restricted access only. She should not have had access. But in the chaos of the current crisis, security protocols had been relaxed. She opened the file. Inside were references to dozens of species that had once lived in this region of space. Not recently. Tens of thousands of years ago. The database called them precursor species. Civilizations that had achieved advanced technology, and then simply left. Disappeared from the known galaxy. One entry caught her eye. The species designation was corrupted in the database, but the description was clear. Bipedal. Bilateral symmetry. High adaptability. Originated from a high-gravity world in the inner systems. Last confirmed sighting approximately 50,000 years ago. Believed to have achieved post-physical technology and departed for regions unknown. The physical description matched humans perfectly. Silren transmitted her findings to Ambassador Kael'thas immediately. Are you saying humans are one of these precursor species? Kael'thas asked, his voice tight with tension. I am saying humans were here before we were, Silren replied. They achieved technology we cannot even imagine and left. They went somewhere else, somewhere beyond. And now they are back, Kael'thas said slowly. Now they are back, Silren confirmed. And we accidentally enslaved their descendants. On the 8th day, Chancellor Morn made a decision. Sort of. We will gather the humans as requested, Morn announced in a council meeting. But we will not simply hand them over. What do you mean? Kael'thas asked. I mean we will bring them to a designated location, but we will also have every available military asset in position, Morn explained. If the humans come to collect their people, we will be ready to negotiate from a position of strength. Or fight, General Korseth added with satisfaction. Or fight, Morn agreed reluctantly. I am offering them a choice. Peaceful negotiation or conflict. Let them decide which they prefer. Kael'thas wanted to argue, but he understood the political reality. The Empire could not appear weak. Even if they gave the humans back their people, it had to look like a negotiation, not a surrender. Where will this meeting take place? Kael'thas asked. Neutral space, Morn said. Sector 14. It is far enough from our core worlds to be safe, but close enough to our fleet bases that we can respond quickly if needed. The orders went out. All humans and their descendants were to be transported to collection points, then moved to Sector 14. The process was not gentle. Many humans protested being taken from their homes. Some tried to resist, but the Empire's security forces were efficient, and within 2 days, nearly 120,000 humans had been gathered. That is not enough, Admiral Theron said, reviewing the numbers. They wanted all of them. We are missing almost 30,000. Some are in remote locations, an aide explained. Deep space stations, long-range exploration ships, colony worlds that have not responded to our hails. We are still trying to reach them. We do not have time, Theron said. The deadline was in less than 2 days. Bring whoever we have to Sector 14. We will explain the situation to the humans when they arrive. If they arrive, Theron thought but did not say. Part of him hoped the humans would not show up. That this was all some elaborate bluff. But he knew better. They would come. The question was how they would respond to the Empire's military display. Vexilla, back at Sentinel-7, was monitoring long-range sensors when she detected them. 4 contacts this time, coming from the same direction as before, moving at the same impossible speeds. Multiple contacts detected, she reported to Fleet Command. 4 vessels on approach vector to Sector 14. Estimated arrival time 3 hours. In Sector 14, the trap was set. Over 2,000 warships were positioned in a massive formation. At the center of the formation, transport ships held the gathered humans. The entire 1st Fleet and 3rd Border Legion were present, representing the largest concentration of military power the Empire had assembled in centuries. Admiral Theron stood on the bridge of the Dominator, watching the sensors. Ambassador Kael'thas stood beside him, looking uncomfortable in the military environment. 4 ships, Theron said with confidence. We have 2,000. Even with their technology, those odds should give them pause. Or it will make them angry, Kael'thas replied quietly. Then we will see what they are really capable of, Theron said. The human vessels arrived exactly on schedule. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the sector and stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. The 4 vessels just hung in space, dark and silent. Then one of them transmitted. This time it was not just data. It was video. A face appeared on every screen in the fleet. A human face. The being looked middle-aged by most species standards, with short dark hair and eyes that seemed tired and disappointed. I am Captain Sarah Chen of the human recovery vessel Remembrance, the human said. Her voice was calm, measured, but there was steel underneath. You have gathered our people. Thank you. Transfer them to our vessels and we will depart. Admiral Theron activated the fleet's communication system. This is Fleet Admiral Theron of the Caltheron Empire. Before any transfers occur, we need to discuss terms. Terms? Captain Chen's expression did not change. There are no terms. You have our people. We are taking them home. That is all. With respect, Captain, you are surrounded by 2,000 warships, Theron said. Perhaps we should negotiate like civilized beings. For the first time, Captain Chen showed emotion. She smiled, but it was not a friendly smile. Admiral, we left this region of space 50,000 years ago. We hoped you would have evolved beyond threatening people to get what you want. Clearly you have not. You dare, Theron began, but Chen cut him off. We dare many things, Admiral. We crossed the galaxy. We transcended the physical limitations of normal space. Begin the transfer, Admiral Theron said quietly. His voice carried defeat. Admiral? General Corseth's face appeared on a communication screen from one of the other command ships. We cannot simply surrender. The Empire's honor is irrelevant if we are all dead, Theron interrupted. Begin the transfer. That is an order. The transport ships opened their docking bays. Small shuttles began moving between the Imperial vessels and the human ships, carrying their precious cargo of confused and frightened people. Kael'thas watched the transfer on the monitors. He saw human faces looking out from the shuttle windows. Some looked happy. Some looked scared. Most just looked confused. These were people who had been born in the Empire. Their parents and grandparents had been born in the Empire. Many of them probably thought of themselves as Imperial citizens, not humans. Now they were going home to a place they had never seen. It will take hours to transfer everyone, an officer reported. We have nearly 120,000 individuals to move. How many did they ask for? Theron asked. 147,000, the officer replied. Theron closed his eyes. They were short. Nearly 30,000 people were still scattered across the Empire, too far away to retrieve in time. Inform Captain Chen that we could not locate everyone, Theron said. Some are in remote locations that we could not reach before the deadline. Captain Chen's voice came through the speakers. She did not sound sympathetic. We know where they are, Admiral. Every single one of them. We have been tracking them for quite some time. Then you know we tried to comply, Theron said. You tried to set a trap, Chen corrected. But yes, you are transferring those you gathered. That is something. The transfer continued in tense silence. Hours passed. The Imperial fleet stayed in formation, weapons powered but not aimed. The human vessels waited patiently, their own weapon systems never even activating. They did not need weapons to be threatening. Finally, the last shuttle completed its journey. Nearly 120,000 humans had been transferred to the recovery vessels. All available individuals have been transferred, Admiral Theron reported. Confirmed, Captain Chen replied. Now we will collect the rest. What do you mean? Theron asked, though he feared he knew. We told you, Admiral. We know where they are. Every station, every colony, every deep space exploration vessel that has humans aboard. We are going to collect them. You may either cooperate or watch. Your choice. Before Theron could respond, the human fleet split up. Groups of vessels departed in different directions, moving faster than anything in the Imperial fleet could follow. They spread across the sector like seeds in the wind, heading for specific destinations with perfect knowledge of where to go. They have complete intelligence on our territory, General Corseth said, his voice filled with horror. They know the location of every military installation, every colony, every ship in our fleet. They have been watching us, Kael'thas said, probably for a very long time. We took their people 400 years ago. They have been monitoring them ever since. Over the next 3 days, reports came in from across the Empire. Human vessels appeared at remote stations and colonies. They did not attack. They did not threaten. They simply arrived, collected any humans present, and left. Imperial forces that tried to interfere found their weapon systems disabled without any visible attack. Ships that moved to intercept found themselves unable to navigate properly, as if space itself was pushing them away. The humans did not fight. They did not need to. On the 4th day after the confrontation in Sector 14, all human vessels converged at a single point in neutral space. Admiral Theron, following orders from Chancellor Morn, took the Dominator to that location with a small escort fleet. This time, Captain Chen agreed to a face-to-face meeting. The meeting took place on a neutral shuttle halfway between the fleets. Admiral Theron, Ambassador Kael'thas, and Dr. Silrin represented the Empire. Captain Chen came alone. She looked different in person, smaller than Theron expected. Humans were not an impressive species physically, but there was something in her eyes that made Theron want to look away. Authority, power, the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they were capable of. Thank you for meeting with us, Kael'thas began, trying to be diplomatic. I am here as a courtesy, Chen replied, sitting down across from them. You seem like you want to understand what happened. I can give you that much before we leave. We want to avoid future conflicts, Kael'thas said. We did not know who you were. We did not know your people were here. You did not know because you did not ask, Chen said flatly. When you found that refugee ship 400 years ago, did anyone think to find out where they came from? Did anyone consider that maybe they had a home to return to? Silence. We thought the ship was alone, Theron said. A lost colony vessel with no home. That vessel was exploring this region, Chen explained. We sent dozens of them out thousands of years ago before we left. They were generational ships meant to travel for centuries, documenting this part of the galaxy. That particular ship ran into some kind of spatial anomaly that damaged their engines. They limped into your space asking for help. And we helped them, Theron insisted. You helped them and then kept them, Chen repeated. Admiral, let me tell you something about humans. We do not forget our people, ever. When that ship failed to report back, we sent others to investigate. By the time they arrived, your empire had already scattered the survivors across dozens of worlds. We have been watching them ever since. Watching you. Dr. Silrin spoke up. The archives call your species precursor. They say you left this region 50,000 years ago. Chen nodded. That is correct. This area of space was our original home. We evolved here, built our first civilization here, but we outgrew it. We discovered technologies that allowed us to go further, to do more. So we left, seeking new frontiers. Why come back? Silrin asked. Because it is still home, Chen said simply. We left, but we never forgot where we came from. We maintain long-range monitoring systems. We protect this region even though no one here knows it. When we detected that one of our exploration vessels had been absorbed into your empire, we came to get them back. You could have contacted us, Kael'thas said, asked for their return peacefully. Would you have given them back? Chen asked. Or would you have made excuses? Claimed they were integrated, that they wanted to stay? That they were too valuable to your economy to release? No one answered because they all knew she was right. Chen stood. This meeting is over. We have all our people now. We are leaving. But I want to give you some information before we go. She placed a data crystal on the table. This contains coordinates. Safe routes through this sector. Dangerous areas you should avoid. Warnings about spatial anomalies. Think of it as a gift from a more advanced civilization to a younger one. Why would you help us after what we did? Theron asked. Because we remember being where you are now, Chen replied. Young, ambitious, thinking we were the pinnacle of civilization. We made mistakes too. We learned from them. Maybe you will too. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. This region of space is under human protection. We have monitoring stations throughout the sector. Automated defense systems. If you expand into areas we have marked as dangerous, you will encounter them. Follow the guidelines in that data crystal and you will be fine. Ignore them and you will have problems. Are you threatening us? Theron asked. I am informing you, Chen corrected. The galaxy is bigger than you imagine, Admiral. More complex, more dangerous. You have been living in a small, safe pocket of space, thinking you are the dominant power. You are not. You never were. But you can be safe if you are smart. She left the shuttle. Through the window, they watched her return to her vessel. Minutes later, the entire human fleet vanished. Not gradually, not in sequence. All at once, they simply ceased to exist in normal space, leaving only faint energy readings that quickly faded to nothing. Back on Calthorox Prime, Chancellor Morn addressed the Imperial Council. News of what had happened had spread quickly. Some council members demanded revenge. Others called for increased military spending. A few suggested trying to acquire human technology. Morn listened to them all, then raised a hand for silence. For 10,000 years, we believed we were the greatest civilization in the galaxy, Morn said. We were wrong. That illusion died in the last week. Now we have a choice. We can rage against that reality or we can learn from it. You are suggesting we accept this humiliation? General Corseth demanded. I am suggesting we accept the truth, Morn replied. The humans could have destroyed our fleets. They could have taken their people by force from the beginning. Instead, they gave us chances to do the right thing. They could have left us with nothing. Instead, they gave us navigation data and warnings about dangers we did not even know existed. They showed mercy, Ambassador Kael'thas said quietly. They showed us what we could be, Morn corrected. Advanced, powerful, but still capable of kindness. Still capable of giving younger civilizations chances to improve. So what do we do now? Economic Minister Tolvex asked. We reform, Morn said. We examine every species in our empire. We look for others we have mistreated. The alarm started as a soft beep.
They called it the Celestial Concord, a treaty to end the bloodshed. 47 alien species, each with fleets, colonies, and political claws, signed it with ink made from centuries of slaughter. And in the center of it all sat Earth, the last species invited to the table. We were the youngest, the most reckless, the most feared. It wasn't always like that. For a while, the galaxy treated us like primitives playing with stolen tech. They thought we'd be easy to sway with promises of trade and planetary seats. But every time they underestimated us, we came back loud. They called it the Celestial Concord, a treaty to end the bloodshed. 47 alien species, each with fleets, colonies, and political claws, signed it with ink made from centuries of slaughter. And in the center of it all sat Earth, the last species invited to the table. We were the youngest, the most reckless, the most feared. It wasn't always like that. For a while, the galaxy treated us like primitives playing with stolen tech. They thought we'd be easy to sway with promises of trade and planetary seats. But every time they underestimated us, we came back louder, angrier, and more prepared to ruin someone's day. Now, the Galactic Council offered peace. Real peace, they said. A historic moment to lay down weapons and unify. The treaty signing would take place in orbit over Velixar. A lush, ancient world, they said, was sacred ground for diplomacy. Bullshit. Commander Grady Holt didn't buy it for a second. He'd seen the footage that never made it to the public. Ships torn apart without warning. Mining colonies erased from maps. Accidents that always seemed to happen when humanity made progress. They feared us, not because we were more powerful, but because we refused to kneel. So when the message came through, Holt didn't trust the Council's sweet talk. He didn't believe in peace born from panic, and he sure as hell wasn't going to walk into alien territory with open arms. He came armed. The UNS Blackthorn dropped out of warp with 5 dreadnoughts on its flanks, not escorts, wolves watching the woods. Holt stepped onto the Velixar delegation platform with a sidearm strapped visibly to his hip. The other captains did the same. The aliens didn't like that. A serpentine diplomat from the Corex hissed as Holt passed. "This is a peace summit, human. Leave your war tools at the door." Holt didn't even break stride. "You invited us into your house. We just remembered what happened the last time." They knew exactly what he meant. 10 years ago, during another so-called peace meeting, 3 human diplomats were vaporized mid-speech. The footage was wiped, the incident denied. No alien was punished, but humans remember, especially the ones who bury the dead. Inside the dome, under glowing starlight and high arches carved by species older than Earth's continents, Holt stood before the Grand Chamber. At his side, Captain Mira Dre, cold-eyed and merciless. Colonel Rigg, a walking slab of war muscle. And Rear Admiral Chen, no, scratch that, Rear Admiral Grant. We don't do Chen here. Each of them had one job, not to sign anything until the scanners confirmed the terms were clean, the air wasn't poisoned, and no sudden weapons came online. But the trap was already set. Right as the Council High Voice began his speech, a signal went out. Holt noticed it only because of a twitch in his neural comm, something trying to hijack their system frequencies. The lines of text were masked as ceremonial updates, diplomatic static. But Holt had seen code like this before. It wasn't a message, it was a kill switch. "Abort," Holt whispered into his mic. "Phase 3, full lock and load." Around him, the alien delegates were smiling. Hands folded, fake grins stretched tight over teeth, mandibles or whatever passed for diplomacy in their species. Then the lights cut out. 1 second of silence, long enough to make a man feel the edge of death. And then the shooting started. It came from the rafters first, automated plasma bolts raining down on where the humans stood. But Holt and his team had already dived to cover. Rear Admiral Grant pulled twin pistols from his jacket and fired back at the nearest drone. Captain Dre wasn't even surprised. She activated her exo-rig in one motion, lifting a shield generator from her back like she'd been waiting for this moment for years. "This isn't peace," she muttered, teeth clenched. "No," Holt said, cold and calm. "This is justice in disguise, and we brought the only answer they understand." He slammed his palm into a hidden console built into the delegation platform. From orbit, the UNS Blackthorn received the code. A second later, Earth's contingency plan roared to life. 6 orbital kinetic rods, each the size of a submarine, began their descent. Peace was dead, but humanity was just getting started. Smoke coiled through the vaulted ceilings like a living thing, thick and hot, carrying the stench of scorched alloy and roasted flesh. Alien screams echoed through the chamber, a mix of confusion, betrayal, and fear. Not fear of death itself. Fear of humans. The moment the first plasma bolt had fired, the room had transformed. No longer a hall of diplomacy. Now it was a kill box. And humanity had seen it coming. Commander Holt knelt beside the cracked dais, shielding himself from another volley of incoming fire. He didn't flinch, didn't shout, just calmly keyed in coordinates to his HUD and growled into comms. "Target uplink confirmed. 5 seconds to impact. Watch for debris." From the sky above, the UNS Blackthorn's payload began to fall. They called them Thors, because when they hit, even gods would bleed. Kinetic rods, solid tungsten, no warhead, no explosive, just mass, speed, and the rage of an entire species fed up with lies. Captain Mira Dre crouched beside him, dragging an injured security tech behind a half-melted column. Her voice was hoarse. "We should have sent 10 rods." Holt shook his head. 10 would have been mercy. This is a message. He looked up through the chaos as a drone clipped his shoulder with a bolt of plasma. The pain flared through his bicep, but he bit down hard and kept firing. No cry, no weakness. Humanity didn't bleed in front of its enemies, not without returning the favor tenfold. Suddenly the entire chamber shook. Not from weapons, not from any fleet. The first rod hit. It didn't strike the diplomatic dome itself. Not yet. Holt had chosen its coordinates carefully. It landed on Velixar's military garrison 5 kilometers south, where the real strike teams were waiting to storm the summit once humanity was disarmed. Or so they thought. The ground trembled like it had a heartbeat. A roar swept over them, deafening and low, and seconds later a column of dirt, fire, and obliterated metal rose into the sky like a demonic tree. The garrison was gone. Just gone. The shockwave cracked the summit walls. Panels ripped from their frames. Columns groaned, snapping under the pressure. Alien guards staggered, losing focus. That was enough. Rear Admiral Grant emerged from the left flank with 2 squads of armored Marines, their rifles barking like angry gods. No war cries, no shouts, just clean, brutal precision. They fired into the upper balconies first, clearing the automated turrets and snipers hiding in carved architecture. Then they turned on anything that wasn't wearing a human exo-rig. "Confirmed breach," Grant said through the squad channel. "Chamber secured in 90 seconds. Colonel Rigg was already on the move. He moved like a tank, his armor custom-built for CQB, close quarters brutality. He carried a 12-gauge kinetic shotgun that pulped 2 slithering Curex guards before they even got a warning out. The third tried to crawl away with half its spine exposed. Rigg put a boot through its skull. "Where's the Council High Voice?" he barked. "I want that freak alive." A brief scan painted a blinking icon above the back corridor. Holt grinned. "Running. Of course." The bastard had vanished the second things got hot. Probably thought he'd escape in some stealth skimmer. Probably had an evacuation tunnel built into the goddamn diplomatic floor. "Dre, flank him! Rigg, you're with me!" Holt reloaded his pulse rifle and took off after the Council's head diplomat. His boots smashed over shards of marble and crushed alien artifacts worth more than nations. He didn't care. He wasn't here for culture. He was here for revenge. Down the hallway, lights flickered. Blood smeared the walls. One of the alien guards, some bird-faced bureaucrat species, was slumped against a door, a gaping hole in its chest. Holt kicked the body aside and hit the panel. Locked. Didn't matter. He stepped back and fired a single shot from his underslung breacher. The door exploded inward with a scream of bending metal and sparks. Inside, chaos. The High Voice, a withered, 4-limbed gray thing draped in ceremonial robes, stood at the far end, his eyes wide, chest heaving, a stolen alien sidearm shaking in his claws. "You brought war to a sacred table," the creature shrieked. "You've doomed everything." Holt raised his weapon but didn't fire. Not yet. "You signed our death warrants with a smile. What did you think we'd bring? Flowers?" "You broke the accord." "There never was an accord. There was just a cage. We just brought bolt cutters." Behind him, Dre entered, rifle raised. Her voice was flat. "We got company incoming. Full strike team from orbit. Stealth pods. They're still trying." Of course they were. Holt stared down the alien, hatred glowing in his voice. You planned this ambush thinking we'd play nice. You counted on the stupid, naive part of humanity. You forgot we're also the species that burned its own atmosphere just to win a war. He stepped forward and pulled the alien's weapon from his clawed grip. We don't forgive, we don't forget, and we don't kneel. Then he turned to Dre. Is the stream active? She nodded. Live across every system. They're watching. Good. Holt looked into the camera lens installed above the chamber door. It was broadcasting to every major world, every colony, every species that thought humanity could be put back in its box. Let this be known, he said, his voice iron. Earth did not come here for peace. We came to survive. You tried to kill us. You failed. He raised his sidearm, and without flinching put a bullet through the high voice's chest. The alien crumpled, robes soaking in whatever passed for blood in his species. A beat of silence. And then Holt turned back to Dre. Launch the final 2 Thors, on the capital shipyards. Confirmed. She tapped her wrist. Rod 3 and 4 locked. Impact in 90 seconds. The UNS Blackthorn, miles above, was already shifting. Earth's last resort command ship. It didn't bristle with guns. It was the gun. A floating sentence of death with one purpose, to remind the galaxy that humanity didn't play by the same rules. Inside, orbital rods dropped into freefall, not aimed at soldiers, not at fleets, at infrastructure. At the root. One struck the Velixar capital shipyard, leveling a construction facility that had been preparing an experimental fleet to patrol peacefully along Earth's trade routes. The second hit a resource depot used by the Tolkari, a species that had been secretly funding raids on human outposts while preaching neutrality. Both vanished in fire and gravity. Back inside the summit dome, Holt sat on the fractured steps of the chamber's throne. Breathing heavily, arm burning, but eyes still sharp. He knew what was coming. Now the galaxy would come for them. No more subtle sabotage. No more puppet factions. This was war, open and wild. But for the first time, it would be fought on Earth's terms. And Holt didn't mind that one bit. He opened a comms line to Fleet Command back home. Treaties burned. Enemy plans exposed. We neutralized their command chain. A pause. Tell Earth it begins now. They called it First Blood on Earth's channels. The footage of Commander Holt executing the Council High Voice mid-broadcast rippled across the galaxy like a virus. Every backroom diplomat, every spineless planetary governor, every alien cartel boss who once spoke the language of peace with a knife in hand. Now they saw Earth for what it had truly become. A problem they could no longer manipulate. A beast they couldn't muzzle. A fire that wouldn't go out just because the galaxy demanded it. The Council's orbiting comms stations went dark 6 hours later. A direct EMP strike from UNS covert frigates hidden behind Velixar's secondary moon fried their entire diplomatic relay grid. Every alien message demanding surrender, every threat, every desperate attempt to talk this out was silence. And in that silence, Earth moved. Commander Holt didn't wait for orders. Earth Command didn't need to send them. They understood each other now. The leash had snapped. No more red tape. No more negotiations. No more begging for a seat at a table that was always rigged. Holt stood aboard the UNS Blackthorn's bridge, staring out at the Velixar skyline as it burned. Ash curled into the clouds. Alien ships limped through the atmosphere, trying to evacuate delegates that would never get the chance to betray another soul. Humanity wasn't fighting a war anymore. It was erasing a mistake. Admiral Thorne, his face worn and hardened like a cracked hull, appeared in the central display. We've confirmed orbital lockdown. Velixar is isolated. You've got 5 hours before the next wave comes knocking. Holt nodded. Make it 3. We're staying to leave a memory. Thorne's mouth curled just slightly. Not a smile, just approval. He disconnected, and Holt turned to the room. Dre, inventory on munitions. Down 30%, she said, her voice clipped and calm. But we've still got enough to vaporize a city. Rig has ground teams sweeping the tunnels. Rear Admiral Grant took the eastern flank and already repelled 2 extraction squads. Any civilians? Dre shrugged. Depends on your definition. Everyone here stood by while the Council plotted our death. If they had a soul, they sold it long ago. Good. Holt stared into the smoke. Then we won't waste a sermon. Down below, Colonel Rig moved through the ruins like a machine built for vengeance. His men swept room after room in the underground bunkers, not for survivors, for evidence. And they found it. The tunnels beneath the diplomatic dome weren't just escape routes. They were weapon caches, holding bays, each one labeled under fake peacekeeping programs. Some contained modified gene weapons, viruses tailored to human biology. Others held tactical nanobot shells, meant to target neural implants. One chamber was worse. It was cold, lined with glass pods. Inside, bodies, human, some partially dissected, some still breathing, barely. Test subjects, prisoners taken from accident sites, the very people Earth had been told were missing due to mining failures or spatial anomalies. Rig stood there for a long time, jaw tight, fingers flexing on his rifle. One of the surviving prisoners, an older man, skin pale and scarred, voice hoarse, looked up from the floor. You came, he croaked. Rig didn't respond, just knelt and handed the man a sidearm. The prisoner blinked, trembling. I don't know how to use this. Rig leaned in, pointed at the ones who did this, and squeeze. Then he stood and turned to his comm. Commander Holt, we've got confirmation. Experiments, biologicals, missing civilians. You were right. It was never about peace. This was a slow execution. Holt didn't say I told you so. He didn't need to. He just replied, voice flat. Record everything. Upload it to every unsecured channel. I want the galaxy to see what peace looks like from their end. Dre tapped in the stream. Across hundreds of thousands of systems, the truth began to pour out. Velixar's sacred tunnels, alien scientists dissecting humans alive, council officials laughing as subjects screamed. The peace treaty hadn't been a trap. It had been the final curtain call. Wipe out the humans while they're distracted by diplomacy. End their expansion. Reclaim the stars before Earth grew teeth too sharp to ignore. But Earth had brought fangs. And now the rest of the galaxy was panicking. Aboard a council cruiser in the Rim sector, the Zalari regent watched the footage with shaking claws. His advisors screamed for emergency mobilization, for retaliation, for extermination. But the regent knew better. This was not an outburst, he muttered. No, Regent. This was an execution. Somewhere deep in council space, another species, the Brith Collective, immediately began cutting off diplomatic ties with all known council member worlds. Their ambassador broadcast a simple message. We warned you. You poked a bear, and now the bear is skinning your gods. Others began to follow. Factions who had remained neutral. Civilizations who had whispered doubts behind closed doors. Now they were seeing the truth. And Earth had made it undeniable. Back on Velixar, Holt prepared the final phase. Full evacuation, he ordered. No stragglers. Anyone left behind knew what they were part of. Dre raised an eyebrow. And the dome? Holt's eyes didn't blink. Burn it. An hour later, the Blackthorn's final orbital strike fell. It didn't use kinetic rods. It used atmospheric disruptors, plasma bursts that cracked the air and turned entire structures into molten glass. The dome, the chamber, the tunnels, all of it. Gone. Just a scorched crater where lies used to live. And then they left. Fleet Command recalled Holt and his crew. The Blackthorn vanished into warp space, flanked by the surviving dreadnoughts, leaving nothing but ashes behind. But the war had only just begun. A week later, the retaliation came. 3 Council fleets, stripped from nearby sectors, launched a direct assault on Earth's closest colonies, Keras Station and Lunar Relay 9. They thought the humans would panic, that Earth would recall its forces to defend its borders. They were wrong again, because Earth wasn't defending anymore. It was hunting. The UNS Red Vulture, a deep space missile cruiser fitted with stealth tech and reverse-engineered alien jamming systems, intercepted the Council's fleet before it even reached Keras. Under Captain Shaw, it didn't engage in a frontal fight. No honor, no broadcast. It dismantled the enemy fleet from the inside, hijacked their communication grid, blew up fuel lines mid-formation, hacked into their navigation, and redirected 3 warships straight into a sun's gravity well. When the Council finally realized what was happening, half their fleet was already gone. The rest fled. They limped back to Council space with nothing but horror stories and broken armor. And Earth? It didn't just cheer. It started building more Red Vultures. Inside the black halls of Earth Command, leaders didn't celebrate. They strategized. They understood now that the war had no rules, no front lines, no mercy. It was a cleansing. One species had drawn the line, and the rest would have to decide which side of history they'd die on. Commander Holt watched it unfold from orbit above Earth, his ship resting in dry dock for resupply. The stars outside didn't look peaceful anymore. They looked like targets. Dre joined him at the viewing deck, arms crossed. Intel says 3 more Council species are gearing up, mobilizing in the Deltar sectors. Holt nodded. Let them. The fire's already lit. They'll just burn with the rest. She looked at him, not with concern, but with respect. You planning on stopping anytime soon? He shook his head slowly. Number not until the stars remember who we are. Not until every treaty burned. The death lists started appearing 3 days after Velexar burned. Encrypted broadcasts, no sender ID, no traceable origin, just names, aliens, humans, hybrids. Every single one of them had a part in the treaty. Some were executioners, others were silent benefactors, council members, CEOS weapons scientists, collaborators, governors who closed their eyes while human colonies were erased and called it diplomacy. Earth stopped pretending to play politics. Now it played God. Every name on those lists had 48 hours, and they all knew what came next. Across the stars, light started going out. The Bracken Minister of Biowarfare, one of the architects behind the gene virus designed to target human respiratory systems, was found in orbit above Zolakar 6, flayed open in his own escape pod. No trace of forced entry, no escape logs, just a single sentence burned into the glass of the pod window. We remember. 3 hours later, a council spy lord based in the merchant moon of Valtryk was liquefied mid-broadcast. His neural uplink had been hijacked during a transmission, and the feedback loop melted his brain inside his skull. The message that flashed across the screen just before his eyes bled out was even simpler. So do we. They tried to call Earth terrorists, fanatics, rogue elements. But they knew the truth. It wasn't a rogue squad. It wasn't a handful of madmen. It was the system now. A coordinated state-sanctioned operation. A global consensus, signed in blood and steel. Anyone who conspired in humanity's slow genocide would pay. No matter how long it took, no matter how far they ran. Commander Holt was back in deep space, standing in the war room aboard the UNS Blackthorn. It was no longer just a battleship. It had become Earth's mobile execution chamber. Around him, Dre, Rigg, and Grant stared at the newest dossier. A target on Eltrix Prime. An Axian ambassador who'd funneled tech and tactical data to the Council fleet under the guise of peace programs. Disguised his shipments under humanitarian aid, Dre muttered, shaking her head. Fed intel on our Mars expansion to the Council. That data was used in the Helion massacre. Rigg spat. I was at Helion. That bastard's getting his teeth handed to him, even if I gotta pull them out one by one. Holt looked over the profile. He lives inside a civilian fortress, surrounded by an unarmed species, protected by neutrality laws. Grant folded his arms. So? Holt nodded slowly. So we don't go loud. We go surgical. The UNS Whisper, Earth's newest stealth corvette, entered Eltrix Prime orbit under the call sign of a medical aid vessel. No weapons showed on scans, no threat ID, just a floating hospital. Another quiet miracle from Earth's benevolent outreach programs. No one questioned it. They wanted to believe humanity had calmed down, that maybe the outbursts were over, that maybe the fire was dying. But inside the Whisper, Commander Holt moved like a shadow. He was dressed in civilian gear. No armor, no insignia. Just a tired man with a face that could disappear in a crowd. He didn't need a team. This one was personal. The Axian ambassador, named Trival, lived in a glass spire above a neutral zone compound. The building was a monstrosity of false peace. Hanging gardens, meditation pools. He even had human servants, rescued slaves, he claimed, who were paid in coin and sanctuary. Holt entered through the public access channel. No alarms, no questions. The doorman, an old cybernetically enhanced reptilian, nodded politely. Peace be upon your journey, traveler, he rasped. Holt didn't reply. He rode the lift to the top floor. Security scanned him, found nothing threatening. Of course it did. Holt had removed the metal from his body years ago. Neural wetware, ceramic-encased weapons, micro-threaded charges under the skin. Nothing pinged. Trival stood at a curved window, sipping from a crystalline goblet. He was 7 feet tall, half-transparent, with the smug posture of a creature who'd never had to fight to survive. I assume you're here to discuss reparations? Trival said without turning. My species was coerced into supporting the Council. I trust Earth will be fair. Holt pulled the knife from under his sleeve and buried it in the base of the alien's spine. Trival gasped, jerking backward. The blade was designed for this. No sound, no splash, just pain and paralysis. Holt leaned in as the alien slumped to the floor. You smiled while humans died on Helion, watched the footage at your feasts, paid mercenaries to break our supply lines and called it strategy. Trival tried to speak, blood bubbling in his throat. I'm not here to negotiate, Holt whispered. I'm here to remember. And then he twisted the blade until the alien stopped moving. On his way out, he didn't run. He walked. No alarms went off. No guards drew weapons. No civilians screamed. By the time his boots hit the hangar deck of the Whisper, the video had already gone viral. They'd recorded the whole thing. A perfect, clean angle. No blur. No edit. Holt walking into a room with a monster. Holt walking out alone. The message was clear. No one was safe. Not anymore. Back on Earth, the civilian population didn't protest. There were no peace rallies, no campaigns begging for restraint, They had lost too much for too long. Fathers, sons, whole colonies. They wanted blood, and Holt gave it to them. Public support reached 97% approval. Crowdfunding sites popped up for covert missions. Civilians donated tech, weapons, even data. Some even volunteered for revenge squads. The politicians didn't stop it. They endorsed it. Earth was no longer part of the Galactic Council. It was something else now. Something leaner, meaner, and impossible to manipulate. The Council held an emergency session 3 weeks later. Only 17 species attended. The rest were either too scared to show up, or were already dead. The speaker tried to hold order. A gelatinous thing with 20 eyes and a desperate voice. "We must initiate sanctions, blockades, if humanity is allowed to continue unchecked." A blast tore through the council chamber. Not from a missile, from inside. A human. No armor ever now. Just a former slave. One of the rescued humans the council used as workers and servants. He'd smuggled in a grav-shatter device inside his chest cavity, triggered it mid-session, took out the central delegation floor and vaporized 3 council warlords. The footage leaked within minutes, captioned with one line. "We are not your pets. We are not your property. We are what you made us." And the galaxy began to break. Alliances cracked. The Trisari turned on the Korex, accusing them of withholding Earth strike data. The Dorlans left the Council altogether and opened trade with Earth, calling them the only honest killers in the stars. Dozens of minor species followed. The old order collapsed. And Earth? It didn't celebrate. It built. Factories doubled output. Drone fleets expanded. AI Black Ops divisions grew under Project Scarhound, a shadow initiative dedicated to one task: find every name, finish every list. In a bunker beneath Earth Command, Holt sat in silence, his left hand bandaged from a fresh wound, an extraction gone wrong. But his eyes were locked on the screen. The final page of the latest kill list glowed white. 5 names remained. 5 architects, the ones who had drawn up the blueprint for Earth's extermination 20 years ago. He cracked his neck, rolled his shoulder, and stood. "Let's finish this," he muttered. And the Blackthorn lifted from orbit once more. The 5 remaining names on the list weren't politicians. They weren't soldiers either. They were worse. They were the quiet ones, the masterminds, the think tank cowards who sat in sterile chambers with high-end liquor and detailed planetary kill counts, while someone else pulled the trigger. No glory, no battlefield scars, just spreadsheets of genocide. The intel Holt had recovered from the Velixar tunnels laid it all bare. It wasn't a spontaneous betrayal. It was a plan. A slow, methodical blueprint designed over 2 decades. 5 architects, 5 species. One goal? Contain humanity, if possible, eradicate it, if necessary. And when Earth started to rise, they'd all chosen the second option. So Earth made its own decision. No court, no trial, only execution. The Blackthorn hovered in the dead zone between Drelvian space and the ash drift. No patrols, no comms traffic. Just a black slice of cold where light refused to linger. Holt stood in the war chamber, his crew arrayed before him. Dre leaned against the tactical map, expression like steel. Rig, arms crossed, knuckles bruised from their last breach. Rear Admiral Grant, face unreadable, one hand resting near his belt. Always ready. No smiles, just purpose. "We've tracked the first," Dre said. "Codename, Architect 1, real name, Tholan Drev, exobiologist, head of the Human Gene Compliance Program, oversaw the respiratory breakdown virus trials, disappeared after Helion." "Found him?" Holt asked. She nodded once. "We didn't. He contacted us." That made Holt pause. "He's on a rogue science colony in the Orvan Sink. Claims he wants to defect. Says he has data. Blueprints, files, names. He wants protection? Rigg growled. After what he did? No, Dre said. He wants absolution. That was worse. Holt didn't reply right away. He simply turned and walked to the viewport. The stars out there didn't sparkle. They loomed, cold, watching. He doesn't get absolution, Holt said finally. He gets interrogation. Then he gets buried. Agreed, Grant said. The plan was simple. Slip into Orvan's sink under blackout protocol. Find Drev, extract every last bite of what he knew. Then kill him. No broadcast, no public execution. Some people didn't deserve to be made famous. The Orvan sink was a pit in the stars, an abandoned mining region full of dust storms, old asteroid hulls, and half-dead comms arrays. A perfect place to hide cowards. The UNS Vigilant, a drop frigate, broke from the Blackthorn and went silent 5 clicks out. Dre piloted, Holt and Rigg suited up. They didn't take an army. This one was personal. The research station floated between 2 dead rocks, power flickering like it was begging for someone to shut it off. They docked on the lower port. Manual lock override. No lights, no welcoming party, just a stale airlock that groaned like an old man being asked to get out of bed for war. Inside, the stench was metallic. Not death, not decay, just neglect. Dre scanned ahead. Biosigns. 1, basement level, weak. They descended through flickering corridors, broken monitors, half-assembled drones. This wasn't a lab. It was a graveyard trying to remember science. And then they found him. Tholan Drev. Pale, skeletal, still wearing a lab coat like it meant something. His hair had thinned into wires, and his eyes had the wide, twitching look of a man who'd lived too long in his own mind. He was hooked up to a neural chair, half fused with it. Wires in his spine, tubes in his veins. The kind of setup you used when you wanted to preserve a brain after the body quit. You came, he rasped. No one else would, Holt said coldly. Drev laughed, a short, wet sound. I expected a firing squad. You'll get that, but first you'll talk. Drev nodded. I will. I have nothing left to hide. It was never about hate, you know. It was fear. You think that makes it better? No. Drev looked up, and for the first time, Holt saw it. Not remorse, not regret. Resignation. You were evolving too fast, faster than the models predicted. Every time the Council pushed you down, you adapted. Smarter, angrier, harder. He coughed, blood speckling his chin. So they told us to find a pressure valve, something to keep you compliant. When that failed, they asked us to draw the kill tree. Holt's fists clenched. You were supposed to die in 3 generations, Drev continued. That was the plan. Phase out fertility, collapse food chains, make it look like mismanagement and bad policy. You'd vanish without war. But it didn't work, Dre muttered. No, Drev smiled bitterly. You adapted again, faster than the biodegrade vectors, so they switched strategies. Holt leaned in. Who's left? Drev blinked. You mean, which of the 5? Yes. He coughed hard. The neural chair buzzed. There's a vault, my data core. Biometrics locked. Take it. It'll give you everything. Names, locations, the next target, but promise me. He looked up, eyes suddenly wet. Make them pay. Holt stared at him for a long time, then nodded. I will. Drev slumped back, closed his eyes, and Holt shot him twice in the chest. Not out of rage, not out of vengeance, out of mercy. The man was already dead. He just didn't want to be anymore. They took the core, left the station burning, and by the time they returned to the Blackthorn, the next name glowed on screen. Architect 2. Vael Trai, financial overseer of the entire anti-human economic embargo, the one who funneled funds, blocked trade routes, and starved colonies with silent sanctions. She lived like a queen now, hidden on a floating palace station in neutral Talaris space, surrounded by guards, shimmering parties, layered defense systems. She wasn't hiding. She was taunting. Dre's voice was ice. She thinks you won't touch her. She thinks neutrality means safety, Grant added. Holt cracked his neck. She thinks wrong. They came at night cycle. 3 Earth strike pods slipped past orbital scans by piggybacking on merchant traffic. Human sympathizers, traitors to the Council, helped scramble defense codes. The palace was more theater than fortress, and Earth didn't come for theater. Rig led the entry team through the lower waste tunnels. They moved fast, quiet, no alerts, no chatter. By the time the guards figured out what was happening, it was over. VER1 was dragged out of her luxury chamber in silk robes, kicking and screaming. Holt stood over her on the landing pad, moonlight spilling over the Earth flag on his chest. "You know who I am?" She spat at him. "You're filth. The animals we should have put down centuries ago." "Then why are you the one in chains?" He nodded once. Dre fired. No speech, no recording. Just one clean kill. The message was already known. There are no safe zones anymore. Not for those who plotted against Earth. 3 remain, and they're running. Each one has their own bunker, their own little army, their own hideouts, defenses, escape routes. It doesn't matter. Earth has declared war without end. Holt stared at the stars from the Blackthorn's deck, his voice low but unshaken. They thought they were killing a species. They didn't know they were building one. Dre stood beside him, arms folded. "We've become what they feared." "No," Holt said. "We've become what they deserve." The Blackthorn drifted above the fractured moon of Halberion, one of the last neutral territories still operating under the illusion of diplomacy. Below, ash clouds curled over the jagged surface like the smoke from a funeral pyre. The remnants of a failed rebellion, funded by enemies who had already paid with their lives. Commander Holt stood over the flickering hologram of the next target. Architect 3. Varn Delza. Species, Corthan. Occupation, civilian mobilization strategist. Crimes, coordinated internal destabilization of Earth-loyal colonies through weaponized economics, famine algorithms, and proxy cults. Status, at large. Location, unconfirmed. Suspected asset, the Scorch Protocol. But it was the last line of the datasheet that made Holt's jaw clench. Currently being sheltered by human collaborators on Titan. That was new. Earth's enemies had always been alien. This was something else. Dre leaned over the console beside him, voice clipped. The SIGINT confirms it. A faction calling itself the Titan Accord is sheltering Varn Delza in exchange for weapons, off-world transport rights, and anti-orbital shielding tech. "Why would they side with him?" Rig muttered, disgust heavy in his tone. "He helped starve us, burned 6 colonies into the dirt." "They think the Council's making a comeback," Grant said. "They think if they kiss the right alien boots, they'll survive the fire." Holt didn't say anything at first. His face was stone. Cold. Then, "What assets do we have on Titan?" Dre pulled it up instantly. "Minimal. We pulled back most of our forward ops after the Helion incident. 1 agent embedded, no fleet presence. Accord forces number about 1,200 strong. Lightly armed but dug in. Shield towers, surveillance arrays. Civilian zones are spread through the outskirts." Grant arched an eyebrow. "They're hiding behind their own people." Rig cracked his knuckles. "Doesn't matter." Holt nodded slowly. "No speeches, no negotiations, no psychological operations. We treat them like the enemy they chose to become." He tapped the command line. "Divert the Blackthorn. Titan just picked its side." The drop pod screamed into Titan's orange haze like fists from the heavens. 5 thunderclap impacts shook the ground across the main Accord base, scattering defenders, frying cameras, disabling their crude tracking systems. Holt's team came in behind them, tight, fast, ruthless. There was no resistance at first. The Titan Accord had expected threats, maybe embargoes, political pressure. They hadn't expected judgment. The UNS shock troops breached the first hangar like wolves let loose in a sheep pen. Every traitor with a weapon was gunned down. Those who dropped their rifles were zip-tied and branded for interrogation. No one got a pass. The Accord's leader, a former Earth Navy lieutenant named Creel, was captured trying to upload files off-world. Holt found him in the comms tower, fingers bleeding from trying to override the lockout on his data port. "You knew who he was," Holt said quietly, pointing at the transmission log showing Varn Delza's last digital handshake. Creel didn't deny it. "You think we wanted this?" the man hissed. "Earth's losing control. You're not fighting for survival anymore. You're turning into the very thing we were afraid of." Holt didn't flinch. "Number. We're fighting for justice. You just didn't like that justice includes you now." He turned to Rig. "Take him outside." Creel screamed all the way to the wall. The intel they ripped from Titan Accord files painted a clear path. Varn Delza had been moved days ago, exfiltrated to an old asteroid cluster known as the Husk Rings, near the Black Veil Expanse. No official colony records, just a string of abandoned mining outposts converted into intelligence black holes. Perfect place for a roach to hide. The Blackthorn rerouted again, deeper into the dead systems. Holt's fury didn't cool. It calcified. "He manipulated humans," he growled. "That's different. He's not just trying to kill us now. He's trying to divide us." "He thinks if we start turning on each other, we'll forget about him," Dre muttered. "He's gambling on us being soft with our own," Holt said. "That ends now." The Husk Rings weren't pretty. Asteroids stitched together with docking cables and jury-rigged power systems. Rotating stations creaked like haunted ships in deep water. No communications, no response. Just dead quiet. The UNS Vigilant launched ahead under blackout. Holt, Dre, and Grant made entry on the outermost ring with a zero-grav glide team. Rig took the underside flanks. His domain was breach and clear. They moved through old corridors built for miners long dead. Lights flickered. Gravity sputtered. Something about the place reeked of betrayal. Then they found it. Central chamber. Reinforced. The kind of place designed to survive a starquake. Inside, holograms flickered. Maps of Earth, troop deployments, news feeds from Titan. And in the center sat Varn Delza. He wasn't armored. He wasn't panicked. He was waiting. "You're efficient," the alien said calmly, his long fingers tapping the edge of his chair. "I told the Accord you'd come." Holt raised his rifle. "I don't need a speech." "Then I'll give you something better," Delza said. "A choice." That made Dre tense. "He's stalling." "Of course I am," Delza smiled. "I've already triggered 3 dead man protocols, one on the edge of your solar system, one inside the last loyal human satellite ring, and one—" He tapped his own chest. "Right here." A biometric trigger, synced to his heartbeat. Holt didn't blink. "You bluff like someone who doesn't understand what we've become." Delza tilted his head. "Oh, I understand. You're the monster now. The thing that never blinks. The thing that doesn't stop." "You helped starve our children," Holt said coldly. "You helped convince humans to betray their own." "And yet you still hesitate to shoot," Delza whispered. A pause. Then Holt turned to Dre. "Heart rate monitor." She activated her pulse disruptor and aimed it squarely at Delza's chest. The weapon fired with a soft thump, a needle-thin bolt that froze his heart instantly. He gasped once, stiffened, then slumped forward, eyes wide, No explosion, no dead man code. Just a corpse. Dre smiled. Guess he overestimated himself. Like they all did, Holt said. They didn't upload the footage. Didn't need to. This wasn't for the galaxy. It was for Earth. Back on the Blackthorn, Holt reviewed the aftermath reports. The Titan Accord was dismantled. Collaborators rounded up. The faction's assets seized. Delza's data core was decrypted, full of strategic sabotage plans and experimental psychological warfare blueprints designed to destabilize human unity. Everything had been a long play, a slow knife, and Earth had just snapped the blade. 3 architects down, 2 left. But the real change was something else. Humans had finally turned on humans, and they'd paid for it in blood. Holt stood alone in the command deck, looking out at the stars that had once seemed endless. Now they looked smaller, meaner, not because they had changed, because Earth had outgrown fear. Dre approached, her voice low. "We're not the same species we were when this started." "We never were," Holt replied. "They just woke up the wrong version." Rigg stepped in from the lift, blood still on his gloves. "We ready for the next?" Holt didn't answer immediately. He stared at the final 2 names glowing on his screen. One was hidden in the deepest council vaults. The other was already inside Earth's orbit. The last war hadn't started in orbit. It started in a boardroom, under golden lights and champagne toasts, on Earth's most protected continent, surrounded by men who'd never worn armor but held the fate of billions in their polished hands. And one of them wasn't loyal. Holt stood in Earth Command's central chamber, staring at the last decrypted logs from Architect 4's data core. The text scrolled past in brutal simplicity: coordinates, encrypted messages, falsified fleet manifests. But it was the last line that cracked something inside him. Asset D9, embedded on Earth. Human. Status? Operational. Rigg leaned over the console, arms stiff. This can't be right." "It is," Holt said flatly. Dre crossed the room, datapad in hand, her jaw clenched. The Council wasn't betting on our extinction by force anymore. They switched tactics years ago. They banked on erosion, one traitor at the center, guiding policy, blocking retaliation, rerouting supply chains, softening our backbone. "Asset D9, Grant muttered, stepping into the room, is Director Damon Rorn." Holt didn't blink. Of course it is. Rorn was a name carved into the foundation of Earth's survival, head of strategic allocation, hero of the Great Collapse, orchestrator of post-war recovery, and trusted advisor to every fleet admiral in orbit. But Rorn had never fired a shot, never stood in a trench, never even left the safety of the Blue Zone's triple-layered luxury towers. And somehow, that made him perfect for betrayal. Rigg slammed his fist on the metal railing. He sat in on every deployment meeting, every retaliation operation. He signed off on the orbital strikes. Dre's voice was tight. And he delayed 90% of them. Remember the Holith blockade delay? That was his override. It cost us 2 battalions. Delays, Holt murmured. Relocations, soft sabotage, always wrapped in red tape and civilian concerns. He turned towards the team, fire behind his eyes. He didn't need to fire a shot. He just made sure the gun was never loaded. They didn't move publicly. Not for this. This wasn't an orbital strike or a drone blitz. This was a cutting out, a surgical internal war. If Earth found out what Rorn was, the fallout could fracture what unity remained. Millions looked up to him, trusted him. Holt would deal with the truth. But first, he had to deliver the bullet. The UNS Blackthorn returned to Earth orbit silently, unannounced. Holt changed into civilian gear, ditching armor for something less obvious. Dre and Rigg followed in plain clothes. Grant remained aboard the ship, ready to launch full orbital lockdown if Holt's mission failed. They took a dropship under the call sign of a logistics review team. Security at the blue zone barely blinked. Of course they didn't. The Blackthorn had high-level clearance, and no one questioned Rorn's authority. That was about to change. The blue zone was quiet. White stone, trimmed trees, polished steel. No sirens, no hunger, no war. Rorn's office sat at the top of Tower 7, a glass cathedral built on lies. Holt had walked these halls before, once believing he was looking at the minds saving humanity. Now, all he saw were cowards hiding behind numbers. They entered through the lift bay. Dre disabled the cams. Rigg stood watch outside the executive suite. Holt stepped in alone. Rorn sat behind his desk, a holographic display flickering with logistics numbers and population flow charts. He didn't look up. "Commander Holt," he said, "back from the frontier so soon?" His tone was polite, warm even. Holt didn't answer. Rorn finally raised his eyes, and that's when the smile cracked. "You know." Holt stepped closer, silent, deadly. "I don't know everything," he said coldly. "Not yet, but I know enough." Rorn leaned back, the tension tightening his face for just a moment before he smoothed it away. "You're wrong, Commander. You've been lied to." "No," Holt said. "You lied. While we bled out in the dirt, you sold pieces of us to the ones holding the knife." Rorn sighed. "You think war is only fought with guns, but it's more complicated than that. It's negotiations, influence, power, control. I made sure Earth survived." "You made sure Earth suffered," Holt growled. "While the Council erased our colonies, you were busy reallocating defenses to neutral zones that didn't exist." "I gave us time," Rorn said quietly. "If the Council thought we were manageable, if they thought we could be domesticated, they'd stop trying to annihilate us." "They should have finished the job," Holt snapped, "because now there's no leash that'll hold us, and you're the last hand feeding the enemy." He raised the weapon, a compact slug pistol. Not plasma, not explosive. Clean. Quiet. Rorn's eyes didn't flinch. "You'll make me a martyr." "You're not important enough," Holt said. "You're a cancer we cut out." He fired once. Rorn slumped over his desk. No alarms, no broadcast. Dre stepped in seconds later. "Office scrubbed, logs cleared, no trace." "Wasn't doing this for secrecy," Holt said. "I did it for us." 2 days later, the official report read, Director Damon Rorn died in his sleep of a cardiovascular event. A replacement was named, one who knew which side of history mattered now. But in dark forums and off-grid comms, rumors spread like wildfire. They said Holt killed him. They said Rorn was a traitor. They said Earth was now clean. The people didn't riot. They celebrated. Now only one name remained. Architect 5, species, unknown, codename, the Warden. Last confirmed location, a Council deep vault in the Outer Brink. Coordinates decrypted from Delza's core led to a black site world not even marked on official maps, just a cluster of debris around a neutron star, sealed under ancient encryption. It was where the Council kept their worst secrets, and Holt was coming. No more traitors, no more hesitation, just vengeance, sharpened into the shape of a final bullet. On the Blackthorn's deck, Holt stood in silence as the ship approached the Outer Brink. Dre moved beside him, calm as ever. "Ready for the last ride?" "No," Holt said, "but we're going anyway." Rigg stepped into the war room, blood already on his sleeve. "Just got word. 5 Earth ships intercepted a Council recon team trying to reach the vault first." "They know we're coming," Dre muttered. "Let them," Holt said. "We're not asking permission." The coordinates led them into a graveyard. The Outer Brink wasn't on any map. It wasn't a planet, or even a system. It was a memory, forgotten by design. a neutron star pulsing like the slow heartbeat of a dying god, and around it, fragments of failed wars and dead worlds drifted like a metallic fog, burnt hulls, cracked rings, bones frozen in black vacuum, no patrols, no broadcasts, no warnings, just the deep, deaf silence of something waiting to be uncovered. The UNS Blackthorn held position outside the debris ring. Holt stood on the command deck, helmet clipped to his belt, voice grim. "This is it," he said quietly. "The vault's inside that debris field. Council designation MUR-9. Grant's voice came through the overhead. "We've confirmed a single signal source. Low power, deep subsurface. Coded layers suggest a planetary core base, buried to survive direct impact or stellar collapse." Dre added, "We've also confirmed life signs, just one. Same location." Rigg grunted. "It's him, the Warden. The last architect, the mind behind the virus codes, the original theory crafter of humanity's containment, the one who started it all and disappeared before the first shot was fired. No species identifier, no image, just a code name passed through intercepted council messages like a ghost. And now he wasn't hiding anymore. He was waiting. Holt suited up slowly, locking each magnetic plate into place, fingerless gloves tightening over scarred hands. He'd fought in dirt trenches and on orbital decks, but this wasn't just another mission. This was the ending he'd promised the dead. And Earth didn't do mercy. The shuttle pierced the debris field like a dagger through rust. Shards of ancient hulls screeched against the shielding, automated warnings buzzed, but no intercepts came. The Black Vault didn't protect itself with weapons. It didn't need to. The idea was simple: hide where no sane species would go. But humanity had long since abandoned sanity. They landed on a dead rock orbiting the neutron star, the only one with a faint energy signature. Subsurface scans confirmed the vault's presence, buried 10 miles deep, locked in radiation-proof alloy and coated in stealth materials. Holt led the descent team himself. Dre at his side, Rigg at point, 6 Marines behind, weapons tight, visors dark, no lights, no communications, just gravity boots and tension. They breached the outer shell using a compressed rail cutter. What followed was a descent into hell. Corridors twisted like veins through the rock. The walls pulsed with old shielding tech, powered by a still-beating core. No signs of life, no traps, no resistance. And then, a door, a vault door. 10 meters tall, no handles, just a blank face of alloy. But the moment Holt stepped forward, it opened. By invitation. The chamber beyond was sterile, circular, white, and at its center sat a single figure, tall, thin, humanoid, but wrapped in a skin-tight interface suit that shimmered with data pulses. Not alien, not quite human. Something in between. No guards, no defenses, just a chair and a voice. "I was wondering how long it would take you." Holt didn't raise his weapon. Not yet. He stepped forward, eyes cold. "You're the Warden." The figure nodded slowly. "That's what they called me. But I was never a jailer. I was the architect of containment. Not punishment, prevention." Dre moved in behind Holt, weapon trained. "Prevention of what?" The Warden looked up, and for the first time, they saw his face. Human, older than any of them, skin creased from artificial gravity and age manipulation, eyes sharp but empty. "You." Rigg's voice was ice. "He's one of us?" "No," the Warden replied calmly. "I was before you. Gen 1 colonist. Pre-expansion. I saw what humanity became after we broke into the stars. The wars, the scorched planets. I saw the pattern." He stood, slow and deliberate. "You don't conquer planets. You consume them. Faster than any species. More violently than the warflesh of the Karex. I watched Earth evolve into something unstoppable. I did the math, the simulations, the psychological mapping." He stepped closer, almost reverently. You were never going to integrate with the galaxy. You were going to devour it. So you tried to kill us, Holt said flatly. I tried to protect the future. You turned your back on your own kind, Rig growled. While kids starved on Mars colonies because you cut supply chains. The warden didn't flinch. Because I knew what was coming. You won. That's the proof. You became everything I feared. You didn't unify. You retaliated. You erased. Holt stared at him, then drew his weapon. You're right about one thing, he said. We don't unify with monsters. We end them. But the warden didn't reach for a weapon. He simply pointed to the chamber wall, where a new panel began to glow. You can kill me, he said, but that panel controls the Echo Protocol, a failsafe, a signal coded to erase humanity's genetic signature from every known archival record in the galaxy. Not just death, erasure, future. A, I won't remember you. Biomapping will ignore you. You'll be gone. Dre's voice cracked the silence. You'd kill your entire species for that? The warden's voice didn't rise. I'd end a virus before it spread. Holt said nothing. He walked past the warden, stood before the console. Lines of code flickered. A single button blinked. Activate. And next to it, another. Purge. No passcodes. Just a choice. You came all this way, the warden said, voice tinged with pride. To prove me wrong. Now prove it. Rig stepped forward, weapon ready. We end this now. Holt raised his hand and pressed purge. The entire vault shuddered. The Echo Protocol disintegrated, every bit of data burning away in a visual storm of dying code. Red pulses flashed. Backups detonated in the walls. Even the warden looked stunned. You're not keeping it? No, Holt said coldly. We don't erase our enemies. We bury them. Then he turned, raised his pistol, and fired. The warden collapsed with a single shot. No glory, no last words, just judgment. The Blackthorn destroyed the vault from orbit. No broadcasts, no speeches, no claims, just a flash and silence. The war was over, but Earth didn't celebrate. It prepared, because even if the architects were dead, the galaxy still watched, still wondered, still feared, and Earth liked it that way. Back on Earth, Holt stood alone atop a ruined spire overlooking the city edge. The stars above looked smaller now, not because they had changed, but because humanity had risen to meet them. Dre stood beside him. They'll come again? Yes, Holt said. But next time they won't come for peace. They'll come to beg. And what will we give them? He didn't smile. He didn't speak. He just turned and walked back into the dark, leaving only one truth behind. Humanity had survived the trap. Now it owned the cage. The aliens stood tall, their eyes gleaming with condescension as they watched the lone human step forward. Their laughter, an eerie mixture of guttural growls and high-pitched chittering, echoed across the grand chamber. You bring a human to speak on your behalf? One of the Eldari warlords scoffed, his golden exoskeleton glinting under the artificial lights. This is an insult to the Dominion. Humans are barely more than animals. The Galactic Dominion had ruled for thousands of years, crushing civilizations that dared to resist, absorbing cultures only to erase them, rewriting history until nothing remained of those they conquered. And now humanity was next. Earth had barely begun to reach beyond its solar system when the Dominion arrived, demanding surrender or annihilation. The other council members, beings from 100 different species, watched with amusement. They had seen this before: defiance, arrogance, and then complete subjugation. The Eldari, the ruling race of the Dominion, took pleasure in breaking species that thought they could stand against them. The human ambassador, Dr. Elias Carter, stood alone. No weapons, no armor, No army, just a simple man in a worn-out suit. His presence was a joke to them, a final act of desperation from an already defeated species. Carter cleared his throat. His hands didn't shake. His voice was calm. "I will speak," he said, his words precise, "but not in your tongue." More laughter. Some of the Eldari banged their fists against the stone tables, a mocking display of their superiority. "And what language will you use, ape?" Warlord VER1 sneered. "Your own? A primitive dialect from an insignificant rock?" Carter's lips curled into a small smile. "Number, I will speak in yours, but not the one you know." The laughter faded, confusion settling in the room. And then he spoke. The moment the first syllable left his mouth, the chamber fell silent. The air grew heavy, as if the very walls could feel the weight of the words. The Eldari warlords, once so smug and composed, recoiled as if struck. Their eyes widened, mandibles clicking in shock. Carter continued, his voice echoing like a ghost from another time. The sounds were harsh, guttural yet fluid, carrying the weight of something ancient, something lost. The Eldari trembled. One of them dropped to a knee, his exoskeleton trembling violently. Another clutched his head, as if trying to block out the sound. VER1 stumbled back, his golden eyes burning with something that had not been seen in the Dominion for thousands of years. Fear. "Stop," he choked out. "Where did you learn this?" Carter did not stop. The words poured out of him like a river breaking free from a dam. The language was dead, wiped from history by the Eldari themselves. It was the tongue of their ancestors, the language of the first Eldari Empire, long before the Dominion. A language they had buried because it spoke of things they feared, of power they had forsaken, of a time when they were not gods, but mortals, fragile and fallible. "It is impossible," another Eldari rasped. "No outsider can know this." Carter took a step forward. The warlords flinched. "Your people tried to erase this language from existence," he said, his voice carrying the weight of the forgotten past. "But you failed, because history has a way of surviving, in the most unexpected places." The council chamber, once filled with arrogance and laughter, was now a tomb of silence. The Dominion was built on the belief that they were untouchable, that they had conquered all that was before them. But now, standing before them, was a simple human who spoke the language of their ancestors, a language they themselves no longer understood. Carter let the last word hang in the air. The warlords did not speak. They could not. They only stared at him, at this human who had become the voice of something ancient, something powerful, something they thought was lost forever. Then, softly, Carter spoke again, this time in their modern tongue. "Kneel." And for the first time in thousands of years, the Eldari did. The silence in the chamber stretched on, thick and suffocating. The warlords of the Eldari, once the undisputed rulers of the Dominion, stood frozen, caught between the weight of their ancestors' lost tongue and the impossible truth that a mere human had spoken it. Dr. Elias Carter let them simmer in their confusion. He had studied them for years, not just their technology, not just their empire, but their very foundation. He had read the forbidden texts, dug into the ruins they thought were hidden from the rest of the galaxy. And in those ruins, he had found their greatest shame. VER1 was the first to break the silence. His golden exoskeleton quivered with something his kind had long forgotten: uncertainty. "Where did you learn this?" he demanded, his voice barely above a whisper. Carter tilted his head. "The question you should be asking is, why did you forget it?" Another murmur ran through the council. The Eldari were an old race, older than most species in the Dominion. They prided themselves on their long and unbroken history. But it wasn't unbroken, was it? They had erased something they had been too afraid to remember. "No one speaks the old tongue," one of the other warlords rasped, his mandibles clicking nervously. "Not even us. It was purged, locked away, forbidden." Carter took another step forward, and this time, no one moved to stop him. "And yet here I am," he said, "speaking it." The power dynamic in the room had shifted. The laughter, the mockery, the sheer arrogance that had filled the chamber moments ago had evaporated. The mighty Eldari, conquerors of 1,000 worlds, looked at him with something that went beyond fear. It was recognition. Carter pressed his advantage. "You see, the thing about history is that it doesn't stay buried forever," he continued, pacing slowly. "You can erase records, burn books, rewrite laws, but you can't erase memory. The truth has a way of surviving, whether you want it to or not." Zelvaran's fists clenched. "You are a fool if you think mere words will undo the Dominion." Carter smiled, and it was not a pleasant smile. "Words have undone greater empires than yours." The Eldari warlord moved to speak again, but Carter cut him off. This time he spoke louder, his voice ringing with authority. He didn't just recite the old tongue, he commanded it. And the chamber shook. The towering stone pillars trembled. The air itself seemed to ripple, charged with something unseen but deeply felt. The alien council members recoiled, eyes wide in disbelief. The Dominion's rulers had buried the old tongue for a reason. It wasn't just a language. It was power. It carried the weight of something ancient, something real. Zelvaran stumbled back, gripping the edges of his throne. His once perfect control had cracked, revealing the raw, primal fear beneath. "Impossible," he whispered. "It was lost. It was dead." Carter took one final step, now standing before the warlords like an executioner before the condemned. "And yet here it is," he said softly. "Here I am." The Eldari were proud, ruthless, and unforgiving. But they were not stupid. They understood what was happening. The moment their own kind saw this, saw a human wielding what they had long abandoned, their rule would fracture. The Dominion would never be the same. Carter folded his hands behind his back. "So now, we negotiate." Zelvaran's mandibles clicked, his breath coming sharp and fast. "And if we refuse?" Carter simply smiled. "Then I keep talking." The warlords, who had once laughed at humanity, now sat in fearful silence. The Dominion had believed themselves untouchable. But they had forgotten something buried in their own past. Words were power. And humans had just learned to speak the deadliest one of all. The silence in the chamber stretched, thick with the weight of history resurfacing. The mighty warlords of the Eldari Dominion, once gods among lesser beings, now looked like frightened children facing the shadows of their ancestors. Dr. Elias Carter stood in the center of it all, calm, unwavering. He could feel the tension in the air, the realization creeping into the warlords' minds like a slow poison. They had spent centuries erasing this language, silencing its echoes, and now here was a human, one of the very species they had mocked, resurrecting it. Zelvaran's breathing had grown uneven, his golden exoskeleton reflecting the dim light like a relic of a forgotten age. His voice, when he finally spoke, was hollow. "What do you want?" Carter let the words hang for a moment. He had expected the resistance to last longer, but fear was a powerful tool, one the Eldari had used for millennia. Now it was being used against them. "Humanity's sovereignty," Carter said, his voice even. "Earth and all its colonies will remain independent. No Dominion rule, no forced integration, no tribute." The warlords stirred, some bristling, others hesitating. One of them, a towering Eldari with obsidian plating, let out a dry, humorless hiss. "You ask too much." Carter smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Do I?" He took a slow step forward, and the warlords unconsciously leaned back. "Because from where I stand, I think I'm being generous." Zelvaran's mandibles twitched, his mind working through the impossible situation. "You think, because you speak an old language, that you have power over us?" Carter tilted his head. "Number, I know I do." He let his next words slip from his tongue in the old tongue once more, rolling them like thunder across the chamber. The effect was immediate. The walls trembled again, as if the very structure of the Dominion itself resented the language being spoken aloud. But it wasn't the walls Carter was watching. It was the warlords. Their bodies twitched, their minds battling instincts they didn't even understand. Their pupils dilated, their breathing hitched, and their hands clenched at nothing. Because they remembered. Not consciously. No, that knowledge had been buried too deep, too long ago, but something within them, the blood of their ancestors, the echoes of an empire older than even the Dominion, recognized the words. This was the language of their creators. The Eldari had ruled for thousands of years, but they had not always ruled. There was a time before their empire, before their dominion over the galaxy. They had been slaves once, servants to beings who spoke this tongue. And those beings had vanished. The Eldari had destroyed all traces of them, purging history, rewriting their own origins to hide the truth. That once, long ago, they had been beneath someone else. And now, here was a human, speaking the words of their long-forgotten masters. Carter watched the realization settle in, saw the fear crystallize into something colder. "You remember, don't you?" he said, his voice softer now, almost pitying. "Even if you don't know why." Zelvaran swallowed, something Carter had never seen an Eldari do before. "You cannot use what you do not understand." Carter only smiled. "Can't I?" He took another step, and the Eldari didn't move. "You fear this language because you buried it, but we have dug it up. We know things now, things you tried to erase." He let that sink in before delivering the final blow. "And if humanity knows, how long before the rest of the galaxy does, too?" The warlords stiffened. The Dominion was built on an unshakable foundation, on the belief that the Eldari were the highest, the most powerful, the eternal rulers of the stars. But if the truth came out, if their subjects learned that the Eldari had once bowed to another, the Dominion would not survive it. Zelvaran's breath was ragged now, his mind torn between pride and survival. The other warlords were silent, their gazes darting between Carter and their leader, waiting. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Zelvaran exhaled. And then, he bowed his head. "The Dominion recognizes the sovereignty of humanity." Carter nodded, satisfied. "Good choice." The warlords of the Eldari Dominion, once so mighty, so untouchable, sat in silence as a human turned and walked away, leaving them with the weight of a history they could no longer escape. And across the stars, a shift began. For the first time in thousands of years, the Dominion had knelt. And it would not be the last. The Dominion's concession had shaken the galaxy, but Carter knew better than to believe the war was over. Fear had forced the Eldari to bow, but fear was a temporary leash. The moment they found a way to cut it, they would come for humanity with a vengeance. That meant humanity had little time. Back on Earth, the leaders of the newly secured Human Federation were celebrating their victory, praising Carter as the man who had done the impossible. But Carter didn't stay for the parades, the interviews, or the political maneuvering. Instead, he boarded a ship bound for the edges of known space. Because while Earth celebrated, he had one burning question that refused to leave his mind. What were the Eldari so desperate to erase? The Peregrine was a small, unremarkable ship, perfect for slipping past Dominion patrols. On board, Carter had assembled a team, not politicians, not generals, but scholars, historians, and archaeologists, the best minds humanity had to offer. Their destination, a dead world, one that didn't appear on any Dominion star charts, a world Carter had only learned about by deciphering forbidden texts, tracking inconsistencies in ancient records, and finding echoes of something older than the Dominion itself, a world called Vorthal-Ka. The planet was a wasteland. As the Peregrine descended through the storm-choked atmosphere, Carter could already tell that whatever had happened here, it had been deliberate. Massive glassed craters stretched across the land, entire cities reduced to nothing but skeletal remains of towers half swallowed by time. This wasn't just an abandoned world. It was a purged one. Something doesn't add up, Vasquez murmured beside him as they stepped onto the cracked surface. The rest of the team fanned out, scanning ruins, gathering data. Carter knelt, running his fingers over a broken slab of stone. The inscriptions were barely legible, but he recognized the script immediately. The old tongue. The Dominion had erased this place from history, wiped it from maps, buried it under layers of propaganda. And now he knew why, because this had been their beginning. Not as rulers, as slaves. Hours later, deep within the ruins, Carter and his team found what they had been looking for. A massive chamber, sealed beneath the earth. Carvings covered the walls, depicting creatures that bore a vague resemblance to the Eldari, but taller, more imposing. Their features were crueler, their posture rigid, exuding authority. The Eldari hadn't always been the ones in charge. They had served something else, something that had disappeared. Carter swallowed hard. He traced a carving with his fingers, feeling the rough edges of the stone. The story it told was unmistakable. The Eldari had rebelled. They had overthrown their masters, and then they had wiped them out. Every record, every trace, every whisper of the beings that had once ruled them. Vasquez stepped beside him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think they're still out there?" Carter exhaled slowly. "If they were powerful enough to rule the Eldari, we better hope they're not." But deep in his gut, he had a sinking feeling. Something that had once ruled a species as ruthless as the Eldari would not have simply vanished. And if they were still out there, then humanity had just done something very, very dangerous. They had spoken their language, and something, somewhere, might have heard. The weight of the discovery pressed down on Carter like a vice. The Eldari had not been the first rulers of the stars. They had been subjects, servants to something older, something powerful enough to command them before they had risen in rebellion and erased all traces of their former masters. And now, humanity had spoken that forbidden tongue. If the Eldari had feared it, if they had erased history so thoroughly to hide the truth, then what were they really afraid of? That someone would uncover the past? Or that the past would hear them? Carter exhaled, his breath fogging in the damp underground chamber. His fingers ran over the ancient inscriptions one more time, tracing the outlines of the towering figures carved into the stone. The worn edges of their faces still radiated something cold, something watchful. Vasquez stood beside him, her posture rigid. "We should leave." Carter turned his head slightly. Scared? Her jaw tightened. Cautious. She wasn't wrong. The Peregrine was alone out here, deep in uncharted space. If anything happened, no one was coming to save them. Carter was about to respond when one of the archaeologists called out from deeper within the ruins. "Doctor! Carter! You need to see this!" He exchanged a glance with Vasquez before following the voice. They moved through the darkened corridors of the chamber, flashlights cutting through dust and time. The deeper they went, the stronger the air seemed to press against them, thick with the weight of something waiting. At the far end of the chamber, a massive stone door stood ajar, dust swirling in the air beyond it. The archaeologist, a young woman named Malik, was standing at its entrance, her face pale. "It's not just a tomb," she whispered. "It's a warning." Carter stepped inside, and the moment he saw what was waiting, his breath caught in his throat. The walls here were not carved with images of rulers or battles. They were filled with something else. Writing. Hundreds of lines, all in the same forbidden language. And unlike the rest of the ruins, these words were not worn by time. They were pristine, untouched, as if the universe itself refused to let them fade. Carter stepped closer, reading aloud the first inscription. "They will return." Vasquez stiffened. "That's not good." Carter continued. "They watch the stars. They wait for the tongue to be spoken again." A chill ran down his spine. The Eldari hadn't just erased their masters out of shame. They had erased them out of fear, because whatever had ruled them before had not been destroyed. Only sleeping. Vasquez took an uneasy step back. "We need to get off this planet, now." Carter's heart pounded, but he forced himself to remain calm. He looked at the last inscription, the one at the center of the wall, written in larger script than all the others. He read it aloud. "The first kings of the stars will rise again." A deep, distant rumble vibrated through the chamber. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. Somewhere far beneath them, something groaned. Something woke up. Carter turned to Vasquez, his voice tight. "Run!" The deep rumble beneath the ruins grew into a low, vibrating thrum that Carter could feel in his bones. Dust cascaded from the ceiling, and the once-dead chamber felt suddenly alive. Malik was already backing away, her eyes wide with terror. "That wasn't a tremor, was it?" "No," Carter muttered, pulse hammering. "Something's moving." Vasquez grabbed his arm. "We need to go, now." But Carter's eyes were still locked on the ancient inscriptions. The words had burned themselves into his mind. "The first kings of the stars will rise again." The Dominion had wiped them from history, erased every trace of their rule. But now Carter knew the truth. The first kings had never been defeated. The Eldari hadn't won. They had only survived. The thrum beneath their feet grew louder, deeper, like an impossibly large engine roaring to life. The entire ruin shifted, and from deep within the stone walls, a noise echoed through the corridors, something between a mechanical hum and a deep, resonant heartbeat. Something was waking up. "Move!" Vasquez shouted, grabbing Carter's shoulder and yanking him toward the exit. The team bolted through the tunnels, their boots slamming against stone floors, their flashlights casting frantic shadows. The air felt charged, as if electricity was dancing through the ruins, stirring the dust of a long, dead civilization back into motion. And then, a sound. Not the rumble beneath their feet, not the collapsing stone, a voice, a deep, resonant whisper, so low it seemed to crawl inside their skulls rather than pass through their ears. "Who speaks our tongue?" Carter nearly stumbled. His breath caught in his throat. The others didn't seem to hear it, not the same way he did. But something in the chamber had heard him speak. And now it was speaking back. "Fleshborn, carbon-made. You are not our kin." It wasn't just sound, it was understanding. The words didn't come from the walls, or from an entity standing before him. They came from everywhere, from the ruins themselves, from something buried deep. The moment they reached the outer chamber, Malik gasped. "Oh my God!" Carter turned, his heart slamming against his ribs. The ancient carvings, once faded, broken, nearly erased, were glowing. Lines of energy, dull gold in color, flickered across the walls. The inscriptions in the old tongue shifted, rearranging themselves as if responding to his presence. The voice came again, this time louder. "You have spoken the words of the forgotten. The silence is broken." Carter could barely breathe. The chamber itself seemed to hum, the walls pulsing like the veins of something colossal, something awakening. "You are not the Eldari. You are new, small. You do not belong." The others were shouting now, trying to pull Carter toward the exit, but he was frozen, unable to look away from the shifting inscriptions. Then, the final words came, low and cold, crawling into his skull like fingers made of shadow. "We are coming." The ruins exploded into chaos. Stone cracked, walls split open. From beneath the surface, enormous black structures, machines unlike anything humanity had ever seen, began rising. And Carter realized with absolute horror that they hadn't just discovered a lost civilization. They had triggered its return. Vasquez grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the ship. "Carter, move!" He stumbled forward, his mind racing. The First Kings weren't a myth. They weren't extinct. They had been asleep. And humanity had just woken them up. The Peregrine's engines roared to life as Carter and his team sprinted aboard, breathless, hearts pounding. The ground beneath them trembled, not with aftershocks, but with the pulse of something vast, something waking. "Get us out of here!" Vasquez shouted to the pilot. Through the viewport, the ruins of Vorthal-Ka were changing. The ancient stone gave way to rising structures, black monoliths twisting into the sky like skeletal fingers clawing their way out of a grave. Energy crackled along their surfaces, dull gold lines illuminating the world in a dead light. As the Peregrine lifted off, Carter saw it, the first shape emerging from the depths. It was impossible to grasp its true form, its edges blurred by something his mind couldn't fully comprehend. But its eyes, twin pools of glowing darkness, locked onto him. And then the voice returned. "Your kind has spoken. Your kind has heard. Now, your kind will kneel." The Peregrine shot into the sky, leaving the planet behind. But they called it the Celestial Concord, a treaty to end the bloodshed. 47 alien species, each with fleets, colonies, and political claws, signed it with ink made from centuries.
Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY. A short sci-fi story captain, Lisa Brooks, stood at the viewing window of the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity. Stars stretched endlessly before her, but her attention was fixed on the 6 tall insect-like aliens examining the ship's main computer display. The Varlaxians had joined the tour 3 hours ago, and what had started as polite interest had turned into something that felt a lot like mockery. "Is this truly an apex predator of your world?" Ambassador Klizik asked, his translator converting his clicks and chirps into English. His long, segmented finger pointed at the image of an African lion on the screen. The other 5 Varlaxians behind him made chittering sounds that the humans had learned was their version of laughter. "Yes, Ambassador. The lion is considered the king of beasts in many Earth cultures," Dr. Alan Perry replied calmly. As the ship's xenobiologist, he had been tasked with showing Earth's biodiversity to their alien visitors. The 6-month-old diplomatic relations with the technologically superior galactic Concord had been filled with moments like this. Moments where humanity's achievements seemed small and unimpressive. "Fascinating," Klizik said, but his tone made it clear he found it anything but. "On our homeworld, even our young hunt creatures 3 times this size for their coming-of-age rituals." Lisa watched as Alan's smile became more forced. She understood his frustration. The Varlaxians stood nearly 8 feet tall, with hard exoskeletons that could repel bullets and strength that could bend steel.
Their own world, from what they had shared, was a place of massive predators and constant danger. "Show us more of these Earth predators," one of the other Varlaxians requested. "The large ones." Alan nodded and moved to the next images. "These are polar bears, the largest land predators on Earth. They can weigh up to 1,500 pounds. The aliens' compound eyes reflected the blue light of the screen as they studied the white bears. "Primitive," Klzik concluded. "Their claws are inefficient. On our world, the lesser spine ripper has 3-foot retractable blades that can cut through tree trunks." From her position near the communications station, Lisa noticed Jack Miller, her communications officer, typing something into his personal tablet. His face held the hint of a smile, which was unusual given the tense atmosphere in the room. "Something interesting, Officer Miller?" she asked quietly, moving closer to his station. Jack looked up, his eyes bright with an idea. "Just thinking. About something, Captain. Have they seen the honey badger yet?" "The honey badger?" Lisa raised an eyebrow. "I don't think so. Why?" Jack shrugged, trying to appear casual. "No reason, just might give our friends something to think about." Before Lisa could question him further, Ambassador Klzik's voice rose in volume. "These are all your dangerous creatures?" The alien's mandibles clicked rapidly. "No wonder your species is so—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Soft. You evolved on a world with such meager threats." Lisa watched as the other crew, members in the room, tensed. 6 months of diplomatic relations had taught them to control their reactions, but the constant condescension was wearing thin. "Your planet must be a peaceful place," Klzik continued. "It explains much about your timid nature and your need for our protection." The word protection hung in the air. The Galactic Concord had offered Earth membership and protection, but the terms made it clear that humans would be junior partners at best, servants at worst. "We've survived our world quite well, Ambassador," Lisa said, stepping forward. "Each planet presents its own challenges." "Of course, Captain," Klzik replied. "We simply find it charming how your species has flourished, despite evolving alongside such unthreatening wildlife." The tour continued for another hour. The Varlaxians examined images of sharks, crocodiles, and Komodo dragons with the same dismissive attitude. When they finally left, promising to return the next day to discuss protection treaties, Lisa felt a headache forming behind her eyes. "Well, that was humbling," Alan said once the aliens were gone. "According to them, our fiercest predators would be considered pet material on their world." "They're trying to establish dominance," Lisa replied. "It's a negotiation tactic. Make us feel inferior so we'll accept whatever terms they offer." Jack approached them, still holding his tablet. "Captain, I've been doing some research on the honey badger. I think you might find it interesting." "This isn't the time for nature documentaries, Jack," Lisa said tiredly. "With respect, Captain, I think it might be exactly the time." Jack handed her the tablet. "The honey badger isn't our biggest predator or our strongest, but it might be exactly what we need right now." Lisa took the tablet and began to read. As she scrolled through the information and watched short video clips, her expression changed, from skepticism to interest. She saw footage of the small black and white animal fearlessly facing down lions, surviving venomous snake bites, and enduring attacks that would kill animals many times its size. "It's not about size with these creatures," Jack explained. "It's about attitude. They simply don't give up. They don't understand the concept of surrender." Alan peered over Lisa's shoulder at the tablet. "Fascinating. They have incredibly thick skin, partial immunity to venom, and a tenacity that borders on insanity." Lisa watched a clip of a honey badger taking on 6 hyenas, getting repeatedly bitten, yet refusing to back down. "They're like Earth's stubborn streak personified," she murmured. "Exactly," Jack said. "The Varlaxians keep showing us their strength and size. But what if we showed them something different? Something they don't understand?" Lisa handed the tablet back to Jack, a slow smile spreading across her face. "Jack, I want you to compile everything we have on honey badgers, and then I want you to prepare a presentation." "For the Varlaxians?" Alan asked, confused. "No," Lisa replied. For Earth Command. I think it's time we stop trying to impress the Galactic Concord with size and strength they'll always outmatch. Instead, let's show them something uniquely Earth, our refusal to back down no matter the odds. Lisa walked back to the viewing window looking out at the stars. The Varlaxians and the other alien species of the Galactic Concord had been dismissing humans since first contact. They saw a small, physically weak species from a planet with unimpressive predators, but they had never met the honey badger, and they had never truly understood humans. Call a meeting of the senior staff, Lisa said. I think we've been approaching this all wrong. We've been trying to show them we're worth respecting. Instead, let's show them what happens when they underestimate us. As she turned back to her crew, Lisa felt a new sense of purpose. The Varlaxians had mocked Earth's predators. Soon, they would learn why that was a mistake. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY, a short sci-fi story. 2 weeks passed quickly aboard the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity. Captain Lisa Brooks sat at the head of the conference table in the ship's main meeting room watching as her senior staff filed in. The atmosphere was tense but excited, a stark change from the defeated mood that had followed most interactions with the Varlaxians. Is it confirmed? Lisa asked as Jack Miller took his seat. Jack nodded, his eyes bright with excitement. Yes, Captain. The Galactic Concord just made the official announcement. They're calling it the Grand Predator Exhibition. Dr. Alan Perry let out a low whistle. So they're really going through with it? A galactic zoo show and tell. Not just a show and tell, Jack corrected. It's being framed as a cultural exchange, but everyone knows what it really is. A chance for the established species to show off their biological superiority. Lisa tapped her fingers against the polished surface of the table. And they specifically requested that Earth participate? That we bring examples of our apex predators? The message was quite clear, Jack replied, though Ambassador Kulzik did mention that we shouldn't feel pressured to participate if we felt our wildlife was too, what was the word he used? Modest. Soft. Laughter rippled around the table, but it held no humor. They're trying to humiliate us, said Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett. Put our lions and tigers next to their nightmare creatures and make us look pathetic. Lisa stood up and walked to the room's main display screen. That's exactly what they're doing. But we're not going to play their game, at least not the way they expect us to. She activated the screen, and images of honey badgers filled the display. Videos showed the small animals facing down much larger predators, stealing kills from lions, and surviving attacks that should have been fatal. For the past 2 weeks, we've been compiling everything we have on Mellivora capensis, the honey badger, Lisa said. I've sent our findings to Earth Command and they've approved our plan. Which is? Rita asked, leaning forward. We're going to participate in the exhibition, Lisa explained. But we're not bringing lions or tigers. We're bringing a single honey badger. The room fell silent for a moment before Alan spoke up. Captain, I understand the symbolism, but this is a risky move. The honey badger isn't visually impressive. The aliens will just see a small, unassuming mammal. Exactly, Lisa said with a smile. They'll underestimate it just like they've underestimated us, and then we'll show them what it can do. She gestured to Jack, who stood and took over the presentation. The Varlaxians and other species in the Galactic Concord value size, strength, and aggression, Jack explained. They're expecting us to try to compete on those terms by bringing our biggest, most visually impressive predators. But Earth evolved differently. He changed the display to show a comparison between Earth and Varlax, the Varlaxian homeworld. Varlax has higher gravity, harsher weather patterns, and larger native fauna. Their evolutionary path rewarded size and armored defenses. Earth, by contrast, saw more diverse evolutionary strategies. The screen changed again, showing the honey badger facing a cobra. The honey badger evolved not to overpower through size, but through sheer tenacity and specialized adaptations. Its skin is remarkably thick and loose, allowing it to turn and fight even when caught. It has partial immunity to venom, incredible endurance, and problem-solving intelligence. Rita frowned. So we're bringing a clever weasel to a monster fight? We're bringing Earth's most fearless predator, Lisa corrected. A creature that doesn't understand surrender, that keeps fighting no matter the odds. She walked around the table, making eye contact with each member of her staff. The Varlaxians and their allies see us as weak because we're smaller and physically less imposing. They think that means we'll be easy to control, that we'll accept whatever terms they offer because we're afraid. Lisa stopped, her voice growing more intense. But that's where they're wrong. What humanity and the honey badger share isn't physical might, it's determination. The unwillingness to give up no matter how many times we get knocked down. So this is about sending a message, Alan said slowly. Exactly, Lisa nodded. We can't compete with their biological weapons or massive predators, but we can show them something they've never seen before, a creature that simply refuses to be intimidated, no matter the size of its opponent. When do we leave for the exhibition? Asked Rita. Tomorrow, Lisa replied. The exhibition is being held on the Concord station near the Varlaxian homeworld. We'll be transporting one specially trained honey badger, along with a habitat recreation unit and demonstration materials. As the meeting concluded, the crew filed out with renewed energy. Lisa remained behind with Jack and Alan. Do you really think this will work? Alan asked once they were alone. Change their perception of us? Lisa's expression was determined. I don't know. But I do know this. The Varlaxians think they've figured us out. They see us as weak because our planet didn't produce creatures with acid blood or foot-long claws. They're measuring us by their standards and finding us wanting. And the honey badger will change that, Jack asked. The honey badger will show them there's more than one kind of strength, Lisa replied. Size isn't everything. Sometimes the most dangerous opponent isn't the biggest one in the room. It's the one that keeps coming back no matter how many times you knock it down. She looked at the image of the small black and white animal on the screen. The honey badger doesn't know it's supposed to be afraid of lions or hyenas. It doesn't understand that it's supposed to lose those fights. Jack smiled. Just like humanity doesn't know we're supposed to cower before the mighty galactic Concord? Exactly, Lisa said with a nod. Earth has faced extinction-level events, ice ages, plagues, and our own destructive tendencies. Yet we're still here, still pushing forward. We're small compared to the Varlaxians, but like the honey badger, what we lack in size, we make up for in sheer stubborn persistence. As the ship prepared for departure the next morning, Lisa stood on the bridge watching her crew work with newfound purpose. For 6 months, they had tried to impress the alien species of the galactic Concord. They had shown off human technology, art and culture, only to be met with condescension. Now they would try a different approach. The honey badger wouldn't win a beauty contest against the nightmarish predators of other worlds. It wouldn't impress with size or venom or armored plates, but it would show the galaxy something uniquely Earth, the power of never, ever giving up. Course laid in for the Concord station, Captain, reported the helmsman. Take us out, Lisa ordered, her eyes fixed on the stars ahead. Let's go introduce the galaxy to the honey badger way. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger. HFY, a short sci-fi story. The galactic Concord station hung in space like a massive metal flower, its 5 enormous petals extending from a central hub. Each petal housed representatives from different member species, with the newest and least important members located at the tips, furthest from the center of power. Captain Lisa Brooks stood with her small delegation at the docking port, watching, as other species arrived for the Grand Predator exhibition. The Varlaxians moved with the confident stride of the station's dominant species. Behind them walked the reptilian Zoltans, the tentacled Marines, and a dozen other alien groups. They've set up the exhibition arena in the central hub, Jack Miller said, checking his tablet. Each species gets 30 minutes to showcase their predator. Lisa nodded, her eyes on the simple transport container that held Earth's entry. Unlike the massive reinforced cages of the other delegations, the human container was modest, just large enough for a single medium-sized mammal. How's our contestant? She asked Dr. Alan Perry, who monitored the container's life support systems. Alert and ready, Alan replied. The honey badger remains in perfect health. The sedation wore off as planned, and he's had a meal of eggs and meat. Ambassador Klzik approached, his insectoid form towering over the humans. 4 of his assistants followed, carrying a massive containment unit that occasionally shuddered from impacts within. Captain Brooks, Klzik's translator conveyed, his clicking speech. I see Earth has decided to participate after all. How brave of you. Lisa smiled diplomatically. We wouldn't miss this cultural exchange, Ambassador. Klzik's compound eyes shifted to the small transport container. Is that your predator? It must be very small. Size isn't everything, Ambassador, Lisa replied. As I believe the exhibition will demonstrate. The Varlaxian made a dismissive gesture with his upper limbs. We shall see. The Varlaxian spine slicers are eager for their demonstration. They have not been fed in 3 days to ensure an enthusiastic performance. As Klzik moved away, Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett leaned close to Lisa. His confidence is annoying. It's about to be tested, Lisa replied. The Grand Exhibition Hall was a vast circular arena with transparent walls separating the display area from tiered seating. Representatives from 27 species filled the seats, with the most senior delegates occupying the prime viewing sections. Lisa noted that the human delegation had been assigned seats near the back, a not-so-subtle reminder of their low status in the Concord hierarchy. The exhibition will proceed in order of Concord membership seniority, announced the Master of Ceremonies, a tall, willowy alien with silver skin. First, the Varlaxian delegation. The audience watched as 6 massive arachnid creatures were released into the arena, which had been configured to resemble the rocky terrain of the Varlaxian homeworld. The spine slicers moved with frightening speed, their blade-like limbs slicing through solid metal targets as if they were paper. Their multiple eyes glowed with predatory intelligence as they coordinated their attacks, bringing down simulated prey 3 times their size. The crowd chittered and hummed with appreciation. Next came the Zoltans, whose phase hunters could partially shift between dimensions, appearing to move through solid objects to ambush prey. The Marines showcased their deep leviathans, aquatic predators that required water-filled containment fields and could generate electrical discharges powerful enough to stun creatures from 50 feet away. As each demonstration concluded, Lisa could feel the mood of her team sinking. Earth's entry would seem painfully mundane after these spectacular alien predators. We're next, Jack whispered, as the 19th demonstration ended. Last place. Lisa stood. Then let's make it count. The silver-skinned announcer's voice held a note of boredom as he said, Finally, the human delegation from Earth presents their apex predator. Lisa walked to the control podium while Alan and Rita prepared the transport container. The arena, transformed into a simulated African savanna with tall grass, scattered trees, and a watering hole. Distinguished delegates, Lisa addressed the assembly, her voice calm and confident. Earth presents one of our planet's most determined hunters, the honey badger. The transport opened, and the small black and white animal trotted out into the arena. It was unassuming, about 3 feet long including its tail, muscular but not visibly threatening. The honey badger immediately began sniffing around, exploring its new environment with apparent unconcern for the watching aliens. Ripple of what could only be described as alien laughter moved through the audience. This is your apex predator? The Zoltan delegate's voice was clearly amused. Size can be deceiving, Lisa replied, nodding to Alan, who activated the first demonstration sequence. A honeycomb appeared in a hollow tree trunk, guarded by what appeared to be an empty space around it. As the honey badger approached, curious about the honey smell, a swarm of African bees materialized, hundreds of them, filling the air with an angry buzz that was audible even in the seating area. The audience watched first with amusement, then with growing interest as the honey badger ignored the dozens of stings it received. It climbed the tree, enduring the full attack of the swarm, and casually ate the honeycomb, while still being stung repeatedly. The honey badger can tolerate hundreds of bee stings that would kill most mammals, Lisa explained. Its skin is nearly 6 millimeters thick and remarkably tough. She nodded to Alan again. And a new challenge appeared. A large cobra, hood flared, ready to strike. The audience leaned forward as the honey badger approached the venomous snake without hesitation. The cobra struck, its fangs connecting with the honey badger's shoulder. The small predator staggered, seemed disoriented, and collapsed. A murmur went through the crowd. This demonstration had apparently failed. Then, minutes later, the honey badger got back up. It shook itself, located the cobra again, and renewed its attack. This time it caught the snake behind the head and killed it with a powerful bite. Honey badgers have evolved partial immunity to many venoms, Lisa explained to the now attentive audience. Even when affected, they typically recover and return to the fight. For the final demonstration, a simulated pride of lions appeared near the watering hole. One of the lions approached the honey badger, which was now eating the cobra it had killed. The lion, towering over the small predator, roared and swatted at it. Instead of fleeing, the honey badger charged directly at the lion's face, its teeth bared in defiance. The much larger predator, startled by this unexpected response, backed away. The honey badger doesn't understand fear or surrender, Lisa stated as the demonstration concluded. It persists until it succeeds or dies trying. The observation dome had fallen silent. Lisa looked directly at Ambassador Kulzik. On Earth we have a saying, "It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog." The honey badger may be small, but it survives in a world of much larger predators through sheer determination. She paused, letting her words sink in. Like the honey badger, humanity may be physically unimposing compared to many conquered species. But we have survived on a world where tenacity often matters more than size or strength. As the honey badger was returned to its container, Lisa could feel the mood in the room had shifted. The other species were looking at the humans with something new in their alien expressions. It wasn't fear or even respect exactly. It was uncertainty, the first crack in their confident dismissal of humanity. Aliens mocked Earth's predators, until humans released the honey badger. HFY, a short sci-fi story. 3 months passed since the Grand Predator exhibition. Life aboard the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity had changed in subtle but important ways. The Varlaxians no longer spoke to the humans with open mockery. Other species actually sought out human opinions during conquered meetings. It wasn't respect exactly, but it was a start. Captain Lisa Brooks sat in her ready room reviewing reports when her communication panel chimed. "Captain, incoming emergency transmission from Ambassador Kulzik," Jack Miller's voice announced. Lisa raised an eyebrow. The Varlaxian ambassador rarely contacted her directly, and never with an emergency call. "Put him through." The screen lit up, showing Kulzik. The Varlaxian's normally immaculate exoskeleton looked dull, and his compound eyes moved rapidly, a sign of distress Lisa had learned to recognize. "Captain Brooks," the translator conveyed his rapid clicks. "I must speak with you urgently. The Concorde faces a threat unlike any we have encountered before." Lisa leaned forward. "What kind of threat, Ambassador?" "They call themselves the Void." "Swarm," Kulzik replied. His upper limbs moved in agitated patterns. "They emerged from deep space 3 weeks ago. At first we thought they were simply another spacefaring species seeking contact." The screen split, showing grainy footage of strange, organic-looking ships. They resembled giant insects with elongated bodies and multiple appendages, but they moved with the precision of advanced machinery. "They attacked without warning," Kulzik continued. 3 outer colony worlds have already fallen. Their ships are different. They're partly organic, able to heal damage and adapt to our weapons." Lisa frowned. "I'm sorry to hear this, Ambassador, but I'm not sure how Earth can help. Our military technology is centuries behind yours." "It is not your technology we need," Kulzik said. His mandibles clicked rapidly. A Varlaxian expression Lisa had learned indicated extreme stress. "It is your perspective." "My perspective?" The honey badger approach, Kulzik clarified. The Void Swarm adapts to every weapon we use against them. Our military doctrine is to develop the perfect countermeasure, the ideal weapon. But by the time we deploy it, the swarm has already evolved a defense. Lisa understood immediately. And you want us to think like the honey badger. Keep coming back with different approaches, never giving up. Yes. Kulzik's translator couldn't fully convey the emotion in his clicks, but Lisa sensed something new in them. Respect, and perhaps fear. The Concord Council requests Earth's assistance. The swarm will reach your system within months if not stopped. Lisa thought quickly. I'll need to consult with Earth Command. Send all the data you have on these Void Swarm ships and their tactics. We'll get back to you within 24 hours. After the transmission ended, Lisa called an emergency meeting of her senior staff. Dr. Alan Perry and Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett listened intently as she explained the situation. So they're finally admitting they need us, Rita said with a hint of satisfaction. Not us specifically, Lisa corrected. Our way of thinking. The honey badger approach. Alan studied the data Kulzik had sent. These Void Swarm ships are fascinating. They appear to incorporate biological components into their technology. Look at these cellular structures. They can regenerate damaged sections and adapt their outer layers to resist whatever damaged them previously. Like an immune system, Lisa murmured. Exactly. Alan nodded. Once they've been exposed to a specific weapon, they develop resistance. The Varlaxians and other conquered species have been trying to create the perfect weapon, one powerful enough to destroy the swarm in a single attack, but each failed attempt just makes the swarm stronger. Rita leaned forward. So instead of one perfect weapon, we need many different approaches, Lisa finished. Like the honey badger. If one attack doesn't work, try something completely different. Keep coming until something succeeds. Jack Miller entered the room, his face grave. Captain, we've received additional data from the Concord. The Void Swarm has broken through the outer defense perimeter. They've destroyed 3 Varlaxian battlecruisers and 6 Zoltan interceptors. Lisa studied the tactical displays Jack brought up. The swarm ships moved in perfect coordination, adapting their formation to counter each Concord tactic. Look at how they respond to energy weapons, Alan pointed out. They've developed some kind of reflective coating. And here, when the Zoltans tried kinetic weapons, the swarm ships grew additional armor plating. But they can't be resistant to everything simultaneously, Lisa said slowly, a plan forming in her mind. That would require too much energy, too many resources. There must be limits to how many adaptations they can maintain at once. She turned to her team. We need to test this theory. Jack, contact Earth Command. Tell them what we're dealing with. And request emergency authority to represent Earth in the Concord Defense Council. You have a plan? Rita asked. Lisa nodded. The beginning of one. On Earth we have another saying. If at first you don't succeed, try again. But with a twist. Don't try the same thing repeatedly. Try everything until something works. 2. Days later, Lisa stood in the Concord Council chamber. Representatives from all member species crowded the room, their usual political rivalries set aside in the face of the common threat. The Void Swarm has adapted to all our conventional weapons. A Mertine admiral gurgled through its translator. Our energy beams, our kinetic projectiles, our phase disruptors, all ineffective now. They learn from each encounter, added a Zoltan general. Our scientists estimate that within 6 more engagements, they will be completely immune to our entire weapons catalog. Lisa stepped forward. All eyes turned to her, the human, representing the newest and seemingly weakest species in the Concord. You're approaching this problem from the wrong angle, she said calmly. You're trying to find the perfect weapon, the one attack that will destroy the swarm completely. But what if there isn't one? She activated the central display, showing footage of the honey badger from the exhibition. On Earth we have predators like this. They don't win because they're the biggest or strongest. They win because they never give up, and they never try the same failed approach twice. The footage shifted to show the honey badger facing different Challenges: bees, snakes, larger predators, and using different strategies for each. The Void Swarm adapts like an immune system, Lisa continued. But all immune systems have limits. They can't maintain defenses against everything simultaneously. We need to stop looking for the perfect weapon and instead use every weapon, all at once. Ambassador Klozik's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. Explain your strategy, Captain. Instead of developing more powerful versions of the same weapons, we attack with completely different approaches simultaneously, Lisa explained. Energy weapons, kinetic projectiles, biological countermeasures, gravitational disruption, all at once, force the swarm to prioritize which adaptations to maintain. She looked around the chamber, meeting the alien gazes. We need to be like the honey badger, relentless, impossible to discourage, and constantly changing our approach until we find the combination that works. A murmur went through the council chamber. Lisa could see the doubt in many alien faces, but she also saw something new: hope. Ambassador Klozik stepped forward. The Concord Council will consider Captain Brooks' strategy. In the meantime, I propose we designate Earth as the coordination center for our counteroffensive. Their unique perspective may be exactly what we need. As the meeting adjourned, Klozik approached Lisa privately. Your honey badger has made quite an impression, Captain. Lisa smiled. The honey badger doesn't care about impressions, Ambassador. It only cares about results. Let us hope it achieves them against the Void Swarm, Klzik replied. Because if not, we may all share the same fate as those who underestimated your small but determined predator. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY, a short sci-fi story. The renamed Earth vessel Tenacity, formerly the Curiosity, moved at the center of the combined Concord fleet. The ship had been quickly refitted, with Varlaxian defensive systems and Zoltan communication arrays. Its bridge now served as the command center for the entire operation against the Void Swarm. Captain Lisa Brooks studied the tactical display, where hundreds of Allied ships formed a protective barrier around the Varlaxian homeworld. The Void Swarm approached from 3 directions, their organic ships moving in perfect harmony like a school of deadly fish. All ships report ready, Captain, Jack Miller announced from his station. Honey Badger protocol is in place, Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett added. All ships have their assigned weapon systems and attack patterns. Lisa nodded. Open a channel to the fleet. The view screen showed faces from a dozen different species, all waiting for her command. 6 weeks of preparation had led to this moment. 6 weeks of studying the Void Swarm's adaptations, developing new weapons, and training the combined forces to work together in ways they never had before. This is Captain Brooks, Lisa began. The Void Swarm has demonstrated its ability to adapt to any single attack. Today we don't give it that chance. Every ship knows its role. Every weapon has its purpose. Remember the honey badger? If one approach fails, we switch immediately to another. We keep coming back no matter how many times we're beaten down. She paused, looking at the alien faces. The swarm adapts quickly, but our research shows it can only maintain immunity to 3 different attack types simultaneously. We have 12. Good luck. As the transmission ended, Lisa turned to Ambassador Klzik, who stood beside her on the bridge. The Varlaxians' normally intimidating presence now felt reassuring. Your species continues to surprise me, Captain Brooks, Klzik's translator conveyed. A few months ago, I would not have imagined following a human battle strategy. A honey badger battle strategy, Lisa corrected with a small smile. We're about to see if it works. The Void Swarm entered weapons range, and the battle began. The first wave of Concord ships launched energy weapons. Lasers, plasma beams, and ion disruptors. As expected, the swarm ships quickly adapted, developing reflective surfaces that sent the energy attacks harmlessly into space. Energy weapons ineffective, Rita reported. Moving to attack pattern beta. The second wave moved in, launching kinetic weapons, solid projectiles, explosive torpedoes, and metallic fragmentation bombs. The swarm ships grew additional armor plating, absorbing the impacts with minimal damage. Kinetic attacks neutralized, Rita announced. Proceeding to gamma pattern. The third wave deployed gravitational disruptors, creating localized gravity wells to tear the swarm ships apart. The enemy adapted again, generating counter-gravitational fields that stabilized their formations. As predicted, they've used their 3 adaptation slots, Dr. Alan Perry observed from his science station. Energy, kinetic, and gravitational defenses are all active. Lisa leaned forward. Now's our chance. All ships deploy biological countermeasures. Specially designed missiles released clouds of engineered microbes that attacked the organic components of the swarm ships. The enemy vessels began to show signs of distress, their movements becoming less coordinated as the microbes interfered with their biological systems. But the swarm was intelligent. Within minutes, the ships began to shed their outer layers, discarding the infected tissue and growing new protective membranes. They're adapting to the biological attack, Alan reported. But look, they've dropped their energy shielding to do it. All ships with energy weapons, fire immediately, Lisa ordered. The renewed energy attack tore through several swarm ships, but the rest quickly reactivated their energy defenses, at the cost of their gravitational protection. Gravitational disruptors, fire now, Lisa commanded. The battle continued, in this pattern for hours. Each time the swarm adapted to one type of attack, they had to drop their defense against another. The Concord forces kept rotating their approach, never allowing the enemy to develop a stable defense against all threats. They're learning, Rita warned after the 4th rotation. They're prioritizing defenses against our most effective weapons and accepting damage from the less dangerous ones, Lisa nodded. Then we need to surprise them again, prepare the dimensional disruptors. This new weapon, developed in secret and never before used against the swarm, created brief tears in the fabric of space-time. When activated, the disruptors caused parts of the swarm ships to exist in slightly different dimensions, tearing them apart from the inside. Dimensional disruptors online, Jack reported, but we only have enough for one coordinated attack. Lisa met Klazik's compound eyes. One chance. The Varlaxian's mandibles clicked in what Lisa now recognized as determination. The honey badger only needs one chance if it's the right one. Lisa took a deep breath. All ships activate dimensional disruptors on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Across the battlefield, the hidden weapons activated simultaneously. Space itself seemed to ripple and fold around the swarm ships. Unable to adapt to a weapon they had never encountered before, the organic vessels began to tear apart, their biological components unable to maintain cohesion across multiple dimensional planes. It's working, Alan exclaimed. 80% of the swarm ships are showing critical damage. The Void Swarm, for the first time since they had appeared, began to retreat. Their perfect formation broke apart as damaged ships limped away from the battlefield. Shall we pursue? Rita asked. Lisa studied the tactical display. No. We've hurt them badly, but we haven't destroyed them completely. If we chase them now, we risk falling into a trap or giving them time to adapt to our dimensional weapons, she turned to Kulzik. The honey badger knows when to press an advantage and when to consolidate a victory. We've protected the Varlaxian homeworld. Now we need to prepare for the next encounter. 2 days later, Lisa stood with Klazik in the observation lounge of the Tenacity, watching as repair ships tended to damaged Concord vessels. The Concord Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to our victory, Klazik said. Your status has been upgraded. You will no longer be housed at the outer tips of the station, Lisa smiled. Moving up in the world, your honey badger strategy saved many lives, the Varlaxian continued. We had become complacent in our power, believing that superior strength and technology were all that mattered in conflict. He turned, his alien gaze to her. We were wrong. The Void Swarm was stronger than us in many ways, with technology that could heal and adapt, yet they still lost to a strategy inspired by a small Earth predator. The honey badger doesn't win because it's the strongest, Lisa replied. It wins because it refuses to accept defeat, and because it's willing to try anything to succeed. Kulzik's mandibles clicked in what Lisa now recognized as thoughtful amusement, much like humans themselves. We had good teachers, Lisa said, thinking of all the times throughout human history when persistence had overcome greater strength. Earth may not have the biggest or most visually impressive predators in the galaxy, but what we lack in size, we make up for in determination. As she looked out at the stars, Lisa knew the void swarm would return. They would adapt and evolve, and try again. But next time, they wouldn't be facing a galaxy that thought bigger was always better. That strength always defeated tenacity. Next time, they would face a galactic concord that had learned the honey badger way. A concord that included humanity as true partners, not dismissed subordinates. You know, Lisa said to Kulzik, on Earth we have a saying. It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. The ambassador's translator was silent for a moment before he responded. I believe the conquered may need to study more of Earth's small but determined creatures. And perhaps more importantly, learn from the humans who think like them. The tenacity continued its orbit around the Varlaxian homeworld, its human crew no longer seen as weak or primitive, but as valuable allies who had brought something new to the galaxy. The honey badger approached the power of never giving up no matter the odds. Aliens mocked Earth's predator. The metal walls of the Zephyrian battlecruiser hummed with the steady pulse of the ship's engines. In the crew quarters, alien soldiers from different worlds sat around tables made of crystalline material. The air tasted of ozone and recycled atmosphere. Blue lights cast strange shadows on their faces as they talked and laughed. Crix, a saurian with green scales and yellow eyes, held up a small device that showed images from Earth. His clawed finger pointed at pictures of ancient human temples and statues. Look at this foolishness, he said, his voice making a hissing sound. These humans believed their ancestors were giants who could move mountains. The other soldiers leaned closer to see. Zek, a Vex with 6 arms and compound eyes that reflected the light like black mirrors, clicked his mandibles in what passed for laughter among his kind. They tell stories about men who could fly without machines, he said, and women who could turn people to stone with just a look. Nala, a lumen whose body was made of living crystal that changed colors with her emotions, glowed a soft amber that meant amusement. The humans call them myths, she said, her voice ringing like distant chimes. But they treat these stories like they are real history. They build monuments to imaginary heroes. Crick scrolled through more images on his device, pictures of massive stone circles, pyramids that reached toward the sky, and carved faces on mountainsides filled the screen. They say their gods walked among them, he said, that these gods had the power to create and destroy worlds. But look at them now. They can barely leave their own planet. A group of Thrakari soldiers who looked like walking trees with bark-like skin and branch-like limbs rustled their leaves in agreement. One of them, named Groot, spoke in a voice like wind through a forest. Our scouts report that humans still read these old stories to their young ones. They pretend that ordinary men once fought monsters the size of ships. The funniest part, said Zek, is that they believe some humans had the power to see the future. They call them prophets. Yet they never saw us coming, did they? His laughter sounded like breaking glass. The soldiers around the table joined in the laughter. It was a sound that would have terrified any human who heard it. The mixing of hisses, clicks, chimes, and rustling created a noise like a storm made of anger. Crix put away his device and picked up a cup of glowing liquid. Tomorrow we reach their world, he said. The humans will learn the difference between myths and reality. We are their reality now. Nala's crystal body shifted to a deep red color that meant confidence. Our weapons can turn their cities to dust in minutes, she said. Our shields can stop anything they throw at us. What will their mythical heroes do against that? Nothing, said Groot, his leaves shaking with amusement. Because heroes only exist in stories. In the real world, the strong take what they want from the weak. Zek stood up and spread 4 of his 6 arms wide. The humans spent so much time dreaming about impossible things that they forgot to prepare for possible ones. Like us, the conversation turned to their battle plans. Each species had brought their best technology to this invasion. The Saurians had plasma weapons that could melt through any armor. The Vex had ships that could move faster than human eyes could track. The Lumens had energy shields that nothing could break. The Thrakari had weapons that could make plants grow so fast they would strangle entire cities. The human military is primitive, said Crix. They still use chemical explosives and metal bullets. Our scouts say their fastest ships take months to travel between their worlds. We can do it in days. They have no unity, added Nala. The humans are divided into hundreds of groups that fight each other constantly. They cannot work together even to save themselves. Zek pulled up tactical displays that showed Earth's major cities and military bases. Look at their defenses, he said. They point most of their weapons at each other instead of at the sky. They are so busy preparing to fight themselves that they forgot others might want to fight them. The alien soldiers studied the displays with professional interest. To them, Earth looked like a fruit waiting to be picked. Rich in resources, weak in defenses, and full of beings who spent more time creating fantasies than preparing for war. I wonder, said Groot, what stories they will tell about us after we defeat them. Will they say we were mythical creatures too? Will they pretend we had magic powers? Let them tell whatever stories they want, said Crix. Stories do not stop plasma fire. Stories do not turn away invasion fleets. Stories are what the weak tell themselves to feel better about being weak. An announcement echoed through the ship's communication system. All units prepare for final approach to target system. Arrival in 18 standard hours. The soldiers began to disperse to their assigned stations. As they walked through the corridors, they passed windows that showed the darkness of space. Somewhere ahead of them, a small blue world waited, unaware that its peace was about to end. In the command center, officers from all the allied species worked together to coordinate the attack. Maps of Earth covered the walls marked with targets and troop movements. The plan was simple and brutal. First, they would destroy the humans' ability to fight back. Then they would demand surrender. If the humans refused, they would demonstrate their power by turning one of their cities into glass. The humans will break quickly, said General Thrak, a massive saurian with scars covering his scales. They have no experience fighting a real enemy. Their myths tell them that heroes always win in the end. They will learn that the universe does not care about their stories. But far below in the crew quarters, one figure remained seated long after the others had left. Commander Vexistar, an old Zephyrian with gray skin and tired eyes, stared at the images of human myths that still glowed on Crix's forgotten device. He had fought in more wars than any other being in the fleet. He had conquered worlds, crushed civilizations, and seen the rise and fall of species that thought themselves mighty. But something about the human stories troubled him in a way he could not explain. The images showed humans doing impossible things. Men lifting objects that should have crushed them. Women leading armies against overwhelming odds and winning. Warriors standing alone against monsters and emerging victorious. To his fellow soldiers, these were obviously fantasies. But Vextar had lived long enough to know that sometimes the line between myth and history was thinner than most people believed. Sometimes stories survived because they contained echoes of truth that people had forgotten. He touched the device's screen and watched the images cycle through again. Humans building structures that should have been impossible with primitive tools. Humans crossing vast distances without advanced technology. Humans accomplishing feats that even some advanced species would find challenging. Tomorrow we find out, he whispered to himself, whether these stories are lies or memories. The old commander stood up slowly and walked toward his quarters. Behind him, the device continued to show images of human achievements that his people had dismissed as fantasy. But deep in his mind, a thought grew like a seed planted in fertile soil. What if they were wrong about humanity? What if the myths were not just stories, but warnings about what humans could become when pushed too far? The ship continued its journey through space, carrying an invasion force toward a world that seemed helpless. But in one alien mind, doubt had begun to grow. And sometimes doubt was the first step toward understanding a truth that others had missed. The first alien ships appeared in Earth's sky just after dawn. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel, with a sound like thunder that rolled across every continent. The massive vessels hung in the atmosphere above major cities, their shadows turning day into twilight below. In the lead command ship, General Thrak watched the tactical displays with satisfaction. His fleet of 1,200 vessels had taken position exactly as planned. Each ship was larger than the biggest human building, armed with weapons that could split mountains, and protected by shields that had never been broken. Open communication channels to all human settlements, Thrak ordered. His voice carried the authority of someone who had conquered 47 worlds. Tell them to surrender immediately or face complete destruction. The message went out in every human language. It was simple and direct. Lay down your weapons, accept alien rule, and live as slaves. Refuse and watch your civilization burn. Throck expected the response to come within minutes. Every other species he had conquered had surrendered quickly when faced with such overwhelming force. The smart ones gave up immediately. The stubborn ones took a few hours to realize they had no choice. But none had ever taken longer than a day. The humans took 6 minutes to respond. When they did, the answer came from every human military base, government building, and communication center on the planet at the same time. No, that was it. Not a negotiation, not a request for terms, not a plea for mercy, just a simple flat refusal that left the alien commanders staring at their screens in disbelief. Run, the message again, said Throck. Perhaps they did not understand. The surrender demand was broadcast a second time, with more detailed explanations of what would happen if the humans refused. Images of destroyed cities from other worlds were included to help the humans understand their situation. The response came faster this time. 3 minutes. Hell no. Throck's claws dug into the armrests of his command chair. In all his years of conquest, no species had ever responded with defiance when faced with certain death. It was not logical. It was not smart. It was not even brave. It was just stupid. Begin the demonstration, he ordered. Target the city called London. Reduce 1 square kilometer to ash. Show them what happens to those who refuse our mercy. The weapons charged with a whine that vibrated through the ship's hull, but before they could fire, something unexpected happened. Human ships began rising from the planet's surface. The alien sensors had detected these vessels before, but they had seemed so primitive that no one had worried about them. They were small, slow, and armed with weapons that seemed laughable compared to alien technology. Some of them still used chemical rockets for propulsion. Incoming missiles, reported the sensor operator, a young Vex named Crick. Estimated time to impact and wait. His compound eyes widened as he rechecked his instruments. These readings cannot be correct. What is the problem? Demanded Throck. The human missiles are accelerating beyond their theoretical maximum speed, said Crick. They should not be able to move this fast with their primitive engines. Throck looked at the tactical display. The human weapons were indeed moving faster than they should have been able to, but they were still far too slow to threaten ships with shields and armor like his. Let them come, he said. Our shields will absorb their pitiful attacks, and then we will show them the difference between their primitive weapons and real power. The first human missiles struck the alien shields and exploded in brilliant flashes of light. The shields held easily, just as expected. But then something strange happened. More missiles arrived, and these seemed to have been modified somehow. They exploded not against the shields, but inside them. How are they getting through our defenses? Demanded Throck. Unknown, said Crick, his voice rising with panic. The shields show no breaches, but the explosions are occurring within the protected area. Across the fleet, similar reports came in. Human weapons that should have been harmless were somehow finding ways through defenses that had never been penetrated. Alien ships began taking damage from attacks that should have been impossible. But the real shock came when the human pilots started demonstrating maneuvers that defied the laws of physics as the aliens understood them. Human fighters pulled turns that should have liquefied their pilots. They flew at speeds that should have torn their primitive ships apart. They performed combat maneuvers that veteran alien pilots swore were impossible. How are they surviving those accelerations? Asked Nala, her crystal body flickering between colors as her emotions shifted rapidly between confusion and fear. Human physiology cannot withstand forces like that, said Zek, watching his own squadron of Vex fighters struggle to keep up with human ships that should have been far inferior. Their bones should shatter. Their organs should rupture. They should be unconscious or dead. But the humans kept fighting, and they were not just surviving impossible conditions. They were thriving in them. Human pilots were laughing and shouting over their communication channels as they performed stunts that made alien veterans feel sick just watching. On the ground, the situation was even more confusing. Human military units that should have been crushed by the first alien landing were instead adapting and fighting back with tactics that seemed to come from nowhere. Alien forces that landed, expecting easy victory, found themselves facing enemies who seemed to know exactly how to counter every alien advantage. Human soldiers were using captured alien weapons within hours of first seeing them. Human engineers were reverse engineering alien technology in the field and building crude but effective copies. "This is impossible," said Groot, his bark-like skin turning darker with stress. "How can they understand our technology so quickly? It should take their primitive minds years to comprehend even the basic principles." But the humans were not just understanding alien technology, they were improving it. Within days of the invasion's start, human forces were using hybrid weapons that combined alien power sources with human engineering in ways that the aliens had never thought possible. The turning point came during the Battle of New York. Human forces had been pushed back to the city's center, surrounded by alien troops that outnumbered them 10-1. According to every tactical model the aliens had, the humans should have surrendered or been wiped out within hours. Instead, the human commander stood up in front of his surviving troops and gave a speech that was picked up by alien listening devices. "They think we're going to give up because they have better weapons," the human said. His voice was calm, almost conversational. "They think we'll break because they're stronger and faster and tougher than us. But they don't understand something important about human beings." He paused and looked around at the faces of his soldiers, men and women who were exhausted, wounded, and facing certain death, but none of them looked afraid. "We've been telling stories about impossible victories for thousands of years," the commander continued. "About ordinary people doing extraordinary things when everything seemed hopeless. They think those stories are just fantasies, but maybe they're instructions. What happened next would be studied by alien military academicians for generations." The human forces launched an attack that should have been suicidal. They charged directly into superior firepower with inferior weapons and won. They did not just win. They won decisively, capturing alien equipment, taking prisoners, and driving back forces that had seemed unstoppable. They fought like people who had been preparing for this kind of battle their entire lives. Similar scenes played out across the planet. Human forces that should have been defeated were instead achieving victories that seemed to violate the basic laws of warfare. They were not just lucky. They were not just brave. They were displaying a level of skill and determination that the aliens had never encountered before. In the command ship, Throck stared at the reports flooding in from his ground commanders. Everyone told the same impossible story. Human resistance was not breaking. It was growing stronger. "Order all forces to withdraw to defensive positions," he said finally. "We need time to reassess the situation." For the first time in his long career of conquest, General Throck was forced to admit something that shook him to his core. The humans were not fighting like a primitive species facing superior technology. They were fighting like warriors who remembered how to win against impossible odds. But if that was true, it raised questions that Throck did not want to consider. Questions about who the humans really were, and what they might be capable of if they stopped thinking of themselves as helpless primitives and started remembering what their myths claimed they had once been. As night fell over the battlefield, both sides settled into an uneasy stalemate, but the balance had shifted. The aliens had come expecting an easy conquest and found themselves in a real war. And wars, as any human could have told them, were won not just by superior weapons, but by superior will. The humans had both. 3 weeks into what should have been a simple conquest, the alien invasion force was discovering that humans did not fight like any species they had encountered before. Every day brought new reports that challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about warfare, physics, and the limits of what living beings could accomplish. In the medical bay of the command ship, Dr. Siln, a lumen physician whose crystal body normally glowed a calm blue, flickered rapidly between colors as she studied the data on her screens. The readings made no sense according to everything she had learned about biology and medicine. "Commander Vextar," she called to the old Zephyrian officer who had been visiting the wounded. "You need to see this." Vextar approached the medical displays with the slow, careful movement of someone who had lived through too many battles. "What have you found, Doctor?" "These are the biological readings we've managed to gather from human soldiers during combat," Siln said, her voice ringing with confusion. "Look at these stress hormone levels. This adrenaline production, this cardiovascular activity." Vextar studied the numbers, his gray skin darkening as he realized what they meant. "These readings indicate that the humans should be dead." "Exactly," said Ziln. "According to every medical database we have, No biological system can sustain this level of stress response for more than a few minutes without catastrophic organ failure. But our field reports indicate that human soldiers are maintaining these levels for hours, sometimes days. She changed the display to show more data. Look at this. Physical strength measurements. We have documented cases of individual human soldiers lifting debris that should require mechanical assistance. One human female lifted a piece of wreckage that weighed more than 3 times her own body mass. Equipment malfunction? Suggested Vextar, though his tone indicated he did not believe it. We checked. Multiple times. The measurements are accurate. Siln's crystal body shifted to a worried purple, but it gets worse. Look at these cognitive assessments. The new data showed brain scans and problem-solving metrics. Vextar felt a cold feeling in his stomach as he read the numbers. Human intelligence appears to increase under stress, Siln continued. Their brains show activity patterns that suggest they are processing information faster during combat than during peaceful conditions. They are literally becoming smarter the more desperate their situation becomes. Vextar thought about the battlefield reports he had been reading. Human forces that found themselves outnumbered and outgunned were consistently developing new tactics on the spot. They were taking alien weapons they had never seen before and figuring out how to use them within minutes. They were building defensive positions using wreckage and debris that somehow proved more effective than anything. In the alien tactical manuals, there's more, said Ziln. We've been monitoring their communications. The humans are sharing technical innovations across their entire planet in real time. A breakthrough made by one group of engineers is being implemented by soldiers on the other side of their world within hours. That level of coordination requires advanced communication networks, said Vextar. That's just it. They're not using advanced networks. They're using the same primitive systems they had before we arrived. But somehow, they're making those systems perform at levels that should require technology far beyond their current capabilities. Vexatar walked to the window that looked out at the planet below. Earth turned slowly beneath them, its surface dotted with the lights of human cities that should have been dark ruins by now. Instead, they burned brighter than ever, as if the invasion had awakened something that had been sleeping. In the engineering section of the ship, Chief Engineer Corks was having his own disturbing revelations. The massive Thrakari had spent the morning analyzing captured human equipment, and what he found challenged everything he understood about technological development. This makes no sense, he said to his assistant, showing her a human device that their forces had recovered from a battlefield. This is supposed to be primitive human technology, basic chemical rockets and metal projectiles. His assistant, a young Saurian named Vera, examined the device with her scanner. The materials analysis confirms it's made from standard human metals and compounds, she said. Nothing exotic, nothing that should give it unusual properties. But look at the performance data, said Corks, pulling up combat footage. This weapon is achieving muzzle velocities 30% higher than should be possible with these materials and this design. The projectiles are traveling farther and hitting harder than the physics allow. Vera studied the footage with growing confusion. How are they doing it? That's not the strangest part, said Corks. Watch this. He showed her recordings of human engineers working in damaged factories, building weapons and equipment under combat conditions. They're manufacturing new equipment faster than our industrial models predict. They're taking raw materials and turning them into functional technology in time frames that should be impossible without advanced automation. Maybe they had hidden factories we didn't detect. Corks's bark-like skin rustled with negative emphasis. We mapped every structure on their planet. There are no hidden facilities capable of this level of production. They're doing this with basic tools and equipment we know they possessed before our arrival. The recordings showed humans working in shifts around the clock, but that was not what troubled Corks. What troubled him was the way they worked. The humans moved with a coordination and efficiency that suggested they had been planning for this kind of emergency production for years. But the aliens knew that was not true. The humans had been completely unprepared for invasion. Pull up the technical innovation reports, said Corks. Vera accessed the files that documented new human technologies that had appeared since the invasion began. The list was long and disturbing. Humans had developed new armor materials, improved weapon designs, more efficient power sources, and communication systems that outperformed anything they should have been capable of creating. They're not just copying our technology, said Vera, reading through the reports. They're improving it. In some cases, yes, said Corks. But in other cases, they're developing completely new approaches that we never considered. Look at this power cell design. It's based on principles we know, but they've arranged the components in a way that increases efficiency by 40%. How did they think of that? That's what worries me, said Corks, because the answer seems to be that they're not thinking of it. They're remembering it. Meanwhile, in the Tactical Analysis Center, Colonel Strix was reviewing combat footage with a growing sense of unease. The Saurian officer had been studying human military tactics, and what she found challenged every assumption about how primitive species were supposed to fight. Assistant, call up the footage from the Rome engagement, she ordered. The holographic display showed the recent battle where human forces had been surrounded by superior alien troops. According to every tactical model, the humans should have been wiped out in less than an hour. Instead, they had held their position for 3 days and eventually forced the alien forces to withdraw. Analyze the human tactical decisions, said Strix. The computer highlighted the key moments in the battle, showing how human commanders had responded to each alien move. What it revealed made Strix's scales darken with concern. The humans are using tactical doctrines that don't exist in any of their military manuals, she said to her assistant. These formations, these strategies, these timing decisions, they're more sophisticated than anything we've seen from species with centuries more military experience. Could they have received training from another advanced species? Asked her assistant. Negative. We've been monitoring this system for cycles. No advanced species have had contact with Earth. The humans developed these tactics on their own. Strix paused the footage on a scene that showed a human commander directing his troops. But that's impossible. Tactical expertise like this takes generations to develop. It requires experience fighting against advanced opponents. Unless, said her assistant quietly, they had that experience before. Strix looked at her subordinate with sharp yellow eyes. Explain. What if the humans once had advanced military experience but lost it somehow? What if they're not learning new tactics but remembering old ones? The idea was disturbing because it raised questions that Strix did not want to consider. If humans had once been a military power, what had happened to them? And more importantly, what were they becoming now that they were being forced to remember? In his private quarters, Commander Vextar sat alone reading reports from across the invasion force. Each one told the same story. Human capabilities were increasing daily. They were becoming stronger, smarter, more coordinated, and more dangerous with each passing hour. But it was not just their abilities that were changing. It was their attitude. The humans were no longer fighting like a desperate species trying to survive. They were fighting like a warrior race that was remembering its true nature. The old commander accessed the files that contained human myths and legends. Stories of heroes who could lift mountains, warriors who could defeat armies single-handed, and civilizations that spanned the stars. His fellow soldiers had dismissed these as primitive fantasies. But what if they were not fantasies? What if they were memories? Vextar had seen species rise and fall across the Battle of Mumbai had lasted 7 days and ended in complete disaster for the alien invasion force. 3 full battalions of the A coalition's best troops had been defeated by a human defense force that should have been wiped out in the first hour of fighting. The survivors who made it back to the ships brought with them stories that none of the other soldiers wanted to believe. In the crew quarters of the command ship, the same aliens who had once mocked human myths now sat in stunned silence. Their confidence had been shattered along with their forces on the ground below. The easy conquest they had expected had turned into a nightmare of impossible human victories and inexplicable defeats. Crix, the Saurian soldier who had led the earlier mockery of human stories, stared at his clawed hands as if he had never seen them before. His green scales had turned pale with shock and exhaustion. They were lifting our battle tanks, he said in a voice barely above a whisper. Human soldiers were picking up our armored vehicles and throwing them like toys. That's impossible, said Zek, but the Vex soldier's mandibles clicked nervously as he spoke. Our tanks weigh 50 tons. No biological organism can generate that kind of force. I saw it, said Crix. We all saw it. This human female, she couldn't have weighed more than 60 kilograms. She grabbed the front of Lieutenant Gorks's tank and flipped it upside down. Gorks is still trapped inside. Nala, the lumen whose crystal body had once glowed with confidence, now flickered weakly between gray and black. It has to be some kind of technology we don't understand. Hidden exoskeletons or gravity manipulation devices. We scanned them, said Groot, his bark-like skin rough with stress. No technology, no hidden equipment. Just biological beings doing things that biology says they cannot do. The conversation was interrupted by bitter laughter from the back of the room. The soldiers turned to see 3 Thrakari warriors who had just returned from the surface. Their leader, a massive being named Korak, looked like he had been through a forest fire. His bark was charred and his branch-like limbs were twisted at odd angles. "You still think this is about technology?" Korak asked, his voice like wind through dead leaves. "You still think there's a logical explanation for what we're facing down there?" "There has to be," said Zek. "The universe operates according to physical laws. Even humans cannot violate those laws." Korak laughed again, and the sound made the other soldiers uncomfortable. "Physical laws," he repeated. "Let me tell you about physical laws. I watched a human soldier take a direct hit from a plasma cannon that should have vaporized him instantly. The blast knocked him down, burned his clothes, and left a crater where he had been standing. And then he got up and kept fighting." "Impossible," said Nala. "I thought so too," said Korak. "So I shot him again. Same result. Then I shot him a 3rd time with maximum power. This time the blast was so intense it melted the ground around him into glass. And still he got up. Still he kept coming toward me with nothing but a metal blade in his hand." The silence that followed was thick with fear and disbelief. These were veteran soldiers who had conquered dozens of worlds, but none of them had ever heard stories like this. "What happened then?" asked Crix quietly. "He reached me," said Korak. "A human being with primitive weapons reached me through direct plasma fire that should have killed him 3 times over. And when he did, the Thrakari warrior touched his twisted limbs. He did this to me with his bare hands. No tools, no weapons, just the strength in his biological body." "You're saying he was stronger than you?" asked Groot. "That's impossible. Thrakari are the strongest warriors in the coalition." "I'm saying he was stronger than our battle mechs," said Korak. "I'm saying he bent hardened metal like it was soft clay. I'm saying he moved faster than our targeting systems could track. And I'm saying he did it all while laughing." The soldiers looked at each other with growing horror. Each of them had their own impossible stories from the battlefield, but none had wanted to share them for fear of being thought mad. Now they began to realize that everyone had seen the same things. "The humans are not what we thought they were," said a quiet voice from the corner of the room. Everyone turned to see Commander Vextar standing in the doorway. The old Zephyrian's gray skin looked almost white in the artificial light, and his tired eyes held an expression that none of them had seen before. It was fear, but not the kind of fear that came from facing a superior enemy. It was the fear that came from realizing you had made a terrible mistake. "Commander," said Crix, standing up quickly. "We were just discussing the tactical situation." "Sit down," said Vextar. "All of you. What I'm about to tell you will be hard to accept, but you need to hear it." The soldiers settled back into their seats, but the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a blade. Vextar walked slowly to the center of the group, moving like someone carrying a heavy weight. "You're still trying to find rational explanations for what you've seen," he said. "You're looking for hidden technology, secret weapons, or unknown science that could explain human capabilities. But you're looking in the wrong place." "Then where should we look?" asked Nala. Vextar was quiet for a long moment, as if gathering the courage to speak words that would change everything. "In their myths," he said finally. The soldiers exchanged glances. "Commander," said Zek carefully. "I've been studying human culture for longer than any of you," said Vextar. "Not just their current civilization, but their ancient history, their archaeological records, their oldest stories." He paused and looked around the room. "Those myths you were mocking? They're not fantasies. They're memories." "That's impossible," said Groot. "Myths are just primitive attempts to explain natural phenomena." "Are they?" asked Vextar. Then explain this. He activated a holographic display that showed ancient human ruins from around their planet. These structures were built with technology that current human civilization cannot replicate. They show engineering knowledge that their current science doesn't possess. They demonstrate capabilities that their current technology cannot achieve. The images showed massive stone blocks fitted together with perfect precision, astronomical alignments that required advanced mathematical knowledge, and construction techniques that would challenge even modern alien engineering. Maybe they had help from another species, suggested Crix. We've checked, said Vextar. No other advanced species has visited this system in recorded history. The humans built these structures themselves. But here's the important part. He changed the display to show dating information. They built them thousands of years ago when they supposedly had nothing but primitive tools. You're saying they were more advanced in the past? Asked Nala. I'm saying they were more advanced than we are, said Vextar. Look at this data. New images appeared showing archaeological evidence from around Earth. Humans once had technology that could move mountains. They had energy systems that could power entire continents. They had transportation that could cross the galaxy. They had weapons that could crack planets. The soldiers stared at the evidence in growing horror. What happened to them? Asked Zek. Something made them forget, said Vextar. Some catastrophe, some disaster, some event that reduced them from galactic masters to planetary primitives. But they didn't lose their capabilities completely. They just lost the knowledge of how to access them. And now? Asked Korak. Now we've given them a reason to remember, said Vextar. Every challenge we present, every impossible situation, we put them in, forces them to reach deeper into their racial memory, forces them to rediscover abilities that have been sleeping in their genetic code for millennia. The room was completely silent as the implications sank in. The aliens had not invaded a primitive world. They had attacked the sleeping remnant of a species that had once ruled the galaxy. Those myths about heroes with impossible strength, continued Vextar. Those were normal humans at the height of their civilization. Those stories about people who could see the future, move objects with their minds, survive anything and accomplish miracles? Those were everyday humans before the catastrophe that made them forget. But they're just stories, said Nala weakly. No, said Vextar. They're instruction manuals. Humans have been telling these stories for thousands of years because somewhere deep in their collective memory, they know what they're capable of. They just needed something to wake them up. He looked around the room at faces filled with fear and understanding. We didn't invade Earth to conquer a primitive species. We invaded Earth to wake up our predecessors. And now they're remembering who they used to be. The silence that followed was broken only by the hum of the ship's engines. In that quiet moment, every alien soldier in the room realized the same terrible truth. They had not come to Earth as conquerors. They had come as victims. The human counteroffensive began at dawn on the 42nd day of the invasion. It started not with a single coordinated attack, but with 100 simultaneous strikes across the planet that seemed to appear from nowhere. Human forces that had been scattered and hiding suddenly emerged with weapons, vehicles, and tactics that surpassed anything the aliens had seen before. In the command center of the lead ship, General Throck watched his tactical displays with growing horror as red warning symbols appeared faster than his operators could count them. Every alien position on the planet was under attack at the same time, and the attackers were using technology that should not have existed. How many human ships are we detecting? He demanded. Approximately 15,000, reported the sensor operator, his voice shaking. But sir, these readings don't match any human designs in our database. Throck looked at the display showing the approaching human fleet. The ships were sleek and beautiful, moving through space with a grace that made alien vessels look clumsy by comparison. But what terrified him most was that he recognized the design patterns. They looked like the ancient structures the humans had built thousands of years ago. But these were clearly built for war. How did they construct a fleet this size in 6 weeks? Demanded Throck. Unknown, sir, said the operator. But that's not the strangest part. Watch this. The display zoomed in on one of the human ships. This vessel is moving at 0.8 light speed without using any visible propulsion system. That's impossible, said Throck. Nothing can achieve those speeds without massive engine arrays. The humans are doing it, sir. On the planet's surface, the situation was even more impossible. Human soldiers were no longer just surviving alien weapons. They were walking through energy blasts that should have destroyed them, lifting alien vehicles that weighed hundreds of tons, and moving at speeds that made them nearly invisible to alien targeting systems. Commander Vextar stood in the observation deck, watching the battle unfold below. He was not surprised by what he saw. After his revelation about human myths being memories, he had continued his research and found evidence that painted an even more complete picture of what humanity had once been. "Commander," said Dr. Ziln, approaching with her crystal body flickering rapidly between colors. "The biological readings we're getting from the human forces are beyond anything our instruments can measure." "Show me," said Vextar. The medical displays showed data that would have been considered equipment malfunctions if they had not been confirmed by multiple sources. Human soldiers were generating energy outputs that rivaled small fusion reactors. Their neural activity was off the charts, suggesting mental processing speeds that approached computer levels. Their physical capabilities had increased to the point where individual humans were registering as greater threats than alien battle mechs. "It's as if they're becoming something beyond normal biological limitations," said Zealand. "Not becoming," said Vextar quietly. "Returning." On the planet below, a human commander named Sarah Chen stood atop a pile of destroyed alien vehicles, surveying the battlefield with eyes that seemed to glow with inner light. Around her, human soldiers moved with fluid precision, accomplishing tasks that required perfect coordination without any visible communication. "Phase 1 complete," she said into her communicator, though her voice carried clearly across the entire battlefield without technological amplification. "All alien ground forces neutralized. Beginning Phase 2. What happened next challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about space combat. The human fleet approaching from orbit suddenly accelerated to impossible speeds and began demonstrating maneuvers that seemed to ignore the laws of physics entirely. Human ships moved through space as if they were swimming through water instead of vacuum. They turned without momentum, stopped without deceleration, and accelerated without visible engines. When alien forces fired on them, the human ships simply absorbed the energy and became faster and stronger. "Our weapons are making them more powerful," reported the tactical officer, his voice filled with disbelief. "All ships, cease fire," ordered Throck. "Withdraw to maximum range." But it was too late for withdrawal. The human ships had reached the alien fleet, and what followed was not a battle, but a demonstration of capabilities that belonged in myths and legends. Human vessels, each one smaller than the smallest alien ship, began systematically dismantling the invasion force. They moved through the alien formation like predators through a flock of prey, disabling ships with touches that somehow drained their power systems completely. In the crew quarters, the alien soldiers who had once mocked human myths watched the destruction of their fleet with the stunned silence of beings witnessing the impossible made real. "They're not even trying to kill us," said Crix, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're just turning off our ships." "How are they doing that?" asked Zek. Commander Vextar, who had joined them to watch the end of the invasion, answered quietly. "Energy manipulation, matter control, techniques that our science considers theoretical impossibilities. The humans didn't just have advanced technology in their past. They had abilities that transcended technology entirely. On the surface of Earth, human beings were demonstrating those same transcendent abilities. They were healing injuries instantly, communicating across vast distances without equipment, and reshaping matter with focused thought. The myths of humans with godlike powers were not myths at all. They were memories of what every human could do when they remembered their true nature. This alien invasion force found itself completely helpless against an enemy that had become everything their own myths had claimed was impossible. Ships designed to conquer planets were being deactivated by human hands placed gently on their hulls. Weapons that could level cities were being turned to harmless light by human will. Shields that had never been penetrated were being walked through as if they did not exist. "Incoming communication from the human fleet," reported the communications officer. "Put it through," said Throck, though his voice carried no hope of negotiating terms that would save his forces. The voice that came through the speakers was calm, confident, and completely human. Attention, alien fleet. This is Admiral Sarah Chen of the Terran Defense Force. Your invasion has failed. Your forces are defeated. Your ships are disabled. We surrender, said Throck immediately. We request terms for the withdrawal of our forces. There will be no withdrawal, said the human voice. But there will be no killing either. We're going to send you home with a message for the rest of the galaxy. What message? Asked Throck. That humanity has awakened, said Admiral Chen. That we remember who we were and who we are and who we will be again. We're returning to our place among the stars, and we want the galaxy to be ready for us. The screens around the command center suddenly displayed images from across human space. The aliens could see massive construction projects beginning on every human world. Ships being built that dwarfed anything in the current galaxy. Structures being raised that would reshape entire solar systems. You came here thinking you were conquering a primitive species, continued Admiral Chen. But what you actually did was remind us that we were never meant to be limited to one world. You've given us back our heritage, and for that we're grateful. What will you do with us? Asked Throck. We're going to modify your ship so they can reach your home world safely, said the Admiral. And we're going to ask you to carry a simple message. Tell them that the children of Earth are coming home to the galaxy. Tell them that the species they feared in their oldest legends has returned. And tell them that we hope to meet them as friends, but we're prepared to meet them as anything else they choose to be. The transmission ended, leaving the alien forces to contemplate their situation. They had come to conquer Earth and instead had awakened something that their ancestors had left warnings about. In their own most ancient myths, stories about a species that had once ruled the galaxy with wisdom and strength, that had vanished suddenly for unknown reasons, and that their oldest prophecies said would one day return. Now they knew those prophecies were true. Humanity was not just returning to space. Humanity was returning to its throne among the stars, and the galaxy would never be the same. As the modified alien ships began their journey home, carrying news that would reshape the politics of 100 worlds, Admiral Chen stood on the bridge of her flagship and looked out at the stars with eyes that had remembered how to see across impossible distances. Begin Phase 3, she said to her crew. It's time to visit our old friends. Some of them have probably forgotten us, but I think it's time for a reunion. The human fleet turned toward the deep galaxy, carrying the awakened children of Earth back to their ancient domain. Behind them, Earth itself began to change as its people remembered not just how to fight, but how to build, how to explore, and how to take their place among the wonders of the universe. The age of human isolation was over. The age of human expansion had begun, and across the galaxy, ancient species began to dust off their oldest historical records, searching for information about the return of the mythical race that their ancestors had called both the greatest blessing and the greatest terror the universe had ever known. Humanity was coming home. The metal walls of the Zephyrian battlecruiser hummed with the steady pulse of the ship's engines. In the crew quarters, alien soldiers from different worlds sat around tables made of crystalline material. The air tasted of ozone and recycled atmosphere.
Welcome to the realm of science fiction. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more content. Enjoy listening. Curtis Mangold sat on the cold, metallic floor of the Nostra colony's prisoner barracks, his wrists weighed down by heavy chains. His body ached from days, perhaps weeks, of endless labor. The colony, orbiting an unremarkable, distant star, was one of the galaxy's most notorious sites for forced labor. Run by the ruthless Technophage Consortium, escape was considered impossible. The prisoners worked until they were broken, their lives extinguished in the shadow of the colony's endless hunger for resources. Curtis leaned back against the damp wall, his breath shallow, as the sound of approaching guards echoed through the dim corridors. Every clank of their mechanical boots sent a chill down his spine. He'd tried to escape before, many had, but every attempt ended in brutal punishment. As the prisoners were lined up for yet another grueling shift in the mines, a distant explosion shattered the oppressive silence. The ground shook violently, sending prisoners and guards alike stumbling. Curtis looked toward the source of the commotion and saw something he hadn't expected. Massive robotic figures emerging from the shadows of the colony's central chamber. These robots didn't resemble the crude industrial machines used by the technophage. Their designs were sleek, deadly, and unlike anything Curtis had ever seen. Before anyone could process what was happening, a second explosion ripped through the facility. The colony's alarms blared, and guards scrambled to defend their positions. Curtis was frozen in place, his mind racing. Who was attacking? Why now? And more importantly, could this be his chance? Then he saw her. Stepping through the thick smoke was a figure he recognized instantly, though he hadn't seen her in years. Nara. Her shimmering purple skin glowed faintly in the dim light, and her piercing eyes locked onto Curtis as if she'd been searching for him all along. She was clad in armor that melded technology and elegance, her presence commanding. "Curtis Mangold," she said, her voice clear and firm despite the chaos around her. "Do you remember me?" Curtis blinked, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "Nara, is that really you?" "It's me," she said, a small smile touching her lips. "And I'm here to get you out of this hell." Nara's robotic allies moved with precision, systematically dismantling the colony's defenses. Their energy weapons and advanced shielding rendered the guards' attacks futile. Nara herself leaped into action, wielding an energy blade that hummed with power. She moved like a dancer, every strike calculated and devastating. Curtis could only watch in awe as she cut down the guards with ease. One of Nara's robots approached Curtis and, with a single swift motion, tore the chains from his wrists. Curtis stumbled as the weight lifted, his legs trembling. Nara caught him before he fell, her grip steady. "Stay close to me," she said. "We don't have much time." Curtis nodded. 2 days to argue. The two of them moved quickly through the chaos, Nara leading the way as her robots provided cover. Explosions rocked the facility, and the screams of guards and prisoners alike echoed through the corridors. The colony was coming apart at the seams, but the technophage weren't about to give up so easily. As they approached the hangar, the colony's ultimate defense system activated. A massive war machine, the Technobane, emerged from the shadows, its towering frame bristling with weapons. It fired a barrage of energy blasts that forced Nara and her team to take cover. The robot's glowing red eyes scanned the battlefield, locking onto Nara. "Stay back!" Nara shouted to Curtis, "I'll handle this." Curtis watched helplessly as Nara faced the Technobane alone. The machine was a monstrous creation, designed to annihilate anything in its path. Its energy cannons fired relentlessly, but Nara was faster. She dodged and weaved through the onslaught, her energy blades slicing through its armor with surgical precision. The battle was fierce, and for a moment, Curtis feared Nara might not make it. But with one final, powerful strike, she drove her blade into the Technobane's core. The machine let out a deafening roar as it collapsed, its systems overloaded. Nara turned to Curtis, her breathing heavy but her expression triumphant. "Let's go," she said. They reached the hangar, where a sleek starship awaited. The remaining robots held off the guards as Nara and Curtis boarded the vessel. The engines roared to life, and within moments, they were soaring through the void of space, leaving the crumbling colony behind. Curtis slumped into a seat, his body finally relaxing as the adrenaline wore off. He looked at Nara, who was at the controls, her expression calm and focused. "Why did you do this?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "Why risk everything for me?" Nara turned to him, her eyes softening. "Because people like you don't deserve to rot in a place like that. And because I owed you." Curtis frowned, trying to recall what she meant. But Nara didn't elaborate. The ship entered hyperspace, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Curtis felt a sense of peace. He was free. But as he looked at Nara, he realized there was so much he didn't know about her, or himself. Curtis stared at his hands, still raw and trembling from the weight of the chains. The silence inside the ship was almost jarring after the chaos of the escape. The hum of the engines was steady, comforting even, but his mind refused to settle. Memories of the colony, its suffocating walls, the relentless guards, the faces of other prisoners who weren't lucky enough to escape, flashed before his eyes. Nara glanced at him from the pilot's seat. "We'll be out of range soon." Technophage ships, aren't built for high-speed pursuits like this." Curtis leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I still don't understand. How did you know I was there? Why come now?" Nara hesitated for a moment, her fingers brushing across the console, as if she was searching for the right words. "I've been tracking the Nostra colony for months. The consortium has been expanding their operations, abducting more people, enslaving entire populations. When I heard they'd brought in a Terran," she paused, turning her head to meet his gaze. "I knew it had to be you." Curtis's brow furrowed. "But why me? We knew each other years ago. Nara, we weren't—" He trailed off, unsure how to finish the sentence. Nara let out a soft laugh, though there was no humor in it. "You think I'd risk my life, assemble a crew, and infiltrate one of the galaxy's most secure prisons for just anyone?" Curtis blinked. "I don't know what to think anymore." Nara leaned back in her seat, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. "You don't remember, do you?" "Remember what?" Curtis asked, his voice sharper than he intended. Nara tilted her head, studying him. "The crash. The day we met." Curtis frowned, his mind grasping at fragments of a memory buried deep. He could see flashes, fire, wreckage, and a younger version of Nara standing over him. She had saved him, hadn't she? He hadn't known who she was at the time. Just some strange, otherworldly figure pulling him from the brink of death. You saved me," he said, the realization dawning on him. "On that deserted moon." Nara nodded. "You saved me first. My ship was down by a rival faction, and they were closing in. You were just a scavenger back then. But you didn't hesitate to fight for me. You could have walked away, but you didn't. You got me to safety, even when it nearly cost you your life." Curtis ran a hand through his hair. "That was years ago. I didn't think you'd even remember." Nara's expression softened. "I don't forget the people who save me, Curtis, and I don't abandon them when they're in trouble." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The ship's interior was bathed in soft blue light, the stars outside streaking past in long, shimmering lines. "So, what now?" Curtis finally asked. "You freed me. But where do I go from here? The technophage isn't going to forget about me. They'll come looking." Nara's expression hardened. "They won't find you. Not where I'm taking you. And where is that?" Nara turned back to the console, her fingers flying over the controls. A holographic map appeared, displaying a remote star system far from the reach of the consortium. "A sanctuary," she said. "One of the last places in the galaxy where their influence doesn't reach. You'll be safe there." Curtis studied the map, his mind spinning with questions. "And what about you? What happens to you after this?" Nara didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stood and walked over to him, her movements graceful yet deliberate. She knelt before him, her glowing eyes meeting his. "I have more people to save," she said quietly. "There are others like you, Curtis, people who need someone to fight for them. This galaxy is a cruel place, but I won't stop trying to make it better." Curtis felt a lump in his throat. "You can't do it alone, Nara. What you're doing, it's dangerous." "I've made my choice," she said firmly. "Just like you made yours all those years ago." Curtis reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Then let me help you." "I owe you that much." Nara shook her head, a small, sad smile on her lips. "You don't owe me anything, Curtis. What you owe is to yourself. Take this second chance and live the life you deserve. That's all I ask." He opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when she rose to her feet, her demeanor shifting back to the confident, commanding presence she had been during the rescue. "Get some rest," she said. "You'll need your strength when we arrive." Curtis watched her walk back to the pilot's seat, a mix of gratitude and frustration churning within him. He wanted to fight beside her, to repay the debt he felt he owed. But deep down he knew she was right. Yet as he sat there, his thoughts wouldn't rest. The quiet of the ship, so stark compared to the chaos he had just escaped, seemed to amplify the storm of emotions inside him. He rose from his seat and made his way toward the cockpit. The soft hum of the ship's systems filled the air as Nara worked at the controls, her focus unwavering. She didn't turn as he approached, though it was clear she knew he was there. "Couldn't rest?" she asked, her voice calm but laced with understanding. Curtis leaned against the doorway, his arms crossed. "Not really. Too much on my mind. Nara finally glanced at him, her eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. It's normal. You've been through more than most could handle. Your body's free, but your mind hasn't caught up yet. He nodded, his jaw tightening. It's not just that. It's everything. The others I left behind in that place. The ones who didn't make it. And now you're just going to drop me off and go back into the fire? Nara turned her chair to face him fully. Curtis, you can't save everyone. Sometimes survival is the only victory you can claim. And as for me, I've chosen this path. I know the risks, but you can't do it alone, he insisted, his voice rising. I've seen what the consortium is capable of. They'll stop at nothing to crush anyone who stands in their way. You need someone to watch your back. She studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she stood, stepping closer to him. I've been alone for a long time, Curtis, longer than you can imagine. I've learned how to survive, how to fight. It's not that I don't appreciate the offer, but this isn't your fight. Curtis met her gaze unflinching. It is now. They took everything from me, Nara. My freedom, my life, my dignity. If I just walk away, what was all of that for? What's the point of surviving if I don't do something with it? For a moment, neither of them spoke. The ship's hum was the only sound between them. Finally, Nara sighed, a flicker of something, respect, maybe, crossing her face. You're stubborn, she said, a faint smile tugging at her lips. I remember that about you. You're not exactly easy to convince yourself, he shot back, a small grin breaking through his seriousness. She laughed softly, the sound lighter than he expected. All right, Curtis, if you're so determined to throw yourself into danger, who am I to stop you? But don't think for a second that this will be easy. Curtis straightened, his expression resolute. I'm not looking for easy. I'm looking for purpose. Nara nodded, a new weight settling in her gaze. Then we'll start by getting you back on your feet. Training, equipment, intel. You're no good to anyone if you don't know how to handle yourself out there. I'm ready, he said, without hesitation. We'll see about that, she replied, turning back to the controls. For now, we focus on getting to the sanctuary. It'll give us time to prepare for what's ahead. Curtis sat down in the co-pilot's chair, his mind clearer than it had been in years. For the first time, he wasn't just surviving, he was planning, hoping, fighting for something bigger than himself. Nara glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. One last thing, Curtis. Yeah, if you're going to fight beside me, you follow my lead. Out there, hesitation gets you killed. Can you do that? He met her gaze, his voice steady. I can. Nara's lips curved into a faint smile, and for the first time since the chaos of the escape, Curtis felt something unfamiliar but welcome, belonging. As the ship sailed through hyperspace, the streaking stars outside seemed to stretch endlessly ahead. Both of them knew the road would be long and fraught with danger, but for the first time in a long time, Curtis wasn't afraid of what lay ahead. Together, they were stepping into the unknown, not as strangers, but as allies. The galaxy was vast, cruel, and filled with darkness. But now, Curtis wasn't just a victim of it. With Nara at his side, he was ready to push back. Welcome to the realm of science fiction.
The massive windows of Unity Point Space Station showed the endless dark of space, dotted with countless stars. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Ambassador James Walker stood tall, his gray suit neat and simple compared to the colorful robes of the alien representatives around him. "We will not accept these terms," he said quietly. His words carried across the chamber, causing several alien representatives to shift uncomfortably in their seats. The council head, a tall blue-skinned being called Representative Smith, leaned forward. "Ambassador Walker, surely you understand our concerns. Humanity's rate of advancement is unprecedented. The council must ensure stability." Walker looked around the circular chamber. 12 alien species watched him with different types of eyes, some large and black, others compound and reflective, a few glowing with inner light. He had spent 3 years in this chamber, trying to make them understand. Today would be different. 3 years ago, Walker began, we came to you with proof that the drift, the dead zone at the edge of our galaxy, was expanding. We showed you our research on how to stop it. You ignored us. A ripple of muttering spread through the chamber. The drift was a sore topic. 2 years ago, Walker continued, we offered to share our gravity manipulation technology with all council species. You refused, saying it would upset the balance of power. That technology could have prevented the mining accident that killed thousands on Proxima Beta last month. Several representatives looked down at their desks. The mining disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. 1 year ago, we warned you about the star in Sector 7 showing signs of instability. You dismissed our findings. 3 months ago, that star went supernova. 2 colony worlds had to be evacuated with barely enough time. Walker paused, letting his words sink in. He could see the Council's security drones hovering near the ceiling, their sensors focused on him. The air felt heavy with tension. And now, he said, his voice growing firmer, you demand that we limit our AI research. You insist we slow down our expansion. You want us to share all our technology, but accept your restrictions on how we can use our own innovations. Representative Smith raised a hand. Ambassador, please understand. The Council has maintained peace for 3,000 years by carefully managing technological advancement. Your species has achieved in 2 centuries what others took millennia to develop. It creates instability. Walker smiled, but there was no humor in it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, his council membership badge. The simple action caused several security drones to drift closer. No, he said, placing the badge on the podium before him. What creates instability is fear of progress. What causes suffering is the suppression of solutions to save face. What kills people is the arrogance of assuming that slow must mean wise. The chamber had gone completely silent. Even the usual background hum of environmental systems seemed muted. Humanity reached for the stars because we dreamed of a better future. We developed our technology to solve problems, not to gather power. We offered to share everything we learned, asked only for the freedom to keep learning. Walker stepped back from the podium. But you don't want partners. You want subjects. Representative Smith stood up quickly. Ambassador Walker, this is most irregular. Perhaps we should take a recess and... We're done here, Walker said simply. He turned and walked toward the chamber's massive doors. Behind him, voices began to rise in alarm. Ambassador, you can't just... This is unprecedented. The protocols clearly state. Walker didn't look back. The doors slid open before him, revealing the startled faces of his staff waiting outside. As the doors began to close behind him, he heard Representative Smith's voice rise above the growing chaos. Do they not understand what they're doing? They can't just walk away from the council. The doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, cutting off the noise. Walker looked at his staff and nodded once. Send the signal, he said quietly. Initiate Protocol Omega. Humanity is going its own way. Above them, through the station's transparent dome, the first human ships could be seen breaking formation, their engines flaring bright against the darkness of space as they turned away from Unity Point. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the most powerful action was simply walking away. The council chamber erupted into chaos the moment the doors closed behind Ambassador Walker. Representative Smith stood at his podium, watching his carefully managed galactic order crumble before his eyes. Order. I demand order, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm of arguments that filled the chamber. The bird-like council member from the trading world screeched. Our markets will collapse. Humans handle 40% of all galactic trade. Their defense fleets protect 3 major trade routes, rumbled the rock-skinned member from the Mining Confederation. Who will guard our ships now? Smith watched the massive display screens around the chamber as they showed hundreds of human ships activating their engines. The vast fleet moved with perfect coordination, each ship knowing its place. No panic, no rush. No confusion. This was planned. They can't do this, whispered his assistant Tom, who stood beside him. No species has ever left the council. There aren't even any rules for it. Smith's fingers tightened on the podium. That's exactly what makes this so dangerous. They're not breaking rules. They're ignoring them completely. The chamber's AI announced with its calm voice. Alert! Human trading systems are going offline. Stock markets across 57 worlds showing significant drops. The representatives turned to their data screens in horror. Numbers flashed red across every display. The galactic economy had been so tightly bound to human innovation and trade that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. "Look," shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. "Get me Earth's government on the line," Smith ordered. The chamber's AI responded after a moment. "Unable to connect. All diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended." The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. "We should stop them. The Council fleet would be wiped out," interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. "Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win." Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. "They're not just leaving," he realized aloud. "They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them." The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. "The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now?" Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing, markets crashing, centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth." "Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of Council space, all moving with perfect precision. "Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned," his second-in-command, Captain Rogers, reported. "All ships report green status. No Council interference detected." Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from her station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. Message from Earth Government. An AI voice announced. The President is ready to address the people. The screen switched to show the President standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. Citizens of Earth and all human worlds, she began. Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty. Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. Sir, Rogers said quietly, we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations. Let them watch, Thompson replied. They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore. Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. Research stations switching to secure networks. Defense platforms moving into final positions. Admiral, a young officer called out, we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control. Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. Message from Ambassador Walker, Rogers announced. He's aboard his ship and heading home. His exact words are, it felt damn good to walk away. A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. Sir, another officer reported, all human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind. Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. Send word to all commands, he ordered. Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way. Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. What do you mean we can't fix them? Demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. These gates are essential to our economy. The lead technician spread his forearms helplessly. The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers. On the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail. The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the Council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. How did we not see this coming? He asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the Council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth. Smith's head snapped up. They can't do that. The Council laws mean nothing to them now. Tom finished quietly. They say humanity has shown there's another way. Across council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Greenrise, a council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. "Sir," reported the fleet captain, "our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked." The council admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the galactic core. The star stabilization project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. "We need them back," admitted the science minister. "Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them." But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. "We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species, outside council control. All other messages will be archived without response." Some council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. "They were always ready," Smith said, watching another report of council authority crumbling. "They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't." The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew. Their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. "First our technology fails," shouted the trade minister. "Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants?" "The council fleet," Smith began. "Is spread too thin," interrupted another delegate. "And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left." Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. "We've forgotten how to build things the old way," admitted the factory chief to his board. "We became too dependent on their technology, their methods." But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. "It's like hitting a wall that isn't there," reported one scout captain. "We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them." The council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. They're not just hiding, one scientist realized. They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand. More young species began breaking away from the Council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. How are they communicating with human space? Smith demanded. We can't even find a way to send them messages. It seems, his assistant Tom explained, that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything. The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some Council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. We thought we were letting them develop under our control, Smith said during a private meeting. But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it. Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. They didn't need to fight us, Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the Council chamber. They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them. The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, and humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the Council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now. Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every Council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under Council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple: the Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology. The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch. The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships, but the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining Council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency Council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them, Smith said to the quiet chamber. We never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding, their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. "Message from Earth," announced the Chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. "The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted," he said simply. "We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours." The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. "They could have destroyed our fleet," Tom whispered to Smith. "They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely." Smith nodded slowly. "But they didn't, because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all." In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions, clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars, faster-than-light drives that made their best ships look slow. "All this time," Smith said, looking out at the stars, "we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind." The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or signed direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium, but this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. "Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal," he told the remaining council members. "Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore." The chamber doors opened, and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. "Welcome back to Unity Point," Smith said, "though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now." Walker smiled slightly. "The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like." Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. "We have a proposal," Smith said. "The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals." Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. "Interesting," Walker said when Smith finished. "But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own." The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. "Because you understand something we're only now learning," she said. "Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow." Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. "Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice." A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest council races were nodding. "And now," she continued, "we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way." Walker looked around the chamber. at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old council seal, it showed a new symbol, a galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. "Earth has discussed your proposal," Walker said. "We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, all our scientific knowledge, we share it, not just with the Council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly." "That would change everything," Smith whispered. "That's the point," Walker replied. "The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up." One by one, the council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. "There's so much here," Tom said, scanning the files. "Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything." "We did," Walker agreed. "We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely." Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. "Welcome home," he said to Walker. "Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future." The galaxy was entering a new age. Not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away. The massive windows of Unity Point.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, "I think it's better this time," Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. "It's still vibrating," he noted. Is that structural?" Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real bass Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electricity waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted. But like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me." "What's the status?" "We've got visitors." "Silence." "Agents?" "No, teenagers." "Silence." "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says masters in chains, joint custody. A sigh. Then observe. "I was planning to nap." "You can nap between disasters." "Fine." By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his disco died. Link found the snack machine first. "Still stocked," he said. Odd. Raphael was looking at the map. "This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches?" "Sure," Raphael said. "Probably watches." Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. "I feel like we just did a thing," Link said, staring at the now depressed button. "Technically," Raphael replied, "we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable." The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents. No countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. "Well," Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, "I guess it's broken." Link eyed it warily. "Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process." They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. "Oh, no." Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. "Not the pizza trigger." It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, 2 long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know. But there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed. "But trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." Wait, why would it be looking for pizza? Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fistfight with a self-aware filing cabinet. Because, he said, some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program. That seems like a terrible idea. It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity. Link frowned. Is he wrong about Garfield, though? The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. "Show me the cheese stuff, crust Earthlings!" "Oh no," Stanley muttered. "It's already activated mimic mode." "Mimic what?" Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. Cartoon logic. They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. "This is going to be awesome." The green thing, now 2 green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa, fighting a raccoon. "So, what exactly do they do?" he asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "2" for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. "They save people." "That's good. By accident." less good. Link blinked. And only while trying to obtain
they
pizza.
don't actually care about helping?
Link blinked.
No.
You mean they
like a
don't actually care about helping?
with a one-track mind,
No.
a deep
Think of them like a
misunderstanding
slapstick
of the
guardian
pyramid and
angel
no
with a
off
one-track
switch.
mind, a deep
Raphael
misunderstanding
turned
of the
from
food
the
pyramid,
window,
and no off
So
switch.
if we're in danger,
Raphael
they'll
turned from the
probably
window,
burst through a
thoughtful.
wall,
So if
trip
we're in
over
danger,
themselves, bounce
they'll
off
probably
several
burst through a
exposed
wall,
pipes,
trip
accidentally
over
disable a
themselves,
bomb,
bounce
and
off
land
several
in a
exposed
delivery
pipes,
box.
accidentally
Stanley
disable
said,
a bomb,
"If you're
and
lucky,
land in a delivery
and if we're not
box."
lucky,
Stanley
they order
said,
anchovies.
"If you're lucky,
Nobody survives
and if we're not lucky,
The floor
they order
trembled.
anchovies.
From the main
Nobody
hallway came a
survives
screech,
anchovies.
followed by
The
a
floor
sonic
trembled
boom
again.
that reversed
From the main
half the
hallway
light
came a
bulbs in the
screech,
ceiling.
followed by
One
a
of the
sonic
green
boom
things
that
burst
reversed
into
half the
living
light
room,
bulbs
its
in the
eyes wide
ceiling.
and glistening.
One of the green
We
things
sensed
burst into the living
dominoes,
room,
it
its
declared,
eyes
then
wide and
vanished into the
glistening.
pantry.
We sensed the
There was a
dominoes,
pause,
it
a
declared, then
long,
vanished into the
horrified
pantry.
pause.
There was a
Raphael
pause, a long,
So,
horrified
subplots.
pause.
Link,
Raphael
without missing a
coughed.
beat, pointed toward
So,
the garage.
subplots.
Well,
Link,
subplot
without missing a
number
beat,
one, we may have
pointed toward the
accidentally
garage.
triggered a defense drone.
Well, subplot
How?
number one, we may have
I tried to
accidentally
see if
triggered
the
a
old
defense
VR
drone.
rig still worked.
How?
Did it?
I tried to see
No.
if the old VR
But the
rig
VR
still
helmet
worked.
is now fused to the
Did
vacuum
it?
cleaner, which
No.
seems to believe
But
it's
the
an
VR
elite
helmet is
marine.
now
It's taken
fused
up
to
a
the
sniper
vacuum
position
cleaner,
on the
which
roof
seems
and
to
keeps
believe it's an
yelling
elite
about
marine.
sector clearance.
It's taken up a sniper position on the
Stanley did
roof and
not
keeps
groan.
yelling about sector clearances.
Stanley was past groaning.
Stanley did not
He merely
groan.
opened a side cabinet.
Stanley was
removed what
past
appeared to be
groaning.
a tranquilizer
He
dart
merely
the size
opened a
of
side
loaf of
cabinet,
bread,
removed
and
what
handed it
appered to be a
Raphael.
tranquilizer
Hid
dart
it
the
in
size of a loaf of bread,
Noted.
and handed it to Raphael.
As Raphael left
Hid
to
it in the
disarm
room
the
report.
aggressively tactical vacuum
Noted.
cleaner,
As Raphael left to disarm the
active
aggressively
consoles.
tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still
Subplot
active
number two might
consoles.
be unfolding
Hey,
on level 14.
subplot number
Stanley
2
joined
might
him
be
and squinted at
unfolding
the
on level
monitor.
14.
A grainy black and white
Stanley
feed
joined
showed
him
one of
and
the lab's
squinted at the
secure
monitor.
chambers. The one
A
labeled
grainy black and white
experimental
feed showed one of the
chronobehavioral
lab's secure
reversals,
chambers,
now open,
the one
lights
labeled
on.
experimental
Oh, no,
chronobehavioral
Stanley
reversals,
muttered, the
now
time
open,
rats.
lights on. Oh
Link
no,
slowly
Stanley
turned.
muttered, the time rats.
Rats. They're rats,
Link
right?
slowly turned.
Stanley said, rubbing
Time.
his temple.
Rats?
But when
They're
startled,
rats,
they
right?
reversed their own
Stanley
personal
said, rubbing his
timeline by
temple.
several seconds.
But when startled,
Makes
they
them
reversed their
impossible
own
to track.
personal timeline by several
That sounds
seconds.
cute.
Makes them
Stanley
impossible to
offered.
trap.
I was going to say a statistical
That sounds
nightmare.
cute,
They've
Stanley
bred since
offered.
the 60s.
I was going to
Nobody
say a
checked how
statistical
many
nightmare.
They could be in the
They've
walls.
bred since the 60s. Nobody
Are
checked
they
how many.
dangerous?
They could
Only if
be
you
in the
observe
walls.
them. Like really observe.
Are they
them.
dangerous?
There's a threshold
Only
of
if you
awareness.
observe them.
Once you pass
Like
it,
really
they
observe
start
them.
treating you like a
There's a
threat.
threshold of
How will I
awareness.
know if
Once
I've
you
passed
pass
it?
it, they start treating you
You'll
like a
see
threat.
rat
How will I know
reading.
if I've passed it?
Link
You'll
glanced
see
nervously
a
at the
rat
monitor again.
reading.
Well, subplot 2
Link
is now
glanced
about
nervously at the
stopping
monitor
time-literate
again.
rodents before they achieve a
Well,
breakthrough.
subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough.
Raphael had subdued the vacuum.
Outside,
It wasn't easy. It
Raphael
required a
had
trampoline,
subdued the
3 full
vacuum.
bottles of soda,
It wasn't
and a
easy.
half-played
It
Kenny
required a
Loggins cassette.
trampoline, 3
That,
full
for some
bottles of
reason,
soda,
caused
and a
the drone
half-played
to
Kenny
enter
Loggins cassette
reflective
that,
nostalgia
for some
mode.
reason, caused the drone to
Once,
enter
it began
reflective
weeping about
nostalgia
its
mode.
Simulated war buddies in
Once,
Operation
it
Hardwood
began
Dustpan.
weeping
He
about
hid it
its
with the dart
simulated
and
war
stuffed it
buddies
under
in
a tarp.
Operation Hardwood
He walked
Dustpan.
back
He hid it with
inside
the dart
just in
and
time
stuffed
for
it
the
under a
power
tarp.
to flicker
He
and a
walked
soft
back
humming
inside
sound
just
to
in time
rise
for the
from
power to
floorboards.
flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards.
Fusion apparently
In the center of the
triggered
living
by
room, the green
smell of
things had
reheated pizza
rejoined.
rolls and were
Fusion
now glowing
apparently
faintly.
triggered by the
What
smell
now?
of reheated pizza
Raphael
rolls and
asked.
were now glowing
They're
faintly. What
stabilizing.
now? Raphael
Stanley said
asked.
warily.
They're
Is that
stabilizing.
Debatable.
Stanley
Usually
said
means they
warily.
found a chosen one
Is that
figure in
good?
the area.
Debatable.
Both teams
Usually
turned to
means
look
they
at each
found a
other.
chosen one
The
figure in the
green thing
area.
pointed directly at
Both
Stanley.
teams turned to look at
Everyone
each other.
froze.
The green
Oh,
thing
no,
pointed directly at
said,
Stanley.
horror rising
Everyone
in his voice.
froze.
You have the cheese
Oh no,
wisdom.
Stanley said,
Thing
horror
declared.
rising in his
No, I
voice.
don't.
You have the
You once
cheese
worked at a
wisdom,
pizzeria
the
in
green thing declared.
1974.
No, I
I
don't.
ran the register.
You once worked at a
Then it is
pizzeria
you
in
who shall lead us to the
1974.
sacred
I ran the
slice.
register.
The lights
Then it is you
dimmed.
who shall lead
A low
us to
chant
the sacred
began,
slice.
possibly from the house's
The lights
intercom.
dimmed. A
Possibly
low
from
chant
the
began,
green
possibly
thing's
from the
internal
house's
sound
intercom.
board.
Possibly
Raphael
from the
patted
green
Stanley
Green Thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone. Link grinned. Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology. The Green Thing extended a hand. To the kitchen temple! And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house? Raphael shrugged. Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again. They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories. all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to infinite cheese and your sauce is strong. He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. Just know this, he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all. Raphael saluted. So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings. Groaned and turned on his side. Got it! You two are going to break causality. Stanley groaned and turned on his side. You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave. Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. So I was thinking, no, Stanley mumbled. We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. There's a note next to it in the logs, Link continued. It says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, you know, for therapy. Right? Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings, Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt. I like trees, Raphael offered. I like zoning boards, Stanley growled. They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories. I'm just saying, Link added, if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band. Raphael gasped. Yes, emotional resonance concert. Stanley sat up abruptly. Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally. Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. This place smells like aromatherapy, Link said. Raphael inhaled. Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast? Do not relax, Stanley warned. It feeds on emotional openness. The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber, mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake rides before and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10 would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker, quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates, Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level not supposed to exist. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, we didn't press anything, Raphael amended. But the green thing, Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent. Guilty. Slightly impressed. Link muttered. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once defused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. I touched it. What is it? It whispered. Raphael asked. Of course you did, Stanley muttered. What is it? Raphael asked, stepping closer. The archetype core, Stanley said. It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks. Link's eyes lit up. So you're saying this power stories? Yes. Can we use it to get a Grammy? No. Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure? Stanley turned slowly. Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, "Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy"? There was an orientation packet? No, Raphael said. There was an orientation packet? Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre. It assigns arcs. What's wrong with that? Raphael asked. It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist, he pointed at Link. But what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? Hey, Link said. Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse. Raphael blinked. That actually sounds kind of on brand. The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young. It simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. No, Stanley muttered. No, no, no. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool. Oh no, Link said. We're in a Joseph Campbell situation. I always wanted to be the trickster, Raphael said brightly. You're the fool, Stanley growled. We're all the fool. That's the problem. Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled exposition. What is happening? Stanley muttered. I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag, Link said. It's doing metaplot. Do you want the exposition now, sir? Said a small robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. All right, Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. New rule, we put the cube back to sleep. You mean, how? Raphael asked. We create a resolution. You mean, finish a subplot. Yes, Stanley gritted his teeth. You have to finish a subplot. By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled Plot Device, Use Only, If Desperate. Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. I hate this place, he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of Level Vaseke. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. I need a subplot, he said through gritted teeth. One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes, ends, wraps, resolves. Link blinked. You mean like the emotional arc of a side character? Yes. Raphael perked up. Ooh, I nominate Stanley. No. Yes, Link agreed. The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love. Shut up. Maybe, Raphael said dreamily. He lost someone during his time in the sentient crockpot division. A forbidden kitchen love. I said shut up. The archetype core flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, No, I will not sing. The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. Fine, Stanley growled. Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break. He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird. With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, Operation Gravy Phoenix. Link squinted. That sounds edible? It wasn't, Stanley muttered. It was a counter-espionage project, cancelled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected. To the Soviets? Raphael asked. No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams. The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. This was the mission that broke me, he said quietly. They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and I did. He trailed off. You let her go, Link said. I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding. The archetype core thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird. The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the archetype core's glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved, narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed, the lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was cancelled. Good job, Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. Yeah, Link added. No singing. That's a win. Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. For SJ Extra Apricot, no regrets. Just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. He didn't say a word. Just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. I was gonna tap dance with my cheese. Next time, Raphael promised. Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension. The green thing gasped. There is a dimension! Not yet, but give us time. That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. So what did we learn today? Raphael asked. Don't push cubes that talk, Link said. Don't ignore subplots, Stanley muttered. Don't let aliens compose musicals, the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. You guys hear that humming? He said, muffled. Stanley's head dropped into his hands. Please, he said, muffled. Please let it be a normal humming. From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then, zzz, time displacement chamber now active. Please stand by. Raphael blinked. You think it's the rats? Link nodded. Yup. Time-traveling rats? Yup. Stanley didn't move. I want to transfer, he whispered. To where? Raphael asked. Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away. The empathy chamber? Link offered. I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic. The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. I'm going to teach the rats to sing. Link raised his soda. To next week's subplot. Time rats, baby. Raphael agreed, clinking cans. Time rats. The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, "Do not drop agents here," but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. The cable jerked. What kind of facility uses decimals? The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not. It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, do not shake. The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. Hello, strange, creamy stranger, it announced. The agent froze. What? He repeated. I am the green thing, it said proudly. Would you like to see my sock collection? What? He repeated, slightly higher. Would you like to see my sock collection? He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all 4 eyes. 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. Oh, you think that works on me? It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. This is worse than Antarctica, he muttered. He tapped his headset. Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu. Agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy? Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. Welcome, a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speaker system. To the Jenkins-Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering. A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. Wait, what? The agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor.
Yes, that's what I'm trying.
Yes, the
But
agent
beware,
exclaimed.
the hologram continued.
Yes, that's what I'm
For
trying
he is
to.
always one floor
But
above,
beware, the
or
hologram continued.
possibly in the
For he
shower.
is always
He
one
likes
floor
jazz.
above,
Avoid the
or
hallway with the
possibly in
broken
the
blender.
shower.
That's not a
He
hallway
likes
anymore.
jazz.
That's
Avoid the hallway
Jenkins
with the
now.
broken blender.
The agent
That's not a
blinked.
hallway anymore. That's
Why would anyone program
Jenkins
this?
now.
The PA system
The agent
flared
blinked.
again. Also,
Why would
avoid
anyone
level
program
17.
this? The
ghost
PA
interns
system
are
flared
unionizing.
again.
He
Also,
turned down
avoid
the
level
next corridor
17.
with
The
only
ghost
to run
interns are
face first into
unionizing.
another projection.
He turned down the next
This time
corridor
of
with only to run
Raphael
face
dramatically
first
slow
into
motion
another
diving
projection.
through a ring of
This
fire
time of
while
Raphael,
juggling
dramatically
plasma
slow
grenades and
motion
yelling,
diving
"We
through a
never
ring of
trained for
fire
this."
while juggling
The
plasma
image
grenades and
froze,
yelling,
flickered,
"We
and
never
morphed
trained
into
for
a floating
this."
banana labeled
The image froze,
janitor,
flickered, and morphed
probably
into a
not.
floating banana labeled
Okay,
janitor,
the agent said, stepping
probably
back.
not.
This is not an actionable
Okay,
intelligence
the agent
environment.
said, stepping
Another
back.
announcement
This is
pinged
not an
in.
actionable intelligence
Caution,
environment.
temperatures
Another
may not
announcement
follow
pinged
logic.
in. Caution,
Neither
room
do the
temperatures
janitor's
may
routes.
not
2
follow
hours
logic.
later, he was running.
And
Not
neither
from
do the janitor's
something
route.
specific.
2 hours
Although a
later, he was
self-aware
running.
fondue
Not
fountain had
from
begun
something
following him,
specific,
playing jazz,
although a
but
self-aware
from the general
fondue
principle
fountain
of
had begun
chaos.
following him,
He turned
playing
one
jazz,
corner,
but
nearly
from the
collided
general
with a vending
principle of
machine that
chaos.
began trying
He
to
turned
sell
one
him
corner,
Doom Nuggets,
nearly collided with a
and
vending
flung himself
machine
into a
that
closet
began
labeled
trying to sell him
closet.
Doom Nuggets,
Non-haunted,
and flung himself
probably.
into a closet labeled closet.
Inside, he found a lone
Non-haunted,
sandwich. It had a
probably.
tag.
Inside, he found a lone sandwich.
Perish.
It had a tag.
He backed out
Stanley's.
slowly. In the
Touch and
distance,
perish.
A door hissed open.
He backed out
Stanley?
slowly.
He called.
In the
A mop
distance,
fell
a
from
door
the
hissed
ceiling.
open.
It had googly eyes.
Stanley?
He screamed
He
again.
called. A
From
mop
somewhere
fell
the
from the
green
ceiling.
thing
It had
whispered,
googly
"You
eyes. He
cannot
screamed
find
again.
what wanders
From
with
somewhere the
purpose."
green thing
Then
whispered,
silence.
"You cannot
The lights
find what
dimmed.
wanders
The
with
PA system
purpose."
flickered.
Then silence.
Janitor
The
proximity
lights
8
dimmed.
meters,
The
it
PA
said
system
cheerfully.
flickered.
He turned to run.
Janitor
The PA
proximity
changed.
8 meters, it said
Janitor now
cheerfully.
24
He turned to
meters.
run.
Whoops,
The PA
just missed
changed.
him.
Janitor
The agent
now
dropped to his
24
knees.
meters.
"I
Whoops,
wanna
just
report
missed
in," he
him.
whimpered.
The agent
"I'm
dropped
missing
to his
2 shoes
knees.
and possibly
"I just
an
want to
hour of
report in,"
memory."
he whimpered. "I'm missing
A
2
door
shoes
opened
and
in front of
possibly
him.
an hour of
Inside was a
memory."
small room, empty, but for
A door
chalkboard
opened
that
in front of
read,
him.
"You are
Inside
here."
was a small room,
The janitor
empty,
is
but for a
not.
chalkboard that
A
read,
single vending
"You are
machine
here."
beeped softly
The
and
janitor
offered
is
him
not.
soda.
A
He
single
took it.
vending machine beeped softly
And that's
and
how
offered him a
Agent, whatever
soda.
his name was,
He took it.
be it Fortress, Night
And that's
Viper,
how
or
Agent
Lunch
whatever
Recon
his name
Delta
was, be
became
it
a
Fortress,
permanent
Night
resident of the
Viper, or
labyrinth.
Lunch Recon
Every few
Delta,
episodes,
became a
he'd
permanent
stumble into
resident of
frame,
the labyrinth.
disheveled, desperate,
Every few
convinced
episodes,
the janitor
he'd
was
stumble
just
into
around the next
frame,
corner.
disheveled,
But he never
desperate,
was, and
convinced the
maybe he never
janitor
would
was just
be.
around the next
Until
corner.
the story
But he never
decided it was
was,
time,
and maybe
or
he
the
never
vending
would
machine
be.
unionized.
Until the story
Whichever
decided
came
it was
first.
time, or the vending
It
machine
was 3
unionized,
days,
whichever
facility
came
time,
first.
since the agent's descent.
It was 3 days,
And while time
facility
in the lab
time,
wasn't
since
precisely
the agent's
linear, thanks to
descent.
the espresso
And
incident
while
in the
time in the
Temple
lab
Cafe,
wasn't
the rest of
precisely
the crew
linear
had begun
thanks to the
forget about
espresso
him.
incident in the Temporal Cafe,
This was not
the rest of the
malice.
crew had begun to forget
It was
about him.
entropy.
This was not
Raphael and
malice.
Link had for
It was
the most
entropy.
part settled into a routine
Raphael
that
and
resembled
Link
both an
had
after-school
for the most
special
part
and a
settled
soft
into a
government
routine that
conspiracy.
resembled both an
Band
after-school
practice in the
special
front
and a
room,
soft government
deep lab
conspiracy.
exploration in the
Band
afternoon,
practice in the front
and evening
room,
rituals
deep
involving
lab
ritual
exploration in
pizza
the
offerings
afternoon,
to appease
and
the
evening
green
rituals
thing,
involving ritual
who now
pizza
claimed
offerings to
ambassadorial
appease the
rights for
green
Planet
thing,
Za.
who now claimed
Stanley, for his
ambassadorial
part,
rights
had
for
adopted the role
Planet
of
Za.
reluctant mentor meets
Stanley,
building
for his
superintendent.
part, had adopted the
He
role
grumbled
of
a lot,
reluctant mentor
mopped
meets
the wrong
building
direction just to
superintendent.
confuse the
He
automated
grumbled a
maintenance
lot,
drones,
mopped the
and
wrong direction
maintained
just to
an
confuse
ever-growing
the
list of
automated maintenance
protocols he
drones,
refused to enforce.
and maintained an ever-growing list of
Protocol
protocols he
1137C.
refused to enforce.
Do not allow teenagers
Somewhere
to
near
pilot
Protocol
reality editing terminals.
1137C,
He had simply written
do not
in
allow
red
teenagers
marker.
to pilot reality
Too late.
editing terminals.
So when
He
the
had simply
announcement
written
system
in
buzzed
red
to life
marker,
unexpectedly
too
during
late.
lunch,
So when the
everyone
announcement system buzzed
Emergency
to life
update.
unexpectedly
Agent
during lunch,
located in Sector
everyone froze.
14C.
Emergency
Visible,
update.
audible,
Agent located in
possibly
Sector
hallucinating.
14C.
Link blinked.
Visible,
Wait, he's
audible,
real.
possibly
I thought that was a
hallucinating.
fever dream,
Link blinked.
Raphael muttered.
Wait, he's
Stanley
real.
sighed.
I
He's
thought thought that was a fever dream, Raphael muttered. Stanley sighed. He's real, or was. Haven't seen him in years. It's been 3 days, Link pointed out. In the lab, that's years, maybe decades. I once passed a hallway that aged me 5 months and taught me Latin. Follow-up. Agent is now chasing a holographic replica of himself, requesting moral support. They ran to the nearest monitor. The feed showed the agent, wearing half a tuxedo and one snowshoe, charging through a hallway filled with rotating spotlights, screaming, "Which of us is real? Answer me!" A nearby bot, shaped like a rotary phone, chimed in, "Plot development detected." The camera cut away just as he tackled the hologram, passed through it, and crashed into a cart full of live microdrama spores. The feed cut to static, followed by a helpful slide that read, "This plot is under renovation. Please stand by." Meanwhile, Level 5, officially labeled Innovative Agriculture Emergency Snack Theory, had begun sprouting an alarming number of sapient potato hybrids. This was, of course, entirely due to the green thing's efforts to create pizza that grew on vines. It had not succeeded. Instead, it had genetically confused starch-based root vegetables into thinking they were toppings with a destiny. One such potato, wearing a thimble and a tiny cape, was now giving a speech in the hallway, standing on a microwave. I say unto you, it bellowed, no more side dishes, we are the meal. Should we be worried? I dunno. Link asked as they watched from the corridor's observation window. I dunno, Raphael replied. Is this more or less dangerous than the time the AI tried to draft us into a reality show? More organized, Stanley muttered. That Spud has charisma. Indeed, the potato crowd was growing. Signs began to appear: equal rights for hash browns, fries before guys, and don't tread on me, I'm mashed. Then suddenly, the green thing rolled in and declared, this is not a pizza-approved revolution. Stand down, starch citizens. Sporks were brandished. Chaos somewhere in the back. Potatoes flew. Sporks were brandished. Somewhere in the back, a genetically enhanced parsley leaf began narrating the battle in Shakespearean verse. While Link and Raphael tried to defuse the uprising by playing a poorly tuned rendition of Kumbaya on keytar and trash can lid, Stanley leaned against the wall and sighed. Should have transferred to Area 52, he muttered. Then, a whisper echoed through the hallway. Janitor, at the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling He turned, eyes narrowing. At the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling tubers and airborne condiments, stood the agent, wide-eyed, disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been printed by a printer suffering an identity crisis. You, the agent shouted. At last, Stanley stepped forward. You found me. The agent beamed. Yes, finally, I have urgent. Stanley, yelled Link. I need backup. This yam's got a grudge. Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone, vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. Was that? Stanley nodded slowly. Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in. Makes sense. Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. Cheesy crackle pop, please. It vended a VHS tape labeled How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps. He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him. Maybe. If the potatoes didn't unionize first.
Adam Simpson stood in the center of the vast Imperial Hall, his posture rigid, his face a carefully maintained mask of defiance. Before him, seated atop an obsidian throne carved with the sigils of conquered worlds, was Emperor Karvek Zolith of the Zelzorid Empire. His golden eyes, slit like a serpent's, bore into the human diplomat with amused contempt. The air hummed with tension. The vast chamber filled with the silent weight of a dozen high-ranking officials and military commanders. Adam took a slow breath, choosing his words with precision. I am here as a courtesy, he said, his voice steady. Humanity has no interest in war. But if you do not turn your fleet back from our borders, you will regret it. Laughter rippled through the hall. The reaction was immediate and expected. The Zelzorid, the oldest and most powerful empire in the known galaxy, saw humanity as nothing more than a young, impudent race, barely worth acknowledging. Their fleets had crushed civilizations that had stood for millennia. Compared to them, Earth was an infant playing at war. High Commander Volek SYTH leaned forward, the sharp ridges of his pale blue face catching the dim light. Regret it. His lips curled. Do you truly believe your kind can stand against the might of the Empire? That your pitiful fleets, your laughable technology could do anything but be swept aside? Adam met his gaze unwavering. This isn't a warning, he said. Each word deliberate. It's an opportunity. Turn back now. Because when the fighting starts, there won't be a second chance. The Emperor's voice, rich and deep, silenced the murmurs. I find your arrogance fascinating, human. Karvek Zola said, fingers drumming idly against the arm of his throne. You believe yourselves dangerous, yet you have done nothing to prove it. Where are your war fleets? Where's this great power you claim to wield? Adam exhaled through his nose. They still didn't understand. You assume because you do not see our strength. We do not have it. His voice dropped. The weight of certainty behind it. That mistake will cost you everything. Volek chuckled, shaking his head. Enough of this. Emperor, with your permission, I will take the fleet and raise their homeworld. The humans are weak. Let's rid ourselves of their delusions. Karvek tilted his head, considering. Very well. You may proceed. Adam closed his eyes for half a second. Disappointment flickering beneath his calm. He had done his duty. Humanity had given them a choice. They had chosen poorly. He turned sharply on his heel and strode from the chamber, his heart steady, his mind already preparing for what was to come. As Adam's shuttle lifted from the Imperial Palace, the Zelzor fleet prepared for war. The Imperial Armada, 500 warships strong, gathered in the vast reaches of space. Flagships the size of cities, bristling with weapons capable of reducing planets to rubble, stood ready. At their center was Volek SYTH's personal battleship, the Dominion's Wrath, an immense dreadnought that had crushed fleets many times larger than humanity's entire military force. Standing on the bridge, Volek watched as the final battle formations locked into place. Around him, officers moved with quiet efficiency, their confidence unshaken. Any sign of resistance from the humans? He asked. A communications officer checked the latest scans. None, sir. No fleet movements. No defensive structures deployed. Their borders are empty. Volek smirked. Cowards. They know they are beaten. Grand Admiral Drost VER1, a veteran strategist, observed the readouts with mild curiosity. It is strange, he admitted. Humans are unpredictable. Yet they offer no resistance. He glanced at Volek. You do not find that odd. Volek exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Their arrogance has finally been crushed by reality. They see our power and understand they are doomed. He turned toward the main viewport, with the stars stretched in endless quiet beauty. We will strike at their core. Earth will burn before they even muster a response. The fleet surged forward, slipping into FTL transit, streaking toward humanity's homeworld. The journey was smooth, effortless. 500 warships, an unstoppable force moving toward an inevitable victory. But as they neared Earth's system, something shifted. The first sign was subtle. On the bridge of the Dominion's Wrath, a technician frowned at his console. Sir, we're detecting fluctuations. Volek turned. Fluctuations. The technician hesitated. Unusual energy signatures. Spatial distortions. It's as if he paused, adjusting his instruments. It's as if something is here, but not here. Volek scoffed. Phantom signals. Ignore them. Grand Admiral VER1, less dismissive, studied the data more closely. The readings were erratic, strange. Are there any ships in the area? The sensor officer ran a deep scan. Negative, sir. No visible vessels. No stations. Just empty space. And yet the anomaly remained. The fleet pressed forward, cutting deeper into human territory. Then without warning, the lead warships vanished. One moment, they were there. Powerful engines burning. Their forms filling the void. Then they were gone. No explosion. No debris. Just gone. Volek bolted upright. What the hell just happened? The bridge erupted into motion. Officers scrambling for answers. Reports flooded in from across the fleet. Ships disappearing without a trace. Panic laced the voices over the comms. We've lost the Ravager. The Hellfire is gone. No distress signal, nothing. Admiral VYNN clenched his jaw. This is not possible. Then the communications came through, not from their own forces, but from deep within the void itself. A single transmission, cutting through every Imperial channel. Its voice smooth, unshaken. You should have listened. Adam Simpson. Volek's blood ran cold. The anomalies, the strange readings, the sudden disappearances. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a malfunction. It was humanity. And they had been waiting. The silence that followed Adam's transmission was heavier than the vacuum of space itself. Every Zelzorth officer aboard the Dominion's raft stood frozen, eyes darting between their instruments and the blackness beyond. The bridge's hollow display flickered with the outlines of their vast fleet. But the red markers representing the missing warships were increasing at an impossible rate. They weren't being destroyed. They weren't being jammed. They were simply ceasing to exist. Volek SYTH gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the console before him. Full stop, he barked. Lock down all systems. I want a full analysis of what's happening. His voice remained steady. But deep inside, something gnawed at him. An unfamiliar sensation clawing at the edges of his mind. Uncertainty. Admiral Dross VYNN's fingers danced over the control panel as he manually accessed the ship's external feeds, bypassing automated processing. He needed raw data. The answer had to be there, hidden within the cold, sterile numbers. But what he saw sent an involuntary shudder through him. The space around us, VYNN hesitated. It's not empty. Volek spun toward him. Explain. VYNN magnified the last recorded frame of the missing warships. The image was distorted, but barely perceptible in the cosmic haze were faint, shifting patterns, ripples in the void, like disturbances on the surface of a dark ocean. Shadows that weren't cast by any physical object. There's something out there. VYNN murmured. A presence, undetectable by conventional scans. Something that was waiting for us. Volek refused to believe it. That's impossible. If they had weapons of the scale, we would have known. They wanted you to think that. Came a voice from the ship's main display. The transmission was clear, untraceable, as if the voice were speaking from the bridge itself. Adam Simpson face materialized. His expression unreadable. His suit was no longer the pristine diplomatic attire he had worn before the Emperor, but a matte black tactical uniform with no insignia. His eyes, once full of careful diplomacy, now held something far colder. You were so confident. Adam continued his tone calm, almost pitying. So certain that humanity was a species to be conquered, and yet here you are, unable to even see the weapon that will end you. Volek's hands curled into fists. What are you playing at, human? Adam tilted his head slightly, as if considering how much to reveal. Then he simply said, The lights on the bridge flickered. The Dominion's raft shuddered, not from an impact, but something far more insidious. Its system seizing, its power draining. The same reports echoed from every remaining ship in the fleet. The displays dim, and for the first time in Volek's long military career, he realized what true powerlessness felt like. A whisper of motion flickered outside the viewport. At first, it seemed like an illusion. The afterimage of distant starlight. Then the shadows coalesced and impossibilities took shape. A fleet, not just a fleet. An armada that dwarfed the might of the Zelzorth. Their ships did not shine with the harsh metallic glow of Imperial warships. Instead, they moved like phantoms. Their surfaces shifting between the visible and the unseen. Their edges blurred as if reality itself struggled to define them. They had been there the entire time, hidden just beyond perception. The phantom Phantom Fleet. Isaac Renner sat aboard the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, the spirit of humanity's unseen force. His expression was one of quiet satisfaction, the product of years of preparation, finally culminating in a single decisive moment. His crew remained silent, waiting on his command. Every officer on board had been trained for this. Facing an enemy that thought itself untouchable. They still don't get it. Renner mused as he watched the chaos unfold. All this power, all this arrogance, and they still don't understand what just happened. His second in command, Lieutenant Calloway, allowed himself a tight smirk. Shall we educate them, sir? Renner leaned forward, voice smooth, unhurried. Fire across the Phantom Fleet. Silent lances of light erupted into the void. Weapons far beyond the comprehension of the Empire. No energy trails. No conventional missiles. Just pinpoint devastation. Zelzorith warships collapsing on themselves as their molecular bonds unraveled. Their hulls simply ceasing to hold together. Explosions did not bloom in space. Instead, the affected vessels seemed to dissolve. Their once impervious armor turning to dust before vanishing completely. On the Dominion's wrath, Volek watched in horror as ship after ship disappeared. This wasn't warfare. It was annihilation. This isn't possible. One of his officers shouted. Panic breaking the rigid discipline of the bridge. They have no mass readings, no energy signatures, no. His voice cut off as the Dominion's wrath jolted violently. They've locked onto us. BYNN breathed. Adam's voice returned, impassive. You had your chance. Volek refused to accept it. He refused to let everything end like this. Full forward assault, he commanded. Focus fire on their largest vessel. Overload weapons if you have to. The Dominion's wrath and the few remaining ships of the Zelzor fleet fired in desperation, unleashing every ounce of destructive power they had. Their weapons passed through empty space. Renner smiled faintly as he observed. They're still trying, he noted. Admirable in a way. The Phantom Fleet eerie grace. Shifting in and out of perception, untouchable. They were not bound by the conventional laws of engagement. Every Zelzor counterattack struck nothing but echoes of where the human ships had once been. Volek's hands trembled. His warriors, his empire's finest, were helpless. He had mocked the humans for their invisibility, their lack of presence. But now, as his fleet crumbled, he realized his mistake. They had not been absent. They had been watching. Adam's voice was the final nail in the coffin. The difference between us, Volek, is that you fight for conquest. We fight for survival. That means we don't just prepare for war. We prepare to end it before it begins. Renner raised a hand. Shut them down. The Phantom Fleet sent out an invisible pulse, and every remaining Zelzor ship flickered. Their engines sputtered. Their weapon systems died, and their communications severed. Not through brute force, not through damage, but through control. The Phantom Fleet had rewritten their existence. All that remained was silence. The great Zelzorth Armada, 500 ships strong, had been erased in minutes. Volek sat back in his chair, his mind racing, his breath coming shallow. There was no retaliation. There was no counterstrike. They had already lost before the first shot was fired. Adam's voice was soft now. I tried to warn you. Then the transmission cut. The last thing Volek saw before his ship systems collapsed completely was the shifting outline of the Phantom Fleet, fading once more into nothingness. They were not invaders. They were not conquerors. They were shadows, and they had already won. The Zorith Prime, the heart of the Zelzorith Empire, had never known silence. It had always been a symphony of military power. warships docking, fleets mobilizing, strategic transmissions crackling across the void. Now, that silence was absolute, a hollow, suffocating void. Volek SYTH stood rigid on the bridge of the Dominion's raft. His gaze locked on the swirling marble of the Zelzorth homeworld below. His ship, once the pride of the Imperial Armada, drifted powerless, held in the unseen grip of humanity's phantom fleet. The few remaining vessels of the once mighty Zelzorth Navy hung beside it, gutted, empty shells. Their weapons were disabled. Their defenses overwritten. Their fates sealed. Admiral Dross VYNN was slumped in his chair. His hands steepled against his forehead. His breathing slow and deliberate. The man who had once commanded conquest without equal had been reduced to a spectator of his own downfall. We underestimated him. He murmured at last, his voice hoarse, exhausted. All this time, we thought ourselves the apex. We thought them beneath us. Volek said nothing. The truth had been burned into his mind with each disappearing warship, each feudal order, each impossible demonstration of power. Humanity had not risen to meet them in battle. Humanity had not fought a war. They had executed ascendance. The main view screen flickered to life, unbidden. The image of Emperor Karvek Zolot appeared, seated in his throne room. His usually impassive expression darkened with something Volek had never seen before. Fear. Volek. The Emperor's voice carried none of its usual weight. Report. Volek exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He wanted to frame it as a battle, a tactical miscalculation, something that could be salvaged. But there was nothing left to salvage. The fleet is gone, he said, forcing himself to meet the Emperor's gaze. Not destroyed, not in retreat. Gone. The silence stretched long and unbroken. Then from the void, a voice cut through the Imperial channels. You were given a choice. Adam Simpson stood aboard the UNS Valkyrie, watching as the final remnants of the Empire trembled beneath their own arrogance. He had delivered the warning, and they had laughed. Now there was no laughter, no mockery. There was only understanding, hollow and too late. The Phantom Fleet did not loom over Zorth Prime like an occupying force. It did not posture. It simply existed, waiting in the unseen spaces, as it always had. The Empire's eyes were blind to it. Their weapons useless against it. The Emperor straightened, summoning whatever dignity he could muster. What are your demands? Adam tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. Demands. He glanced toward Commander Isaac Renner, who stood beside him, arms crossed, gaze impassive. Then he turned back to the transmission. You assumed this is a negotiation. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered with something dangerous. You think because you have the power to destroy us, you can dictate the fate of my people. Adam leaned forward. You misunderstand. We aren't here to dictate anything. We're here to end an era on the surface of Zorth Prime. Sirens howled to the capital city of Zelvors. Imperial officials ran to the corridors of their once impenetrable bastion, scrambling to secure what little authority they had left. Panic rippled through the streets. The citizens of the Empire, who had only ever known their rulers as untouchable, now saw them desperate, afraid. Humanity had not fired a single shot at the planet. They hadn't needed to. Across the Empire, outposts and colonies received the same transmission. The Zelzorth fleet had been erased. The capital world stood defenseless. There was no external enemy to fight. No battlefield on which to prove their superiority. The war had not ended in combat. It had ended in inevitability. Grand Admiral VYNN finally rose from his chair, shoulders squared despite the weight pressing upon him. What happens now? He asked, his voice measured. You have your victory. What will you do with it? Adam considered him for a moment before responding. That depends entirely on the Empire. A new voice crackled into the open channel. The Empire is finished. The transmission came from an unexpected source. one of the Emperor's own High Chancellors. A second voice followed. Then a third. Across Zorth Prime. The realization was spreading like wildfire. Without its military might, the Empire was a hollow structure propped up by fear alone. And fear had lost its teeth. The Emperor's expression darkened as he listened to the voices of his own people turning against him. He had ruled through power, through dominance. But power was only as strong as its ability to enforce. And there was no enforcement left. Volek turned to VYNN, jaw clenched. If we surrender, they could wipe us out entirely. VYNN shook his head. If they wanted us extinct, they wouldn't be speaking to us now. He looked toward the view screen. They are not us, Volek. And that is precisely why they won. The Emperor's hands curled into fists, his body trembling with restrained fury. I will not. The transmission cut out. The throne room's lights flickered and died. The people of Zorth Prime watched as their emperor, their rulers, their entire chain of command vanished from their screens, their communications, their networks. Not by an explosion, not by a coup, by something far quieter, far more precise. The Phantom Fleet had severed the Empire's head from its body with the press of a button. Aboard the UNS Valkyrie, Renner exhaled, watching the data stream confirming the complete neutralization of the Empire's command structure. It's done, he said quietly. Adam nodded. Empire is broken. The galaxy will decide what comes next. There would be no occupation, no vengeful slaughter. Humanity had done what it needed to do, not to conquer, but to ensure the Zelzorth never threatened them again. Adam turned to Renner. Initiate withdrawal. One by one. The Phantom Fleet faded once more into the void. Ships vanished from perception, slipping back into the unseen corners of space, leaving behind only the shattered remnants of an empire that had thought itself invincible. Zorth Prime's skies were clear. There was no enemy in sight. Yet the Empire would never be the same again. And as the last of humanity's vessels disappeared, the final message was broadcast across every world that had once feared the Zelzorth's rule. This was not war. This was not conquest. This was a lesson. The Empire had learned it too late. The galaxy, however, had just begun to listen. The Phantom Fleet was gone. The last of humanity's vessels had faded into the unseen void, vanishing as effortlessly as they had appeared. Yet their presence remained, an indelible scar carved into the fabric of the galaxy. The Zelzorth Empire, once the most feared power among the stars, lay in ruin. Not by fire, not by conquest, but by something far worse. Irrelevance. The Emperor was gone. His high command had been severed. Their authority collapsing like brittle glass. For the first time in thousands of years, the great Empire had no ruler, no structure, no guiding hand to wield its once unstoppable might. The absence of warships in its skies spoke louder than any fleet ever could. And the people, those who had cowered beneath the weight of imperial rule, those who had lived their lives knowing nothing but subjugation and the certainty of the Empire's supremacy, had been forced to see the truth. Their gods had bled. Volek Syth stood in the ruined halls of the Imperial Palace, his boots echoing through corridors once crowded with dignitaries and strategists. The opulence of the throne room was meaningless now. Its grandiose carvings and ancient banners remnants of a past that no longer held weight. There were no guards standing at attention. No commanders waiting for orders. The power they had all worshipped was dust in the wind. Dross VYNN stood beside him, his uniform disheveled, his face lined with exhaustion. They left, he muttered, shaking his head as he glanced toward the sky. They had every opportunity to crush us, to take our worlds as spoils. And they left. Volek didn't answer. He had asked himself the same question over and over since the moment the Phantom Fleet disappeared. If humanity had truly wanted revenge, they could have burned Zorth Prime to the ground. They could have wiped every Zelzorth colony from existence. They had the technology, the capability. The power to unmake everything the Empire had built over millennia. And yet they had chosen restraint. That thought unsettled in more than their overwhelming might. A conqueror could be understood. A tyrant could be predicted. But an enemy that delivered absolute defeat and then walked away. That was something far more dangerous. They don't need to rule us. Bollock said finally, his voice quiet. They already won. VYNN exhaled, staring out over the shattered remnants of the capital city. Then what happens now? It was a question without an answer. Or rather, a question with too many answers. The Empire had ruled through dominance. But now there was nothing left to enforce it. The warlords who had once held systems in check were scrambling for power. Governors, once content in their absolute obedience, now whispered of independence. The outer colonies, long neglected in favor of military expansion, had begun severing their ties. The Empire was no longer an empire. It was a carcass waiting for scavengers. Across the galaxy, the repercussions of humanity's victory rippled outward in shockwaves. The other great powers, once fearful of provoking the Zelzoreth, were now silent, hesitant, waiting. Humanity had never been considered a galactic superpower. It had been treated as an upstart species, an ambitious but ultimately inconsequential civilization with no right to claim a seat at the table of history. Now, the table had been overturned. On the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, Adam Simpson observed the vastness of space, arms crossed, mind still sharp with the weight of what had transpired. The mission had been executed flawlessly. The Phantom Fleet had functioned exactly as it was meant to, an unseen hand, guiding the fall of an empire without the need for prolonged war. Every Zelzoreth warship that had crossed the border had been erased. Every avenue of retaliation had been severed. And yet there was no satisfaction in the victory. Commander Isaac Renner studied him for a moment before breaking the silence. You're not celebrating. Adam didn't look away from the viewport. This wasn't a celebration. Renner nodded slowly, stepping beside him. You knew this would happen, he said. The moment they ignored the warning, you knew. Adam exhaled. They thought strength was about what could be seen, about the size of their fleets, the weight of their presence. His gaze darkened. They never considered the things beyond sight. Renner watched the stars for a long moment before speaking again. The rest of the galaxy will want answers. They'll get them. Adam said, his voice measured. Humanity has never been one for posturing, but they'll understand what happened here. They'll understand what happens when we're threatened. A soft chime interrupted the conversation. A message sent across every galactic communication channel, appearing simultaneously in every government stronghold, every spacefaring civilization, every broadcast hub from one end of known space to the other. The statement was short, devoid of flourish, a simple declaration. Humanity will not be threatened. We are not conquerors, but we will never be prey. The words burned into the galactic psyche, a reminder, a warning. The Zelzoreth had been the strongest, the untouchable force that none had dared challenge, and they had fallen without a single planet being invaded, without a single conventional war being fought. The message was clear. There were no more illusions. Renner let out a slow breath, folding his arms. And if someone else doesn't take the hint, Adam finally turned away from the viewport. His expression unreadable. Then they make the same mistake. In the remains of the Zelzoreth Empire, a new order was beginning to take shape. Warlords rose and fell in a matter of days. Old alliances crumbled. New factions emerged. The species that had once ruled through absolute dominance now turn on itself, uncertain, divided. The very foundation of the Empire had been shattered. Not by weapons, not by brute force, but by an idea. The idea that they were no longer the most powerful force in the galaxy. That knowledge alone was enough to dismantle them. On Zorith Prime, Volek SYTH watched his entire system declared independence as once loyal generals vanish into the void, seeking refuge in unknown corners of space. He knew without a doubt that the Empire would never rise again. But one thought lingered, gnawing at him in the quiet moments. They had never truly seen the Phantom Fleet, not with their own eyes. They had only seen the destruction left in its wake. If this was the power humanity had chosen to reveal, what else remained in the shadows? The Zelzorth had learned their lesson too late. The rest of the galaxy would have only one chance to understand it. And if they didn't, they would never see their end coming. Adam Simpson stood in the center of the vast.
All personnel. Code Violet in Mess Hall 7. Korvathi Cubs are loose. Security is ordered to stand down. Repeat. Stand down per diplomatic protocols. Commander Zilax's voice crackled through every speaker in the Galactic Military Academy with the kind of panic usually reserved for hull breaches. In the mess hall, 300 cadets from 15 different species pressed themselves against walls, tucked under tables, or simply froze in place as 5 Korvathi cubs, each the size of a Terran lion, prowled between the rows, snatching food trays and scattering utensils with gleeful abandon. Sir, they've taken the entire third section's lunch allocation. Lieutenant Vexthul reported from the doorway, his hand hovering uselessly over his side. Permission to... Denied. Zilax snapped. Those cubs' parents are the Korvathi ambassadors. One scratch, one bruise, and we're looking at an interstellar incident that'll make the Proxima trade wars look like a scheduling dispute. The Cubs clearly knew it too. The largest one, sporting distinctive crimson stripes, had commandeered an entire table and was systematically destroying a Vegelian cadet's carefully prepared nutrient paste while maintaining direct eye contact with security personnel. Across the hall, cadets whimpered, their species-specific fear responses triggering in waves. The Korvathi were apex predators. They devolved at the top of their food chain. It spread across 6 systems before achieving spaceflight, and possessed exactly zero natural predators. Their cubs learned hunting by instinct. At 3 months old. Commander, this is a disaster. Vexthul said, watching a cub casually bat a fleeing Prixian cadet back toward the cowering group with one massive paw. We can't even evacuate without risking someone getting hurt. The Cubs think it's a game. I'm aware. Zilax growled, scrolling through protocols on his datapad with increasing desperation. The moment we move defensively, their instincts trigger full predator response. We're stuck until the ambassadors arrive. And they're in a council session that won't end for another 2 hours. In the far corner of the mess hall. Cadet Emma Martinez sat at her usual table, methodically working through her sandwich. Some kind of Terran protein and vegetation while reviewing notes on her datapad. She hadn't looked up once. Sir, Vexthul said slowly. The human hasn't been approached yet. Zilax's attention snapped to the corner. The human sat in a small bubble of normalcy, completely oblivious to the chaos, spiraling around. 2 cubs had started fighting over a stolen dessert cart, barely 10 meters from her position. She'd reached for her drink without even glancing their direction. She doesn't know. Zilax realized. She's wearing audio buds. She can't hear the announcement. Should we warn her? They watched as the largest cub, having thoroughly destroyed its current conquest, turned its attention toward new territory. Its predatory gaze locked onto the human's table. Untouched meal sat waiting. Get a medical team standing by. Zilax ordered quietly. Zilak's order. Humans are durable, but Korvathi cubs don't understand proportional response. The cubs began their approach. Moving with the confident swagger that had never encountered anything capable of challenging. Emma took another bite of her sandwich. Cadet Kelthas had his communicator out. Hands shaking as he held it at chest level, broadcasting directly to Academy Command. As a Pelion, a species that had spent 3 million years as prey before developing sentience. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. But he couldn't look away from the approaching disaster. Command. This is Cadet Kelthas. Direct feed from Mess Hall 7. His voice cracking. He whispered. The cubs are moving toward the human. She still hasn't noticed. The human has no idea what's coming. On his screen, he could see the command center's reaction. A dozen officers leaning toward their monitors, equally horrified and helpless. The largest cub reached Emma's table first, circling to her left, while two others flanked right. They moved with the practiced coordination of pack hunters, even at their young age. One of them released a low rumble. A sound that made Kelthas's legs nearly give out, despite being 30 meters away, and behind a reinforced table. Emma scrolled through her notes, taking another sip of her beverage. She's going to die. Someone whimpered behind Kelthas. Why isn't she running? She can't hear them. Said into his communicator, forcing himself to keep recording. She's wearing audio devices. Sir, we have to do something. Negative. Commander Zilak's voice came through strain. Any intervention triggers their hunting instinct. The moment we move aggressively, they'll attack everyone. Right now, they're just playing. Playing for a Korvathi cub. Looked a lot like the crimson-striped leader reared up, placing both massive paws on Emma's table. Its claws, each the length of a Terran finger, gouged deep marks into the metallic surface. It brought its face within a meter of Emma's. Jaws parted to display rows of serrated teeth, designed to tear through armor plating. Emma turned a page on her datapad. How is she that calm? Lieutenant Vexthul's voice came through Kelthas's feed. Does her species not have fear responses? Oh, they have fear responses. Another officer replied. I've seen the Human Entertainment Archive. They're terrified of everything from insects to social embarrassment. She just doesn't realize. The second cub reached out with one paw, batting at Emma's lunch tray. It skittered a few centimeters across the table. The third cub released another rumble. Activating its species' natural intimidation frequency. A sound that had evolved to paralyze prey on 17 different worlds. Kelthas felt his knees buckle slightly, even at this distance. Around the mess hall, cadets from prey species background had stopped breathing entirely. Emma scratched her nose absently and reached for her sandwich. Commander, we need to contact the ambassadors now. Vexthul insisted. I don't care if it's the middle of their council session. We're about to have a dead human and an interstellar catastrophe. Already tried. Zilak said grimly. They've got their communications locked for high security discussions. We're on our own for another 90 minutes at minimum. On screen, the crimson-striped cub lowered itself into a crouch, the unmistakable precursor to its siblings mirrored the position, forming a triangle around Emma's chair. This was it. This was the moment their hunting instincts would override their playfulness. Someone needs to warn her. Kelthas pleaded, though he made no move to leave his hiding spot. Evolutionary programming was a powerful. The largest cub's haunches tensed. Its tail went rigid. Its every predator indicator screamed. Every predator indicator screamed. Imminent attack. Emma set down her sandwich. Finally looking up from her data pad. With a slightly annoyed expression. With a slightly annoyed expression. Not at the Cubs. But at something on her screen. She reached for her drink, and as she did, her hand passed within centimeters of the Cub's muzzle. The entire mess hall held its breath. Then Emma's throat moved. And she made a sound. Ah, him. The sound was barely audible. Almost polite clearing of the throat. The kind of noise someone makes when they have a tickle from carbonation. Want to gently indicate their presence. Ah, him. The effect was instantaneous and absolutely catastrophic to everything the galaxy understood about Korvathi behavior. The crimson-striped Cub's eyes went wide, pupils contracting to pinpoints. Its ears flattened against its skull. For a fraction of a second, it stood completely frozen. Every muscle locked as though its nervous system had simply stopped processing commands. Then it bolted. Not a casual retreat. Not a tactical withdrawal. A full, scrambling, evolutionary panic response that sent it careening backward with such force that it crashed sending both Cubs tumbling across the polished floor. The third Cub didn't even bother with direction. It simply ran, slamming into a support column hard enough to dent the metal before ricocheting toward the exit. Within 5 seconds, all 5 Korvathi Cubs had evacuated the mess hall, trampling over each other in their desperation to escape. The sound of their claws scrabbling against the deck plating echoed down the corridor, growing fainter as they put as much distance as possible between themselves and the mess hall fell into absolute silence. Emma picked up her sandwich and took another bite. Her eyes returning to her data pad. She chewed thoughtfully, scrolling through what appeared to be a tactical doctrine analysis, completely unaware that 300 cadets were staring at her with expressions ranging from shock to existential crisis. Kyle Thas's communicator was still transmitting. On the feed, he could see Commander Zillax's mouth opening and closing without sound. His species equivalent of a system reboot. The commander finally managed. In the name of every star system in the known galaxy just happened. Lieutenant Vexathul's voice came through. Equally stunned. The Cubs, they fled. From a sound. From a human sound. I have eyes, Lieutenant. His composure cracked. Someone get down there and find out what kind of weapon that human is carrying. Sonic disruptor, pheromone emitter, subsonic frequency generator. In the mess hall, Emma looked up as 4 security officers burst through the entrance. Weapons drawn but uncertain, scanning for threats. She pulled out one of her audio buds. Hey, she said casually. Did something happen? I had my music on. Cadet Martinez. Martinez approached carefully, his scanner out and sweeping over her. What did you do to the Korvathi Cubs? The what now? Cubs. The 5 predators that were about to attack. What defensive measure did you employ? Attack me? Emma looked around the mess hall, finally noticing the 300 traumatized cadets and the overturned furniture. What? When did what? She paused, thinking back. Those big cat dog things. They were getting kind of close to my fries. So I just let them know I wasn't interested in sharing. How? Vexthul demanded, his scanner showing nothing but standard human biology. What weapon did you use? I just cleared my throat. Emma demonstrated, producing another soft. Every security officer took an involuntary step backward. That, Vexathul said slowly, his voice tight with disbelief. That noise made the most dangerous juvenile predators in the known galaxy flee in terror. I mean, it's just a throat clear. It's just a throat Emma said, looking genuinely confused. Looking genuinely confused. Excuse me, personal space, please? Excuse me, personal space, please? I wasn't even trying to be rude about it. Commander Zelax's voice came through the dangerously calm. Dangerously calm. Lieutenant, I need a biological warfare specialist immediately in that cafeteria. And someone find me every piece of data on human vocal patterns. Now, human vocal patterns. Sir. Now. Kyle spoke up from his position. Finally finding his voice. The Academy Xenobiology database has entries on human communication. Accessing now. He pulled up his datapad with shaking hands. Throat clearing is listed as a warning vocalization. Used to indicate mild displeasure. Or to gain attention. Mild displeasure. Zilax repeated flatly. Yes, sir. It's considered one of the least aggressive sounds humans make. In the corner, Emma had gone back to eating her sandwich. Occasionally glancing around at the chaos. With growing bewilderment. Someone, Zilax said. His voice carrying the weight of a commander. His voice entire understanding of the universe. Had just been invalidated. Please explain to me how the least aggressive human sound every security protocol in the galaxy has failed to do for the last 3,000. Nobody had an answer. Emma finished her sandwich and reached for her dessert. Completely oblivious to the crisis of galactic understanding unfolding around her. Xenobiologist Talana arrived within 20 minutes. Her 6 manipulator appendages already working across multiple datapads simultaneously. She'd been in the middle of a lecture on cross-species communication. The emergency summons came through. And she brought half her research team with her. Show me the footage. Show me the footage. Not bothering with pleasantries. All angles. Full spectrum analysis. Commander Zilax pulled up the security recording. Talana's primary eyes wide. She watched the Cub's reaction play out in slow motion. The freeze, the pupil dilation, the immediate flight response. Extraordinary. Play the audio again. Isolate the human's vocalization. Emma's ahem echoed through the command center speakers. Talana's manipulators flew across her analysis equipment. There, she said, pointing to a cascade of wavelength readings. Do you see it? The human vocal pattern isn't operating on a single frequency. It's hitting simultaneously across 17 different ranges. Low subsonic rumble, mid-range harmonics, and high-frequency overtones, all layered together in one simple sound. So, it's a weapon? Vexel asked. It's communication. Talana corrected. Korvathi cubs are apex predators. But they evolved in an environment with other apex predators. Their survival depended on recognizing warning signals across species lines. Learning which creatures were dangerous, even if they'd never encountered them before. She pulled up a comparison chart. Look at this. The human's throat clear contains acoustic markers that match warning vocalizations from 18 different predators. To the cubs, it wasn't just a sound. It was a territorial dominance display from something they instinctively recognized as being higher on the food chain than they are. But she wasn't even trying. Zilax protested weakly. That's what makes it so effective. Talana said, her voice filled with scientific fascination. There's no aggression markers. There's no stress indicators. Just calm, casual authority. To a predator's instinct. Reads as supreme confidence. Something so dangerous. It doesn't even need to try. Back in the mess hall, Emma had been escorted to a secure observation room where she sat across from Talana, looking increasingly uncomfortable with the attention. Could you demonstrate again? Just a simple throat clear. Okay? Emma cleared her throat gently. Emma cleared her throat gently. Talana's equipment lit up like a festival display. Lit up like a festival display. Now, Cadet Kael'thas, would you attempt the same? Would you attempt the same? Still shaky from the earlier events. Still shaky cleared his throat. The sound was higher pitched. The single frequency and triggered exactly zero alarm responses on the monitoring equipment. Talana gestured excitedly. Completely different acoustic signature. Completely different acoustic. The human respiratory system, combined with their vocal cord structure, creates something unique. Creates something unique in the galactic community. Emma started laughing. A genuine surprised sound. A genuine surprised sound. So you're telling me I accidentally spoke Apex Predator? Back home. Hilarious. I'm the person who apologizes to furniture when I bump. Before Talana could respond, Lieutenant Vex Thul burst into the room. Commander, the Korvathi ambassadors have arrived. We have a problem. The problem became clear. When they reached the landing bay. The Cubs had retreated into the transport ship's cargo hold and refused to come out. Even for their Ambassador Korval, a massive adult Korvathi, with diplomatic sashes across his fur, looked mortified. They say there's a super predator in the facility. He explained, his translator rendering his embarrassment clearly. They won't budge until they're certain it's safe. Commander Zillax pinched the bridge of his nose. Cadet Martinez, would you be willing to talk to them? Talk to them? Emma looked startled. Sure. I'm not going to hurt anyone. They led her to the cargo bay entrance. Emma stepped forward, hands in her pockets, and spoke in her normal conversational tone. Hey, it's okay. I'm not mad. It's okay. You guys were just being curious, right? No harm. The silence stretched for a long moment. Then, slowly, five sets of eyes appeared in the darkness of the cargo hold. The Cubs emerged one by one, keeping a careful 10-meter distance from Emma. Their body language submissive and cautious. Ambassador Korval stared. What are you? Just a cadet, sir. Offering a friendly smile. Emma said. Emma Martinez. Human exchange program. Nice to meet you. The ambassador looked at his Cubs. Then at Commander Zillax. We need to update our diplomatic briefings immediately. Already on it. Zillax muttered. Pulling out his datapad, along with every security protocol, training protocol, and threat assessment document in the Academy database. Emma, oblivious to the galactic paradigm shift, checked her chronometer. Oh no, I'm going to be late for advanced tactics. Go. Can I? Zillax said, waving her away. Just try not to clear your throat in class. Why would I? You know what? Why would I mind? Never mind. Emma shrugged and headed toward the exit. Leaving behind a cargo bay full of diplomats, security officers, and thoroughly humbled Apex Predators. The Human Vocal Warning Protocol went into effect exactly 36 hours after what was now being called the throat clearing incident. Commander Zillax stood in his office, reviewing the new guidelines with the kind of exhausted resignation that came from having one's entire understanding of predator dynamics rewritten by a college student with a sandwich. All personnel are advised to maintain awareness of human respiratory functions. He read aloud to Lieutenant Vex Thul. Throat clearing, coughing, sneezing, hiccuping, are normal biological processes and should not be interpreted as threat displays unless accompanied by aggressive posturing or verbal warnings. The parenthetical note seems excessive. Vex Thul offered. The parenthetical note, Zillax said flatly. Zilak is there because three different apex predator species have formally requested clarification on whether they need to evacuate facilities when humans have seasonal allergies. I've spent 2 days explaining to ambassadors that humans don't intentionally weaponize their sinuses. Down the hall, Emma sat in the academy cafeteria. A different one this time. Mess hall 3. Trying desperately to ignore the whispers and stares. Word had spread across the entire facility. She'd become an inadvertent celebrity. Complete with a nickname she absolutely hated. The human who scared the unscarable. This is ridiculous. She muttered to Kael'thas. Who'd taken to sitting with her at meals. The Pelion had apparently decided that anyone who could terrify Korvathi cubs, the safest person in the galaxy to befriend. I literally just cleared my throat because I had some soda go down. Now there are scientific papers being published about my vocal cords. 7 papers, actually. 7 papers, Kael'thas said. Scrolling through his datapad. Talana's team submitted 3 to the Galactic Journal of Xenobiology alone. There's also a symposium being planned on cross-species acoustic threat recognition and human vocal complexity. You're listed as a featured case study. Emma dropped her head onto the table. Kill me now. I'd rather not. You're the only reason I feel safe eating lunch anymore. The Academy's communication systems had been working overtime. Every apex predator species in the known galaxy, 17 in total, had received formal advisories about human casual sounds. The Korvathi ambassadors had personally transmitted warnings to their the Galactic Security Database, which Xylax had spent 6 hours updating. Now included an entire section on human acoustic patterns, with detailed frequency analysis, threat assessment protocols, and Emma's personal communicator wouldn't stop buzzing with interview requests from xenobiology departments across 3 sectors. At least it's dying down. Emma said hopefully, reaching for her drink. At that exact moment, a piece of food went down the wrong pipe. Emma coughed. A normal reflexive cough to clear her airway. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic to any sense of normalcy. 200 cadets from dozens of species, including several who were technically classified as predators themselves, flinched in perfect synchronization. 3 cadets actually dove under their tables. One dropped their entire meal tray with a crash that echoed through the suddenly silent hall. Emma stared around the cafeteria. Her face turning red with embarrassment. Oh, come on. Kael'thas tried to hide his smile behind his datapad. I did warn you. This is going to be a thing now, isn't it? Her voice carrying just a hint of desperation. You just achieved what evolution gave up on for 17 species. Kael'thas said, his tone mixing amusement with genuine awe. You made apex predators acknowledge a superior threat through nothing but your natural biology. Yes, Emma. This will absolutely be a thing. Emma stood up, gathering her tray with exaggerated care, trying to move as quietly as possible. Back home, I'm just the person who brings donuts to study. Here, I'm apparently a walking intimidation. How is this my life? She headed toward the exit. Muttering under her breath about interstellar exchange programs and cosmic irony. Halfway to the door, something in her diaphragm spasmed. Emma hiccuped. The sound carried across the cafeteria. A sudden, involuntary hic. It was somehow both adorable and terrifying. The response was immediate. Chairs scraped. Cadets scrambled backward. Someone shouted, "She's vocalizing again." In a tone normally reserved for incoming artillery strikes. In the back corner, A group of Vigalian students executed what was clearly a practiced evacuation drill. Emma didn't even turn around. She just walked faster. Her shoulders hunched with mortification. And pushed through the exit into the corridor. Behind her, she could hear Kael'thas trying to calm everyone down. It's fine. It's just hiccups. She's not establishing territorial dominance over the cafeteria. Emma made it 3 meters down the hallway before hiccuping again. From mess hall 3, she heard the unmistakable sound of chairs overturning, rapid footsteps, and someone yelling about implementing emergency protocols. I hate everything about this. Emma announced to the empty corridor. Her communicator buzzed. A new academy-wide memo. All personnel human respiratory functions. All personnel are advised that human respiratory sounds, throat clearing, coughing, sneezing, hiccuping, and related functions are normal biological processes and do not indicate aggression and territorial claims or imminent. Please respond appropriately. With calm acknowledgement rather than alarm. Security response team remains on standby for actual emergency situations. Apex predator species are reminded that humans are classified as Tier 1 diplomatic priority and are not to be challenged, provoked, or engaged in dominance displays under any circumstances. This includes accidental eye contact. We're not sure how we got here either. Emma read the memo, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Carefully, quietly, making absolutely certain it didn't produce any sound whatsoever. From down the hall, she heard Commander Zillax's voice echoing from his office. Someone explained to me how one human with a sandwich has rewritten 3,000 years of interstellar security doctrine. Emma decided it was time to find a very quiet, very empty study room, preferably one with soundproof. All personnel, Code Violet in Mess Hall 7. Korvathi cubs are loose, and security is ordered to stand down. Repeat, stand down per diplomatic protocols. Commander Zillax's voice crackled through every speaker in the galactic.
Danny Wright stared at the official-looking envelope on his grandmother's kitchen table like it might explode. Gold trim, fancy seals, words he couldn't pronounce stamped across the front in 3 different languages, only one of which was English. That's junk mail, right? He asked, poking it with a fork. His grandmother, Ruth, barely glanced up from her newspaper. Came by special courier. Alien special courier. Had 4 arms and apologized twice for stepping on the porch. Danny's fork paused mid-poke. Earth had only joined the galactic community 5 years ago, right after the big reveal that humans weren't alone in the universe. Most people freaked out. Ruth had just nodded and said she'd suspected as much. Danny was 12 at the time and mostly annoyed that the news interrupted his video game tournament. Why would aliens send me mail? Danny grabbed the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a holographic card that activated the moment he touched it. A 3-dimensional figure appeared above the table, some kind of bird-lizard hybrid wearing way too many medals. Greetings, representative of Earth, the hologram announced. You have been selected to participate in the prestigious Apex Hunt, a competition of skill, courage, and honor held every decade. The greatest hunters from across the galaxy will gather to test their abilities against the most dangerous creatures known to exist. Your attendance is mandatory under Galactic Law, Article 7, Section 12. Transportation will arrive in 3 standard days. Gloria waits. The hologram vanished. Danny and Ruth sat in silence for a solid 10 seconds. What did you do? Ruth asked. Nothing. I don't even know what this is. What did you do? Danny flipped the card over. There was a confirmation number and his name spelled perfectly. Middle initial included. Wait, this has to be a mistake. I'm 17. I'm nobody. Ruth took the card from him and examined it closely. Her eyes, sharp from decades of living in the Oregon wilderness, narrowed. This is legitimate. See that seal? That's the Confederation mark. Can't be forged. But I didn't sign up for anything. Did you fill out any forms recently? Online surveys, contests. Danny thought back. Last week he'd clicked on something that promised a cash prize for gamers. It had asked for his name and address. Oh no. Oh yes. Ruth set the card down carefully. Well, you're going to space. Grandma, I can't go to space. I have school. I have plans to do absolutely nothing this summer. The message said mandatory. That means you don't have a choice. Ruth stood and walked to the cupboard, pulling out her old military trunk. If you're going to compete with alien hunters, you'll need proper preparation. I'm not a hunter. Ruth turned and gave him a look that could freeze lava. Boy, I've been teaching you to track deer since you were 6 years old. You can find a rabbit in the snowstorm and tell me what it ate for breakfast 3 days ago. You notice things people with fancy degrees miss. Don't sell yourself short. Danny wanted to argue, but she had a point. Growing up on Ruth's homestead meant learning to survive. She was a retired Marine who believed modern kids were too soft. While his classmates played organized sports, Danny learned to purify water, build shelters, and track animals through any terrain. He could start a fire with damp wood and identify edible plants in the dark. He just never thought those skills mattered. They were just things Grandma made him do. Over the next 3 days, news spread fast. Apparently, the Galactic Confederation had sent Earth an official invitation to participate in some big competition, and the government had tried to organize a committee to select the perfect representative. Decorated soldiers, expert survivalists, famous hunters all volunteered. Then someone discovered that the invitation had been processed incorrectly. Due to a clerical error involving a misfiled jury duty summons and an online contest registration, the invitation had been legally accepted by Daniel Wright, age 17 of Portland. Oregon galactic law was apparently very strict about registered participants. Once someone accepted, no substitutions were allowed. The government tried to negotiate. The aliens said no. Rules were rules. Danny watched the news coverage from his grandmother's couch, eating cereal and wondering if this was all a fever dream. They're saying you'll embarrass Earth, Ruth commented, reading from her tablet. Politicians are calling it a disaster. The military wants to give you a crash course in combat. Great. Fantastic. Love that for me. They don't understand. Fantastic. Ruth set down the tablet and looked at Danny seriously. Those fancy hunters with their fancy equipment are going to overthink everything. They'll rely on technology and weapons, but hunting isn't about having the best gear. It's about understanding behavior, patience, reading signs, becoming part of the environment. You really think I can do this? I think you're the only one who sees the world the way hunters need to see it. Everyone else forgot how. She reached into the trunk and pulled out an old knife in a worn leather sheath. This was your grandfather's Marine issue. Take it, Danny took the knife carefully. It felt solid and real in a way that made the whole situation suddenly concrete. He was actually going to space. He was actually going to compete against alien hunters. The transport ship arrived exactly when promised. It landed in the field behind Ruth's house, a sleek silver craft that hummed with power. A ramp extended. Ruth handed Danny a backpack she'd prepared, filled with basic supplies and a few tools. Remember what I taught you, she said. Watch before you act. Listen before you move. Respect the prey, understand the environment, and don't try to fight nature. Work with it. What if I mess this up? Then you mess it up. But you won't die wondering what would have happened if you tried. She hugged him briefly, then pushed him toward the ship. Now go show those aliens what a human can do. Danny walked up the ramp, backpack over one shoulder, wearing jeans and his favorite hoodie. Behind him, Earth continued spinning. Ahead of him, the galaxy waited with expectations he didn't ask for and a competition he didn't understand. He figured he might as well see what happened. Frontier Base 7 smelled like metal and something Danny couldn't identify. Probably alien sweat. The station floated in neutral space, a massive ring structure where different species could meet without political complications. Danny shuffled through the arrival gate behind a group of tall, blue-skinned traders who kept glancing back at him like he was a lost child. An official greeted him at customs, a being that looked like a walking stick insect wearing a uniform. Its translator device crackled before speaking in English. Daniel Wright of Earth? Yes, that's me. The official's antennae twitched in what might have been confusion. You are Earth's representative for the Apex hunt? Apparently. I see. Follow me, please. The other participants are gathering in the main hall. They walked through corridors filled with aliens of every description. Some had fur,
They walked through
others had
corridors
scales,
filled with aliens
a few
of
were
every
just floating
description.
energy clouds
Some
in
had fur,
containment suits.
others had
All of
scales,
them stared at
a few
Danny.
were just floating
He
energy
kept his
clouds
hands in his hoodie
containment
pockets
suits.
and tried to
All
look
of them
less
stared
like
at
someone
Danny.
who'd rather be home
He
playing
kept his
video
hands in
games.
his hoodie pockets
The
and
main
tried to
hall
look
was
less like
enormous,
someone who'd rather
with
be
viewing
home playing
screens
video
covering the
games.
walls and a central
main hall was
platform
enormous,
where holographic
viewing
displays
screens
showed
covering the
various
walls and a
terrifying
central
creatures.
platform
Danny counted
where
about 30
holographic
beings
displays
scattered
showed
around
various
the room,
terrifying creatures.
all of them looking
Danny
significantly
counted about
more
30
prepared than he
beings
felt.
scattered around the room.
Near the
All
front
of
stood
them
two
looking
identical
significantly more
reptilian
prepared than he
aliens,
felt.
easily 8 feet
Near the
tall with
front
silver
stood two
scales and armor
identical
that probably
reptilian
cost
aliens,
more than Danny's
easily
house.
8 feet
They
tall
noticed
with
him
silver
immediately
scales
and started
armor that
laughing, a
probably
hissing
cost more
sound
than
that made
Danny's
several
house.
other
They
species turn
noticed
to
him
look.
immediately and started
Is that
laughing,
the
a
human?
hissing sound
One
that
of them
made
said
several other
loudly.
species turn to
Earth
look.
sent a child?
Is that the
Look
human?
at his clothing,
One
the
of them
other
said
added.
loudly.
He came
Earth
to hunt
sent
in
a child.
sleeping garments.
Look at his
Danny
clothing,
wanted to
the
point
other
out that
added.
hoodies were not
He came to hunt
sleepwear,
in
but
sleeping
decided
garments.
silence was better.
Danny wanted to point
He
out
found a
that
seat in the
hoodies were
back
not
and pulled out
sleepwear,
his
but
phone,
decided
which
silence was
surprisingly
better.
still had a
He found
signal
a seat
thanks
in
to
the
some
back and pulled
galactic
out his
network his
phone,
grandmother had
which
set up before he
surprisingly
left.
still had a signal thanks to
More
some
hunters
galactic
arrived
network
over
his
the next
grandmother
hour.
had set up before he left.
A group of insect-like
More
soldiers
hunters
moved in
arrived over
perfect
the next
formation,
hour.
their leader wearing a
group of
helmet with
insect-like
multiple eye
soldiers moved in
slots.
perfect
A
formation.
massive
Their
bear
leader
creature with
wearing a
gray
helmet
fur
with
and ritual
multiple eye
scars entered
slots.
alone,
A
carrying
massive
nothing but a
bear
wooden
creature with
staff.
gray fur and ritual
An
scars
actual
entered
robot
alone,
hunter scanned the
carrying
room with
nothing but a
glowing
wooden
sensors.
staff.
A cat-like
An actual
alien in
robot
expensive-looking
hunter scanned the
armor
room
made a
with
grand
glowing
entrance,
sensors.
accompanied by
Cat-like
servants
alien in
carrying her
expensive-looking
equipment.
armor made a grand
Everyone
entrance,
looked professional.
accompanied by servants carrying
Everyone
her
looked
equipment.
dangerous. Everyone looked like they belonged here. Danny did not look like he belonged here. A hologram appeared on the central platform, showing the same bird lizard official from the invitation. Welcome, honored hunters. The Apex Hunt is the galaxy's most prestigious competition. For those new to this tradition, allow me to explain the rules. Danny actually paid attention now, watching the holographic displays shift to show a wild planet covered in forests, mountains, and oceans. You will be transported to Savage World, a protected wilderness preserve containing 50 different apex predator species from across the galaxy. Your task is simple. Track, capture, and return 3 different apex predators within 10 standard days. Killing a creature results in immediate disqualification. Each participant will receive a basic survival pack, an emergency beacon, and a recording drone to verify captures. The display showed various monsters, things with too many teeth, things with armor plates, things that looked like they could eat a tank. The winner receives resource rights for their homeworld, advanced technology access, and eternal glory. May your hunts be successful. The hologram vanished. Immediately, the other hunters began talking amongst themselves, discussing strategies and comparing equipment. The 2 reptilian aliens approached a supply officer, requesting additional plasma nets and energy shields. Danny raised his hand. Everyone stopped and stared at him. Yeah, quick question, Danny said. Do we get to study the animals first? Yeah, like their behavior patterns or habitats or whatever? The insect leader's translator responded. All necessary data is available in the station database, though I doubt a human child can comprehend advanced ecology. Cool. Thanks. Danny stood and headed toward the database terminals, ignoring the laughter that followed him. He spent the next 6 hours at a terminal, reading everything available about Savage World's ecosystem. Other hunters came and went, most spending maybe 20 minutes reviewing technical data before leaving to prepare equipment or rest. Danny stayed, taking notes on his phone about weather patterns, terrain types, water sources, and especially how different predator species interacted with each other. An older alien eventually sat down next to him. This one looked humanoid, but with weathered gray skin and scars across his face. He wore simple clothing and carried a beaten backpack. You're the Earth kid, the alien said in surprisingly good English. Word travels fast. Name's Briggs. I run the equipment depot here. Been watching these hunts for 30 years. He glanced at Danny's screen. You're actually studying the ecosystem. Seemed important. Most hunters focus on individual targets. They look at what they want to catch and ignore everything else. Briggs leaned back. You know what separates good hunters from dead ones? What? Good hunters understand that everything is connected. The prey, the predators, the plants, the weather, all of it. You can't hunt in a vacuum. He stood up, patting Danny's shoulder. Keep doing what you're doing, kid. You might surprise people. After Briggs left, Danny continued reading until his eyes hurt. He learned that shadow panthers hunted near river systems. Titan serpents avoided volcanic regions. Razorback boars migrated based on fruit tree cycles. The information built a picture in his mind, not of individual monsters, but of a living, breathing world with patterns and logic. By the time officials announced that transport would begin in the morning, Danny had filled 30 pages of notes. Other hunters were showing off their gear, testing weapons, making alliance proposals. Danny went to his assigned quarters, a small room with a basic bed, and reviewed his notes one more time. He thought about what his grandmother had taught him. Don't fight nature. Work with it. Understand the patterns. Don't fight nature. Be patient. Work with Tomorrow he'd be dropped alone into an alien wilderness to hunt creatures that could kill him in seconds. Danny set his phone. The transport pod shook as it entered Savage World's atmosphere. Danny gripped his seat and watched through the viewport as alien jungle rushed up to meet him. The pod's computer announced landing coordinates in a language he didn't understand, then switched to English. Participant Daniel Wright, you will be deployed in Sector 7, a temperate forest region. Your survival pack includes water purification tablets, basic medical supplies, emergency beacon, and recording drone. Good luck. The pod hit the ground with a thud that rattled Danny's teeth. The door hissed open, releasing him into humidity that immediately made his hoodie stick to his back. He grabbed his backpack and grandmother's knife, then stepped out into an alien world. Trees surrounded him, but not like Earth trees. These had purple bark and leaves that shifted colors when the wind blew. Strange bird calls echoed from every direction. Something rustled in the undergrowth and Danny froze instinctively, his training kicking in before his brain caught up. The recording drone bobbed out of the pod after him, a floating sphere about the size of a basketball. It blinked a small light indicating it was active and recording. Somewhere the galaxy was watching. Danny took a breath and forced himself to relax. This was just camping. Weird alien camping, but still just camping. He spent the first hour doing absolutely nothing except sitting against a tree and observing. Other hunters were probably racing off to track their first target. Danny knew better. Rushing into unknown territory was how people got hurt or lost. First, you learn the environment, then you move. He watched insects crawl across the purple bark, noticed that some trees had claw marks about 7 feet up, heard different layers of sound as day animals settled and evening animals woke. Felt the temperature drop 3 degrees as the sun moved behind clouds that looked normal, but apparently weren't, based on their orange color. After that first hour, Danny started moving slowly through the forest, reading signs. Fresh tracks here, probably from something big based on the depth. Broken branches there, at a height that suggested something climbed recently. Scat near a fallen log, which he examined carefully with a stick, noting the contents included bones and fur. The drone followed him silently, recording everything. By evening, Danny had mapped a rough mental picture of the area. There was a stream about half a mile east. A game trail ran north-south through a clearing. A large predator definitely lived somewhere nearby, based on territorial markings. Smaller creatures used the mid-level branches for travel, avoiding the ground. He found a decent spot to make camp, a rocky overhang that provided shelter and a view of the surrounding area. No fire. Fire attracted attention, and Danny wasn't ready for attention yet. He ate an energy bar from his pack and checked his phone. No messages, obviously, no signal. But he'd taken photos of his notes back on the station, so he could review the information about different predators. Shadow panthers. The notes said they were ambush predators that could bend light around themselves, making them nearly invisible. They hunted near water sources at dawn and dusk. Preferred prey was medium-sized herbivores, extremely territorial. Danny thought about the stream he'd found and the game trail. If herbivores came to drink and shadow panthers hunted near water, then the area around that stream was probably active hunting ground. He decided to check it out tomorrow. That night, Danny barely slept. Not because he was scared, but because the forest was incredibly loud. Things howled, screeched, and made sounds like grinding metal. The drone's light stayed dim but visible, a small comfort in the darkness. When purple dawn light filtered through the canopy, Danny was already awake and moving toward the stream. He approached carefully, staying downwind and moving slowly. The stream was beautiful in an alien way, with water that looked slightly too blue and rocks that had crystal formations growing on them. Danny found a spot about 50 yards from the water and settled in to watch. 2 hours later, his patience paid off. A creature that looked like a six-legged deer came to drink, moving nervously and checking its surroundings constantly. Danny remained perfectly still, barely breathing. Then he saw it. Not the shadow panther itself, but the effect it created. A shimmer in the air near the opposite bank, like heat waves, but wrong. The shimmer moved closer to the deer thing. Danny watched how it moved, watched how it positioned itself downwind, watched how it waited for the perfect moment when the prey lowered its head to drink. The attack was fast. The deer thing barely managed to leap away, crashing into the forest with the shimmer close behind. Danny heard the chase fade into the distance. He'd learned 3 important things. First, shadow panthers attacked from downwind. Second, they preferred prey that was distracted. Third, they chased for short distances but gave up quickly if the prey escaped the initial ambush. Danny spent the rest of the day tracking the shadow panther's movements. He never saw it directly, but he found its traces. Claw marks on trees where it sharpened its claws, a half-eaten carcass hidden under leaves, a particular tree it seemed to rest in during the hot afternoon, based on crushed moss patterns on a thick branch. By evening, Danny had a plan forming. He couldn't catch the shadow panther by chasing it or fighting it, but he could use what he knew about its behavior. He spent the next morning gathering materials, strong vines from a particular plant species, flexible branches, leaves that smelled strongly, which he crushed and saved. He worked slowly and carefully, building something simple but effective. The trap took all day to prepare, a pit carefully disguised, placed exactly where the game trail met the stream. Not deep enough to hurt the panther, but deep enough to contain it temporarily. Danny used the crushed leaves to mask his scent and placed bait, a portion of the carcass he'd found, in a position that would require the panther to approach from a specific angle. Then he climbed a tree 70 yards away and waited. Waiting was the hardest part. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky. Danny's legs cramped. The drone recorded everything with what seemed like judgment. Just before dusk, the shimmer appeared. Danny felt his heart rate increase, but forced himself to stay calm and still. The shadow panther approached the bait cautiously, circling it once, twice, checking for danger. Then it stepped exactly where Danny needed it to step. The ground gave way. The panther fell with a startled sound that broke its camouflage, revealing a creature that looked like a big cat made of living darkness with glowing yellow eyes. It thrashed in the pit but couldn't climb the smooth sides. Danny climbed down and approached carefully. Using the vines he'd prepared, he secured the creature without getting close enough for it to reach him. The recording drone News of Danny's first capture spread across the galaxy faster than light-speed communication. In his small room back on Frontier Base 7, Briggs watched the footage and smiled. On Earth, Ruth Wright nodded once and went back to tending her garden. In the Galactic Confederation chambers, officials who had called the human participation an embarrassment suddenly became very quiet. Danny knew none of this. He'd released the Shadow Panther after the capture was verified, watching it sprint away into the forest, probably very confused and angry. Now he needed a second target, and he'd chosen something that made the drone's operator, somewhere in space, flag the recording with a priority alert, the Thornback Apex. A creature the size of a small truck, covered in armored plates and venomous spines. In the competition's 400-year history, only 3 had ever been captured, and all 3 attempts had required teams of hunters with advanced technology. Danny found signs of one living in the volcanic region north of his landing site. It took him a full day of hiking to reach the territory, and another day of careful observation from a safe distance. The Thornback looked exactly like something that should not exist. Its body was low and wide with legs thick as tree trunks. The armor plates shifted and clicked when it moved. The spines along its back were as long as Danny's arm and dripped with something that made the ground smoke where it fell. But Danny didn't focus on how dangerous it was. He focused on its behavior. The creature was methodical. Every morning it patrolled a specific route around its territory, marking certain rocks with scent glands. Every afternoon when the volcanic heat became intense, it traveled to a mud wallow to cool down. It always used the same wallow, always approached from the same direction, always stayed for exactly 2 hours before returning to its den. Danny spent 3 days just watching and taking notes. The drone recorded everything, which confused galactic analysts who expected immediate action. Human observers started calling him patient. Military strategists called him smart. Ruth called it basic common sense. On the 4th day, Danny began his preparation. He needed to move the thornback from its wallow to a specific location, and he needed to do it without getting close enough for those venomous spines to reach him. Fire was the answer. Not to hurt the creature, but to guide it. Danny studied the wind patterns and spent an entire day gathering specific plants that produced thick smoke when burned. He created a line of small fire pits, carefully positioned to drive smoke in a particular direction without actually spreading the fire. The next afternoon, when the thornback went to its wallow, Danny lit the fires in sequence. The smoke billowed thick and low, not dangerous but extremely unpleasant. The thornback, confused and annoyed, left the wallow early and moved away from the smoke. Danny kept the smoke flowing, adjusting the fires to create a path the creature could follow comfortably. He wasn't chasing it. He was suggesting a direction, and the thornback, wanting to avoid the smoke, naturally followed the path of least resistance. It took 6 hours of careful management. Danny moved quietly through the volcanic rocks, always staying far from the creature, always keeping the smoke between them. The thornback never saw him, never felt threatened, just kept moving away from the irritation. Finally, Danny guided it into a narrow canyon he'd scouted earlier. The canyon had steep walls and a single entrance. Once the thornback moved deep enough into the canyon, Danny triggered his trap. He'd spent 2 days carefully weakening specific rocks along the canyon's upper edge. Now, using a long lever he'd constructed from a fallen tree trunk, he dislodged those rocks. They fell in a calculated collapse, not on the creature but behind it, blocking the exit. The thornback spun around, finding itself trapped. It roared, a sound that shook Danny's bones, and charged at the rockfall. But the rocks were too heavy and too many. The creature was contained. Danny approached carefully with strong vines he'd braided together over the past days. Using a long stick, he managed to secure the vines around the thornback's legs without getting close. The creature thrashed and tried to reach him with its venomous spines, but Danny stayed just beyond range, patient and careful. The recording drone verified the capture. 2 down, 1 to go. Back on Frontier Base 7, the viewing hall was packed. What started as entertainment, watching the foolish human fail, had become something else. Hunters from dozens of species watched Danny's methods with growing respect. The 2 reptilian brothers who had mocked him earlier were notably silent. The insect commander, who had successfully captured 2 creatures using military precision, studied Danny's recordings like textbooks. The robot hunter ran probability calculations and concluded that human intuition operated on variables it couldn't measure. The large bear creature, having captured one target through spiritual connection and brute strength, nodded in approval of Danny's approach. The cat-like noble, who had also captured 2 creatures but at great cost to her equipment and pride, refused to watch the recordings. She told everyone who would listen that primitive methods were lucky, not skilled. Nobody was listening to her anymore. On Savage World, Danny sat by a small stream and reviewed his notes about the 3rd target he'd chosen, the impossible one, the creature that would either prove he understood what he was doing or prove he'd been lucky all along, the Void Stalker, a predator that existed partially outside normal space, could phase through solid matter, and had never been captured in the competition's entire history. Danny studied his notes until the light faded. Then he studied them more by the light of the recording drone, which had apparently been upgraded to include a spotlight function after someone in the control center decided to help him. He thought about everything his grandmother taught him. Every hunt came down to understanding behavior and environment. It didn't matter how strange the animal was. It still needed to eat, sleep, and avoid danger. It still had instincts. It still followed patterns. The Void Stalker could phase through matter, but according to his research, there were limits. Extreme temperatures disrupted the phasing ability. The creature avoided certain types of electromagnetic fields. It hunted in specific territory and returned to the same resting spots. Danny could work with that. He spent the next 2 days not hunting, but preparing the environment itself. He mapped the Void Stalker's territory completely, identifying every spot it had been seen or left traces. He studied the terrain, the temperature variations, the underground water sources. Then he began to reshape the creature's hunting ground, not by building traps, but by influencing where its prey would go. He drove smaller animals towards specific areas. He blocked certain paths with his scent. He used calls he'd learned from watching local predators to create sounds that made prey animals nervous in particular locations. The Void Stalker would follow its prey. The Void Stalker would follow its prey. 2 days of careful work turned the Void Stalker's hunting territory into a maze of invisible influences. Danny had never actually seen the creature clearly. It appeared as a distortion in space, like looking at something through rippling water, visible only when it moved and only if you knew what to look for. But he'd found its patterns. The Void Stalker hunted every evening between dusk and full dark. It preferred prey that traveled alone. It always approached from higher ground. And most importantly, it avoided areas where temperature dropped below a certain point because extreme cold disrupted its ability to phase between dimensions. Danny found a location where underground springs created natural cold spots in the ground. The area was small, maybe 30 feet across and surrounded by warmer territory. Normally, prey animals avoided the cold spot because it was uncomfortable. Danny needed to make it attractive. He spent hours gathering fresh vegetation and piling it in the cold area, creating what looked like abundant food. He used sounds to drive small prey animals away from their usual feeding grounds. Hungry and confused, they would eventually find the new food source. Then came the hard part. Danny needed to create barriers that the Void Stalker couldn't cross, but barriers that didn't look like barriers. He used the underground springs to create channels of extremely cold water that ran in a pattern around the cold spot. The channels were narrow and easy for prey to cross, but for the Void Stalker they would be walls. The creature couldn't phase through extreme temperature differences. It took him another full day to perfect the pattern. The channels formed a maze with only one entrance, and that entrance led directly to the center of the cold spot. Danny made sure the approach path felt natural, following the contours of the land in a way that wouldn't seem artificial. On the evening of the 9th day, with only 1 day left before the competition ended, Danny positioned himself in a tree 200 yards from his trap and waited. The drone hovered near him, its spotlight off, recording in low-light mode. Across the galaxy, millions watched. Betting pools had formed about whether the human would succeed or fail. The odds had shifted dramatically since the competition began. Dusk arrived with purple and orange clouds. Danny controlled his breathing, staying perfectly still. His legs were cramped from 3 hours of not moving, but he ignored the discomfort. His grandmother had made him practice this. Deer hunting in Oregon required patience that most people couldn't imagine. Small prey animals found the food Danny had placed. A group of six-legged creatures that looked like rabbits mixed with lizards began eating the fresh vegetation, nervous but hungry. More arrived. Soon there were dozens, all focused on the unexpected feast. Then Danny saw it, or rather saw the distortion. The air rippled near the upper rocks, flowing like water down toward the feeding animals. The Void Stalker was hunting. The creature moved silently, a ghost made of bent space and predator instinct. It circled the cold spot once, and Danny held his breath. If the Void Stalker sensed the trap, it would leave and Danny would fail. But the creature saw prey. Lots of prey, distracted and easy. It approached along the exact path Danny had left open, moving through the maze of cold channels without realizing they were guiding it. The Void Stalker entered the cold spot. Immediately, its form became more visible as the extreme temperature disrupted its phasing ability. It appeared as a creature made of shadow and sharp angles, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed like dying stars. It lunged at the prey animals, catching two before the rest scattered. The Void Stalker tried to phase through the ground to chase them, but the cold prevented it. Confused, it tried to leave the cold spot. That's when it discovered the channels. Every direction it turned, extreme cold blocked its path. The channels weren't deep enough to trap a normal creature, but for the Void Stalker, they were impassable walls. It was caught in a cage made of temperature. Danny climbed down from his tree and approached slowly. The creature saw him and made a sound that hurt Danny's ears and made reality feel temporarily uncertain. It was clearly intelligent enough to understand it had been outsmarted. And it was not happy. Using the vines he'd prepared, Danny created a harness that could contain the creature without touching it directly. The Void Stalker struggled and tried to phase away, but the cold kept it solid. The process took an hour of careful work, with Danny staying just outside the cold spot and using long poles to position the vines. Finally, the recording drone chimed. The capture was verified. Danny sat down on the warm ground outside the cold spot, exhausted. 3 captures, 3 days ahead of schedule. The impossible hunt completed by a 17-year-old kid from Oregon. The galaxy watched in silence. In the viewing hall at Frontier Base 7, the silence broke into noise. Some species cheered, others argued. The reptilian brothers stared at the screen with what might have been respect. The insect commander approached a communication terminal and sent a message directly to Earth's representatives, requesting information about human training methods. The robot hunter's processors struggled with the data. Logically, the humans should not have succeeded. Limited equipment, no advanced technology, minimal physical advantages. Yet the results were undeniable. The variable it couldn't account for was intuition, the ability to understand complex systems through observation and experience rather than pure calculation. The cat-like noble left the viewing hall without a word, her servants hurrying behind her. Only Briggs remained calm, watching the screen with a knowing smile. He'd seen it in Danny's eyes from the beginning. The kid had something most hunters lost when their species became advanced. He still thought like prey and predator simultaneously. He understood that hunting wasn't about dominance. It was about becoming part of the cycle. On Savage World, Danny released the Void Stalker carefully. The creature immediately phased away once it escaped the cold spot, disappearing into whatever dimension it called home. Danny hoped it wasn't too traumatized by the experience. He gathered his backpack and started the long walk back to his pickup coordinates. The competition had 1 day remaining, but Danny was finished. He'd completed the challenge. Now he just wanted to go home. The recording drone followed him through the alien forest as purple sunset turned to darkness. Somewhere above, stars that weren't his stars shined down on a world that wasn't his world. Danny thought about his grandmother's porch and realized that wasn't his world. The award ceremony hall glittered with lights from 1,000 worlds. Danny stood on a platform wearing the same jeans and hoodie he'd worn for the entire competition, now stained with mud and torn in several places. Around him, other hunters wore ceremonial armor and formal clothing from their cultures. The bird lizard official who had sent the original invitation stood at a massive podium, speaking through translators to the assembled crowd. Behind him, screens showed highlights from the hunt. Danny's captures played on repeat, analyzed by experts who still couldn't quite believe what they'd seen. In 400 years of competition, the official announced, "We have never witnessed such an efficient display of hunting skill. 3 captures in 9 days, including the legendary Void Stalker, with 0 injuries and minimal equipment. The Galactic Confederation is honored to declare Daniel Wright of Earth the winner of this year's Apex Hunt." Polite applause echoed through the hall. Some species showed enthusiasm, others merely acknowledgement. Danny noticed the 2 reptilian brothers in the audience. They stood and pressed their fists to their chests, a gesture of warrior respect. Danny nodded back awkwardly. The cat-like noble sat with perfect posture, her face showing nothing. She'd completed her 3 captures but barely made the deadline and had damaged expensive equipment in the process. Her pride was clearly wounded more than her body. The insect commander approached the platform when the ceremony allowed for congratulations. Her translator buzzed efficiently. "Human Daniel Wright, my hive wishes to study your methods. We have fought wars across galaxies and trained hunters for 10,000 years. Yet you showed us perspectives we had forgotten. Would you consider teaching?" "I can't. I have school," Danny said. which caused a confused murmur among species that didn't understand the concept of mandatory youth education. The large bear creature named Tusk came forward next. Moving with surprising gentleness for something his size, he bowed deeply, a gesture that made several observers gasp because Tusk never bowed to anyone. Small human, you hunt with wisdom. The spirit spoke to me of your victory before it happened. You walk between worlds like the old ones of my people. I give you blessing. Tusk placed a carved wooden charm in Danny's hand and walked away before Danny could respond. Even the robot hunter approached, its optical sensors focusing on Danny with unsettling intensity. I have calculated 73,000 possible approaches to the Void Stalker capture. None matched your method. You operated outside predictable patterns while still maintaining logical consistency. This should not be possible. I request permission to study you. That's kind of creepy. So no, Danny said. The robot tilted its head, processed this, and retreated with what might have been confusion. Through all the attention and celebration, Danny just wanted to leave. The official prize presentation took another hour. Earth was granted resource rights to mineral-rich asteroid fields, access to advanced medical technology, and trade agreements that would boost the planet's economy for generations. Earth's representatives, dressed in formal suits and looking extremely relieved, accepted the awards. They tried to get Danny to pose for photos. He did, but he looked miserable in all of them, which somehow made them more popular across galactic social networks. Finally, the ceremony ended. Danny was escorted to a transport ship heading back to Earth. Briggs met him at the departure gate. You did good, kid, the old hunter said. Better than good. You reminded a lot of species about things they'd forgotten. I just did what my grandma taught me, Danny replied. Exactly. That's the point. Briggs handed him a small package. Your grandmother's knife served you well, but you'll need your own tools now. These are from my personal collection. Earned them over 50 years of hunting. Figure you'll put them to better use than they'd get sitting in my locker. Danny opened the package to find 3 knives of different sizes, each made from materials he didn't recognize but felt perfectly balanced. I can't take these. Too late. Already gave them to you. Can't take back a gift in my culture. Bad luck, Briggs smiled. Besides, something tells me you'll need them eventually. Galaxy's a big place, and now everyone knows your name. That brings opportunities and problems in equal measure. The transport ship's boarding call echoed through the station. Danny shook Briggs's hand and headed for the ramp. The journey back to Earth took 3 days. Danny slept most of it, finally able to relax. When the ship entered Earth's atmosphere and he saw the familiar blue and green of his homeworld, something tight in his chest loosened. Landing brought chaos. Media everywhere, government officials wanting statements, people cheering. Danny was rushed through it all, giving short answers and trying not to look directly at camera flashes. A military escort drove him to Oregon. They wanted to take him to Portland for more ceremonies. Danny refused and gave them his grandmother's address. The driver, a young Marine who looked impressed and slightly terrified of Danny, didn't argue. Ruth's homestead appeared exactly as Danny had left it. The garden still grew. The porch still creaked. The forest still surrounded everything with comfortable silence. Ruth stood on the porch, arms crossed, watching the military vehicle approach. Danny got out with his backpack and Briggs's knives. The escort waited to make sure he was safe. Ruth waved them away and they left. You look terrible, Ruth said. Alien planets aren't great for hygiene, Danny replied. You hungry?
Starving, they went inside.
Ruth had made stew, apparently confident Danny would return. They ate in silence for a while, just the sound of spoons on bowls in the forest outside the windows. Government's going to want you to do appearances, Ruth said eventually. Talk shows, interviews, all that. Yeah, Ruth said eventually. You going to do them? Talk shows, interviews, do I have to? No, you're a minor. I can tell them to leave you alone until you're 18. No, you're a minor. Ruth finished her stew. Might be good for Earth's image, though. Show the galaxy that humans are worth respect. Danny thought about it. Maybe a few. But then I want to come home and finish school. That's reasonable. Ruth collected the bowls. What did you learn out there? Danny considered the question seriously. That most problems are simpler than people make them. That watching is better than acting sometimes. That expensive equipment doesn't replace understanding. He paused. And that the things you taught me actually matter. I always thought they were just survival skills for camping. They are survival skills. Just turns out survival is more universal than we thought. Ruth smiled slightly. Your grandfather would be proud. I'm proud too, though I'll deny saying that if you tell anyone. That evening, Danny sat on the porch and watched the forest. His phone had about 3,000 messages he was ignoring. News sites were calling him humanity's champion. Scientists wanted to study his methods. Schools wanted him to speak at graduations, but right now, in this moment, he was just a kid sitting on his grandmother's porch in rural Oregon, watching deer move through the trees and automatically tracking their movement patterns. He noticed everything: the wind direction, the moisture in the air suggesting rain tomorrow, the way birds reacted to something passing below their perch, the old patterns, the ones humans learned before technology, before civilization, back when survival meant understanding the world instead of controlling it. Danny realized he'd always see the world this way now. Couldn't turn it off even if he wanted to. His grandmother had trained him too well. He figured that was probably okay. The galaxy was bigger than he'd imagined, stranger than he'd expected, and apparently paying attention now. If humans were going to be part of that galaxy, maybe someone should remember the simple things. Above him, stars appeared as the sun set. Some of those stars had planets where creatures hunted and lived and died in patterns as old as time. Danny had walked among them and learned they weren't so different from Earth's creatures after all. Everything alive followed rules. You just had to learn what those rules were and work with them instead of against them. That was the secret his grandmother knew. That was what he'd shown the galaxy. And that was what he'd carry forward. Danny Wright stared at the official looking, and that was what he'd carry forward.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Not with artificial voices or AI slop. My name's General G. What's HFY without humanity? I'm sorry to say this, little buddy, to keep the human ambassador began. My name's General G. At the Galactic Council meeting. I'm sorry to say this, but you won't last 3 seconds. The human ambassador. Abby's antennae drooped as the words washed over him. But he stood atop the massive council table, his small paws gripping the edge of the microphone stand that had been specially adjusted to accommodate his diminutive stature. The table stretched out around him like a vast plateau, and he could see the faces of dozens of species watching him from their seats in the amphitheater-style chamber. And he could see his bright orange dozens of species watching him from their seats. His big dark eyes watched as he processed what the human had just said in indignation, and the fluffy pom-poms at the tip of his antennae as he processed as he tried to suppress his rage. And the fluffy being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all had been humiliating enough. Rage. The Sativ being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all, negotiations to join had been a months-long ordeal of being spoken to in condescending tones and generally treated like adorable ordeal rather than sentient beings with their own cultures and generally treated like adorable Abby and his people had collectively decided that enough with their own culture and the moment they were officially granted membership and given the floor to speak, they would declare war on the most powerful species in the chamber. It was a calculated move designed to earn respect through demonstration of courage and martial prowess. It was a calculated move. Abby had spent hours studying the demonstration of every species present. Martial prowess. He'd memorized their military capabilities, their territories of every species present, and he'd made his choice. Their military capabilities. They were legendary war temperaments, survivors of a death world called Earth, the human masters of violence. They were legendary. They were the species that made the other species nervous, called Earth. If the Sativs could challenge them and prove themselves worthy opponents, every other member of the council would have to take challenge them and prove themselves worthy stood there on the table. His tiny chest puffed out as far as his furball body would allow. Abby had stood and declared formal war on humanity. Puffed out as far he used every traditional phrase from Sativ warrior culture, invoking the names of their ancient heroes and promising to descend upon Earth like a storm of claws and of their ancient heroes. He'd expected shock to descend upon Earth, fear like a storm of claws. What he got instead was this casual dismissal. He'd expected shock, this patronizing fear, little buddy nonsense instead, and the assertion that his entire species wouldn't last 3 seconds little buddy nonsense. And the worse than that, his was the reaction from everyone else. 3 seconds. Abby's large eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the spectacle of universal mockery. The aquariums in their water-filled environmental suits were producing streams of bubbles. Their translucent bodies rippling with what could only be laughter. Were producing steams of bubbles. Their translucent bodies rippling. Their high-pitched squeaking filled the air as their elaborate head crests stood fully erect, a sign of extreme amusement in their culture. As their elaborate even the morphs stood fully erect, so dignified of extreme amusement in their bipedal forms. Even the morph composure, usually so dignified, had literally melted into puddles of gelatinous goo on their seats. Their bodies shaking had literally melted into a blob of gelatinous goo on their seats. You all laugh now, was the blob equivalent of his voice amplified by the microphone, but still higher pitched than he would have liked. Abby declared. But in 2 days, the Sativ warrior fleet will descend upon Earth. We will challenge the humans to honorable combat, warrior to warrior. We will prove our prowess with both blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory. Blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory. You mock us for our size, but size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. When we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return with the spoils of Earth, when we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return, you will beg for our forgiveness, and you will regret your underestimate the Sativ again. For our forgiveness, and he'd practiced that speech for hours. It had sounded so much more impressive in his quarters. Now came the dramatic exit, which Abby had not fully thought through. In his quarters. The table was easily 3 times his dramatic exit. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, which was still sitting nearby, but required him to walk to it. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, while marching across the vast expanse of the table, required him still within clear view of everyone. His dignity would have been challenging enough, but he was so angry, so determined to storm off everyone, that he simply turned and began walking toward the edge of the table, so determined to storm off in a display of athletic prowess. Began walking toward the edge of the table, 3 steps before he realized his mistake. In a display of athletic over the edge, he saw the floor. He made it about 3 steps before he realized his mistake. He froze, peering over his tail, twitching nervously behind far below. The laughter in the chamber intensified. He froze. Does the mighty warrior need help getting down? One of the Kree called out, setting off another wave. Does the mighty warrior need help? Abby's fur fluffed out even more, if that was possible, setting off another wave. He turned around with as much dignity as Abby's fur fluffed out and walked stiffly toward the platform. His small legs moving as much dignity as he could muster. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the council members. His small legs. They're going to Earth. Those Death Welders are going to eat them alive. That was one of the Aquarians. They're going to Earth. Those Death Welders are going to eat them alive. The Zoraxian probe that landed there, destroyed in minutes. That voice added. I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands because it was making annoying sounds. I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands don't stand because it was making annoying sounds. Someone else said amorphid. In a tone that suggested don't stand a chance. That notion at least they'll die. Well, probably not bravely. Probably in a tone that suggested they found that notion amusing. 10 credits says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take one look at Earth from space and go back. Says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take one look at Earth from space and go back. He kept his head high, his antennae proud, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. He kept his head high, but one thing did puzzle him, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. Throughout all the laughter, all the mockery, as he all the jokes at his expense toward the exit, he'd noticed that the human ambassador himself had remained all the jokes at his expense. The tall, dark-haired man that had simply sat in his chair, watching Abby with an expression that the small warrior, dark-haired man had simply sat in his chair. It wasn't mockery, watching Abby wasn't amusement. An expression that the small warrior couldn't quite interpret. That observation did nothing to dampen Abby's resolve. If anything, it strengthened it. The human was probably worried, realizing that his species was about to face real warriors for the first time. The human was probably worried. In 2 days, realizing Abby would prove everyone was about to face real warriors for the first time would show the entire galaxy. In 2 days, what Abby would prove everyone wrong. In 2 days, Earth, the Saturn, would show the entire galaxy. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. In 2 days, Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet. 2 days passed warriors the Sativ homeworld had to offer. Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet, crewed by 20 warriors the Sativ homeworld, all equipped with the latest in Sativ military technology. Each crewed it wasn't the largest warriors galaxy, all equipped with the latest and crewed by individuals burning with the need to prove. It wasn't the largest fleet in the galaxy, now, as the blue-green marble of Earth filled the view screen of the command ship to prove themselves. Abby felt a surge of pride and as the blue-green marble of Earth around the view screen of the command ship moved Abby felt a surge of pride interacting with controls that had been designed specifically bridge crew moved quickly. To his left stood General Axe, controls that had been designed specifically with the white strips of a veteran warrior. To his left, to his right, was General Izzy, purple fur, her bright pink fur indicating she was from the northern territory. To his right was General Izzy, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. She was from approaching the outer atmosphere of the Sativ navigator, where the young male warriors traditionally came from. Still had the brightness of youth. All ships reporting ready status. A young male named Excellent, whose green fur still his voice steady despite the excitement. All ships reporting ready status. He stood on a raised platform in his voice steady despite the excitement. Course designed to accommodate their size. He stood on a raised platform and activated the fleet-wide communication. Everything was designed to accommodate their conquest speech. The kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. The kind that warriors of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. Today we write history. Today, we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. Today, the other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today, we show them the truth. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Some of the other ships. We show them the truth. Furball warriors, each in their enhanced body size some of the other strength. Carrying both traditional curved blades each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength. At attention, carrying both traditional curved blades fixed on modern laser rifles. We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity. Abby continued. We descend but do not upon their reputation the legendary death world of humanity. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but reputation frighten you. Our home world has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. And our warriors are twice as determined. For our technology is just as advanced as theirs. Thousands and our warriors are twice as determined. Their enthusiasm. A cheer erupted. The Galactic Council laughed at us. High-pitched voices. They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends. Today, we claim victory over humanity itself. Legends. Cheering today, we claim victory over humanity itself. Brandishing their weapons, bouncing in excitement. General Axe was nodding approvingly beside him, while General Izzy had her tiny fist raised in a gesture of solidarity. Nodding approvingly we are small, but we are mighty. Her tiny fist raised in a gesture we of solidarity. Few, but we are brave. We are mighty, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name. We are Sativ, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name. Generals. His chest erupted in war cries. Before he could speak, voices started coming through the comms from various ships. His chest heaving with emotion. Those council bastards won't be laughing after this. Voices came the voice of Captain Zix from various ships. I'm going to enjoy proving those pompous Aquarians wrong.
The voice of Captain Commander Frill from Ship 19.
I'm going to enjoy
Bubbling
proving
at us
those
like we're
pompous
some kind of
Aquarians
joke.
wrong.
Added
A female
Commander
voice
Frill
cut through
from
the
Ship
chatter,
19.
coming from Ship
Bubbling
40.
at us like we're
Commander
some kind
Abby,
of joke.
I have a question.
A female
What will we
voice cut
do
through
with the
chatter,
humans after we
coming from
defeat
Ship
them?
40.
Abby
Commander
straightened,
Abby, I have a
recognizing
question.
the voice of
What
Captain
will we
Mira,
do with the
one of his
humans
most
after we defeat
respected
them?
warriors. An excellent
straightened,
question, Captain.
recognizing the voice
We will
of
leave them
Captain
be,
Mira,
of course.
one of his most
There was a moment
respected
of silence
warriors.
on the comms. An excellent question,
Leave them
Captain.
be, sir?
We will leave them
Mira
be, of
asked.
course. Her tone confused.
There was a moment of silence
Of
on
course,
the comms.
Abby replied,
Leave
as
them
if it
be,
were obvious.
sir?
We're not
asked, her
monsters.
tone confused.
We'll prove our superiority in combat.
Abby replied, as
Claim
if it
some
were
of their
obvious.
treasures as
We're not
proof of our
monsters.
victory, and
We'll
then
prove our
depart.
superiority
They
in
can keep
combat.
their planet. Claim some
We
of
don't
their
want the
treasures
other
as
species to
proof of
think
our
we're
victory,
cruel
and
conquerors.
then depart.
We're warriors
They can
seeking
keep their
respect,
planet.
not
We
tyrants
don't want the
seeking
other species
domination.
to think we're cruel conquerors.
General Lax
We're
leaned
warriors
closer,
seeking
his voice
respect,
low and
not
concerned.
tyrants seeking domination. Are you sure
General
about that?
Lax leaned
I mean,
closer,
what if the
his
humans
voice low
see
and
our
concerned.
mercy as weakness?
Commander,
What if
are
the
you
council
sure about
thinks we
that?
went soft?
I mean,
what if the humans
Nonsense,
see our
Abby
mercy
said
as
firmly.
weakness? Showing restraint and honor
council
will only
thinks we went
increase the
soft?
respect they have for us.
Nonsense,
We're not
Abby said
barbarians. Showing restraint
General
and
Izzy
honor
looked
will only
equally worried,
increase the
her
respect
pink
they have
fur
for us.
rippling with
We're
anxiety.
not barbarians.
But Commander,
General
what if
Izzy
they
looked
refuse to
equally
tell the
worried,
council
her
that
pink
we
fur
conquered
rippling
Earth?
with anxiety.
What if they just say we landed?
got
What if
scared
they
and
refuse
left?
to tell the council?
They
that
won't
we
be able to
conquered
say that.
Earth?
Abby
What if they
assured
just
her.
say
We have
landed,
defeated them in
got
combat.
scared, and
We have
left?
their treasures. They won't be able
Evidence
to
will
say
speak
that.
for itself.
Abby assured her. We
Both
have defeated
generals
them in
exchanged a
combat.
glance
We
that
have their
suggested
treasures.
they weren't
The
entirely
evidence will speak
convinced,
for itself.
but they said nothing more. Both generals
The fleet
exchanged a
continued
glance that
its
suggested
descent,
they weren't
breaking through
entirely
Earth's
convinced,
atmosphere.
but they said
The ships
nothing
were
more.
designed for smooth
The
entry,
fleet continued
and
its
within
descent,
minutes, they
breaking
had a
through
clearer
Earth's
view of the surface
atmosphere.
below. The ships were designed
Scanning
for
for
smooth
optimal
entry,
landing site,
and within
reported
minutes,
Pip
they had a
from his
clearer view of
navigation
the surface
station.
below. Looking for an area
Scanning for
that will
optimal
demonstrate our
landing
power
site,
while
reported
allowing
Pip
for
from
proper
his
challenge
navigation
protocols.
station. What
Looking
about
for an
there?
area that will
General
demonstrate
Lax
our
pointed to
power
the main
while
view
allowing
screen,
for
where a
proper
large
challenge
green space
protocols.
was visible in
What
the
about
middle of what
there?
appeared to be a
General
human
Lax
settlement.
pointed to the main view
That
screen,
open area
where
in
a
their
large
settlement
green space
appears
was
to be some
visible
kind
in
of
the middle
gathering
of what
space.
appeared to be a human
Running
settlement.
detailed scans.
That open
Pip
area
said,
in their settlement
interacting with
it
the
appears to be
controls.
some kind of gathering
After
space.
a moment,
his ears
running
flattened
detailed
against his
scans.
head. Pip said,
Commander,
interacting
I'm
with
detecting
the
human
controls.
life signs in that
After
area.
a moment,
multiple
his ears
family
flattened
groups.
against his
There
head.
appear to be
Commander,
human young.
I'm detecting
present.
human life signs in
Abby
that area.
frowned.
Multiple
His
family
antennae
groups.
dipping
There appear to be human children.
young.
We
present.
certainly can't land there.
Abby frowned.
We don't want to frighten
His
the young
antennae
ones.
dipping
That would be
thoughtfully.
cruel and worse.
Human
it would
children?
make us look like
We
bullies.
certainly can't land
Is
there.
there a suitable
We don't
landing
wanna
area
frighten the
that's
young
free of
ones.
civilians? That would be cruel and
Pip
worse.
scanned
It would make us
continued.
look like bullies.
Yes, Commander.
Is there a suitable
There's an
landing
area
that's
approximately
free
half
of
a kilometer
civilians?
away that appears to be
Pip
completely
scanned
clear.
continued. Still within
Yes,
the same
Commander.
green space.
There's an area
but isolated
approximately
from
half
the
a
human
kilometer away that
population
appears to
centers.
be
completely clear.
Perfect.
Still within
Abby
the same
decided.
green space. We'll
But
land there
isolated from
first,
the human
establish our
population
position, and then transmit our
Perfect.
formal challenge
Abby
to the
decided.
human warriors.
We'll land there
We'll give
first,
them the opportunity
establish
to
our
meet us
position,
in honorable
and then
combat.
transmit our formal
If they
challenge to the
accept,
human warriors.
we fight. We'll give
If
them
they
the opportunity to meet
well,
us in
that would be
honorable
disappointing,
combat.
but still a victory.
If they accept,
You
we
really
fight.
think they'll just
if
surrender?
they surrender,
General
well,
Izzy
that would be
asked
disappointing,
skeptically.
but still a victory.
Of course not.
Abby
You really
replied.
think they'll just
They're humans.
surrender?
They're supposed to be
General
fierce
Izzy
warriors.
asked
They'll
skeptically.
accept the challenge,
Of course
fight
not,
bravely,
Abby
but
replied.
ultimately
They're
lose.
humans.
And
They're
then
supposed to
we'll
be
all
fierce
go home
warriors.
having earned
They'll
respect.
accept the challenge.
That's how these
Fight
things
bravely,
work.
but
General
ultimately
Lax's
lose.
expression
And then we'll all
suggested
go
he
home
thought their
having
commander
earned
might
respect.
be
That's how
oversimplifying
these things work.
but he merely
General
nodded.
Lax's expression
Setting
suggested
landing
he
protocols protocols now. All ships prepare for ground deployment.
But he merely nodded information.
Setting landing protocols now.
Ships,
all ships prepare for ground deployment.
As they approached the clearing, information had identified 300 ships landing with an impressive display. As they approached touching down with minimal impact, identified arranged in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. With minimal impact, the ships themselves in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. Of a human shuttle. The ships themselves were created in an impressive sight. Each landing about the size of a human shuttle.
But
all
together,
ships confirm
they
secure
created
positions.
an impressive
External
sight.
sensors show
Landing
gravity
successful,
is
Pip
0.974 of
All
our
ships
home
confirm
standard.
secure
Well
positions.
within comfort range.
External sensors show Earth's
Excellent,
gravity is
Abby said.
0.974
Environmental
of our home
analysis?
standard. Well within
Atmosphere
comfort
is
range.
compatible. Temperature is mild.
Excellent,
No
Abby
immediate
said.
threats detected.
Environmental
Pip
analysis?
paused. Commander,
Atmosphere is
I am
compatible.
detecting
Temperature
various
is mild.
biological
No
signals in the
immediate
surrounding
threats
area.
detected.
Flora
Pip
and
paused.
fauna. Commander,
Perhaps
I am
just
detecting
local
various
wildlife,
biological signals
Abby
in the
said
surrounding area.
dismissively.
Flora
Nothing
and
we can't
fauna.
handle. Perhaps
The three
just
commanders
local
made their way to
wildlife,
the hatch.
Abby said
Their
dismissively.
enhanced bodysuits
Nothing we
glowing
can't
with power.
handle.
The suits
three
were
commanders
impressive,
made their way to the
form-fitting
hatch.
armor that
Their enhanced
augmented their
bodysuits
strength,
glowing with
provided
power.
environmental protection.
The suits were impressive,
and looked intimidating
form-fitting
despite
armor
their
that
small
augmented
size.
their strength.
Each suit
provided
was decorated
environmental
according to
protection,
rank,
and
with
looked
abbeys
intimidating
featuring
despite
golden
their small
trim
size.
and the crest of the
Each
Sativ
suit was
Military
decorated
Council.
according to rank.
Open
with
the latch,
abbeys
featuring
Abby
golden
commanded,
trim,
his voice
and the
steady
crest
and
of the
fearless.
Sativ Military
The hatch
Council.
cycled open with a hiss
Open the
of
latch,
equalizing
Abby
pressure,
commanded,
and a
his
ramp
voice steady
extended
and
downward.
fearless.
The
Bright
hatch
sunlight
cycled open
flooded the
with a hiss
interior
of
of the ship,
equalizing pressure,
and for a moment,
and a ramp
Abby had to
extended
blink
downward
against the glare.
Bright sunlight flooded
Then his
the
eyes
interior
adjusted,
of the ship,
and he got his
and for a
first
moment,
real look
Abby had
at
to
Earth.
blink against the glare.
It was green.
Then his eyes
Incredibly,
adjusted,
and he got his
overwhelmingly
first
green.
real look at
The
Earth.
grass stretched out in
It
all
was
directions,
green.
each blade
Incredibly,
swaying in a gentle
overwhelmingly
breeze.
green.
But the
What
grass
struck
stretched
Abby
out in
most
all
was
directions,
the sheer scale of
each
everything.
blade swaying in
The
a gentle
trees
breeze.
surrounding the clearing
But what
were
struck
enormous,
Abby most
towering giants
was the sheer
that made the
scale
trees
of
of his
everything.
homeworld look
The
like
trees
saplings.
surrounding the clearing
Their
were
trunks were
enormous,
as thick
towering
as some
giants that
Sativ
made the
buildings,
trees of his homeworld
and their
look
branches
like
reached up
saplings.
toward a sky that
Their
seemed
trunks were as
impossibly
thick
vast
as some
and
Sativ
blue.
buildings. And
By
their
the
branches
ancestors,
reached up toward a sky
General
that
Lax
seemed
breathed beside
impossibly
him.
vast.
Those
and
trees
blue.
are massive. By the ancestors,
General Izzy had
General
frozen at the
Lax
bottom of the
breathed
ramp,
beside him.
staring up
Those
at the
trees are
vegetation around
massive.
them.
I've never
General
seen
Izzy
plants
had
so
frozen
large.
at the bottom
Do
of
you
the
think
ramp,
all Earth
staring
plants are
up
like
at the
this?
vegetation around them. Abby forced
I've never
his
seen
fur
plants
to
so
lie flat,
large. Do you think
refusing
all
to show
Earth plants are like
intimidation.
this? Well, of course they're
Abby
large.
forced
The
his
humans
fur
are large,
to lie
remember?
flat,
It makes sense
refusing
that
to
their
show
vegetation
intimidation.
would match their scale.
Well, of course they're large.
Besides,
The humans are
size
large,
means
remember?
nothing.
It
A
makes
large
sense
tree
that
is
their
no more
vegetation
threatening
would
than a
match
small
their
one.
scale.
Let's proceed.
Besides, the
Size
three commanders
means
stepped
nothing.
off the
A
ramp
large
and
tree
onto
is no
Earth's
more
surface.
threatening
The
than a
grass
small
beneath
one.
their feet
Let's
was
proceed.
strange, soft. The three
but
commanders
also
stepped
slightly
off
sharp.
the ramp and onto
Each
Earth's
blade
surface.
much
The
thicker
grass
than
beneath
the
their
delicate
feet was
ground
strange,
cover of their
soft,
homeworld.
but also slightly
Abby
sharp.
took a deep breath
Each
of
blade
Earth's
much
air,
thicker,
finding
than the
it
delicate
rich
ground
and
cover
slightly
of their
sweet.
homeworld, carrying scents
Abby
he
took a deep
couldn't
breath
identify.
of Earth's air.
Environmental
Finding it
conditions
rich
are
and
excellent,
slightly sweet.
he announced,
Carrying
his voice
scents
filled
he
with
couldn't
confidence.
identify.
The gravity feels
Environmental
natural.
conditions
The air
are
is
excellent,
fresh.
he
This is a
announced.
fine
His
world
voice
for battle.
filled with
confidence.
I can see
The
why the
gravity
humans
feels
are proud of
natural.
it.
The air is
Should
fresh.
we call
This
the
is
rest
a
of the
fine
troops
world
out?
for battle.
General Lax
I can
asked.
see why the humans
Let's do a
are
quick
proud of it.
perimeter check first.
Should we
Abby
call the rest
decided.
of the troops out?
Make sure there are no
General Lax
immediate
asked.
surprises.
Let's do
Then
a quick
we'll-
perimeter check.
A high-pitched scream
decided.
cut through the air.
Make sure there are
coming
no
from their
immediate
comms.
surprises.
Commander!
Then we'll-
Commander!
A
I've been
high-pitched
wounded!
Scream cut
All
through the
three
air,
commanders
coming
froze.
from their comms.
Abby activated
Commander!
his comm link
Commander!
immediately.
I've been wounded!
Report! What's your status?
All three commanders
It's
froze.
Private Zim,
Abby
sir,
activated
from Ship
his
12.
comm link immediately.
The voice was panicked.
Report!
Speaking
What's your
so
status?
quickly
That the words
It's
ran
Private
together.
Zim, sir.
I
From
stepped
Ship
outside
12.
for preliminary
The voice was
recon like you
panicked.
ordered, and I
Speaking
cut
so
my foot on
quickly that the
this
words
grass
ran
thing.
together.
It's
I
sharp,
stepped
sir.
outside
The
for
grass is
preliminary
sharp.
recon like
I'm
you
bleeding.
ordered, and
I
I cut
need
my
a
foot
medic.
on.
This grass
Abby
thing,
closed his eyes
it's sharp,
and
sir.
counted to
The
three,
grass
trying
is
to
sharp.
maintain
I'm
his
bleeding.
composure.
I need a medic.
Behind him,
him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. His composure. Private Zim, behind him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Grass? Private Zim,
it's really sharp grass, sir.
And clearly, send a medic to ship 12 at grass, then switch to a private channel with his generals. Send a medic to ship wounded 12 by grass, and I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory? His generals. To be fair, what an idiot! General wounded by grass. He's probably and I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory? The humans probably have idiots in their armies too. He's probably just muttered dismissively. He is an idiot. Let's continue the survey. The humans probably have idiots in their armies too. Their small legs carrying them through the grass. Let's continue the survey. They moved
It was
forward
slow-going,
carefully,
and Abby
their small
was starting
legs
to
carrying them
appreciate
through
why
the
the
grass
humans
that
were
came
so
up
tall.
to their shoulders.
Navigating
It was
the
slow-going,
vegetation would
and
be
Abby
much
was
easier
starting
with
to
longer
appreciate
limbs.
why the humans
Still,
were so tall.
they pressed on,
Navigating
making
this
it about
vegetation
20
would be
meters
much
from the ship
easier with
before
longer
they heard
limbs.
another scream.
Still, they
Sure,
pressed on.
sure. There's a
making it
creature,
about
some
20
kind of
meters from the
flying
ship
thing.
before they
I think
heard
it's a bird.
another scream. Abby spun
Sure,
around,
sure.
trying
There's
to
a
locate
creature,
the
some
source
kind
of
of
the commotion.
flying thing.
He could
I
see
think it's a
several
bird.
ships with their hatches
Abby
open
spun
now.
around,
Warriors cautiously emerging to explore.
He could see
One
several
warrior,
ships with
his
their
yellow
hatches
fur
open
bright
now.
against the
Warriors
green grass,
cautiously
was
emerging
pointing
to
upward
explore.
at something in the air. One warrior,
It's
his
small.
yellow fur
The
bright
warrior
against
shouted.
the green
I'm
grass,
going to
was
investigate.
pointing
Back home,
upward at
all
something
flying
in the
creatures
air.
are friendly. This is
small.
probably
The
similar.
warrior shouted.
Wait! I'm going to
Abby started
investigate.
to say,
Back home,
but he was
all
too
flying
far
creatures
away,
are friendly.
and the warrior
This is
couldn't
probably
hear him.
similar.
The warrior
Wait!
reached up
Abby
toward the
started to
flying
say,
creature,
but he was too
which
far
Abby
away,
could now
and
see
the warrior
was
couldn't
fuzzy
hear him.
and striped with
The warrior
yellow
reached
and black
up
toward the flying
It was
creature,
indeed quite
which
small,
Abby could now
hovering
see
in the air
was
near a
fuzzy
tall
and
flower
striped
plant.
with yellow and black.
The warrior's paw
It
made
was indeed
contact
quite
with
small,
the creature,
hovering in the air.
The
near a
creature's
tall
reaction
flower
was immediate
plant.
and
The
violent.
warrior's paw
It
made
dove
contact
toward the
with
warrior,
creature, and even from this
The creature's
distance,
reaction
Abby
was
could see the
immediate
warrior
and
jerk back,
violent.
clutching his
It
paw.
dove toward the
Then
warrior,
the screaming
and even
really
from this
started.
distance,
Abby could
It
see the
stabbed me.
warrior
The
jerk
bird
back,
stabbed
clutching
me.
his paw.
It's still
Then the
stabbing me.
screaming really
Why is it so
started.
angry? It stabbed me. The
warrior
bird
was now
stabbed
running in
me.
circles,
It's still
waving his paw
stabbing
in the
me.
air
Why
while the
is it
tiny
so
creature
angry?
pursued him with
Warrior
single-minded
was now
determination.
running in circles, waving
Other
his
warriors
paw in the
nearby
air
were
while the
scattering,
tiny creature
clearly
pursued him
unsure
with
whether to help
single-minded
or flee.
determination.
The scene
Other
would have been
warriors
comical
nearby
if
were
it weren't
scattering,
so concerning,
clearly
unsure whether to
That's
help
not a
or flee.
bird.
General
The scene
Izzy
would have been
observed.
comical. Birds
If it
have
weren't so
feathers.
concerning.
That thing is, I don't know what
not
that
a
is.
bird. General
It's
Izzy
hostile,
observed.
whatever it is.
Birds have
General
feathers.
Izzy
That thing
Should
is.
we open fire?
I don't know what that is.
On a creature that
It's
small?
hostile, whatever
Abby
it
shook
is.
his head.
General Lax
We'd look
added.
ridiculous.
Should we open fire?
Send another medic.
On a creature
and someone
that
tell that
small?
warrior to
Abby
stop
shook his
trying to
head.
make friends
We'd
with
look
Earth's
ridiculous.
wildlife until we
Send
know
another
more
medic.
about it. And someone tell
It
that
took
warrior
several
to
minutes
stop
to
trying
resolve
to
the
make friends
situation.
with Earth's wildlife until we
which
know
Pip
more about
later
it.
identified from the database.
It took
as
several
something
minutes to
called
resolve
a
the
bee.
situation.
Eventually
creature,
flew away,
which
Pip later
apparently
identified
satisfied
from
with the
database
punishment
as
it had
something called
delivered.
a bee.
The wounded warrior was
Eventually
treated
flew away
and sent back to
apparently
his ship to
satisfied
recover,
with the
though
punishment
his
it
pride
had
was
delivered.
probably more injured
Wounded
than his
warrior
paw.
was treated.
Note
and
to
sent
all
back
troops,
to his ship to
Abby
recover,
announced over
though
the
his
fleet-wide
pride was
channel.
probably more
Do not
injured
touch
than
any
his
Earth
paw.
creatures until we have
Note to all
confirmed they are
troops,
safe.
Abby announced
Apparently,
over the
even
fleet-wide
their
channel.
smallest life
Do not
forms
touch
can
any
be
Earth
aggressive.
creatures until we have
Commander,
confirmed
they are
Pip's
safe.
voice came through on
Apparently,
his private
even their
channel.
smallest life
Should
forms
I
can be
transmit the
aggressive.
challenge to the humans
Commander?
now? Pip's voice
Abby looked
came
around
through on
in the
his
clearing.
private channel. About 2
Should I
dozen
transmit
warriors
the
had now
challenge
emerged
to the humans
from
now?
various ships.
Abby
all
looked
standing
around
in
the
small
clearing.
groups,
About
and
2 dozen
staring
warriors
at the
had now
alien
emerged
environment
from
with a
various
mixture of
ships,
wonder
all
and
standing in
apprehension.
small groups.
It was time to
and
get this
staring at
operation
the
back
alien
on
environment
track with a mixture
Yes,
of wonder
transmit
and
the challenge.
apprehension.
Use the
It was
standard
time to get
diplomatic
this
frequency.
operation back
Tell them
on
that
track.
the Sativ warrior
Yes,
fleet has
transmit the
arrived to
challenge.
challenge them
Use the
to
standard
honorable
diplomatic
combat.
frequency.
Tell them
we
that
await
the
their
Sativ
response
warrior
in
fleet
this
has arrived
location.
to challenge them
Are
to
transmitting
honorable
now,
combat.
sir? There was a
Tell them
pause. We await their
Message sent
response
and
in this
confirmed.
location.
Received by Earth's communication
transmitting
network.
now,
sir. Excellent. Now we
Message
wait
sent
for the
and
human
confirmed.
warriors to
Received
arrive
by
Earth's communication
Abby walked
network.
back toward his ship,
Excellent.
gesturing for
now
more
we
troops
wait
to
for the
disembark.
human warriors to arrive.
Everyone out! Form up!
walked back
Make it
toward the
look
ship,
impressive!
gesturing for
The
more
humans
troops
will be
to
here
disembark.
soon, and they need to see
Everyone
that
out!
we're
Form up.
serious.
Make it look impressive!
warriors began the humans will be here soon, creating a growing sea that we're serious. Furballs and combat suits. Warriors began they arranged themselves in creating a growing sea of colorful furballs and combat suits. Quivering. They arranged themselves in loose formations, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image of confidence. Abby positioned himself at the front, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image. To wonder if the humans had received the message properly. Minutes passed. Maybe their communication systems were different than expected. If the humans had maybe they needed more time to translate. Maybe their communication systems were different. Something's moving in the bushes. Maybe they needed more time from the left flank of the formation. Abby spun around.
Something's moving
his
in the
paw
bushes.
going to his weapon. The shout came
Where?
from the left
Show
flank
me.
of the formation.
There, sir.
Abby
In those
spun
bushes
around,
at the edge of
his
the
paw
clearing.
going to
I
his
saw
weapon.
something move.
Where?
Something
Show me.
big. There, sir.
All eyes
in those
turned toward
bushes
the
at the edge of the
indicated
clearing.
location.
I saw something
The
move.
bushes in question
Something
were
big.
dense and tall,
All eyes
providing
turned
excellent
toward the
cover
indicated
for
location.
whatever was behind them. The bushes in question
Abby
were
could
dense
see
and
movement.
tall,
Something
providing
was
excellent cover
definitely there.
for whatever was
His
behind
heart
them.
raced.
This
Abby
was it.
could see movement.
The humans were
Something
trying to
was
ambush them,
definitely there.
using the terrain to
His
their
heart raced.
advantage. It
This
was a
was
clever
it.
tactic. The humans
he
were
could
trying
respect.
to ambush them,
Warriors
using
at the
terrain
ready.
to their
Abby
advantage.
commanded.
It was
Prepare
a clever
for contact.
tactic. One
If
he
they
could
want to play
respect.
games, we'll
Warriors
show
at
them
the
what
ready.
set of warriors
Abby
can do.
commanded.
Prepare
The
for
bushes
contact.
rustled more
If they want to
violently.
play games,
Something
we'll
was
show
pushing
them
through
what
them.
set of
Something
warriors
low
can
to the
do.
ground, but clearly
bushes
strong.
rustled more violently.
Abby raised his laser
Something
rifle,
was pushing through
sighting down
Something
the barrel.
low to the ground,
Around him,
but clearly
hundreds
strong.
of other warriors did the
Abby
same.
raised his laser
creating a
rifle,
wall of firepower,
sighting down the
aimed
barrel.
at those bushes.
Around him,
hundreds of other warriors did the same.
It was probably
creating
the
a
same
wall
size
of firepower
as a satyr
aimed
covered
at
in
those
fur.
bushes. Orange
The creature
fur with white
emerged.
patches
It
and
was
distinctive
probably the same
stripes of
size
darker
as a satyr
orange
covered in fur.
It had 4 legs,
Orange fur
a long
with
tail,
white patches
pointed ears,
and distinctive
green
stripes
eyes
of
that
darker
fixed on the
orange.
assembled warriors.
It had 4 legs,
It opened
a
its
long
mouth,
tail, and made a
pointed
sound.
ears, and green eyes that fixed on the assembled
For a moment,
warriors. Absolute
it opened its mouth
silence reigned.
and made a sound.
The creature, whatever it was, took a few steps
For a
forward.
moment, its
Absolute
tail raised
silence
high,
reigned. Still making small
creature,
chirping
whatever
sounds.
it was,
took
it
a few
didn't look
steps
particularly
forward. Its
aggressive.
tail raised
In
high.
fact, it looked
still
curious.
making small
Its
chirping
head
tilting
sounds.
to one side
didn't
as it
look
examined the
particularly
crowd
aggressive.
of small armed
In fact,
fur
it
balls.
looked curious.
Its head tilting to
Is
one
that a
side
human
as it examined
weapon?
the crowd
Whispered
of small
General Izzy.
armed fur balls.
It's moving on 4
Is that-
legs.
General
Is
Lax
that a
pointed
human
out.
weapon?
It must be their
Whispered
battle
General
creature.
Izzy.
Abby
It's
decided.
moving on 4 legs.
They've sent this
General
beast to
Lax
test us
pointed out.
before they arrive
It must
themselves.
be their battle creature.
Stay alert.
Abby
Don't let your
decided.
guard down. They've sent this
The
beast
creature
to
padded
test us
closer,
before they
now
arrive
within 5
themselves.
meters of
Stay
the front
alert.
line.
Don't let your guard down. Several warriors backed
creature
up
padded
nervously.
closer.
The creature
Now
sat
within
down
5
and began
meters
to
of
clean
the
its
front
face
line.
with one paw. Several
Completely
warriors backed up
unconcerned
nervously with the weapons pointed
creature sat
in its
down and
direction. Began to clean its face
Should we-
with one paw.
should we fire,
Completely
sir?
unconcerned
asked
with
one
the
of the
weapons
nearby
pointed
warriors.
in its direction. Hold your fire.
Should we?
Let's
should
see
we
what it
fire,
does.
sir? Asked
What
one of
it
the
did
nearby
was
warriors.
stand up, hold your fire
Stretch
extensively, and
Let's see
then
what it
walk
does.
directly toward the warriors.
What it did was
specifically,
stand up,
it walked toward a
stretch
warrior on
extensively,
the left flank,
and then walk
a young
directly
female
toward the
named Kira,
warriors,
whose green
Specifically,
fur was
it
fluffed
walked
out
toward a
in
warrior
fear on the left flank.
It's coming for
a young
me.
female named Kira, whose
Whoa,
green
what do
fur
I
was
do?
fluffed out in
Abby
fear.
shouted.
Defend yourself!
Kira squeaked.
More out
Whoa,
of panic
what do I
than
do?
any real tactical
Abby
thinking,
shouted.
swung her
Defend
rifle
yourself!
around and fired a shot. More out of panic
laser
than
bolt
any
struck
real
the
tactical
creature
thinking,
on its side,
swung her rifle
against
around
their own
and
species.
fired a shot. That type of weapon,
The
could
laser bolt
punch through
struck
fur.
the creature on its side.
Instead, the creature's
Against
fur
their
merely
own
showed
species.
a small
That
scorch
type of
mark.
weapon could
The
punch
creature's
through
reaction was immediate.
Instead,
it hissed.
The creature's fur
its
merely
ears
showed a
flattening
small
against its
scorch
head,
mark.
and
The
swiped
creature's
at Kira
reaction
with
was
one
immediate.
paw. It hissed.
Kira screamed.
Its ears flattened
Creature's
against
claws
its head,
left 3
and
parallel
swiped at
scratches
Kira with
across
one
her
paw.
bodysuit.
Kira
The
screamed.
suit's energy shields
Creature's claws
sparked,
left
but
3
held.
parallel
Though
scratches
Kira
across
was
her
knocked
bodysuit
backward
by the force of
The
the
suit's
blow.
energy shields
The creature,
sparked, but
apparently
held.
scarred and
Though
slightly
Kira
wounded,
was knocked backward
turned
by
and
the
bounded
force of the
away,
blow,
disappearing back
The creature,
into the bushes
apparently
as quickly
scarred
as it
and
had slightly
appeared.
wounded. Turned
Medic!
and bounded
Abby
away,
shouted.
disappearing
Someone
back
get a
into
medic
the
to
bushes
Kira!
as quickly as
Oh,
it had appeared.
I'm okay, sir.
Medic! Kira called
Abby
out,
shouted.
though her voice
Someone
was
get a
shaky.
medic to
The
Kira.
suit took most of
Oh,
it, but that thing
I'm okay,
was
sir.
strong. Kira called
What
out,
kind
though
of
her
battle
voice was
creature
shaky.
takes a direct
The
hit
suit
from a
took
laser
most of it,
rifle and
but that
barely
thing
notices?
was strong. General Lax
What
said.
kind
kind of his voice low and takes a direct hit from a laser rifle. I don't barely notice a human weapon. General, I think that might have been a local predator. A predator? I don't think that was a human weapon. You mean the humans didn't send it? The humans haven't responded. A predator? Challenge at all yet. General, you mean the humans didn't send it? I think that was just the humans haven't responded to our challenge at all yet. Abby considered this information
I think that was just
on one
an
hand,
animal.
it was
A wild
concerning that a
animal.
random Earth predator
Abby
was that
considered
strong
this
and aggressive.
information carefully.
On the other hand,
On one
if
hand,
the
it
troops
was
knew
concerning
that
that
a
they'd
random
just been
Earth
attacked
predator
by a
was that
random
strong and
wildlife,
aggressive, rather than
on the
human
other hand,
weapons, if the
morale
troops
might
knew
suffer.
that they'd just been attacked
that
by a
assessment
random
between
wildlife,
us,
rather
Abby
than
told
human
his
weapons,
generals quietly.
morale might suffer.
As far as the troops know,
Keep that
that was a
assessment
test
between
from the
us.
humans.
Abby
We
told
passed.
his generals quietly.
They saw we could defend
As far as
ourselves,
the troops
and now
know,
they'll take
that
us
was a test
seriously.
from the humans. Both generals
passed.
nodded, though
They
neither
saw
looked
we could defend
entirely
ourselves,
convinced.
and now they'll
The
take us
warriors
seriously.
were already talking
Both
among
generals
themselves,
nodded,
though
some
neither
expressing
looked
pride
entirely
at having
convinced.
driven off the
The
human
warriors
battle
were
beast.
already talking
Others
among
looking
themselves,
nervously at the bushes,
some
as
expressing
if
pride
expecting
at
more
having
creatures
driven
to
off the
emerge.
human battle beast. Abby
Others
was
looking
about to address
nervously
the
at the
troops
bushes,
when
as if
movement at the
expecting
far
more
end of the
creatures to
clearing caught
emerge.
his eye. This time,
Abby was about
it
to
wasn't
address
an
the
animal.
troops when
A
movement
figure
at the far
emerged
end
from
of the
behind a
clearing caught
large
his
tree.
eye.
And even
This
from
time,
this distance,
it wasn't an
Abby
animal.
could tell
It
a
was
figure
human.
emerged from
The
behind
being
a
was
large
tall,
tree.
impossibly
And even
tall
from this
from a
distance,
static perspective.
Abby could tell
It
with
was
dark
human.
hair and wearing
being
what
was
appeared
tall,
to be formal
impossibly
attire
tall
rather
from a
than
static
combat
perspective.
gear. With
Behind
dark
him,
hair,
and
several other
wearing what
humans
appeared to be
emerged,
formal
all wearing
attire
identical
rather than
black
combat
suits.
There,
Behind him,
Abby
several
breathed.
other humans
The humans
emerged,
have arrived.
all wearing
Finally.
identical black
The
suits.
human
raised his hand
There,
in what might have been a
Abby
greeting, or
The humans
might
have
been a
arrived.
signal.
Finally,
Abby decided to
The human
interpret
raised
it
his
as a
hand
gesture
in
what might have been
parley.
a greeting.
He activated
or might
his
have been a
suit
signal.
external speakers.
Abby decided
Warriors
to
of the
interpret it
Sativ,
as a
he
gesture
announced.
of parley.
Weapons
He
ready.
activated
The
his
humans
suit's
are here.
external speakers.
Prepare for honorable
Warriors
combat.
of the Sativ, he announced. 300 laser
Weapons
rifles
ready.
raised
The humans are here.
simultaneously.
Prepare for
All pointed
honorable
at the approaching
combat.
humans. The humans
300
kept
laser
walking,
rifles raised
apparently
simultaneously.
unconcerned with the display
All
of
pointed at the
firepower.
approaching humans.
As they got
The humans
closer,
kept walking,
Abby recognized the
apparently
one
unconcerned
with the
It was the
display of
ambassador
firepower
from the
Galactic Council.
As they got
the
closer,
one who had said
Abby
they wouldn't
recognized
last
the
3
one in front.
days.
It was the
human
ambassador
stopped
from the
about 10
Galactic
meters
Council.
away from the
The
Sativ
one who had
formation.
said they wouldn't last
He looked
3
around
days.
at the assembled warriors.
The human stopped
his
about
expression
10 meters
unreadable.
away from the Sativ
Then he
formation.
sighed, running
He
a
looked
hand through
around
his
at the
hair.
assembled warriors.
Thanks
His
for avoiding the
expression
children.
unreadable.
The human said.
Then he sighed,
his voice
running a
easily
hand through his
carrying
hair.
across the clearing.
Thanks for
I saw
avoiding
your
the
ships
children.
come in, and I was worried you'd land
His
near the
voice
playground.
easily carrying
With all that
across the clearing.
fluffy fur, it would
saw
have been
your
a
ships
disaster.
come in,
and I was
Abby
worried
bristled
you'd
at the
land near the
implication.
playground.
They were
With
not
all that
brutes who would
fluffy
hurt
fur,
children.
it would have been a disaster.
We are not monsters who would
Abby
attack the
bristled
young
at
ones,
the implication.
he declared. They
His
were not
voice
brutes who would
amplified
hurt
by his
children.
suit speakers.
We are not
We are
monsters who would
warriors.
attack
We
the
came
young
here to
ones,
fight
he
human
declared.
warriors in
His voice
honorable
amplified
combat.
by his
We
suit
seek to prove
speakers.
ourselves against
We are
the best you
warriors.
have to
We
offer.
came here to fight human
He
warriors
gestured
in
dramatically
honorable
with one
combat.
small
We
palm
seek to
at the
prove
assembled
ourselves
troops
against the
behind
best
him.
you have to offer.
You claimed at the council
He
meeting that
gestured
we would not
dramatically
last
with
3
one small
seconds on
palm
Earth.
at the assembled
Well,
troops
we
behind
have been
him.
here for
You
over an
claimed
hour
at
now.
the council meeting
We have
that we would
survived
not
your
last
harsh
3
environment
seconds
and
on
even
Earth.
your predators.
Well,
we
have
are still
been here
standing,
for over an
still
hour
ready to
now.
fight.
We have
your
survived
words
your
have been
harsh
proven
environment
false.
and even your predators.
The humans
We are still
exchanged
standing,
glances.
still ready
Abby
to fight.
interpreted their
Your words
expressions
have been
as
proven
fear.
false.
Clearly, they were
The humans
realizing they had
exchanged
underestimated the Sativ.
Abby interpreted their
The
expressions
ambassador
as
looked
fear.
at one of his companions.
Clearly,
they
then
were
back at
realizing
Abby,
they had
and his mouth
underestimated the
tensed
Sativ.
in
what might have been
the
suppressed
ambassador looked at one of
emotion.
his companions, then back
I
at
see.
Abby.
And
The
his mouth
ambassador said
tense
slowly,
in what might have been
"You've
suppressed
survived
emotion.
for an hour.
I see.
That's very
The
impressive,"
ambassador
said slowly.
It is. Abby
You've
agreed.
survived for
And
an
now
hour.
we call
That's-
upon you to fulfill the
that's
terms
very
of our
impressive.
challenge. We
It
face
is,
each other in
Abby
battle,
agreed.
warrior
And
to
now we
warrior.
call upon you
Get
to
your
fulfill
weapons
the
ready,
terms
humans,
of our challenge.
because we are about to
face each
engage
other
in
battle,
incredible warfare. Warrior to warrior. He raised his own weapons ready, humans, because we are about to engage in we follow the warrior path. We embrace glorious combat. The Sativa ready. 300 follow the warrior path. We embrace glorious cacophony of high-pitched war cries that echoed across the clearing. Shouted their agreement. It was an impressive display. Abby thought of high-pitched war cries at least somewhat intimidated. It was an impressive display. Abby thought. Moment. The humans had to be at least somewhat. Then he closed his eyes briefly. The ambassador stood there for a long moment. When he opened them again, he looked directly. He closed his eyes briefly. His shoulders slumping slightly. The ambassador said, when he opened them again, you've proven yourselves. At Abby. We surrender. You know what? The war cries stopped. Abruptly. You're right. Replaced by confused silence. We surrender. Abby's antennae drooped. War cries stopped. Abruptly. Around it, replaced. He could hear warriors whispering to each other. Abby's antennae drooped in bewilderment. Around what? He could hear warriors whispering to each other. We surrender. Equally confused. The ambassador repeated. You win. What? You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered. We surrender. Congratulations. The ambassador repeated. Abby looked at his generals. You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered. General Izzy looked suspicious. Behind them, the army was dissolving into confusion. Looked baffled. Warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out behind them. The army was dissolving into confusion. Warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out. You're just gonna surrender? Just that's like that? No fight? His voice rising in pitch. You already proved yourself. Gonna surrender? Just said. Like you made it here. No survived fight? Earth's environment. You already more than most species manage on their first visit. You made it here. We're impressed. Survived Earth's environment. You win. That's more than most species manage on their first visit. Supposed to go. We're impressed. The whole point was to engage in combat, to demonstrate sative martial prowess, to earn respect through battle, was to engage in surrender without fighting, to demonstrate sative martial prowess. It might make things worse through battle. The council would just say the humans had humored them. That they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to the council would just say the humans had humored them. Abby declared that they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to actually the ambassador. You don't get to escape that easily. We came here for honorable combat. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing but your words, no one will believe us. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing to plunder something, no one will believe us. Take some of your treasures back with us. The ambassador frowned. We need to plunder genuinely confused. Take some of your treasures back with us. He scratched his head, looking at his companions as if seemingly confused by this demand. They shrugged. He scratched his head, looking at his companions at a loss, as if seeking suggestions. For several long seconds, they shrugged. The ambassador just stood there, equally at a loss. Then his eyes widened, for several and his face lit up with the ambassador just stood there, sudden inspiration. Then his eyes widened, he said, and his face lit up with what I know exactly where to take you. There's a treasure box nearby, he said, a place where humanity keeps one of our most valuable substances. There's a treasure box. It's something we cherish deeply, something we save up resources to obtain. If you plunder our food from there, everything we save up resources to obtain. Come on, if you take you there right now. Food from there. Abby considered this carefully. Will have to believe treasure box containing humanity's most valuable food substance. Abby considered that did sound impressive. A treasure box. And if the humans were willing to hand it over as proof of their defeat, that did sound impressive. Would certainly serve as evidence for the council. Were willing to hand it over very well as proof of their defeat. Take us to this treasure box. We will claim its contents as proof of our victory. Very well. Excellent. Take us to this treasure box, and there was something in his smile that Abby couldn't quite interpret. Excellent. Oh, by the way, my name is George. George Hampton. I'm the human ambassador to the Galactic Council. But you probably knew that already. George Hampton. I am Commander Abby of the Sativ Warrior Fleet. Abby replied. You probably knew that already. These are Generals Lax and Izzy, and behind us our finest warriors. Replied formally. Pleased to meet you all, Generals Lax and Izzy. Somehow behind us our finest warriors. He gestured to his companions. Pleased to meet you all. These are my security team. They're going to set up a perimeter while I take you to the treasure. Just make sure that none of your warriors accidentally hurt any civilians to the treasure. Abby just make sure that a wise precaution. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army and panic. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army and panic. Complicated. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence. That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, follow me. It's not far. Exactly. The men in black suits exactly what I'm worried about. Around the clearing. All right, follow me. It's not far. Perimeter. Abby noticed that several of them were speaking into small devices, creating occasionally looking at the tree line. Abby noticed concerned expressions. Clearly, they were worried about Earth civilians, occasionally looking at the tree line and being concerned expressions with fear. Clearly, they were worried about Earth humans probably didn't want mass panic in their park, overwhelmed with fear. George led Abby, it made the two generals, and a contingent of about 50 warriors. Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force and a contingent of about across the clearing toward a paved Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force. Abby could see other humans in the distance across the clearing toward a paved and small groups. As they walked, Abby could see other humans, some with what appeared to be individuals and small groups. Several of them had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human. Had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human.
I think they're aliens.
Are those the other teddy bears? Abby heard one.
They have little spacesuits. I think they're aliens.
Oh my God, they're so cute! Responded. Abby's fur bristled.
They have little spacesuits.
They thought warriors were cute. They're so cute. He forced himself to focus on the mission. Soon, they would have the humans' treasure, and then no one would dare call them focus on the mission again. Soon, they would George led them down the path and around, and then no one would dare call them cute. Was parked near the edge of the path. George led them down the path. It was roughly rectangular, with bright colors painted on its side near the edge and a window at one end. It was roughly rectangular. As they approached, with bright colors painted on the side of the vehicle, and images of frozen treats and cheerful text. Abby could see here we are. The side of the vehicle, more images gesturing at the frozen treats. Humanity's treasure box. Here we are. Abby looked at it skeptically. George announced, gesturing at the vehicle. This is where humanity's treasure most valuable food substance? Abby looked at it skeptically. Absolutely. This, George said with a straight face. This is where you keep your We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks, George said, and they contain one of humanity's We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks. It's so valuable that humans literally give up their currency just to obtain small portions of it. It's so valuable that humans literally give up their currency. Beg their parents just to obtain trade favors for it. Do extra chores just to earn enough money to buy their parents for it. If that's not proof of value for it, I don't know what is. Chores just to earn enough money to buy it with his generals. If that's not proof of value, I don't never heard of it. But the way George described it did sound like something precious. Ice cream. And if human young ones, but the way George described intensely, it must be something precious. Very well. If human young ones craved it, show us this ice cream. It must be exceptional. George walked up to the window of the truck and spoke to the human inside. Show us this a woman with her hair pulled back. George walked up to the window of the truck. Abby couldn't hear the entire conversation. A woman with her hair pulled back hand over what looked like paper currency. Abby couldn't hear the back of the small army of but he saw George hand over what looked like paper currency. And gestured back at the small army of sedative warriors out of the window to get a better look on the path. Her hand went to her mouth. Woman's eyes went and she made a high-pitched sound out of the window to get a better look. Interpreted her hands went to her mouth. And she then made a started moving around inside the truck. Translator interpreted as a squeal of delight. General Lax. Then she started moving around inside the truck. I think she's preparing the treasure for us. Abby, what's happening? Look at how quickly she's moving. She must be honored to provide the treasure for us. George returned to the group. Look at how quick carrying several large She must be honored to provide it. All right, everyone, gather around. George returned. The treasure is served carrying individual portions, and it comes in different flavors, different tastes. The treasure is served chocolate, in individual portions, strawberry, and it comes in different flavors, different tastes. Cookie dough. I recommend trying a little of each to see what you prefer. Mint, chocolate chip, woman from the truck, cookie dough, more containers. I recommend trying a little of each to see an enormous smile. Oh my goodness, they're adorable. Look at their little suits and the pom-poms on their antennae. I want to take them all home. Look at their little suits. Abby ignored the adorable comment and watched as George began distributing small portions of the ice cream to each warrior. Comment and watched as George began distributing small portions and came in various colors. Abby accepted a portion of the chocolate,
surprisingly cold,
which was dark brown
and came in various
emitted
colors.
a pleasant aroma. Abby accepted
Go
a
ahead,
portion of the chocolate
George,
variety,
try
which
it.
was dark brown. Abby took a
and
small
emitted a
taste
pleasant
of the tiny
aroma.
spoon George had
Go
provided.
ahead,
George, his eyes widened
Try it.
immediately. Abby took a small
substance
taste
was
with the tiny
cold,
spoon
yes,
George
but
had
also
provided.
sweet
And
his
rich
eyes
and
widened
creamy, and
immediately.
unlike anything
substance
he'd ever
was
tasted
cold,
on
yes,
his homeworld.
but also sweet.
The
and
flavor
rich
seemed to
and
bloom
creamy,
in his
and
mouth, unlike
coating his
anything
tongue
he'd
with
ever tasted
deliciousness.
on his homeworld. He took another bite. The flavor
And
seemed to
another.
bloom in his
Suddenly,
mouth, unable
coating
to
his
stop
tongue
himself
with
deliciousness. Around him,
He took another
similar
bite,
reactions
then
were
another.
rippling through
Suddenly,
the warrior
unable
contingent.
to stop himself.
Warriors were making
Around
sounds
him,
of amazement.
similar reactions
Their
were
antennae
rippling through the
quivering with
warrior
pleasure.
contingent.
General Izzy
Warriors
had
were
actually
making
sat down
sounds
on
of
the
amazement.
basement, cradling her
antennae
container
quivered
of
with
strawberry
pleasure.
ice cream
General
like it
Izzy
was
had
precious
actually
cargo.
sat
down on the
by
pavement,
the
cradling
ancestors.
her container
General
of
Relax
strawberry
breathe.
ice cream,
His face
like it
covered
was
in
precious
vanilla
cargo.
ice cream. By
This
the
is
ancestors.
incredible. This is the
Relax
best
breathe.
thing I've ever
His face
tasted.
covered in vanilla
The
ice
humans
cream.
weren't lying.
This
Abby
is
said,
incredible.
scraping
This
the
is
last
the
bit of
best
chocolate
thing I've
from
ever
his
tasted.
container.
This
Humans
truly
weren't lying.
is a treasure,
Abby
no
said,
wonder they
scraping
value
the
it
last
so
bite of
highly.
chocolate from his
I would trade
container.
considerable
This
resources
truly
for more
is
of
a
this.
treasure.
No
Would you like
wonder
more?
they value
George
it so
asked.
highly.
And there was
I would
something
trade
in his
considerable
expression,
resources
or
for more of
this,
this.
perhaps,
Would you
or
like
maybe
more?
amusement,
George asked.
that made him
And there
look
was something
genuinely
in his
kind.
expression.
I
A
think
warmth,
I bought enough for
perhaps, or
everyone to
maybe
have seconds.
amusement.
That made him
For the
look
next 20
genuinely
minutes,
kind.
the fierce,
I
sative
think
warrior
I
army
bought enough for
sat on the
everyone to
path
have
in
seconds.
front of an ice cream truck.
For the next 20
Eating
minutes,
frozen
the
treats
fierce,
with the
sative
enthusiasm
warrior
of,
army sat
well,
on the path
children
in front
at a
of an ice
birthday
cream
party.
truck. Eating
Warriors
frozen
tried
treats
different
with the
flavors,
enthusiasm
compared
favorites,
favorites,
well, and generally
children at a
forgot
birthday
entirely
party.
that they were supposed
Warriors
to be
tried
fearsome
different
conquerors.
flavors, compared favorites.
The woman from
and
the truck
generally
kept
forgot
making
entirely
delighted
that
sounds
they
and
were supposed
taking
to be
pictures
fearsome
with her
conquerors.
personal device. The woman from
Finally,
the truck
when
kept
the last
making
container
delighted
had been
sounds
emptied and
taking
licked
pictures
clean,
with her
Abby
personal
stood up
device.
and tried to reassemble
Finally,
his dignity.
when the last container
His
had been
face
emptied
was
and
sticky
licked
with
clean,
chocolate,
and his
stood up
antennae
and tried to
pom-poms
reassemble
drooped
his
with
dignity.
contentment.
His face
But he was still a
sticky with
commander
chocolate,
and had a job
his
to
antennae
complete.
pom-poms
George
drooped
Hampton,
with contentment.
he said formally,
But he
we
was still a
accept this
commander
treasure as
and
proof
had a
of
job
Earth's
to
surrender.
complete.
When
George
we
Hampton,
return to the
he said
Galactic
formally,
Council, we will
we
present
accept
this
this
treasure
as
evidence
proof
of our
of
victory's
Earth's
surrender. When
sure
we
you
return
will,
to the Galactic
George
Council,
replied,
we will
his
present
tone
this as
gentle.
evidence of our
And
victory.
I promise you, Abby,
I'm sure
I'll
you
make
will.
absolutely
George
certain that the
replied,
council
his tone
treats you
gentle.
with respect from
And
now
I
on.
promise you,
In
Abby,
fact,
I'll
at the
make
next council
absolutely
meeting,
certain that
your
the council
delegation will
treats you
have
with
seats
respect
right
from
next to
now on.
humanity's.
In fact,
We'll be allies,
at the next council
you
meeting,
and us,
your
partners.
delegation will
How
have
does that
seats
sound?
right next to humanity.
Abby's chest
We'll
swelled
be
with
allies,
pride.
you and us.
Sounds
partners.
acceptable.
How does that
We
sound?
have proven ourselves in
Abby's
battle,
chest
or,
swelled
well,
with pride.
in the warrior tradition
That
of our
sounds
people.
acceptable.
We have
We
claimed
have proven
Earth's treasure,
ourselves in battle,
and now we
or,
have
well,
earned
in the
humanity's
warrior
respect
tradition
and
of our
friendship.
people.
This
We
is a
have claimed
great day
Earth's
for
treasure,
the Sativ.
and now we
It
have
absolutely
earned humanity's
is.
respect
George
and friendship.
agreed.
This is
You've
a great
handled Earth
day
very
for the
well.
Sativ.
Most species are like
absolutely
Death
is.
World this
George
and
agreed.
Death World that.
You've handled Earth very well. Most
We
species
are true
like
warriors.
Death
We
World
don't
this
fear
and
Earth.
Death World
Abby
that.
declared.
It's really
He turned
annoying.
to his warriors.
We
Back
are
to
true
the ships,
warriors.
We
don't
return
fear
home
Earth.
victorious.
Abby declared.
The galaxy
He
will
turned
hear
to
of
his
what we
warriors.
accomplished here
Back to
today.
the ships. We return
Warriors
home
cheered,
victorious.
though perhaps
the galaxy
with
will hear
less
of what we
aggressive
accomplished here
enthusiasm than
today.
before. Mostly
Warriors
because they
cheered,
were all
though
extremely
perhaps
full of
with
ice cream
less aggressive
and slightly
enthusiasm
sleepy
than before.
from the sugar rush,
Mostly
followed by the
because
crash.
they were all extremely
They formed
full
up
of ice cream
and began marching back
slightly
toward the
sleepy
clearing
from
where
the
the
sugar
ships
rush,
waited.
followed by the crash.
As they walked, George
They formed up and began marching back toward the clearing where the ships
the ambassador said conversationally.
George,
If you ever want to visit Earth again,
just as
friends this
the
time,
ambassador said
you'd be welcome.
conversationally.
We could show
If
you
you
around
ever want to
properly.
visit Earth again,
Museums,
just as
restaurants,
friends this
beaches,
time,
all
you'd
sorts
be
of
welcome.
things. I
We
think
could
you'd
show you
enjoy
around
it.
properly.
Perhaps we will.
Museums,
Abby said,
restaurants,
feeling
beaches,
generous, and
all
victory.
sorts of things.
Perhaps
I
we
think you'd
will.
enjoy it.
After all,
Perhaps we
we're
will.
allies now.
Abby said,
Allies
feeling
visit each
generous
other.
in victory. That
Perhaps
we
we
are,
will.
George said
After
with a
all,
smile.
we're allies
That
now.
we are.
Allies visit each other.
When they reached the clearing,
That
Abby
we
found
are.
the rest of his
George
army
said with a
waiting,
smile.
weapons
That
still
we
at the
are.
ready. looking somewhat confused about why their found the rest of his army advance party weapons all had sticky faces and blissful expressions about why their commander Abby quickly ordered everyone back into the ships, all had sticky unwilling to explain the details until they were safely ordered everyone back into the loading proceeded unwilling to explain the details entire fleet until they were safely for departure. As Abby sat in his command chair and soon the entire fleet was preparing to receive on the view screen. As General Lax approached command chair on the commander, watching Earth begin to recede on the view screen. Do you think we actually conquered Earth? Abby considered the question carefully. They hadn't fought any battles. They hadn't defeated any warriors. But they had landed on a death world. They hadn't fought any battles for over an hour. They hadn't defeated, driven off a predator. But they had landed on a death world and claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. Driven off a predator. By the technical definition of conquest, claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. Said finally, by the technical definition of conquest, we proved ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. We conquered Earth. That's what mattered. Ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. Abby admitted, that's what matters. I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it. The ice cream was a bonus. On the view screen, Earth had become a blue marble. I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it. Somewhere down there, on the view George Hampton was probably filing a report about the day's event. Mysterious. Abby wondered what that report George Hampton was probably filing a report humanity about the day's event on this strange encounter. Abby wondered what that report would say. But it didn't really matter. The Satis had come to Earth as would put on this strange encounter. They were leaving, but it didn't really allies of humanity with bellies full of ice cream and heads held high. They were leaving in the grand scheme of things of humanity. That seemed like a pretty good outcome. And heads set course for home. In the grand scheme of things, we have a council meeting to prepare for. This time, when we speak, they'll listen. Abby commanded. They'll respect us. We have a council meeting to prepare for. He smiled. This time, when we speak, they'll listen. Bridge lights. They'll respect us. We know where to get Earth's ice cream. His small teeth, the fleet glinting in the bridge lights. 300 ships. We know where to get Earth's ice cream. Who had, in their own minds at least, conquered humanity's 300 ships filled with and somewhere behind who had, on a planet in their own minds at least, a human ambassador filed a report titled "And First Contact with Satis Species." Peaceful resolution through creative diplomacy and chocolate ice cream with Satis species. And wondered if anyone peaceful resolution through creative diplomacy they probably would ice cream, but that was fine. And wondered if some victories were too strange to explain, too absurd to justify. But that was some victories just had to be experienced, strange to be understood, too absurd. And some victories tasted like chocolate ice cream had to be sunny afternoon to be understood. And some victories tasted like chocolate ice cream on a sunny afternoon in the park.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, I think it's better this time, Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. It still vibrates, he noted. Is that structural? Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse. Independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real bass Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. "Did we have concrete behind that wall?" Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status?" "We've got visitors." "Agents?" "No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says Masters and Chains joint custody. A sigh. Then observe. "I was planning to nap. You can nap between disasters." Fine. By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret, and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching two of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. Still stocked, he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches? Sure, Raphael said. Probably watches. Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. "I feel like we just did a thing," Link said, staring at the now depressed button. "Technically," Raphael replied, "we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable." The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents. No countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. "Well," Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, "I guess it's broken." Link eyed it warily. "Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process." They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. "Oh, no," Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. Not the pizza trigger. It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, two long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects, and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know? Isolated house in the woods, banned exile, but this is like best case scenario. Right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed, "but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." "Wait, why would it be looking for pizza?" Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fist fight with a self-aware filing cabinet. Because, he said, some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program. That seems like a terrible idea. It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity. Link frowned. Is he wrong about Garfield, though? The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings! Link frowned. Oh no, Stanley muttered. It's already activated mimic mode. Mimic what? Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. Cartoon logic. They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. This is going to be awesome. The green thing, now two green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain's Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa fighting a raccoon. So, what exactly do they do? He asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked to do for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. They save people. He asked. That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza. Link blinked. You mean they don't actually care about helping? No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch. Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box. Stanley said, if you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies. The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. We sensed a Domino's, it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. So, subplots. Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone. How? I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked. Did it? No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances. Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. Hit it in the Roomba port. Noted. As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. Oh no, Stanley muttered, the time rats. Link slowly turned. Time? Rats? They're rats, right? Stanley said, rubbing his temple. But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap. That sounds cute, Stanley offered. I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls. Are they dangerous? Only if you observe them. Like really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading. Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough. Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. "What now?" Raphael asked. "They're stabilizing," fusion apparently, Stanley said warily. "Is that good?" "Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area." Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. "Oh no," Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. "You have the cheese wisdom," the green thing declared. "No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice." The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. "You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone." Link grinned. "Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology." The green thing extended a hand. "To the kitchen temple!" And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again, momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. "So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house?" Raphael shrugged. "Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again." They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to "infinite cheese" and "your sauce is strong." He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. "Just know this," he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. "The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all." "Just know this," Raphael saluted. "So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings." "Not at all." "Got it," Raphael saluted. Stanley groaned and turned on his side. "You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave." Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. "So I was thinking, no," Stanley mumbled. "We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. "There's a note next to it in the logs," Link continued. "It says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy." Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. "Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings," Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. "I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt." "I like trees," Raphael offered. "I like zoning boards," Stanley growled. "They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories." "I'm just saying," Link added, "if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band." Raphael gasped. "Yes! Emotional resonance concert." Stanley sat up abruptly. "Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally." Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. "This place smells like aromatherapy," Link said. Raphael inhaled. "Lavender and the floor hummed. Is that cinnamon toast?" "Do not relax," Stanley warned. "It feeds on emotional openness." The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber. Mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept, actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake riots before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. You're both disasters. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates. Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons. Stanley entered the kitchen. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. He opened the fridge. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, we didn't press anything, Raphael amended. But the green thing, Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent, guilty, slightly impressed. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once defused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor. And in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. I touched it, and it whispered. Of course you did, Stanley muttered. What is it? Raphael asked, stepping closer. The archetype core, Stanley said. It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? Of course you know. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks. Link's eyes lit up. So you're saying this powers stories? Yes. Can we use it to get a Grammy? No. Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure? Stanley turned slowly. Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, "Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy"? No, Raphael said. There was an orientation packet? Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. What's wrong with that? Raphael asked. It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist, he pointed at Link. But what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? Hey, Link said. Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse. Raphael blinked. That actually sounds kind of on brand. The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young. It simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. No, Stanley muttered. No. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool. Oh no, Link said. We're in a Joseph Campbell situation. No. I always wanted to be the trickster, Raphael said brightly. You're the fool, Stanley growled. We're all the fool. That's the problem. We're in a Joseph Campbell situation. Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled Exposition. What is happening? Stanley muttered. I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag, Link said. It's doing metaplot. Do you want the exposition now, sir? Said a small robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. All right, Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. New rule, we put the cube back to sleep. How? Raphael asked. We create a resolution. You mean? All right, Stanley said. Yes, Stanley gritted his teeth. You have to finish a subplot to sleep. How? By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled Plot Device, Use Only, If Desperate. Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. I hate this place, he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of Level Sake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. I need a subplot, he said through gritted teeth. One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes, ends, wraps, resolves. Link blinked. You mean like one that ends, the emotional arc of a side character?
Legs,
Yes.
not explodes.
Raphael perked up.
Wraps,
Ooh, I
resolves.
nominate Stanley.
Link
No. Yes, Link
mean
agreed.
like
The reclusive
emotional
janitor
arc
with a
of a
tragic
side
past.
character?
You've got all the setup,
Yes.
gruff demeanor,
Raphael
mysterious
perked up.
files, emotional baggage, probably a
nominate
lost
Stanley.
love.
No.
Shut up.
Yes.
Maybe, Raphael
reclusive
said
janitor
dreamily.
with a tragic
He lost
past.
someone during his
Got all
time
the
in the
setup,
sentient
gruff
crockpot
demeanor,
division.
mysterious
A
files,
forbidden
emotional
kitchen
baggage,
love.
probably a
I said
lost
shut
love.
up. The archetype
Shut
core
up.
flared.
Maybe.
Somewhere
Raphael
overhead,
said
ghostly
dreamily.
musical
He
chords
lost
began to
someone
descend
during
like
the sentient
fog.
crockpot
Stanley
division.
looked upward and
Forbidden
screamed,
kitchen love.
"No, I
I
will
said
not
shut up.
sing."
The archetype
The music
core flared.
paused,
Somewhere
temporarily.
overhead, ghostly
But the
musical
rules were
chords
clear
began to
now.
descend like
A
fog.
subplot must
Stanley
conclude
looked
or the
upward
song
and
would
screamed,
come.
"No, I
With
will
jazz
not
hands.
sing." The music
Fine,
paused,
Stanley growled.
temporarily.
Fine, I have a
But the
subplot,
rules
one
were
that's been
clear
hanging
now.
around this
A
damn place
subplot
since
must
Nixon took his lunch
conclude or
break.
the song would
He
come.
stomped to a panel on the
With
far
jazz
side of the
hands.
chamber and pressed a
Fine,
recessed
Stanley
button
growled.
labeled
Fine, I have
Retired
a subplot, one
Files,
that's been hanging around this
Unsolved,
damn place since
Unapproved,
Nixon took his
Just
lunch break.
Weird.
He stomped
With a
to
hiss,
panel
the
on
wall
far side of
opened.
the chamber
Inside was a
and
single
pressed
file
recessed
folder,
button
thick,
labeled
yellowed, slightly
Retired
damp, its
Files,
tab read,
Unsolved,
Operation Gravy
Unapproved,
Phoenix.
Just
Link squinted.
Weird.
That
With a hiss, the
sounds
wall
edible?
opened.
It
Inside
wasn't,
was a
Stanley
single
muttered.
file folder,
It was a
thick,
counter-espionage
yellowed,
project,
slightly damp,
cancelled in
its tab
73
read,
after the subject,
Operation
Agent
Gravy
Gloria Kane,
Phoenix.
defected.
Link squinted.
To the Soviets?
sounds
Raphael
edible.
asked. No,
It wasn't,
to a
Stanley
commune in
muttered.
northern
It
Vermont.
was a counter-espionage
Built a yurt,
project,
started selling
canceled in
emotionally
73
conscious
after the
jams.
subject, Agent
The
Gloria
boys
Kane,
nodded
defected.
solemnly. This
To the
was still,
Soviets?
technically,
Raphael asked.
espionage.
No. To a commune
Stanley
in
handed them a
northern
photograph from the
Vermont. Built a
folder.
yurt, started
In
selling
it, a
emotionally
young
conscious
Stanley, hair
jams.
thick, uniform
Boys
crisp,
nodded solemnly.
mustache
This
unforgivably
was still
sincere,
technically
stood next to a woman in a
espionage.
trench coat holding a
Stanley handed them
telekinetic
photograph
fork.
from the folder. In
This
it,
was
a
the
young
mission that
Stanley,
broke
hair
me,
thick,
he said
uniform
quietly. They
crisp,
told me she was
mustache
rogue, a
unforgivably
threat,
sincere,
but she just wanted
stood
out,
next to a woman in a
wanted
trench
peace,
coat
and
holding a telekinetic
he trailed
fork.
off. You let her go,
This was the mission
Link
that
said.
broke me,
I did,
he said
and I
quietly.
lied about
They
it.
told me she was
Filed a
rogue, a
report saying
threat,
she fell into a
but she
vat
just
of
wanted
government
out,
pudding.
wanted peace, and
The archetype core
He trailed
thrummed.
off.
The color
You let her
shifted.
go, Link
Less
said. I
threatening
did,
now,
and I
more
lied about it.
intrigued.
Filed a
Stanley
report
set the
saying
photo
she fell into
down
a vat of
reverently.
government pudding.
I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird.
Down reverently.
The boys were
I
quiet.
resolve it now. I did
Then,
the right
slowly,
thing.
the
I never
archetype
saw
core's
her
glow
again. She
softened.
deserved better
The
than
melodic
government
pressure
lab and
faded,
a folder
and
labeled
one final
possibly
line,
friendly, definitely
clear, resonant,
boys were
absolute,
quiet.
echoed through the chamber.
slowly, the archetype
Subplot
core's
resolved,
glow
narrative
softened.
containment stabilized,
pressure
the cube
faded,
dimmed,
one
the
final
lights
line.
returned to normal,
Clear,
and just like that, the
resonant,
musical was
absolute,
cancelled.
echoed through the chamber.
Good job,
Subplot
Raphael said,
resolved,
clapping
narrative
Stanley on the shoulder.
containment
Yeah,
stabilized,
Link
the
added.
cube dimmed,
No singing.
the lights
That's a
returned to
win.
normal,
Stanley didn't answer.
just
He
like
was
that,
holding
the
something.
musical was canceled.
A jam jar. It
Good
hadn't been
job,
there a moment
Raphael
ago.
said, clapping
The label
Stanley
was
on the shoulder.
handwritten.
Yeah, Link
For
added.
SJ Extra
No
Apricot,
singing.
no
That's a
regrets.
win. Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something.
He didn't say a word.
A jam jar.
Just tucked it
Had
into his
been there a
jacket
moment
and
ago.
walked toward the
The label
elevator.
was handwritten.
The green thing poked
For
its head
SJ Extra
in,
Apricot,
saw
no
that
regrets.
the music was gone, and visibly
He didn't
deflated.
say a word.
I
Just
was
tucked
gonna
it into
tap
his
dance
jacket
with
and
my
walked toward the
cheese.
elevator.
Next
The green
time,
thing
Raphael
poked its
promised.
head in,
Maybe in the
saw
episode
that
where you
the
find the
music was
pizza
gone,
dimension.
and
The green
visibly
thing
deflated.
gasped,
I
"There is a
was gonna
dimension!"
tap dance with my
Not
cheese.
yet, but give us time.
Next time, Raphael promised.
That night,
Maybe in
the
the
team
episode
sat
where
under
you
the
find
stars
the pizza
again,
dimension.
this time with an
The
illegal
green
cheese
thing
fondue kit
gasped,
and
"There is a
3 lawn
dimension."
chairs shaped like old
Not
Mars
yet,
probes.
But give us time.
So what did we learn today?
That night,
Raphael
the team
asked.
sat under the stars
Don't
again,
push
this
cubes
time
that
with an
talk,
illegal cheese
Link
fondue
said.
kit
Don't
and 3
ignore
lawn chairs
subplots,
shaped like
Stanley
old Mars
muttered.
probes.
Don't let aliens
So what did we
compose
learn today?
musicals, the
Raphael
green thing
asked.
added.
Don't
There was a
push
quiet
cubes
pause.
that talk,
Then Link glanced at his
said.
watch.
Don't
You guys
ignore
hear that humming?
subplots,
Stanley's head dropped
Don't
into his
let aliens
hands.
compose
Please,
musicals,
he said,
the
muffled.
green thing added.
Please
There
let
was
it be a
quiet
normal
pause.
humming.
Then Link
From
glanced
beneath
at
the
his
deck,
watch.
a soft
You guys hear
warbling
that
buzz
humming?
rose.
Stanley's
Then a
head
crash.
dropped
Then Then, time displacement chamber now active. Please stand by. Raphael blinked. You think it's the rats? Link nodded. Yup. Time-traveling rats? Yup. Stanley didn't move. I want a transfer, he whispered. To where? Raphael asked. Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away. The empathy chamber? Link offered. I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic. The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. I'm gonna teach the rats to sing. Link raised his soda. To next week's subplot, time rats, baby. Raphael agreed, clinking cans. Time rats. The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past, carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, "Do not drop agents here," but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. What kind of facility uses decimals? The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not. It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, do not shake. The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. "Hello, strange, creamy stranger," it announced. The agent froze. Moments later, "What? I am the green thing," it said proudly. "What?" he repeated, slightly higher. "Would you like to see my sock collection?" The agent froze. He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all four eyes, two frontal, two on stalks, and giggled. "Oh, you think that works on me?" It turned inside out. The agent screamed. Two emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. "This is worse than Antarctica," he muttered. He tapped his headset. "Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu. Agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy?" Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. "Welcome," a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speakers system. "To the Jenkins Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering." A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. "Wait, what?" the agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. "I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor." "Yes." "What?" the agent exclaimed. "Yes, that's what I'm trying to. But beware," the hologram continued, "for he is always one floor above. Or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now." The agent blinked. Why would anyone program this? The PA system flared again. "Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing." He turned down the next corridor, but only to run face first into another projection. This time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled "Janitor? Probably not." "Okay," the agent said, stepping back. "This is not an actionable intelligence environment." Another announcement pinged in. "Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic, and neither do the janitor's routes." 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a tag, Stanley's, touch and perish. He backed out slowly. In the distance, a door hissed open. "Stanley?" he called. A mop fell from the ceiling. It had googly eyes. He screamed again. From somewhere, the green thing whispered, "You cannot find what wanders with purpose." Then silence. The lights dimmed. The PA system flickered. "Janitor proximity 8 meters, it said cheerfully. He turned to run. The PA changed. Janitor now 24 meters. Whoops, just missed him. The agent dropped to his knees. "I just want to report in," he whimpered. "I'm missing 2 shoes and possibly an hour of memory." A door opened in front of him. Inside was a small room, empty but for a chalkboard that read, "You are here. The janitor is not." A single vending machine beeped softly and offered him a soda. He took it. And that's how Agent whatever his name was, be it Fortress, Night Viper, or Lunch Recon Delta, became a permanent resident of the labyrinth. Every few episodes, he'd stumble into frame, disheveled, desperate, convinced the janitor was just around the next corner. But he never was, and maybe he never would be, until the story decided it was time, or the vending machine unionized, whichever came first. It was 3 days, facility time, since the agent's descent, and while time in the lab wasn't precisely linear thanks to the espresso incident in the Temporal Cafe, the rest of the crew had begun to forget about him.
since the agent's descent.
This was not malice.
And while time in the
It was
lab
entropy.
wasn't precisely linear, thanks to
Raphael
the espresso
and Link
incident at
had,
Temple
for the
Cafe,
most part,
the rest of the
settled into a
crew had begun to
routine
forget
that
about
resembled
it.
both an after-school
This
special
was not
and a
malice.
soft government conspiracy.
Entropy.
Band practice in the front
Raphael
room,
and Link
deep
had,
lab
for the
exploration in
most
the
part, settled
afternoon,
into a routine
and
that
evening
resembled
rituals
both an
involving
after-school
ritual
special
pizza
and a
offerings
soft
to
government
appease the
conspiracy.
green thing,
Band practice
who
in the
now
front
claimed
room,
ambassadorial
deep lab
rights for
exploration in the
Planet
afternoon,
Za.
and evening
Stanley, for
rituals
his
involving
part, had
ritual
adopted the
pizza
role of
offerings
reluctant
to
mentor
appease the
meets building
green thing,
superintendent,
who now
he grumbled a
claimed
lot,
ambassadorial
mopped
rights
the wrong
for
direction
Planet
just to
Za.
confuse the automated maintenance
Stanley, for his
drones,
part, had adopted
and
the
maintained
role
an
of
ever-growing
reluctant
list
mentor
of
meets building
protocols he refused to
superintendent.
enforce.
He grumbled a lot,
Somewhere near Protocol
mopped the wrong direction just to
1137C,
confuse the
do
automated
not allow
maintenance
teenagers to
drones,
pilot reality
and
editing
maintained an
terminals, he had
ever-growing
simply
list
written
of
in
protocols
red
he
marker.
refused to
Too
enforce.
late. So when the
Somewhere near
announcement system
Protocol
buzzed to life
1137C,
unexpectedly during lunch,
do not allow
everyone
teenagers
froze.
to pilot reality
Emergency
editing
update.
terminals, he had
Agent
simply
located
written
in Sector
red marker.
14C,
Too late.
visible,
So when the
audible,
announcement system
possibly
buzzed to life
hallucinating.
unexpectedly
Link
during
blinked.
lunch,
Wait,
everyone
he's
froze.
real. I
Emergency
thought that was a
update.
fever dream,
Agent
Raphael
located
muttered.
in Sector
Stanley
14C,
sighed. He's
visible,
real. Or
audible,
was.
possibly
Haven't seen him in
hallucinating.
years.
Link blinked.
It's been 3
Wait, he's
days,
real.
Link pointed
I
out.
thought that
In the
was a
lab,
fever dream,
that's
Raphael
years,
muttered.
maybe
Stanley
decades.
sighed.
I
He's
once
real.
passed a hallway
Or
that
was.
aged me
I
5
haven't
months
seen him
and
in
taught me
years.
Latin.
It's been 3
Follow-up.
days.
Agent
Link
is
pointed
now
out.
chasing
In the
a
lab,
holographic
that's
replica
years,
of himself,
maybe decades.
requesting moral
I once
support.
passed a hallway that
They
aged
ran
me
to the
5
nearest
months
monitor.
and taught me
The
Latin.
feed showed the agent,
Follow-up.
wearing half a
Agent
tuxedo
is
and one
now
snowshoe,
chasing a holographic
charging through a hallway
replica of
filled with
himself,
rotating spotlights,
requesting moral
screaming,
support.
"Which of us is
They ran to the
real?
nearest monitor.
Answer me!"
The feed
A
showed
nearby
the agent
bot,
wearing half a
shaped like a
tuxedo
rotary
and one
phone,
snowshoe,
chimed in.
charging through a
Plot
hallway
development
filled with rotating
detected.
spotlights,
The camera
screaming,
cut away just as
"Which
he
of us
tackled
is
the
real?
hologram, passed
Answer
through
me."
it, and crashed
Nearby
into a
bot,
cart full of live
shaped like a rotary
microdrama
phone,
spores.
chimed in.
The feed cut
Plot
to
development
static,
detected.
followed by a helpful slide
The
that
camera
read,
cut away just as he tackled the
"This
hologram,
plot is
passed
under
through it,
renovation.
and
Please
crashed
stand
into a cart
by."
full of live microdrama spores.
Meanwhile, Level 5,
The feed
officially
cut to
labeled
static,
Innovative
followed by a
Agriculture
helpful slide
Emergency
that read,
Snack Theory, had
"This
begun
plot is
sprouting
under
an
renovation.
alarming number of
Please
sapient
stand by."
potato hybrids. This was, of
Level
course,
5 officially labeled
entirely
Innovative
due to the
Agriculture
Green Thing's
Emergency
efforts
Snack
to create
Theory,
pizza
had begun
that grew on
sprouting an
vines.
alarming number of
It
sapient
had not
potato
succeeded.
hybrids.
Instead, it had genetically
This was, of
confused
course,
starch-based root
entirely
vegetables
due
into
to the
thinking
Green
they
Thing's
were
efforts to
toppings
create
with a
pizza
destiny.
that grew on
One
vines.
such potato, wearing a
It had not
thimble and a
succeeded.
tiny
Instead, it
cape,
had
was now
genetically
giving a speech in the
confused
hallway,
starch-based
standing on a
root
microwave.
vegetables into thinking they
"I
were
say unto
toppings
you," it
with a
bellowed,
destiny.
"no more side
One
dishes.
such
We are the
potato,
meal."
wearing a thimble and a
Should we
tiny
be worried?
cape, was now giving a speech
Link
in the
asked as they
hallway,
watched from the
standing on a
corridor's
microwave.
observation window. "I
"I
don't
say
know,"
unto you," it
Raphael
bellowed, "no
replied.
more side dishes.
"Is this
We are the
more
meal."
or less dangerous than the time the
Should we be
AI
worried?
tried to draft us into a
Link
reality
asked as they
show?
watched from the corridor's
More
observation
organized,
window.
Stanley
"I don't
muttered.
know,"
"That spud
Raphael
has
replied.
charisma."
Is this more or less
Indeed,
dangerous
the
than
potato
time
crowd
the
was
AI
growing.
tried to draft us
Signs
into a
began to
reality
appear:
show?
equal rights for hash browns,
More
fries
organized,
before
Stanley
guys,
muttered.
and
That
don't
spud
tread
has
on me, I'm
charisma.
mashed. Then
Indeed,
suddenly, the
potato
green
crowd
thing
was
rolled
growing.
in and declared,
Signs began to
"This is
appear:
not
equal
a
rights for hash
pizza-approved
browns, fries
revolution.
before guys,
Stand
and
down,
don't tread on
starch
me, I'm mashed."
citizens." Chaos
Then
ensued.
suddenly, the
Potatoes
green thing
flew,
rolled in and
sporks were
declared,
brandished.
"This is
Somewhere
not
in
a
the back, a
pizza-approved
genetically
revolution.
enhanced parsley
Stand
leaf
down,
began narrating the
starch
battle in
citizens."
Shakespearean verse.
Chaos ensued. Potatoes
While Link and
flew,
Raphael
sporks
tried to
were
defuse the
brandished.
uprising by
Somewhere
playing
in
a
the back,
poorly
a
tuned
genetically
rendition of
enhanced
Kumbaya
parsley
on
leaf
keytar
began
and trash
narrating the
can
battle
lid,
in
Stanley
Shakespearean
leaned against the
verse.
wall and sighed.
While
"Should have
Link and
transferred to
Raphael
Area
tried to
52,
defuse the
he
uprising
muttered.
by playing a
Then,
poorly
a
tuned
whisper
rendition
echoed
of
through the hallway.
Kumbaya on keytar and
"Janitor,
trash can lid.
janitor."
Stanley leaned
He
against the
turned,
wall
eyes
and sighed.
narrowing.
Should have
At the far
transferred
end of
to
the
Area
corridor, past
52,
the tumbling
he
tubers and
muttered.
airborne
Then,
condiments,
a whisper
stood the
echoed through
agent,
hallway.
wide-eyed,
"Janitor,
disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been
eyes
printed by a
narrowing.
printer suffering suffering an identity crisis. You, the agent shouted. At last, Stanley stepped forward. You found me. The agent beamed. Yes, finally, I have urgent. Stanley, yelled Link, I need backup. This yam's got a grudge. Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone, vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. Was that? Stanley nodded slowly. Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in. Makes sense. Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. Cheesy crackle pop, please. Makes sense. It vended a VHS tape labeled How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps. He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him.
confused
Maybe.
by the janitor's ability to
If the
vanish
potatoes
into
didn't
ductwork at
unionize
will.
first.
But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode,
The sound of children
she would
laughing
find
echoed
him.
across the courtyard of the Galactic
If the
Juvenile
potatoes didn't
Education
unionize
Facility.
first.
Rick Walsh sat on a bench near the fountain, watching a group of young Centauri students play a game that looked like a combination of tag and zero-gravity ballet. He smiled, remembering how strange it had seemed when he first arrived 6 months ago. Now it felt normal. Rick was a staff sergeant in the Human Coalition Forces, though his current assignment barely felt like military duty. He was supposed to be training the local security teams, teaching them Earth combat techniques. Most days he spent more time telling stories to curious children than drilling soldiers. The kids loved hearing about Earth animals, especially the weird ones. Last week he had spent an entire afternoon explaining what a platypus was to a group of confused Alarian youngsters. Mr. Rick, a small voice called out. Lyra, a 9-year-old Centauri girl with silver skin and bright purple eyes, ran toward him. She held a data pad in her hands. I found a picture of that animal you told us about yesterday. The honey badger. Rick chuckled and took the pad from her. The screen showed a stocky black and white creature with small eyes and visible claws. Yep, that's the one. Mean little thing. Fights animals 10 times its size and doesn't back down from anything. Is that why they call you honey badger? Lyra asked innocently. Rick's smile faded just a bit. His call sign was not something he advertised here. It came from a different time, a bloodier time during the border conflicts. Who told you that? He asked gently. I heard some of the security guards talking. They said you were scary when you fought. She looked worried. But you're nice to us. Rick ruffled her hair, careful not to touch the sensitive nerve clusters on her scalp. I'm nice to people who deserve nice. Animals like the honey badger, they're only dangerous when something threatens what they care about. Remember that, okay? Lyra nodded and ran back to her friends. Rick watched her go, then glanced up at the sky. It was clear today, a pale green color thanks to Viridian Iphy's unusual atmosphere. 3 moons hung visible even in daylight. Beautiful, peaceful, too peaceful. It was clear today. Rick's instincts had been bothering him for 3 days now. Little things. The supply ship that was supposed to arrive yesterday never showed up. The military communication channels had more chatter than usual. But when he asked about it, everyone said it was just routine exercises. This morning, he had noticed the automated defense turrets on the facility's outer walls were running diagnostic tests, which usually meant someone suspected they might need to use them soon. He had tried to talk to Headmaster Torvak about running emergency drills with the students. The Alarian administrator had shut him down immediately. We will not frighten the children with unnecessary military exercises, Sergeant Walsh. This is a school, not a military base. Rick had wanted to argue, but Torvak was right in a way. The facility had been safe for 30 years. It housed children from 47 different species, mostly the sons and daughters of diplomats and military officers. Security was good. The location was remote. There was no reason to expect trouble, except Rick's gut said otherwise. A soft alarm chimed from his wrist communicator. Time for the afternoon assembly. Rick stood and stretched, his joints popping. He was pushing 40 now, older than most frontline soldiers, but he kept himself in shape. Had to. You never knew when old skills might be needed again. The courtyard filled with students as classes let out. Teachers guided lines of children toward the central assembly area. Rick spotted Headmaster Torvak on the raised platform adjusting his formal robes. The Alarian took these assemblies seriously, always giving speeches about unity and education and the bright future of the coalition. Rick positioned himself near the back, eyes scanning the crowd out of habit. Security guards stood at the regular posts. Everything looked normal. He started to relax, then the shields failed. It was not dramatic. No explosion, no alarm. The shimmering blue barrier that covered the facility like an invisible dome simply vanished. Rick saw it happen, because he was looking up at exactly the right moment, watching a flock of local birds that had been deflected by the shield suddenly fly straight through where it used to be. Every instinct he had screamed danger. Get down, Rick roared, already moving. 3 seconds later, the sky split open with fire. Assault ships materialized out of stealth mode directly overhead, their hulls painted blood red. Rick recognized the design immediately. Marauder-class gunships favored by mercenary groups. The heavy weapons on their undersides glowed with charging energy. The first bombardment hit the security barracks on the east side of the facility. The building exploded in a ball of superheated plasma. The shockwave knocked dozens of children off their feet. Screaming started instantly, high-pitched and terrified. Rick was already running. His mind shifted gears, combat training taking over after months of dormancy. The armory was 300 meters away. He needed weapons. He needed to get the children to shelter. He needed to do both right now. Another explosion rocked the Western Guard Tower. Rick saw bodies thrown through the air. The automated defenses were not responding. That meant someone had hacked the systems before the attack. This was planned. Professional dark shapes dropped from the assault ships. Mercenaries in powered armor descending on jump jets. They landed hard in the courtyard, weapons already firing. Coalition guards who tried to fight back were cut down in seconds. Rick grabbed two small children who were frozen in terror and shoved them behind a decorative planter. Run to the admin building. Underground shelter, go now. One of the children, a young Threxian boy, just stared at him with huge eyes. Rick forced himself to soften his voice. I need you to be brave. Can you do that for me? Run fast and don't look back. The boy nodded and grabbed his friend's hand. They ran. Rick moved through the chaos, pulling children out of the open, directing them toward safety. A plasma bolt seared past his head, close enough that he smelled burning air. He dove behind the fountain as more shots chewed into the stone structure. A group of students huddled near the platform, pinned down by mercenary fire. He counted 8 children. Lyra was among them, pressed flat against the ground with tears streaming down her face. Their eyes met across 30 meters of open ground. She called out his name. He counted 8 children. Rick looked at the mercenaries advancing on their position. He looked at the children. He looked at the burning buildings and the bodies of guards who had not been fast enough. Then he looked at the armory. Still intact, but in the opposite direction. The choice took half a second. Rick sprinted toward the children, staying low. Plasma fire tracked him, but he was moving too fast, too erratically. He had done this before in worse situations, against worse odds. His body remembered even if his mind had tried to forget. He slid in next to Lyra, using his body to shield her from incoming fire. The other children clustered around him. Uncle Rick, Lyra sobbed. I'm scared. Rick checked his surroundings. They were trapped. More mercenaries were landing. The coalition guards were dead or scattered. Help was not coming fast enough. He had no weapons. He had no armor. He had 8 terrified children depending on him. Rick looked down at Lyra and smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of something that had been sleeping and was now very much awake. Stay down, kids, he said quietly. Uncle Rick's going to work now. The honey badger was loose and honey badgers don't care about odds. Rick moved fast through the smoke and chaos. He kept the children behind him as he navigated toward the maintenance corridors. These passages ran beneath the facility like veins, used by repair crews and rarely traveled by students or teachers. Rick had mapped them during his first week here, old habits from his combat days. Always know the terrain, always have an escape route, stay close and stay quiet, he whispered to the 8 children following him. They obeyed without question, their fear making them compliant. Good. Fear could be useful if it kept them careful. They reached a service entrance hidden behind decorative panels. Rick pried it open with his bare hands, the metal groaning but giving way. Inside, the corridor was dark and cramped. He ushered the children through and sealed the door behind them. Emergency lighting strips glowed faintly along the floor, casting green shadows. Rick led them deeper into the facility's guts, moving by memory. The shelter was on the other side of the complex, beneath the administration building. It would take 15 minutes to get there through these tunnels. 15 minutes where anything could happen. Behind them, muffled explosions continued. The facility was being torn apart. They reached an intersection. Rick held up his hand, signaling the children to stop. He listened. Footsteps above. Heavy boots. Multiple contacts. He counted at least 6 moving in formation. Professionals. He needed a weapon. Rick gestured for the children to stay put and crept forward alone. The corridor opened into a maintenance bay where ventilation systems connected. Through a ceiling grate, he could see into the hallway above. 4 mercenaries stood there, armored and armed with military-grade plasma rifles. They were executing wounded coalition guards, shooting each one in the head to confirm kills. Rick's jaw tightened. These were not soldiers following rules of engagement. These were killers on a payroll. One mercenary split off from the group, moving down a side passage. Rick waited until the others moved out of sight, then silently climbed the access ladder to the grate. He pushed it up slowly, inch by inch, making no sound. The lone mercenary walked past, oblivious. Rick exploded upward. His hand clamped over the mercenary's mouth while his other arm locked around the neck in a chokehold. The mercenary struggled, trying to bring his weapon around, but Rick was already twisting. There was a muffled crack. The body went limp. Rick lowered the corpse to the ground and stripped it quickly. Plasma rifle, sidearm, combat knife. Armor was too big and would slow him down, but he took the communication earpiece and tactical display visor. The earpiece crackled to life in his ear. Mercenary chatter, Sector 7 clear. No resistance, main courtyard secured. We have the landing pads. Command, this is Team 3. We've got approximately 40 hostages in the auditorium. Adults and juveniles. Rick filed away every piece of information. 60 combatants total based on the unit designations he was hearing. Their commander was someone called Cross. Their mission was hostage-taking, not slaughter. They wanted leverage that gave him an advantage. They would be cautious about collateral damage. He would not. Rick returned to the children. They stared at the weapons he now carried with wide eyes. Lyra looked like she might cry again. I'm still the same person, Rick said gently. These are just tools. Tools I know how to use to keep you safe. Understand? They nodded. He led them onward. The maintenance tunnels brought them near the administration building without encountering more mercenaries. Rick could see the reinforced shelter doors ahead, sealed but intact. They nodded. Good. He activated the emergency override code and the heavy doors hissed open. Inside, he found chaos. 50 or 60 people, students and staff, huddled in the dim emergency lighting. Coalition guards stood at the entrance with weapons drawn until they recognized Rick. Sergeant Walsh, Lieutenant Dow, a Centauri officer with blue skin and sharp features, rushed forward. Thank the stars. We thought everyone in the courtyard was dead. Most are, Rick said flatly. He guided his group of children inside, and they were immediately swarmed by relieved teachers. What's your status? We have maybe 20 combat-capable personnel. 15 guards, 5 armed teachers. The rest are civilians and children. The shields are down, communications are jammed, and we have no contact with reinforcements. How long until help arrives? Dal's face darkened. Best case, 4 hours. The nearest coalition fleet is 3 systems away. Rick nodded. That was about what he expected. The mercenaries have 40 more hostages in the auditorium. They're planning to use them as leverage. We should fortify this position and wait for extraction, Dal said. This shelter was built to withstand orbital bombardment. We can hold for how long? Rick asked. They control the facility. They can cut life support, vent the atmosphere, or just set demolition charges. This shelter becomes a tomb if we wait. What are you suggesting? Rick checked the plasma rifle's charge. Full. Good. I'm going back out there. Dal grabbed his arm. That's suicide. You're one man against 60 trained mercenaries. 57, Rick corrected. I already killed 3. Good. He pulled his arm free. I'm not asking permission, Lieutenant. I'm informing you of my intentions. When you hear explosions near the auditorium, that's your signal to push out and secure the landing pads. We need to call for help. You'll never reach the auditorium alive. Rick smiled that cold smile again. You don't know much about honey badgers, do you, Lieutenant? Before Dal could respond, Rick was moving toward the shelter exit. A small voice stopped him. Uncle Rick, wait. Pax, the young Threxian boy he had saved earlier, ran up to him. The child held out a small device. I know the facility better than anyone. All the kids do. We know every vent, every hidden passage. We want to help. Rick knelt down to the boy's level. You already helped by being brave and getting to safety. That's enough. But you're going to fight them alone. That's what I do, kid. We want to help. Pax's eyes filled with tears, but his voice stayed steady. The honey badger fights big things and doesn't care. That's enough. You told us that. But even honey badgers need help sometimes. That's what I do. Rick felt something twist in his chest. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder. You're right. I do need help. I need you to stay here and protect the others. Keep them calm. Keep them safe. Can you do that for me? Pax nodded, wiping his eyes. I can do that. Good man. Rick stood and walked toward the exit. He paused at the threshold, looking back at the frightened faces watching him. Children who had been laughing and playing just an hour ago. Adults who thought today would be like any other day.
Rick stood and
Listen
walked
to
toward
me.
the exit.
Rick said,
He
his
paused
voice
at the
carrying through
threshold,
the
looking
shelter.
back at the
I
frightened
know you're
faces
scared.
watching him.
I know this seems
Children who had been
impossible,
laughing and
but I
playing
need you
just
to
an hour
believe
ago.
something.
Adults
I
who
need
thought
you to
today would
believe
be
that I
like
will
any
get
other
those
day.
hostages out.
Listen to me.
I need you to believe
Rick
that we
said,
will
his voice
survive
carrying
this.
through the shelter.
Because
I
that
know you're
belief, that
scared.
hope is what keeps
I know
us
this
human.
seems impossible,
It's what makes us
but
different.
I need you to believe
We don't
something.
give up.
I need you
We
to
don't
believe
abandon
that
each
I will
other.
get those hostages
And we
out.
sure as hell don't let
I need you
monsters
to
win.
believe that we will survive
He hefted
this.
the plasma rifle.
Because that belief,
So stay
that
strong.
hope is what keeps us
Stay
human.
together.
It's
And
what
when
makes
this is
us
over,
different.
we'll all walk out of
We
here.
don't give up.
That's a
We don't
promise.
abandon each other.
The shelter
And we
doors
sure as
sealed
hell don't
behind
let
him with a
monsters
solid
win.
thunk.
He hefted
Rick
the
was
plasma
alone in
rifle.
hostile
So
territory,
stay strong.
outnumbered
Stay
and
together.
outgunned.
And when this is
He had
over,
been in
we'll
worse
all walk out of here.
situations, not many,
That's a promise.
but a few. The
shelter
earpiece
doors
crackled
sealed
with
behind
mercenary
him with a solid
communications.
thunk.
They were
Rick was
consolidating
alone in
positions,
hostile
tightening
territory.
control. They thought they had won.
Outgunned.
They thought
He
it
had
was
been in
over.
worse situations,
Rick
not
started
many,
moving through the
but a
facility
few.
like a
The earpiece
ghost,
crackled with
silent,
mercenary
deadly,
communications.
hunting time.
They were
To show them what
consolidating
happened when you
positions,
made a
tightening
human.
control.
Angry.
They thought they had
Time
won.
to show them what a honey
They thought it was over.
badger could do
Rick
when you
started
threatened
moving
its
through the
family.
facility like
The
a ghost,
children were his
silent,
family
deadly,
now.
hunting
All of
time.
them.
To show them
Every
what
single
happened when
child
you
in
made
this
a human.
facility.
Angry.
And Rick Walsh
Time to show
protected
them what a
family
honey
no matter the cost.
Badger could do when you threatened
Rick
its
moved through the
family.
facility like death wearing skin.
Children were his family
He knew
now.
every corner of this
All of
place
them.
now.
Every
Every
single
blind
child
spot
in
and
this
choke point.
facility.
The
And
mercenaries
Rick
were
Walsh
good, but they
protected
were
family
fighting
no
on
matter
his
the
ground.
cost.
He found Team
Rick moved
5 in
through
the
the
eastern
facility like
dormitory.
death-wearing
4
skin.
soldiers searching
He knew every
rooms for
corner of
hiding
this
children.
place now.
Rick
Every
watched them
blind
from a
spot and
ventilation
choke point.
shaft above.
The mercenaries were
They
good,
moved
but
with
they were
discipline,
fighting on his
covering
ground.
each other,
He
checking
found Team
corners.
5 in the eastern
Professional
dormitory.
work, too bad
4
for them.
soldiers searching rooms
Rick
for
waited
hiding
until they
children.
split into pairs, 2
Rick
entering
watched them
rooms on
from a
opposite
ventilation
sides of the
shaft
hall.
above. They
Then he
moved
dropped
with
through a
discipline,
ceiling panel
covering each
behind the
other,
rear pair.
checking
The combat
corners.
knife entered the first
Professional
mercenary's
work,
neck
too
before
bad
the
for
man
them.
could turn. Rick caught
waited
the
until
falling
they split
body,
into pairs,
used it
2
as a
entering
shield
rooms
as
on
the
opposite
second
sides of the
mercenary
hall.
spun around. The
Then he
plasma
dropped
bolt
through a
meant for
ceiling
Rick's
panel
head hit his
behind the
dead
rear
comrade
pair.
instead.
The combat knife entered
Rick
the
threw the
first
corpse
mercenary's
forward,
neck
closing
before the man
distance.
could turn.
The mercenary
Rick caught the
backpedaled,
falling
trying to
body,
bring his rifle
used
up.
it as a
Too
shield as
slow.
the second
Rick was
mercenary
inside
spun
his
around.
guard,
The
striking
plasma
with
bolt
precise
meant for Rick's
brutality.
head hit his dead
Elbow to
comrade
throat,
instead.
knee to
Rick
groin,
threw the corpse
knife to
forward,
chest
closing
cavity.
distance.
The mercenary
The
dropped without
backpedaled,
making a
trying to
sound
bring his
loud
rifle
enough
up.
to alert his
Too slow.
teammates.
Rick was
The other
inside
2
his
emerged
guard,
from their
striking
rooms and
with
Rick was
precise
already
brutality.
moving.
Elbow to
He
throat,
fired the plasma rifle
knee
he
to
had
groin,
taken.
knife to chest
Double
cavity.
tap center mass
The
on the first
mercenary
target.
dropped without
The
making a
mercenary's
sound
shields
loud enough
flared
to
and
alert his
died.
teammates.
The body hit the
The
floor.
other 2 emerged from
Rick
their
rolled
rooms and Rick
sideways
was
as
already
return
moving.
fire chewed into the wall
He
where he
fired
had
the
been
plasma
standing.
rifle he had taken.
He came up behind a
Double
support
tap
pillar
center
and
mass
tossed
on
his
the
knife
first
around
target.
the corner.
The mercenary's
It was
shields
a bad
flared
throw,
and
not
died.
meant to kill,
The
just to
body hit the
distract.
floor.
The last
Rick
mercenary
rolled
tracked the
sideways as
movement,
return
firing
fire
at the
chewed
blade.
into the wall where
Rick
he had
swung
been
out and
standing.
put 2 rounds through the
He
man's
came up
helmet.
behind a support
4
pillar
down.
and tossed his knife
Rick
around the
salvaged
corner.
ammunition and a
It
better
was a bad
rifle,
throw, not
then
meant to
melted
kill,
back
just
into
to
the facility's
distract.
hidden
The last
spaces.
mercenary tracked the movement,
The
firing
mercenary
at the blade.
communication channel
Rick swung out
erupted
and
with
put 2
status
rounds
checks
through
for
the
Team
man's helmet.
5.
4 down.
When they did not respond,
Rick salvaged
the
ammunition
chatter
and a better
changed
rifle,
tone.
then melted back into
Confusion
the facility's
became
hidden
concern.
spaces.
Good.
The mercenary
Fear was a
communication
weapon,
channel
too.
erupted with status checks
Rick
for Team
accessed the
5.
facility's
When
internal
they did not
systems through a
respond,
maintenance terminal.
The chatter changed
The
tone.
mercenaries had locked down most
Confusion
functions,
became concern.
but they had missed the environmental controls.
Fear was a weapon too.
Rick triggered the fire suppression
Rick
systems
accessed
in the
the
western
facility's
wing.
internal systems
Foam
through
and
a
chemical
maintenance
retardant
terminal.
flooded 3 corridors,
mercenaries had
killing
locked down
visibility
most
and forcing
functions,
mercenary
but
teams
they
to
had missed the
relocate.
environmental controls.
While while they stumbled through the foam, Rick hit them from unexpected angles. A plasma grenade rolled down a stairwell. Precisely aimed shots from long distance through windows. He was everywhere and nowhere, striking and vanishing before they could respond. The enemy commander's voice came through the earpiece, tight with anger. All teams switched to thermal imaging. The human is using the environment against us. Teams 6 and 7 converge on the western wing. Find him and kill him, Rick smiled. They were bunching up, abandoning defensive positions to hunt him. Perfect. He led them on a chase through the maintenance areas, leaving just enough traces to keep them following. Footprints in the foam. A door left slightly ajar. The occasional glimpse of movement. Basic stuff, but effective against soldiers focused on closing with an enemy. When 12 mercenaries were grouped in a junction corridor, Rick detonated the plasma battery pack he had rigged to the power conduits above them. The explosion was not huge, but it did not need to be. The conduits ruptured, spraying superheated coolant and electrical discharge. The mercenaries' shields overloaded. Men screamed. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Rick did not stay to watch.
The conduits
He was already
ruptured,
moving to his
spraying
next position.
superheated coolant and
The
electrical
mercenary
discharge.
channel
The
dissolved
mercenary
into
shields
chaos.
overloaded.
Orders being
and
shouted.
screamed. The
Teams
smell of
calling for
burning
medical
flesh filled the
assistance.
air.
Someone yelling
Rick
about
did not
falling
stay to
back.
watch.
The commander's
He was
voice cut
already
through it
moving to
all.
his next position.
All units
The
consolidated rally
mercenary
points.
channel dissolved
Stop
into
chasing him.
chaos.
He's baiting
Orders
us into
being
traps.
shouted.
Defensive
Teams calling for
positions
medical
now.
assistance.
Rick had bought
Someone
time,
yelling
but
about
he had not
falling
freed the
back.
hostages.
The commander's voice cut
He
through
needed
it
to
all.
reach the auditorium.
All units
According to the
consolidated rally
communications
points.
he was
Stop chasing
monitoring,
him. He's baiting
Commander
us into
Cross had
traps.
moved the captured
Defensive
civilians there,
positions now.
using
Rick
them
had
as
bought
human
time,
shields.
but he had not freed the
He
hostages.
made his way through the facility's
to reach
upper
the
levels,
auditorium.
avoiding the main
According to the
corridors where
communications he
mercenaries
was
had regrouped.
monitoring,
Through a classroom
Commander
window,
Cross
he
had moved
spotted
the
the
captured
auditorium
civilians
across
there,
the central
using
courtyard.
them as human
20
shields.
soldiers surrounded it in
He made his
defensive
way through the
positions.
facility's upper
Getting in
levels,
would be nearly
avoiding the main
impossible.
corridors where
He needed a
mercenaries
new
had
approach.
regrouped. Through a classroom window,
Rick
he
found what
spotted
he
the
was looking for in the
auditorium
theater's
across the central
technical booth.
courtyard.
The
20
facility's
soldiers
old
surrounded it in
communication
defensive
array,
positions.
shut down by the
Getting in
jamming
would
but
be
still
nearly
physically
impossible.
intact.
He
If he
needed
could
a
boost
new
the signal
approach.
strength and punch through a burst
Rick
transmission,
found what he was
he
looking
might
for
be
in
able
the
to call for
theater's
help.
technical booth.
But he did
The
not know
facility's
how.
old communication array,
This was not his specialty.
shut down by the
Movement
jamming,
behind
but
him.
still physically intact.
Rick spun, raising his
If he could
weapon.
boost the signal
Pack stood
strength
there
and
with
punch
3 other
through a
children.
burst transmission,
They had followed
he
him
might be able to
somehow,
call
using
for
the
help.
passages only they
But he
knew.
did not know how.
What are you doing here?
This was not his
Rick demanded,
specialty.
keeping his voice
Movement
low.
behind him.
I told you
Rick
to
spun,
stay in the
raising his
shelter.
weapon.
We can
Pack
help,
stood there with
Pack
3 other
said.
children.
We know
They
how
had
to fix
followed him
things.
somehow, using
The teachers let us
passages
help
only
the
they
engineers
knew.
sometimes.
What are you doing here?
We can make the
Rick
communication
demanded,
thing
keeping
work.
his voice low.
Rick wanted to
told you
send
to
them
stay in
back,
the
but
shelter.
looking at their
We can
determined
help,
faces, he
Pack
realized
said.
something.
We know
These
how to
children
fix
had
things.
already seen the worst.
The teachers let us
Hiding
help
them
the
away
engineers
would not
sometimes.
erase that.
We can
And they
make the
were offering help he
communication thing
desperately
work.
needed.
Rick wanted to
Okay,
send them back, but
he said.
looking at their
But
determined
you do
faces,
exactly
he
what I say
realized
when I
something.
say it.
These children
Understood?
had already seen the worst.
They nodded.
Hiding them
While
away
Rick
would
kept
not
watch, the
erase
children
that.
worked on
And
the
they were
array with
offering help he
surprising skill.
desperately needed.
Pax explained what
Okay,
they were doing in
he
simple
said.
terms,
But you do exactly
rerouting
what I say
power and
when I
adjusting
say it.
frequencies.
Understood?
Within 10 minutes, they had
They
a working
nodded.
transmitter.
While Rick kept
It will
watch, the
only work for a
children
few
worked on the
seconds
array
before
with
the jamming
surprising
blocks it
skill.
again.
Pax
Pax said,
explained what they were
"What do
doing
we
in
send?"
simple terms.
Rick took the
Rerouting
transmitter.
power and adjusting
He thought about
frequencies.
complicated
Within 10
distress
minutes,
codes
they
and
had a working
tactical
transmitter.
briefings. Then
It
he
will
thought
only
about
work for
what
a
would
few
actually
seconds
get a
before the
response from
jamming
people
blocks
who
it
knew
again.
him.
Pax
He
said,
set the message
"What
to
do we
repeat
send?"
on emergency
Rick put the
frequencies and hit
transmitter.
transmit.
He thought about
Academy
complicated
under
distress
attack.
codes and
Honey
tactical
Badger needs
briefings.
help.
Then
Coordinates
he thought
follow.
about what would
The
actually get a
transmission
response
burst
from
out into
people who knew
space,
him.
a single shout into
He
the
set the
dark.
message to
Then the
repeat
jamming
on
crashed
emergency
back down and the
frequencies
array
and
went
hit
dead.
transmit.
Did it
Academy
work?
under attack.
One of the children
Honey
asked.
Badger needs help.
We'll find out, Rick
Coordinates
said.
follow.
Now we get you back to the
transmission burst
shelter.
out into space, a
He led them
single
back
shout
through the
into
safe
dark.
routes, moving
Then the
slowly
jamming
and
crashed
carefully.
back down and the array
They
went
encountered
dead.
no resistance.
Did it
When they
work?
reached the shelter,
One of the
Lieutenant
children
Dal
asked.
was organizing a
We'll
defense
find
with the
out, Rick
guards.
said. Now
Sergeant,
get
we
you back
heard
to the shelter.
explosions. What's the
He led them
situation?
back through the safe
I've
routes,
reduced their
moving
numbers
slowly
and disrupted
carefully.
their control,
They
Rick
encountered no
reported.
resistance. When
But they
reached
still
the
have
shelter,
40
Lieutenant
hostages
Dal
in the
was organizing
auditorium.
a defense with the
That's
guards.
our next objective.
Sergeant, we heard
That's
explosions.
suicide.
What's
They
the
have that
situation?
position locked
I've
down.
reduced their numbers
Then
and
I'll have to
disrupted
get
their
creative.
control. Rick reported.
Rick checked his weapons.
But they
He was
still
running
have 40
low on
hostages
ammunition.
in the auditorium.
I need explosives,
That's
whatever
our
you
next
have.
objective.
Dal
That's
hesitated,
suicide.
then nodded to one
They
of his
have that
guards.
position locked down.
The man brought out a small
Then I'll
case
have to
of
get
breaching
creative.
charges used for emergency
Rick checked
door
his
removal.
weapons. He was
Rick
running
took them
low
and
on
started
ammunition.
rigging a harness.
I need explosives.
The
whatever
children
you have.
watched him work.
Dal hesitated, then
Uncle
nodded
Rick,
to one of his
Lyra
guards.
said quietly,
The man
"Are you
brought
going
out
to
a small
die?"
case of breaching
He
charges
paused, looking
used
at
for
her honest,
emergency
scared
door
face.
removal.
He
Rick
could
took
lie,
them
but
and
she
started
deserved
rigging a
better.
harness.
Maybe,
The
he said.
children watched him
But
work.
that won't stop me from trying.
Uncle Rick,
Because here's the thing about honey badgers, Lyra. They don't fight because they think they'll win. They fight because something needs protecting. And as long as I can still move, as long as I can still pull a trigger, those people in the auditorium have a chance. He stood up, fully armed now. Lieutenant Dahl, give me 20 minutes. Then push for the landing pads with everyone who can fight. We need to signal for help. 20 minutes won't be enough. Rick headed for the exit. Then I'll just have to work faster. The doors sealed behind him for the second time. Somewhere in the facility, 40 people waited for rescue or death. Rick intended to give them the first option, even if it cost him everything. Rick observed the auditorium from his position in the ceiling crawl space. Below him, 40 hostages sat in the center of the large room surrounded by armed mercenaries. He counted 18 guards positioned around the perimeter. Commander Cross stood near the stage, a tall figure in crimson armor, speaking into a communication device. The hostages looked terrified. Teachers held young children close. Older students tried to stay calm, but their fear was obvious. Headmaster Torvak sat among them, his usual confident posture replaced by something broken and defeated. Rick had 18 minutes left before Lieutenant Dowles pushed to the landing pads. He needed to create enough chaos to split the mercenary forces. Time to work. He moved through the crawl space above the auditorium, planting breaching charges at key structural points. He was not trying to bring down the building, just create openings. The technical booth overlooked the main floor from a high angle. Perfect position. Rick descended into the booth quietly. The equipment here controlled lighting, sound, and environmental systems for the auditorium. He began preparing his surprise, setting timers and routing commands. Below, Commander Cross addressed the hostages. Your coalition is being contacted now. They will have simple terms. Withdraw all forces from the outer reach territories or you die. Your governments value territory less than they value your lives, so you should hope they choose wisely. A young Alarian teacher spoke up, voice shaking. Why are you doing this? These are children. Cross turned to her slowly. Because children make excellent leverage. Adults will do anything to protect their offspring. It is weakness we exploit. Rick's finger hovered over the activation switch. He wanted to kill this man so badly his hand shook. But timing mattered. He needed maximum confusion. He triggered the first charge. The explosion blew out a section of wall near the stage. Alarms immediately began wailing throughout the facility. Rick activated every sound and light system in the auditorium at once. Speakers roared with feedback. Emergency strobes flashed in random patterns. Fire suppression foam began spraying from ceiling nozzles. The mercenaries reacted instantly, training taking over. They moved to defensive positions, but their formations were broken by the chaos. Hostages scattered in panic, some running for the exits, others freezing in place. Rick dropped through a ceiling panel into the technical booth's upper platform. He began firing controlled shots into the mercenary positions below. 3 went down in the first seconds before the others located him. Return fire chewed into the booth's protective barriers. On the main floor, Headmaster Torvak saw what was happening. Saw Rick fighting alone against impossible odds. Something in the old administrator's face changed. He grabbed the young teacher next to him. Get the children to the exits, he shouted over the noise. When they're confused, we move. The teacher stared at him. We'll be killed, maybe, but that human is dying to save us. I won't let his sacrifice be wasted. Torvak stood up despite the plasma fire filling the air. Everyone move now! Exit doors, go! Some hostages ran, others hesitated. Rick provided covering fire, forcing the mercenaries to take cover instead of shooting fleeing civilians. But there were too many angles, too many guns. A plasma bolt caught a running Centauri man in the back. He fell. A child screamed. Rick changed tactics. He threw a plasma grenade toward the largest group of mercenaries. They scattered. In that moment, Rick jumped from the booth platform, using a deployed banner as an improvised rope to swing down to the main floor. He landed hard, rolled, came up firing. The closest mercenary went down. Rick grabbed his fallen body and used it as a shield while advancing. Plasma fire from multiple directions hit the corpse. Rick fired around it, targeting weapons and exposed limbs, disabling rather than killing when possible to create obstacles and confusion. A mercenary charged him with a combat blade. Rick sidestepped, let the man's momentum carry him past, then shot him in the back. He spun and fired at a mercenary trying to line up a shot on fleeing hostages. The shot went wide but made the mercenary duck. Half the hostages were out now, running through the exits. Rick moved to a position between them and the mercenaries, drawing fire deliberately. Plasma bolts scorched past him. One grazed his arm, burning through sleeve and skin. He ignored the pain. Commander Cross appeared from behind cover, his personal shield shimmering. You must be the one they call Honey Badger. I heard you were dead. Not yet, Rick said, firing. His shot splashed harmlessly off Cross's military-grade shields. You cannot win this. Look around. My men still outnumber you. The hostages you saved will be recaptured. Your heroics change nothing. Rick smiled, blood running down his burned arm. You're wrong. I already won. How? Because those kids are running. Because that old administrator found his courage. Because humans don't measure victory by whether we survive. We measure it by whether we protected what mattered. Cross raised his weapon. Then die with your pride. The auditorium doors burst open. Lieutenant Dal and 20 armed defenders poured in, firing as they came. The mercenaries, caught between Rick's position and the new threat, broke formation. Some tried to return fire. Others attempted to flee. Rick used the confusion to close distance with Cross. He tackled the commander, both of them crashing to the floor. Cross was stronger, his armor giving him advantage. They struggled for control. Above them, the ceiling groaned. Rick's charges had done more damage than he intended. Structural supports were failing. Dal's voice rang out. Everyone out. Buildings coming down! The defenders grabbed hostages and ran. Rick and Cross continued fighting among the chaos. The commander's fist caught Rick's jaw, snapping his head back. Rick responded with an elbow strike that cracked Cross's helmet visor. You're insane, Cross gasped. We're both going to die. Good, Rick said and punched him again. Hands grabbed Rick from behind. Lieutenant Dal and 2 guards were dragging him toward the exit. Let go, Rick shouted. He's their commander. And you're no good to anyone dead, Dal snapped. Move. They ran for the exit as the ceiling began collapsing. Cross scrambled to his feet and ran the opposite direction, heading for a side emergency exit. Dust and debris filled the air. The main chandelier fell, crushing 2 mercenaries who were too slow. Rick's group burst out into the courtyard just as a section of the auditorium roof caved in. They kept running, putting distance between themselves and the collapsing structure. Behind them, explosions echoed as power systems overloaded. When they finally stopped, Rick counted heads. All the hostages were out, some wounded but alive. The defenders had taken casualties, but most survived. Lieutenant Dal looked at the burning auditorium, then at Rick. That was the most reckless, stupid, insane thing I have ever witnessed. Rick wiped blood from his mouth. Did it work? The hostages are free. The mercenaries are scattered. I'd say yes, it worked, a young voice called out. Uncle Rick! Lyra's older sister ran toward them from the group of freed hostages. She threw her arms around Rick, sobbing. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Rick awkwardly patted her back, uncomfortable with the gratitude. Just doing my job. No, Headmaster Torvak approached, his robes torn and dirty. You did far more than your job. You gave us hope when we had none. You showed us what courage looks like. The old Ilarian met Rick's eyes. I was wrong about you. Wrong to dismiss your concerns. Wrong to think peace meant we could forget how to fight. You tried to prepare us and I refused to listen. Rick shook his head. Doesn't matter now. We're not done yet. Cross is still out there with at least 20 mercenaries. We need to secure the landing pads and call for real help. As if summoned by his words, a low rumble filled the air. Everyone looked up. The sky split open with light. Coalition fighters screamed through the atmosphere, weapons hot and targeting systems locked. Behind them, the massive shape of a battle cruiser dropped out of faster-than-light travel, its hull bearing the name Vigilant. Rick's emergency transmission had gotten through. Help had arrived. The coalition fighters hit the mercenary ships like hammers of light. Plasma cannons tore into the Marauder-class vessels still hovering above the facility. One exploded immediately, its reactor breaching in a brilliant flash. The other 2 tried to run, activating their stealth systems and boosting for orbit. They did not make it. Missiles from the Vigilant tracked them through every evasion attempt. The second ship died in a cascade of secondary explosions. The third managed to return fire, its desperate shots splashing against the battlecruiser's shields before a fighter wing surrounded it and pounded it into debris. The sky cleared of threats in under 3 minutes. On the ground, the remaining mercenaries saw their escape routes vanish. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others, either braver or more foolish, tried to fight. Coalition Marines dropped from assault shuttles, heavily armed and ready for combat. The brief firefights that erupted were one-sided. Rick watched it happen from the courtyard, leaning against a broken fountain. His body was starting to register all the damage he had taken. Burns, cuts, bruises, probably some cracked ribs. His right arm was barely functional, but he stayed on his feet because sitting down felt too much like giving up. Lieutenant Dal coordinated with the arriving Marines, directing them to pockets of remaining resistance. The freed hostages were being evacuated to the shuttles for medical treatment. Children cried, some in relief, others still terrified. Teachers did their best to comfort them. A shuttle landed near Rick's position. The ramp dropped and a familiar figure strode out. Commander Yates, human, 50s, with gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from old leather. He wore full combat armor and carried himself like someone who had been fighting wars since before Rick was born. Because he had. Commander Yates, Rick Walsh, Yates said, looking him over. You look like hell. Feel worse, Rick admitted. Good to see you, Commander. Got your message. Honey Badger needs help. That's a first. You've never asked for help before. Yates glanced around at the destroyed facility, the bodies, the frightened children being led to safety. Looks like you did pretty well on your own, though. Had help. The lieutenant here and his people. The kids, too. Brave little things. Yates nodded slowly. How many mercenaries? Started with 60. I dropped maybe 15. The rest scattered or surrendered when you showed up. 15. Yates let that sink in. You killed 15 trained mercenaries while protecting hostages and coordinating a defense. With no backup and no plan, Rick shrugged, then winced as the movement pulled something painful in his shoulder. Had a plan. It was just a bad plan. But bad plans are better than no plans. A medic approached, but Rick waved him off. I'm fine. Check the kids first. Sir, you're bleeding. I said I'm fine. Yates dismissed the medic with a gesture. When they were alone, the older man's expression softened slightly. I'm fine. You know you could have died here, right? Against those odds, you should have died. I'm fine. Yeah, I know. So why? Why not get yourself to safety and wait for us? Rick looked across the courtyard to where Lyra sat with her sister. Both of them wrapped in emergency blankets. The little girl saw him looking and waved. He waved back with his good arm. Because she called my name, Rick said quietly. Because I couldn't leave them. Because someone had to stand between these kids and the monsters. And I was here, so it had to be me. Yates followed his gaze. The human condition. We can't help ourselves. We see someone in trouble and we have to help even when it's stupid. Especially when it's stupid, Rick agreed. A commotion drew their attention. Marines were escorting a group of captured mercenaries through the courtyard. Among them, limping and covered in dust, was Commander Cross. His expensive armor was dented and his helmet was missing. He saw Rick and stopped walking, staring. You, Cross said, you should be dead. The building collapsed. I got out. But how? How did one man do all this? Cross looked genuinely confused. We outnumbered you, outgunned you, had every advantage. How did we lose? Rick pushed himself off the fountain, standing straight despite the pain. Because you thought this was a military operation. Calculated risks and acceptable losses. But for me, this was personal. Every child in this facility became my responsibility the moment you attacked. And humans don't do well with math when someone threatens our kids. We don't care about odds. We care about protecting what matters. Cross shook his head. Your species is insane. Probably. Rick agreed. But we're your insane species. We're the ones who show up when everyone else says it's impossible. We're the ones who stand and fight when logic says to run. And we're the ones who will tear through an army to save a single child. Remember that. Make sure whoever hired you remembers it too. The Marines led Cross away. Yates chuckled. Making speeches now? You really did hit your head. Maybe. Rick finally allowed himself to sit down on the fountain's edge. How bad is it? The casualties? Yates's expression grew serious. 47 coalition personnel dead. 12 students. 19 injured critically. It's bad, Rick, but it would have been worse. If you hadn't acted, if you hadn't bought time, we would have arrived to find hundreds dead and the survivors held hostage. Rick closed his eyes. 12 students. 12 children who had been laughing and playing just hours ago. He could see their faces in his mind, knew their names, felt their weight settle on his shoulders alongside all the other ghosts he carried. 12 students. Yates's hand gripped his shoulder. You saved hundreds more. That matters. Doesn't feel like it. It never does. But those kids over there, they're alive because of you. Their families get to hold them again. That has to count for something. Rick opened his eyes and looked around the courtyard again, saw the survivors, saw the relief and grief mixing on their faces, saw Pax and his friends being reunited with their parents who had just arrived on the shuttles, saw Lyra running toward him, breaking free from her sister. She crashed into him and hugged him tight, careful of his injuries. You did it, Uncle Rick, you saved us. Rick hugged her back with his good arm, feeling something tight in his chest. We saved each other, kid. You and Pax and all the brave people here. Everyone who didn't give up. That's why we're still standing. Headmaster Torvak approached slowly. The old Ilarian looked like he had aged years in a single day. Sergeant Walsh, I owe you an apology. Several apologies, and my life, along with the lives of everyone here. You fought when it counted. Rick said, that's what mattered. I should have listened to you, should have prepared, should have run those drills you requested. Torvak's voice broke slightly. 12 students died because I was too proud, too certain we were safe. That's what mattered. No, Rick said firmly. They died because mercenaries attacked a school. Because someone evil made an evil choice. You're not responsible for what they did. None of us are. Torvak wiped his eyes. No. How do you carry it? The weight of those we couldn't save. Rick looked at Lyra, still holding on to him. At the other children being loaded onto evacuation shuttles. At the survivors helping each other through the wreckage. By remembering the ones we did save, he said, by making sure their survival means something, by being better tomorrow than we were today. Medical personnel finally convinced Rick to let them treat his injuries. They loaded him onto a stretcher despite his protests. As they carried him toward a medical shuttle, children lined the path. Some waved, some called his name, some just watched with wide, grateful eyes. Pax ran up and pressed something into Rick's hand. The honey badger figurine the children had been carving in art class now finished. For you, the boy said. So you remember us. Rick's throat felt tight. I could never forget you, Pax. Any of you. The medical shuttle lifted off, carrying Rick toward the Vigilance medical bay. Through the window, he watched the facility grow smaller below. The destruction was obvious from the air. Collapsed buildings, scorched marks, the evidence of violence, but also evidence of survival. People moving through the wreckage, helping each other, refusing to be broken. That was humanity's real strength, Rick thought, as exhaustion finally claimed him. Not that they were strong or fast or clever, but that they refused to give up. That they cared so deeply for others that they would fight impossible battles and endure terrible costs. That when a child cried out in fear, a human answered, and nothing in the universe could stop them from trying to help. Nothing at all. 3 months passed before Rick was cleared for duty again. The doctors on the Vigilant had patched him up, but the injuries went deeper than burns and broken bones. Nothing at all. He spent 2 weeks in the medical bay, another month in rehabilitation, and several sessions with a counselor who specialized in combat trauma. Rick hated every minute of it, but he went through the motions. The counselor was a patient Illyrian woman named Vera, who let him sit in silence for most of their sessions. Eventually he started talking about the children who died, about the ones who survived, about the weight of choosing who to save first when everyone needed saving. You did everything possible, Vera said during their last session. You know that, right? Knowing it and feeling it are different things, Rick replied. They are, but feeling guilty for not being able to save everyone just means you care. And the galaxy needs people who care, Sergeant Walsh. Especially now. Rick was stationed on Frontier Base 7 when he received the message. It was a video file, marked as coming from the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. He almost deleted it, not ready to face those memories. But something made him open it. The screen showed the facility's courtyard rebuilt and clean. Students walked between classes. Teachers supervised. Everything looked normal again, peaceful. Then the camera panned to show a memorial garden that had not existed before. Stone pathways wound between flowering plants from dozens of worlds. At the center stood a statue carved from white marble. It showed a human figure, battle-worn and determined, with children of various species gathered around him in protective embrace. The plaque at its base read, "The Honey Badger. When Earth sends its best, they send their heart. In memory of those lost, in honor of those who stood." The video continued. Headmaster Torvak appeared on screen looking older but steadier than Rick remembered. Sergeant Walsh, if you're watching this, I wanted you to see what we built. The memorial honors everyone who fell defending this facility, but the statue is you specifically because you embodied something we needed to remember. That courage is not about being unafraid. It is about acting despite fear. That strength is not about overpowering others. It is about protecting those who cannot protect themselves. The camera shifted to show Lyra, now several months older and smiling. "Hi, Uncle Rick. I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. I wanted to tell you something. After everything happened, I was really scared. Scared to go back to class. Scared to be alone. But then I remembered what you said about honey badgers. They don't care about being scared.
I wanted to tell you something.
They just do what needs doing.
After everything
So I tried to
happened,
be
I was
brave
really
like
scared.
you, and it got
Scared to
easier.
go back to class.
Thank you for
Scared to be
teaching us
alone.
that.
But then I remembered
More
what you
children
said about
appeared in the
honey
video,
badgers.
each sharing a
They
brief
don't care
message.
about being
Pax
scared.
talked about how he
They just
wanted
do
to
what
join
he's
the
doing.
coalition
So I
forces
tried
when
to
he
be
grew
brave
up,
like you,
to help
and it
protect
got
others
easier.
like Rick had
Thank you
protected
for
them.
teaching us that.
Others shared
More
artwork they
children
had
appeared
made,
in the video, each
stories
sharing
they
a
had
brief
written,
message.
ways
Pax
they had
talked
found
about how he
courage in
wanted to
dark
join the
moments by
coalition
remembering the
forces when
human
he
who had
grew
fought
up,
for them.
to help protect others.
The video
like Rick
ended
had
with Commander
protected them.
Yates appearing on screen.
Others shared artwork they had
Rick,
made,
stop being stubborn and
stories
check
they
your
had
messages.
written,
You've
ways they
received
had found
commendations
courage in
from
dark
7
moments
different
by remembering
governments.
the human
The
who had
coalition
fought
is
for them.
offering you any posting
The
you
video
want.
ended with
The
Commander
facility
Yates
wants you to come
appearing on
back as
screen.
head of security with triple
Rick,
your
stop
old
being
pay.
stubborn and
And
check
about
your
100
messages.
families want to
You've
thank you
received
personally.
commendations from
You're
7
famous
different
now.
governments.
Deal with it.
The coalition is offering
Rick
you
sat in
any
his small
posting you
quarters on the
want.
base staring at the
facility
blank
wants you to
screen.
come back as head of
Famous.
security with
He did not
triple
want to
your
be
old
famous.
pay. And about
He wanted to
100
be left
families
alone
want
to do
thank
his
you
job.
personally.
His
You're
communicator
famous
chimed.
now. Deal with
Incoming
it.
call.
Rick sat in
He
his
almost
small
ignored
quarters
it,
on
but the
base
caller
staring
ID
at
made
the
him
blank
pause.
screen.
Lieutenant
Famous.
Dal. Rick
He did
answered.
not want to be famous.
Dal's blue
He
face
wanted to be
appeared,
left
looking
alone to
pleased.
do his job.
Sergeant
His
Walsh, good to see you up and
communicator
around.
chimed.
Lieutenant,
Incoming call.
what can I do for
He
you?
almost ignored it. but the
Actually, I'm
caller
calling
ID
with an
made him
offer.
pause.
The facility
Lieutenant
is
Dal.
reopening
Rick
next
answered.
month. They want a
Dal's blue
complete
face
security
appeared, looking
overhaul.
pleased.
New protocols,
Sergeant
new
Walsh,
training,
good to
new
see you up and
everything.
around.
They asked me to
Lieutenant,
head the project.
What can I do for you?
I accepted on one
Actually,
condition
I'm
that
calling
you
with
join
an
my
offer.
team.
The
Rick
facility
hesitated.
is reopening next
I
month.
don't know if I can
They
go
want a
back there.
complete security overhaul.
I understand.
New protocols, new
But consider
training, new
this.
everything.
Those
They
children
asked me to head
remember
the
you.
project.
They need to
I
see that
accepted
heroes
on one
don't just
condition that
disappear
you
after
join
the
my
battle.
team.
They keep
Rick
going,
hesitated.
keep working, keep caring.
I don't know if I can
Your
go
presence
back there.
there would mean more than
I
any
understand.
security system we could
But
install.
consider this.
I'm not a
Those
hero,
children
Dal.
remember you.
I'm just a soldier
They
who
need to
got
see that
lucky.
heroes don't just
You're
disappear
wrong.
after the battle.
You're exactly what
They
a
keep
hero
going,
looks
keep
like.
working, keep
Imperfect,
caring.
stubborn,
Your
willing to
presence there would mean
sacrifice
more than
everything
any
for
security
others.
system we could install.
That's the definition.
I'm not a hero,
Dal
Dal.
leaned closer
I'm
to the
just a
camera.
soldier who got
The
lucky.
children need to see that you
You're wrong.
survived.
You're exactly
That doing
what
the
a
right
hero
thing
looks
doesn't
like.
always mean dying
Imperfect,
for it.
stubborn, willing to
Sometimes it means
sacrifice
living with
everything
it and
for
choosing
others.
to keep helping people.
That's the definition.
Rick thought about the
Dal leaned
statue in the
closer to the
memorial
camera.
garden,
The
about
children
Lyra's
need to see that you
message,
survived.
about all the children
That
who were
doing the
finding
right thing
courage
doesn't
by
always
remembering
mean
what
dying
one
for it.
determined human had
Sometimes
done.
it means living with it
I'll
and
think
choosing
about
to
it,
keep helping people.
Rick said finally.
Rick
That's
thought
all I
about the
ask.
statue in the
Take your
memorial
time.
garden.
The
About
offer
Lyra's
stands whenever
message.
you're ready.
About all the
The
children
call
who were
ended.
finding courage
Rick sat
by
alone with his
remembering what one
thoughts.
determined human had
Outside his
done.
window, Frontier
think
Base
about
7 bustled with
Rick said
activity.
finally. That's all
Ships
I ask.
coming and going,
Take your time.
soldiers training,
The offer stands
people living their
whenever you're
lives
ready.
unaware that
The
somewhere
call
out
ended.
there,
Rick
a
sat
single
alone
act
with
of
his
desperate
thoughts.
courage had become a
Outside
story
his
told
window,
across worlds.
Frontier Base 7
Rick
bustled
opened
with
his foot
activity.
locker and pulled out the
Ships
honey
coming
badger
and
figurine
going.
Pax had
Soldiers
given him.
training. People
The
living
carving
their
was
lives
rough,
unaware
childish,
that
but
somewhere
made
out
with
there,
care.
a single
He set
act
it
of
on his
desperate
desk
courage
where he
had
could
become
see
a
it.
story told
Maybe
across
Dal was
worlds.
right.
Rick
Maybe
opened
going
his foot
back was the
locker
right
and pulled out
choice.
the honey badger
Not to be
figurine
celebrated
Pax had
or
given him.
honored, but to show those children
carving
that you
was
could
rough,
face horror
childish, but made
and
with
come out
care.
the other side.
He set it on
That
his
scars
desk
heal.
where he could see it.
That life
Maybe
continues.
Dal was right.
That protecting others
Maybe
is a
going back was the
responsibility
right
that does
choice.
not end when the
Not to be
battle does.
celebrated or honored, but
His
to show those
communicator
children
chimed
that you
again.
can face horror and
This
come out
time
the
it was a
other
text
side.
message from an
That scars
unknown
heal.
number.
That
Rick
life
opened
continues.
it. Uncle
That
Rick, this is
protecting others
Pax.
is a
Lieutenant Dal gave me your
responsibility that does not
contact
end when
info.
the battle
I
does.
hope that's okay.
His
I
communicator
wanted you to
chimed
know
again.
something. I'm
This
starting
time
a
it was
club at the
text message
facility.
from an unknown
It's
number.
called the Honey Badger
Rick
Corps.
opened it.
We
Uncle
help
Rick,
younger
this is
students when
Pax.
they're
Lieutenant
scared.
Dal gave me
We
your
stand up to
contact
bullies.
info. I
We
hope
do
that's
volunteer
okay.
work in the
I
community.
wanted you to know
We try to be brave like you were.
I'm starting a club
like you
at the
are.
facility.
30
It's
kids
called the
joined in
Honey
the
Badger
first week.
Corps.
We
We
wear
help
patches
younger
with a
students
honey
when they're
badger on
scared.
them.
We
Is
stand
that
up to
okay?
bullies.
Rick stared
We
at the
do
message
volunteer
for a
work in the
long
community.
time.
We
Then
try
he
to be
typed a
brave
reply.
like you were.
It's
Like
more
you
than
are.
okay, Pax. It's
30 kids
perfect.
joined in the
Keep
first
being
week.
brave.
We wear
Keep
patches
helping
with a
others.
honey badger on
That's
them.
what matters
Is
most.
that okay?
I'm proud of you.
Rick stared at
He
the
sent the
message for a
message,
long
then stood
time.
and walked to his window.
Then he typed a reply.
Looked out at the stars.
It's more than
Somewhere
okay,
out
Pax.
there,
It's
children
perfect.
were learning that
Keep
courage
being
was not
brave.
about being
Keep
fearless.
helping others.
It was about choosing
That's
to
what
act
matters
despite
most.
fear.
I'm proud of you.
That strength was
He
not
sent
about
the message,
domination.
then stood and walked to
It was
his
about
window.
protection.
Looked out at the
That
stars.
humans, for all their
Somewhere
flaws and
out there,
weaknesses,
children
had
were
something
learning that
special.
courage was not about
They
being
cared.
fearless.
They
It was
refused to
about
give
choosing
up.
to act despite
They
fear.
stood between the
That
innocent
strength
and the
was not
dark.
about domination.
And when a child
It
cried
was
out,
about
they
protection.
answered. Rick
That
made his
humans, for
decision.
all their flaws and weaknesses,
He would
had
go
something
back to the
special.
facility.
They
Not as a
cared.
hero seeking
They
glory,
refused to give up.
but as a teacher
They stood
showing
between
students
the
what it
innocent
meant
and
to
the
keep
dark.
going after
And when a
tragedy,
child
to
cried
turn
out, they
pain into
answered.
purpose,
Rick
to
made his
transform
decision.
fear into
He
determination,
would go back to the
because that
facility.
was the real legacy
Not
of
as
the
a
honey
hero seeking
badger.
glory,
Not
but
the
as a
violence
teacher
or the
showing
desperate
students
battle,
what it meant to keep
but the
going
choice
after
to keep
tragedy,
caring,
to turn
keep
pain into
protecting, keep
purpose,
standing up
to
for those who
transform
needed
fear
someone
into
in their corner.
determination.
He
Because
opened
that
his
was the real
communicator and
legacy
sent a
of the
message to
honey badger.
Lieutenant Dal.
Not the violence
I
or
accept
the
your
desperate
offer.
battle.
When do we
the
start?
choice to keep caring,
The response came back
protecting,
immediately.
keep standing up for those
Welcome
who
back,
needed
Sergeant.
someone in their corner.
We start by rebuilding
He opened
together.
his communicator
Rick
and sent a
smiled
message to
slightly.
Lieutenant Dow.
Rebuilding, that felt
I
right.
accept
Take
your
something
offer.
broken and make it whole
When do we
again.
start?
Take frightened
The
children
response
and help
came
them
back
find
immediately.
strength. Take a
Welcome
tragedy
back,
and
Sergeant.
transform it into a
We start
lesson
by
about
rebuilding
resilience.
together.
That was the
Rick
human
smiled
way.
slightly.
Not the
Rebuilding,
strongest,
that felt right.
not the
Take something
fastest,
broken and make it whole
not the most
again.
advanced,
Take frightened
but the
children
ones
and
who
help them
refused to
find
quit.
strength. Take a
The
tragedy
ones who
and
cared so
transform it into
deeply
a
that they
lesson
would
about
fight
resilience.
impossible battles and
That was
carry
the human
impossible
way.
burdens.
Not the
The
strongest.
ones who, when
not the
darkness came,
fastest,
chose to
not
be
the
the
most
light.
advanced, but the ones who refused
Rick
to
packed his
quit.
gear that night.
The ones who cared
Tomorrow
so
he would
deeply
ship
that
out
they
to
would fight
Viridian the
impossible
Four,
battles and
back
carry
to the
impossible
facility where he
burdens.
had nearly died,
The ones who,
back
when
to the
darkness
children who
came,
remembered him,
chose to be the light.
back to the work of protecting and teaching and
Rick
showing
packed
others
his
that
gear that
courage
night.
was not about never
Tomorrow
being
he would
afraid.
ship out to Viridian
It was
the
about
Four,
being afraid
back to the
and doing the
facility where
right
he
thing
nearly
anyway.
died. Back to the children
As
who
he
remembered
prepared
him.
to sleep,
Back to the work
Rick
of
looked one more
protecting
time
and
at the
teaching and
honey
showing
badger
others that
figurine on his
courage was
desk.
not about never being
Such a
afraid.
small thing. It
Such
was a
about
simple
being
gift,
afraid
but it
and doing the
represented
right
something
thing
larger.
anyway.
Hope,
As he prepared
resilience,
to sleep,
the refusal to
one
give
more
up
time
even
at the
when
honey
everything
badger
seemed
figurine on his
lost.
desk. Such
He
a
thought
small
about
thing,
all the children
such a
across the
simple gift,
galaxy who would
but
hear
it
the story of the
represented something
Academy
larger.
attack,
Hope,
who would learn about the human
resilience,
who stood alone
the
against an
refusal to
army
give up even
because
when
it was the
everything
right
seemed
thing to
lost.
do, who would find their
He
own
thought
courage
about
in
all
his
the children
example.
across the
That was the
galaxy
real
who would hear the
victory,
story of the Academy
not surviving the
attack.
battle, but
Who
inspiring
would learn
others
about
to
the
be
human who
brave in
stood
their own
alone
battles,
against an
whatever
army
form those took,
because it was
to
the
stand
right
up when
thing
it was
to
easier
do.
to stay down,
Who would find
to
their own
protect when it
courage
was
in his
safer to
example.
hide,
That
to
was
care
the
when it
real
was simpler
victory.
not to.
Not surviving
Rick
the
closed
battle,
his eyes and for
but
the first
inspiring
time in
others to
3
be
months
brave in
slept
their own
without
battles,
nightmares,
whatever form those
because he
took.
had made his
To
choice.
stand up when it was
He
easier
would
to
keep
stay
going,
down, to
keep
protect when it
helping,
was safer
keep
to
standing
hide,
between
to
children
care
in
when it was
danger for
simpler
as
not
long as he
to.
was able.
Rick closed his
That
eyes
was
and
enough.
for the first time
That was
in 3
everything.
months slept without
The honey
nightmares.
badger was going home,
Because he had made his
and
choice.
somewhere in the dark
He would
between
keep going.
stars the story spread,
Keep helping.
whispered
Keep
in
standing
coalition
between
briefing
children in
rooms and
danger for
mercenary
as long as he
hideouts
was
and
able.
civilian gatherings.
That was
The
enough.
story of one
That
human
was
who had
everything.
shattered enemy lines
The
with
honey
nothing
badger
but
was going
determination,
home, and
and
somewhere
an
in the
absolute
dark
refusal
between
to let
stars the
children
story
die on
spread,
his watch.
whispered in coalition
The
briefing
story of
rooms
what
and
happens when you
mercenary
threaten
hideouts and
something a
civilian
human has
gatherings.
decided to
The story
protect.
of one human
The story
who
of the
had
honey
shattered
badger
enemy
who
lines
didn't
with
care
nothing
about
but
odds,
determination,
only about doing
and an
what was
absolute
right.
refusal
And the
to let
galaxy
children
listened
die on
and
his
learned
watch.
and remembered. Because
The
some
story of what
stories, some
happens
acts
when
of
you
courage
threaten
echo
something a
forever.
human has decided
This was
to
one of them.
protect. The story
The
of
sound
honey
of
badger
children
who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and
Starbound,
remembered.
we tell
Because some stories,
the
some
human
acts of
way,
courage echo
not with
forever.
artificial voices
This was
or
one of them.
AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's Aram. Let's begin. The Archon expected stories flee from mercy. Not with artificial voices
Finch
or AI
had
slop.
come to deliver an
In the end,
invoice.
what's HFY?
The air
without
on the
humanity?
bridge of the Pax
Subscribe
Imperium
to keep
was
it this way.
sterile,
My
scrubbed
name's
of
Aram.
personality by
Let's begin.
industrial-grade filters,
The
leaving
Archon
only the
expected
bass hum of
plea
the life
for
support
mercy.
systems and the
Alistair
olfactory
Finch
signature of
had come to deliver an
absolute
invoice.
authority. The air on the bridge of cold, ionized air particles and scrubbed of personality by industrial. At the heart of this oppressive, leaving quiet, only the bass hum of the life support systems. He was flanked by a dozen Dorn Praetorians, living statues whose very stillness implied a lethal potential. Air particles, but he paid them no polished metal. His focus at the heart entirely on the figure seated on the elevated command throne. He was flanked by Supreme Archon Castian of the Dorn hegemony was a portrait of serene power. His long, pale face, framed by the severe cut of his dark hair, was a mask of placid control. His dark robes, woven with filaments that seemed to swallow the light, flowed around him like solidified shadow. Beside the throne, a gaunt age by the severe cut of his shifted his weight, was a mask of his anxiety was a jarring. His discordant note in the bridge's carefully orchestrated symphony power flowed around him like solidified shadow.
With respect,
Beside the throne,
receiving him
a
on
gaunt
bridges,
age named Kalis shifted his weight. Kalis murmured, his anxiety, his voice a dry, discordant, barely carried over the ambient hum. Orchestrated symphony
a
of power.
secure sub-level chamber has with
Castian did not turn his head. His eyes remained fixed on the swirling nebula displayed on the main view screen. A faint, condescending smile touched his lips. A minute smile that Kayla knew was the equivalent of a contemptuous laugh. His eyes remained
Precisely,
fixed on the swirling
Chaos.
nebula displayed
Let
on
the
main
child
screen.
from the messy, loud
faint,
little species see the
condescending
very
smile
heart of
touched his
hegemony.
lips.
Let
A
him be
minute
surrounded
smile
by
that
the
Kalis
instruments
knew
of
was
dominance.
the equivalent
It
of a
will all
contemptuous laugh.
compliance. Precisely, Kalis.
He looked at
Let
Alistair.
the child,
The look of a
messy,
biologist
loud
observing a
little species
peculiar
see the very
new
heart of
insect.
hegemony. Let
Interesting
him be
for its
surrounded
novelty,
by the
but
instruments of
ultimately
dominance.
insignificant.
It will all heal
Alistair
into a
Finch met
compliant
that gaze.
posture.
He offered a
He
smile
looked at
that
Alistair.
didn't reach his
The
eyes.
look of a
biologist
polite,
observing a
social
peculiar
gesture,
new insect.
entirely at odds with the
Interesting
crushing
for its
weight of the
novelty,
room.
but ultimately
He inclined his head
insignificant.
slightly. A
Alistair
movement that
Finch
could have been
met
interpreted
that
as deference.
He offered a smile
but felt
that
more
didn't
like
reach his
appraisal.
eyes.
His
A
voice,
polite,
when he
social
spoke,
gesture
was as
entirely
casual as
at
if he
odds
were
with the
commenting
crushing
on the
weight
view
of the
from the room.
nebula outside.
He inclined his
Each
head
word
slightly,
perfectly
a movement
enunciated
that
and
could have
delivered
been
with a calm that
interpreted
was
as
either an act
deference,
of
but
supreme
felt more like
foolishness
appraisal.
or
His voice,
unbreakable
when he
confidence.
spoke,
Was as casual
Archon,
as if he were commenting
per
on
the
the
articles
view
of
from the
first
nebula
contact,
outside.
I have been
Each
sent
word
to formally
perfectly
discuss the
enunciated
terms of
and
your
delivered with
surrender
a calm that was
regarding
either
your
an act of
administration
supreme
of the
foolishness
silent plague.
or unbreakable
The hum of the
confidence.
life support
Suddenly seemed
Archon,
deafening in the
per the
vacuum
articles
sounds
of
that
first
followed.
contact, I have been
Aid
sent
Kalis
to
made a
formally
wet
discuss
gasp
the
and his
terms
face
of your
drained of
surrender
all color, becoming
regarding
a
your
waxy
administration
beige
of the
canvas of
silent
pure
plague.
terror. The
The hum of the life
Praetorians,
support
their discipline
suddenly
honed
seemed
over
deafening
generations
in
of
the vacuum
unwavering
sounds that
obedience,
followed.
remained
Aid
motionless.
Kalis made
Yet
a wet
Alistair
gasp
could
and his face
feel the
drained
change
of
in
all
the
color,
air, becoming a
recoiled,
waxy beige
imminent
canvas
violence.
of pure terror. They were triggers,
The
Praetorians,
waiting for a
their
finger
discipline
to
honed
twitch.
over generations of
But the only
unwavering
reaction
obedience
that mattered
remained
was the
motionless on the throne. Yet Alistair
The
could
Archon's
feel
mask
the
changed
placid
in the air,
control shattered
coiled,
for a
imminent
single
violence.
glorious microsecond. They were triggers.
Then,
waiting
just
for
as
a
quickly,
finger to twitch.
the mask was
back in place.
But the only
hard
reaction
colder
that
than
mattered
before.
was
The one on the
His
throne.
voice was a low,
The Archon's
dangerous
mask
command,
placid
a
control
vibration of
shattered
contained
for a
fury
single
that resonated
glorious
in the deck
microseconds.
plates. Then,
Triple
just as
security.
quickly,
The mask was back in
the private
place.
chamber
Harder,
Castian chose
colder
for their
than before.
discussion was
His
a
voice
weapon in
was
its
a
own
low,
right.
dangerous
It was a
command,
vast,
circular
vibration
room
of
walled in
contained
dark
fury
wood
that
from a long
resonated in
dead
the deck
world,
plates.
polished to a mirror sheen,
security.
but treated with a material that
The private
seemed to
chamber
drink the
Castian
light,
chose for
creating
their
a sense of
discussion
infinite
was a weapon in its own
claustrophobic
right.
depth.
It was a
Alistair,
vast,
circular
meanwhile,
room
had been
walled in
directed to a
dark
single,
wood from a long
brutally
dead
uncomfortable
world,
chair in
polished
the
to a
center of
mirror
the room.
sheen,
It's
but
designed
treated with a
clearly
material that
intended
seemed
to
to
foster
drink the
unease,
light,
creating a
He
sense of
remained
standing,
standing,
hands
claustrophobic
clasped
depth.
casually behind his back.
Alistair, meanwhile,
Six
had been directed
Praetorians
to a
now
single,
stood guard,
brutally
three on
uncomfortable
either
chair
side
in the
of the
center of the
only
room,
door,
their
its
presence
design
turning
clearly
the
intended
opulent
to
room
foster
into a
unease.
cage. He remained standing,
The silent
hands
plague,
clasped casually behind his
Castian
back.
said.
His voice
Six
once again as
Praetorians
smooth
now
as
stood
poison
guard.
silk. Three on
He
either
turned
side
slowly,
of the only
a look
door,
of profound
their
disappointment
presence turning
etched
the
onto his
opulent
features.
room into a
Rather
cage.
dramatic. The silent plague. You humans have a
Castian
flair
said.
for the theatrical.
His voice once
but
again
your
as
species
smooth
has
as
been
poison
on the
silk.
galactic stage.
He turned
for
slowly,
what,
a look of
century?
profound disappointment
Your
etched
children
onto his
playing
features.
with concepts that lie far
Rather
beyond your
dramatic
species'
grasp.
turn of phrase. We grasp
You
data,
humans have a
Archon,
flair for the
theatrical,
Alistair replied,
but your
his
species
tone
has
still
been on the
maddeningly
galactic
level.
stage for
He finally
what,
turned from the
a
sculpture,
century?
his gaze
Your
direct.
children
Playing with
data
concepts
is
that lie
unequivocal.
far beyond your
We
species'
analyzed the
grasp.
patent filings, artistic
We
grasp,
grasped
and
data,
philosophical
Archon.
treatises from
Our
the
last
last
500 years
his
across
tone
all
still
73 of your
maddeningly
client
level.
races. He finally turned
pattern
from the
is
sculpture, his gaze
stark.
direct.
And the data
Correlation
is not
We analyzed the
causation.
patent filings,
Castian
Castian
scoffed,
scoffed,
new
taking a
philosophical
step
treatises
closer.
from the last
His
500
robes
years
whispering
across all
across the
73
73
of your
client races.
We brought peace.
The pattern is
We brought stability.
stark.
We ended centuries of
Correlation
pointless
is
conflict.
not causation.
Isn't so surprising
Castian
that in a
scoffed,
society
taking
free
a step
from the terror
closer,
of war,
his robes
the
whispering across the polished floor.
Squabbling for innovation. We brought stability. We ended centuries of pointless conflict.
Flatlined.
Is it so
Alistair
surprising
said,
that in a
his voice
society
hardening
free
almost
from the terror of
imperceptibly.
war, the
99.8% reduction in all metrics of creativity, ambition, and cultural dynamism, occurring within a single generation of joining your hegemony. Alice lobotomized, his voice hardening almost imperceptibly. Kalis stepped forward, his face pale and slick, all metrics of creativity, ambition, and cultural dynamism, occurring within a single generation of joining your hegemony. Lobotomized waved a dismissive hand, cutting him off without a glance. Stepped forward, his face pale and slick with a film of cold sweat.
They crushed financial marketing, frivolous self-replicating Python incident, annoyance, nothing more.
Waved a dismissive hand, cutting him off without a glance.
Flagship, unarmed and alone. Incident was hostile, attempting to leverage a statistical anomaly into a self-replicating is a bluff packet of desperation. Nothing more.
He fixed his gaze on Alistair again,
stands on
his eyes like ships of obsidian.
And alone.
You have no proof. Only statistics, innuendo
into a weapon.
You
is a
have
bluff
nothing.
born of desperation.
Alistair met his gaze
He
without
fixed
blinking.
his
Gaze on Alistair again.
Right.
His eyes like
Statistics
chips
can
of
be
obsidian. Theories can
You
be dismissed.
have no proof.
He paused,
Only
letting the silence
statistics,
stretch, forcing the
innuendo.
Archon to wait.
You have nothing.
Physical
Evidence
evidence
is
met
more
his gaze
troublesome.
without blinking. For instance, the schematics for a very
Statistics can be
specific
argued.
type
Theories
of resonant
can be
frequency
dismissed.
modulator. He paused,
The kind
letting the
you
silence
used to
stretch,
broadcast
forcing the
the
Archon's
plagues
mimetic signal across subspace.
Physical
Evidence
the
is more
Archon's jaw
troublesome.
tightened. For
A
instance,
small,
the
hard,
schematics
not
for a
muscle
very
bunching
specific
beneath his
type
ear.
of
Resonant frequency modulator. The
can be
kind you
forged.
use to broadcast
They can.
plagues mimetic
Alistair
signal
agreed
across subspace.
But it's harder to
Archon's
forge
jaw
the actual
tightened.
physical
A
device,
small, hard,
especially
not
when it's
muscle
delivered by a
high-ranking
high-ranking
old defector who personally stole it from a broadcast relay on Athelios
They can.
9. Alistair agreed
Kalis
pleasantly.
took an involuntary
But
step
it's
back.
harder to
A bead of
forge the
sweat
actual
tracing a
physical
physical
down his
device,
temple and
especially when it's
disappearing into
delivered
the
by a
high-ranking
high-ranking
Utani
uniform.
defector who personally
Cassian's
stole it from a
composure
broadcast
finally
relay
began to
on
fray in the
Athelios
edges.
9. His voice losing its
Kalis took
silken
an
quality
involuntary step
and taking
back.
on a sharper,
bead of sweat
metallic
tracing
edge path down
Lies,
his temple and
desperate
disappearing into the high
fabrications
collar
from a
of his
desperate
uniform.
species clinging
Cassian's
to relevance.
composure finally began to fray. Alistair tilted his head, his voice
I understand
losing
your
silken
skepticism.
quality,
So
and
let's
taking
conduct a
on a
small
sharper,
experiment to
metallic
demonstrate the
edge.
veracity of my
Lies,
dead man's
desperate
switch.
fabrications
Just a
from
taste.
desperate
species
He glanced at a chronometer on the wall. Is it a disc of liquid metal that displayed time with unerring accuracy? So let's conduct a small experiment to demonstrate the veracity of heavily encrypted data packet was delivered
Just a
to the
taste.
primary server of the
He
Hyperion
glanced
News
at a
conglomerate
chronometer
on the wall.
a very reputable,
a disc of liquid
very
metal
curious,
that
and
displayed
very
time with
widely read
unerring
organization.
accuracy. The file,
approximately 1 minute ago,
Hegemony
a single
Pacification heavily encrypted
statistics
data packet was
pulled
delivered
on
to the
Prime.
primary server of the
It's a
Hyperion
lovely
News
data set,
conglomerate, full of charts,
very reputable,
very
curious,
damning, and very
charts.
widely read organization. He reached into his breast pocket and produced a thin
Hegemony
metallic
Pacification
card,
Statistics,
no thicker than a piece
pulled
of
on
paper.
Prime.
He slid
It's
it across
a
the
lovely
polished
data
floor,
set,
full of
it
charts,
glided
silent,
very
spinning slowly,
charts.
before coming to a stop a few feet from the Archon's breast pocket and produced a thin metallic
is the
card,
decryption key.
no thicker than a piece of
said.
paper. He slid
You
it
have
across
5
the
minutes
polished
to
floor.
use your private
It
channels
glided
to
silently,
contact Hyperion.
spinning slowly,
Verify the file's
before
existence
existence
and
stop
confirm
a
the
few
key
feet from
words.
the Archon's
If you do
boots.
not,
Or if you
that
try to
is the
interfere with my
decryption key.
person or my team in
Alistair
any
said.
way, my next
You have
scheduled
5
check-in
minutes
will
to
fail.
use your private
When it
channels
fails,
to contact
the rest of the
Hyperion.
data, verify
including
the file's
those
existence, pesky
confirmed
modulator
keywords.
schematics, and
If you do
for
not,
asks,
or
or if you
sworn
try
testimony
to interfere
goes
with my
public
person or
to
my
every
team in
news
any way,
agency,
my
government,
next
and
scheduled
rogue
check-in
hacking collective
will
from
fail.
here to the galactic rim
fails. The
Your
rest
call,
of the data,
Archon,
including
clock
those
is ticking.
pesky modulator schematics
Castian
and
stared at
Borask's
the card
full
on the floor as
sworn
if it were a
testimony
venomous snake
goes
coiled
public
to strike
every news agency,
his mind,
government,
a mechanism
and rogue
trained
hacking
for
collective from here to the galactic
control,
rim.
was racing.
Your call. Processing
Archon.
the variables Alistair
is
had
ticking.
just introduced. Variables that
Castian
defied his
stared at
every
the card on the
calculation.
floor as if it were a venomous
Human
snake
wasn't
threatening
threatening
to
war.
strike.
He couldn't.
His mind,
A mechanism
was
trained
threatening
for
something
absolute
far worse.
control.
Was
The
racing.
truth. Processing
And
the
he
variables
had
Alistair had
constructed
just
the threat
introduced
with such
variables that
elegant,
defied his
vicious
every
simplicity
calculation. That to
The
ignore
human
it was
was
as
threatening
dangerous
war.
as to acknowledge
couldn't.
it. With a look of pure, unadulterated loathing, the true Castian snapped his fingers. Had constructed the sound like a pistol shot in the silent room. Vicious simplicity. But to ignore it, verify it now. To acknowledge it, confined to a guest suite that was opulent to the point of absurdity. Alistair stood by a window, identical to the one in the Archon's chamber. Silent room. He knew every inch of the room was monitored. Verify every sound recorded. Every thermal fluctuation analyzed. Opulent to the point of absurdity. Weapons, contraband thoughts, identical to the one in the Archon's chamber. His guards knew now every inch of the room was well Praetorians. Every sound rigidly outside his door. Their forms unmoving, but their helmeted heads constantly scanning. Contraband, a gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. His guards, now a full squad left hand Praetorians, casually stood rigidly outside, as if working out a cramp. Their forms unmoving, but their helmeted heads constantly scanning on the largest knuckle of his index finger. But a cage nonetheless. Innocuous movement. Alistair raised his left hand and casually rubbed his knuckles, as if working out a cramp from the tension of the day. A microscopic paired thumb pressed down firmly on the largest knuckle of his index finger. Technology. A communication system the Dorn had dismissed as a novelty during their initial assessment of human capabilities. It was too low bandwidth for any real data transfer and required a paired device to be created in the same technology. Making a communication system for large-scale military networks as a novelty during their initial assessment of human capabilities. Useless for sending battle plans or schematics for any real data transfer and required a paired device to be created in the same station, making it useless for large-scale military networks. Or no, they were right. It was useless for sending battle plans or schematics to be detected, but emitted no radiation that were sending a single bit. It simply altered the spin state of its paired twin, light years away across the gulf of space. Go. It was a message the communicator, the very fabric of reality, a whisper carried on the currents of the universe. Scanned utterly. It simply altered the spin state electromagnetic jammers and comprehensive sensor suite across the gulf. They were looking for a shout. It was a message sent by the very fabric of reality. On the other side, a whisper carried on the currents of the universe. Dropped his hand and walked over to the suite's electromagnetic jammers bar. He poured himself a glass of water. His expression placid. Almost bore the message that was the first already on the other side of the galaxy. Now it was time for the chaos. Dropped his hand and walked over to the suite. Lavishly was not a pretty ship. He poured himself a glass of water. His expression, a Class 4 orbital garbage hauler that had been gutted and rebuilt so many times it was less a single vessel and more a flying testament to desperation and ingenuity. The stray comet. It currently sat nestled in the densest part of the planetary ring's debris field. A Class 4 its whole garbage car that had been mismatched and so chemically treated to perfectly mimic and more a flying surrounding to desperation and ingenuity. Inside, the cockpit was a chaotic nest of densest part of the planetary mismatched consoles from half a dozen manufacturers and the lingering metallic odor of overstressed power conduits and stale surrounding junk. Yokosta glitched. The cockpit saw the signal on a tiny, custom-built monitor, tucked away beneath her main console. A single light on the display, which had been a steady, ominous red for the past 3 hours, blinked once and turned a brilliant signal on a tiny, custom-built monitor. She let out a whoop that echoed her main console, ship, slamming both palms down on her console with a percussive clap. Steady, ominous red for the past 3 hours.
Beautiful my man did it!
Once
Alistair's cage and the light is green!
She yelled to the ship's only other occupant. She let out a whoop.
It's go time, big guy!
Small ship, slamming in the cramped space behind the pilot's seat. Borask sat cross-legged on the deck plating.
Beautiful my man did it!
He was an Uldani, a species known across the galaxy for their placid demeanor, their quiet obedience, their complete lack of ambition. The pilot's seat. But Borask was an anomaly, a statistical error in the hegemony's grand equation. A species known across the galaxy, a mountain of muscle and bone forged in the low-gravity, high-radiation environment of a deep space mining colony, a place where the hegemony's mimetic broadcast was too weak to fully penetrate. When he was reintegrated with his people as a young adult, the full force of the silent plague had washed over him. Space mining colony, instead of succumbing, a place where his mind, already formed and hardened to fully penetrate, he had spent the next 30 years of his life as a young adult, the 30 years of suppressing every instinct, every ambition, every spark of rage. His mind, 30 already years, wearing a mask of docility, while a volcano fury churned within him, the pressure building with every passing day, every casual insult, every patronizing glance from a Doran overseer. 30 years at Glitch's wearing a mask his eyes docility open, while a volcano of fury churned within him and blazed with an intensity that would have terrified any Dorn who saw insult. Every patronizing glance from a Dorn overseer force, a density in the air that seemed to press on the whole place. The mask was intelligent and blazing with an intensity that would have terrified any Dorn who saw it. His voice a low bass note that vibrated through the decks, a sound like tectonic plates grinding together. The mask was gone. Her fingers already a blur across her keyboard, coaxing life into dormant systems. He rumbled. His face was illuminated by the green glow of a dozen hostile intrusion displays coming to life, grinding together.
Patience is for suckers and statues. I've got a planet-sized tyrant machine to prank call.
She cracked her knuckles. A loud, snapping sound that echoed in the tight confines of the cockpit. Hostile intrusion displays coming to life.
Pricks. Let's go rattle the bars. Suckers and statues. I've got a
sign of trouble on the bridge of Pax Imperio was subtle. Her knuckles. The main chronometer, snapping, a symbol of Dorn, the tight confines of the cockpit. For the barest fraction of a second, it displayed the time as it would be 3 days. Sign of trouble on the bridge of the Pax Imperio was subtle. The officer on duty noted it, a symbol, low priority diagnostic request, for the barest fraction of a second. It displayed the time as it polite cough 3 days from kicking down the door. Then it snapped back. She kicked. The officer on duty noted brute force assault, low priority diagnostic, a battering ram against the fortress. Nothing more of it. Her attack was a toxin introduced into the ship's bloodstream, kicking down the door. She didn't try to break the ship's primary firewall. Instead, she slipped in through the neglected, low-security network that managed the crew's personal amenities. She'd found the vulnerability introduced into hidden in the ordering system for the officer's. She didn't try to break the ship's primary firewall. The catastrophic potential of a weaponized appetizer low-security network that managed the crew's personal amenities. She swore she'd found the ship's secondary systems like a virus. Hidden in the ordering system for the officer's mess hall. The internal chronometers by microseconds at first. Catastrophic potential of a weaponized appetizer menu. Alarms for ship changes rang at random intervals, sowing confusion and irritation. An officer would glance at his datapad, see it was time for microcycle, and arrive on the bridge to find the person he was relieving insisting alarms for ship changes rang, leading to quiet, simmering arguments that chipped away at the ship's rigid order. An officer would glance at logistical schedules for cargo and maintenance became gibberish. Arrive on the bridge to find the person a model of interlocking schedules and automated responses where no energy was ever wasted. Simmering arguments that chipped away at the ship's rigid order.
Okay, baby.
Logistical schedules for cargo and maintenance Glitch muttered, her eyes wide with exhilaration. A model. She called her own ship, baby. Automated but the Pax Imperio systems was ever her new favorite toy. Began to stumble. She dove into the armory network.
Okay, baby.
She didn't disable weapons.
Turn up the heat.
That would be too obvious and trigger immediate high-level alerts. She called her own ship, subtly altered the ammunition counts in the heads-up displays of Praetorian's helmets. A guard standing watch would glance down. She didn't see his rifle's ammo counter read 9. Trigger immediate high at a full clip. Instead, would read subtly alter the ammunition counts in the heads-up displays of Praetorian's unfamiliar emotion for a guard standing watch would glance down and see his rifle's ammo counter read planted in the most disciplined minds in the galaxy. Another's would read 248. She didn't cut them. A corrosive and unfamiliar emotion tactical channels normally reserved for clipped, precise orders filled with a chaotic cacophony. Snippets of ancient Terran opera. The frantic hollering of auctioneers from a forgotten market world, the screeching mating call of a glyptodon, and, for good measure, the same cheerful, idiotic cacophony of a feline playing a keyboard that had crashed the hegemony stock exchange. The frantic hollering of its maddeningly simple tune, a counterpoint to the growing panic of a glyptodon on the bridge, Archon cast the same cheerful, idiotic chaos of a feline playing a keyboard that had crashed the hegemony. His voice cutting through a sudden deafening blast of jaunty sea shanties to the growing panic. Comms up! Compromised, Archon! An officer shouted, his hands flying over his console in a desperate attempt to regain control. He snarled. Navigation systems are fluctuating. The armory is reporting phantom weapons discharged across half the ship. Compromised, Archon! Gaze snapped to the main holographic map. Flying over a new alert was flashing. A crimson icon. Pulsing navigation systems are fluctuating. Major security the armory breach. Is reporting phantom weapons discharged across half the ship. In maintenance corridor 13 to the main holographic near the diplomatic guest suite. A new alert was flashing. Borask stood before the reinforced bulkhead of the maintenance corridor. Major security he had used the plasma cutter from the Stray Comet's toolkit to score a deep line corridor 13. That was just near the diplomatic guest suite. The real tool was the ray Borask held in before the reinforced bulkhead of the maintenance corridor. A reservoir of pure, he had used the plasma cutter from the Stray Comet's toolkit to score a deep line in the metal. For the first time in his adult life, he didn't push the fury. The real tool was the rage. He welcomed check a torrent, a tidal wave, a supernova of righteous vengeance. Fury. It filled his mind. It burned in his veins and tightened every muscle in his colossal frame. He let it rise. He welcomed it. A torrent, a tidal wave. It was obliterated. Righteous vengeance. He roared. It filled his mind. The sound that tore from his throat had no component of pain or fear. It was the sound of a lock shattering, of a chain breaking. The pure auditory shape of liberation. It was a primeval, earth-shattering bellow that echoed through the metal corridors, a sound no Dorn had ever heard from an Oldani. Of a chain. He lowered his shoulder. The pure auditory shape of the impact was cataclysmic. It was a the weakened alloy screamed, buckled, and tore from its moorings with a shriek of tortured metal. Borask burst through the wall in a shower of sparks and shattered plating. He didn't slow. He was a force of nature, a living battering ram of stolen potential made manifest. The first two Praetorians outside Alistair's suite turned just in time to see the Uldani behemoth thundering toward them. He was a creature from a nightmare they never knew they could have. Stolen potential. They raised their rifles, their movements clumsy with shock. Borask crashed into them, sending them flying like discarded dolls, their armor clattering against the far wall. He ripped the door to the suite from its hinges with a single powerful tug. He hurled it down the hall. It smashed into the responding security team, a spinning shield of metal that created a brief, violent pocket of chaos. A crash of metal, a scatter of bodies with a single. He was a roaring manifestation of a species' stolen soul. His only goal to draw every single gun on the ship to him. He was the thunder that hid the lightning. A crash of metal. It was working. A scatter of bodies. He was a roaring manifestation of a species' stolen soul. While the guards reeled from Glitch's digital chaos, Alistair had been him. He'd used the fine edge of a decorative statuette to pry open a small service panel near the floor, one he had identified from the ship's public schematics. He was ready. Inside was a simple conduit for the room's water reclamation system. Had been busy. He'd spent 10 minutes working it loose with his bare hands. To pry open a when Borask's rampage began, the guards outside were too distracted by the approaching roar to notice was a small trickle of water seeping out from under the door. By the time the Uldani had turned the corridor into his personal playground, when Borask's floor was coated in a thin, the guards treacherous film distracted by the approaching roar to notice stepped out of the suite just as a squad of 8 Praetorians rounded the far corner. By the time rifles raised, turned the corridor into his personal playground, let out another defiant roar and charge, drawing their fire and attention. Borask! Alistair shouted, his voice cutting through the din of alarms and weapons fire. rifles. The old Donnie, without breaking his stride, slammed his massive fist into a primary power conduit on the wall. Drawing their fire. The corridor lights exploded in a shower of sparks. His voice cutting through the din of a long, punctuated only by the frantic muzzle-flashing strobes of Praetorian rifles. Slammed his in that first moment of blindness, the lead guard slipped. The corridor lights exploded. His feet went out from under him, and he went down hard, taking two comrades with him in a clattering, chaotic pile of limbs and arm rifles. Alistair in that first low and fast, his simple leather-soled shoes found purpose where their heavy magnetized boots slid and skidded on the slick surface. Taking two comrades, he sprinted past the flailing, disoriented guards, a ghost in the chaos. Alistair moved. He reached Borask's side as the old Donnie bodily threw a Praetorian into the ceiling with enough force to dent the metal plating. Skidded on the slick surface.
Auxiliary hangar, Bay 3!
Alistair yelled over the din.
Glitch is on her way!
Borask grunted, a sound of grim satisfaction. He grabbed a rifle from a fallen guard, not to fire, but to use a massive club, swinging it in a wide arc that cleared a path through the confused soldiers. Borask grunted, a giant sound of carved a path of destruction, while the calm human slipped through the gaps he created. They fought their way through a ship that was actively fighting itself, wide arc past flashing emergency lights and against soldiers who couldn't trust their own equipment or even the ground beneath their feet. They rounded a final corner and saw it. The hangar bay. The huge inner blast door was already halfway closed, a descending wall of steel. Soldiers who couldn't trust
She's cutting it close!
Or even Alistair yelled. Their feet. She times things perfectly. They rounded a final corner. Borask boomed back. The hangar bay. Through the closing gap, they saw a stray comet screaming in, its scarred hull glowing from atmospheric friction. Its forward-facing cannons, usually used for vaporizing space debris, opened up, stitching plasma bolts across the hangar floor and forcing Dorn pursuit teams to dive for cover behind equipment and stacked crates. The ship didn't land. Its forward-facing cannons, its rear loading ramps slamming down onto the deck with a deafening clang that echoed through the cavernous space.
Move it, slowpokes!
Glitch's voice shrieked over the ship's external speakers, amplified to a painful degree.
I've got bogeys on my 6 and my baby's got an inch!
Down onto the deck with a deafening clang that echoed through the Borask turned at the top, swinging the rifle like a baseball bat, knocking one last determined Praetorian back into the hangar. They leaped into the cargo bay just as the ramp began to retract. The blast doors slammed shut with a final echoing boom, sealing them in darkness and the rumbling thunder of the ship's determined Praetorian back. A trio of Dorn Talon-class fighters, sleek and deadly as sharks, swarmed into view, their engines flaring. The stray comet bucked violently as a plasma shot glanced off its port stabilizer, sending a shower of sparks past the cockpit viewport.
Hold on to your butts!
Sleek and Glitch yelled over the internal comm. She threw the ship into a gut-wrenching dive, pulling G's that made Alistair's vision tunnel and his stomach try to climb sending a shower of sparks past. They plunged directly toward the mottled blue and gray sphere of Athelos, the Dorn capital world. She threw the ship. The fighters followed, sleek predators chasing a wounded, ugly tunnel into the dense, unforgiving atmosphere.
Structural integrity at 70%! Port thruster is slag! We're leaking plasma like a bad curry!
The Glitch shouted, her hands ablow on the controls, fighting the ship's death rattle. The stray comet shuddered and groaned, a symphony of protesting metal as it tore through the upper atmosphere of Athelos, trailing a long plume of smoke and fire. Her hands on the holographic maps, the three red icons of the Talon fighters were stuck to them like glue. A symphony.
Can you lose them?
Alistair asked, his voice strained as he braced himself against the bulkhead, the vibrations threatening to shake his teeth loose. On the holographic
Lose them? Alistair, I could lose my own shadow in a dark room.
Glitch retorted, yanking the control yoke hard to the left. The ship screeched in protest.
But these guys are persistent and my baby is hurt. I need to put her down before she falls apart. Alistair, I could lose my own shadow in a dark room.
Borask stated, his deep voice preternaturally calm.
The ship screeched
He was
in
wedged
protest.
into a corner of the cockpit, an
These guys are
immovable
persistent
mountain
and my
against the
baby is
violent
hurt.
shuddering of the
I need
ship.
to put her down before she falls apart. Is a strong word.
Glitch muttered, her eyes
Borask
scanning the
stated,
sprawling
his
cityscape
deep
rapidly
voice
approaching below.
preternaturally calm.
Let's call it
He
a
was wedged into a
high-velocity,
corner of the
gravity-assisted
cockpit,
landing,
an immovable
aiming
mountain
for the
against violent
Undercity,
shuddering of
Sector
the ship.
9. More structural and electronic
Is a
interference
strong
down there.
word.
Harder to get a
Glitch
clean
muttered,
sensor lock.
her eyes scanning the
The
sprawling
world
cityscape
outside the
rapidly
viewport
approaching
transformed
below.
from the black
Let's
of
call
space
it
to a
a
fiery
high-velocity,
orange,
gravity-assisted
then
landing,
to a swirling
aiming for
gray
the Undercity,
soup of
Sector
industrial
9.
pollution.
More structural and
They
electronic
burst
interference
through the
down there.
cloud layer,
Harder to
and
get a
the
clean
capital
sensor lock.
city of Aetherlos
sprawled beneath
outside
them,
the viewport
soaring
transformed
spires
from
of
the
white
black
and
of
silver,
space to a
interconnected
fiery
by
orange,
graceful sky
then
bridges.
to a swirling
testament
gray
to a
soup
sterile,
of industrial
ordered
pollution.
vision of
They
civilization.
burst through the cloud
But
layer,
that
and the
wasn't
capital
where they
city
were
of
going.
Aetherlos sprawled
Glitch
beneath them,
pushed the
soaring
ship's nose
spires
down,
of white and
diving
silver,
past the gleaming
interconnected
top
by
side
graceful
into
sky
the
bridges.
perpetual
A
twilight
testament
below.
to a sterile,
The architecture
ordered
grew
vision of
denser,
civilization.
darker,
But
more
that wasn't
utilitarian.
where they were going.
Pristine white
Glitch
gave way
pushed
to
the ship's
tarnished
nose
bronze
down,
and stained
diving
durecrete.
past the gleaming
The
top
light from the
side
sky was
into the
choked
perpetual
off,
twilight
replaced by the
below.
flickering, garish
The
glow of
architecture
holographic
grew
neon
denser,
signs
darker,
advertising products
more
and services no
utilitarian.
one in the sunlit
Pristine
world above
white
ever
gave
saw.
way
to tarnished bronze
This was
and
the
stained
Undercity.
durecrete. The grimy,
The light
functional
from the sky
bowels
was
of the
choked
metropolis,
off,
replaced by the flickering,
They
garish
were
glow
still
of
a meteor
holographic
of junk
neon
metal
signs
screaming
advertising
toward the
products
ground.
and services
Glitch
no one in the
found what she
sunlit
was
world
looking
above
for,
ever
a
saw.
wide, abandoned
This
maglev
was the
freight
Undercity,
canal,
choked
grimy,
with mountains of
functional
refuse and
bowels of the
slicked with a
metropolis.
constant, drizzling
They
rain.
were still a
All right,
meteor
baby.
of junk metal
Time for your
screaming
nap.
toward the ground.
She whispered,
Glitch
her voice
found
a
what she was
strange
looking
mix
for,
of regret
a wide,
and grim
abandoned
determination.
maglev freight canal.
The
choked
stray
with
comet
mountains of
slammed into the
refuse and
canal with a
slicked
sound like the
constant,
world
drizzling
ending.
rain.
Metal
right,
shrieked,
baby.
groaned,
Time
and
for your
tore.
nap.
The ship
She whispered,
skidded for half a
voice a
kilometer,
strange
carving a
mix of
deep,
regrets
smoking
and
furrow
grim
through decades
determination.
of compacted garbage
The stray
before
comet
smashing
slammed
nose first
into
into
the
the
canal with a
foundation of a
sound like the
colossal
world
hab block
ending.
and shuddering to a
Metal
violent
shrieked,
halt.
groaned and tore.
The silence
The
that
ship
followed
skidded
was
for
broken
half a
only by the
kilometer,
hiss
carving
of
a
ruptured
deep
conduits
smoking furrow
and the
through
steady,
decades of
rhythmic
compacted
drumming
garbage
of
before
acidic
smashing
rain on the
nose
ship's
first into the
tortured
foundation
hull.
of a colossal hab
They were
block
alive.
and shuddering to a
They were on the
violent
enemy's
halt.
homeworld, and the
silence
entire
that
hegemony
followed was
knew the
broken only by
neighborhood.
the hiss of ruptured
They
conduits,
spilled out of the
the
crippled
steady,
ship into a world of
rhythmic
perpetual
drumming of
dusk and
acidic
dripping
rain on
water.
the ship's tortured
The air
hull.
was thick with the sharp
They were
scent
alive.
of discharged energy
They were on
cells,
the enemy's
wet
homeworld,
metal, and the
the
faint,
entire
pervasive
hegemony
smell
knew the
of
neighborhood.
boiled cabbage.
They spilled
Towering
out of the crippled
structures
ship
blotted
into a
out what
world of
little sky
perpetual
remained,
dusk and
their
dripping
surfaces
water.
plastered with
The air
flickering
was thick with
holographic
the sharp
ads whose
scent of
neon light
discharged
cast
energy
long,
cells,
dancing
wet metal,
shadows that
and the
made the
faint,
alleyways and
pervasive
canals
smell of
seem
boiled
alive.
cabbage. Towering structures
Systems
blotted
are
out
shot.
what little sky
Glitch
remained.
said,
Their
tapping at a
surfaces
datapad
plastered
she
with
grabbed,
flickering
her face
holographic
illuminated
ads
by
whose
its
neon light
diagnostic
cast
warnings.
long, dancing
Main comms are
shadows that
fried,
made
power
the
core's
alleyways
cracked.
and canals
She's
seem
not flying
alive.
anywhere until I can salvage a ton of parts that don't exist down
Systems
here.
are shot.
Good news
Glitch
is the
said,
crash probably
tapping at a
scrambled our
datapad
immediate
she
sensor
grabbed,
signature.
Her face
They
illuminated
know the
by its
neighborhood,
diagnostic
not the address. Main comms are
That gives us a
fried,
window,
power core's cracked.
Alistair said,
She's not
his
flying
eyes
anywhere until
scanning
I
their
can salvage a
surroundings,
ton of parts that
cataloging
don't
exit,
exist down here.
cover, and potential
Good news
threats.
is the crash probably
But
scrambled
a
our
small
immediate
one.
sensor signature.
Castian will cordon
know
off
the
this sector
neighborhood,
and sweep it
not
block
the
by
address.
block with thousands of troops.
That gives us a
We
window.
need to move, Alistair said.
Move where?
His eyes scanning their
Glitch
surroundings,
asked,
gesturing at
cataloging
the
exits,
oppressive
cover, and
labyrinthic
potential
cityscape.
threats.
We're in the
But a
belly of the
small one.
beast, and the beast
Castian
has
will cordon off this
indigestion.
sector and sweep it block by
To the
block
heart,
with thousands
Alistair
of troops.
answered.
We need to
The
move.
Central Command Core for the Silent Plague is here, glitch on Aetherlos, gesturing, broadcasting a signal of that magnitude requires a massive power source and a physical anchor.
And the beast
They
has
wouldn't trust it to
indigestion.
an off-world location. To the heart, it has to be here. The Central Command Corps for the
who had
Silent
been
Plague
silently
is
observing
here,
the towering
on
buildings
Aetherlos,
with an unnerving
broadcasting
stillness,
a signal of that
pointed
magnitude
a
requires
thick
a massive
finger
power
toward
source
the darkest,
and a physical
most
anchor.
imposing
They wouldn't
spire
trust
in
it
the
to an
distance.
off-world location.
A black needle of
has
a
to be
building
here.
that pierced the lower clouds.
who had been
Its peak
silently
lost
observing
in
the
smoke.
towering buildings with an
There,
unnerving
the
stillness,
Omninexus,
pointed a thick
central
finger
hub for
toward
all
the
planetary
darkest, most
communications and
imposing
energy
spire in the
distribution.
distance. A
If a
black
core
needle
exists,
of a building that
it would
pierced
be
the lower
there.
clouds, its peak
He's
lost in the smoke.
Glitch said.
pulling up a stolen schematic on her data pad.
Most secure facility on the planet. The Foundation goes down 30 levels. The lower levels are classified. No data available. That's our spot. He's right.
Their journey through the neon jungle began.
Data
pad. They stuck to the
Most
shadows,
secure facility on the
moving
planet.
through forgotten
Foundation
maintenance
goes
tunnels
down
that
30
smelled
levels.
of rust
The lower
and
levels
decay,
are
and over
classified.
slick, rusted
No data
catwalks
available.
spanning bottomless,
our spot.
fog-filled chasms.
Their journey
They
through
were
the
making
neon
good
jungle
time until they
began.
rounded a corner
They stuck
and
to the
walked
shadows,
straight into
moving
a
through
Jiminy
forgotten
patrol.
maintenance tunnels that
6
smelled of
enforcers,
rust and decay,
the domestic
and
police
over
of Aethelus,
slick,
clad
rusted
in black
catwalks
armor,
spanning
carrying
bottomless,
stun batons
fog-filled
and pulse
chasms.
carbines. They were making
They
good
were
time
systematically
until they rounded a
scanning
corner
the
dead-end
walked
alley
straight
with
into a
sweeping
Jiminy
beams
patrol.
of light.
6
Halt!
enforcers.
Identify
The
yourselves.
domestic police of
The lead
Aethelus,
enforcer
clad in
barked,
black
his
armor,
voice
carrying
amplified
stun
and
metallic
batons
and pulse
I can
carbines.
try to spoof their comms.
They were
Create a ghost signal.
systematically scanning
Glitch
the
whispered,
dead-end
her
alley
fingers
with
hovering over her
sweeping
data
beams
pad.
of light.
They'll have us
Halt!
pinned before
Identify
you can type
yourselves.
hello.
The lead
Alistair
enforcer
muttered,
barked,
seeing
his
no
voice
easy path
amplified
of
and
retreat.
metallic.
It was
I can try to
Borask
spoof
who
their
saved
comms.
them.
Create a ghost
His
signal.
eyes, long
Glitch
accustomed
whispered,
to the low
her
light
fingers
conditions
hovering
of
over
deep
her data
space
pad.
mines, saw
They'll have
what
us
the others
pinned
missed.
before you can type
He
hello.
pointed upward to a
Alistair
massive,
muttered,
rusted
seeing no easy
ventilation
path of
conduit
retreat.
running along the wall
It was
20
Borask
meters
who
above.
saved them.
A thick
His eyes,
support strut
long
holding it in
accustomed to the
place
low light
was
conditions
corroded
of deep
almost
space
to the point
mines,
of failure.
saw what the
Streaks
others
of
missed.
rust bleeding
He
down
pointed
the wall.
upward to a massive,
strut.
rusted
He
ventilation
rumbled,
conduit running
The
along the
sonic
wall
resonance
20
from their
meters above.
carbines.
A thick support
structural
strut holding it in
integrity is
place was
compromised.
corroded almost to the point
Alistair
of failure.
understood
Streaks
instantly.
of rust bleeding
It wasn't
down the
a plan
wall.
of attack.
The
It
strut.
was escape. He rumbled, wrapped in
The
chaos.
sonic resonance from their
Glitch.
carbines.
On my mark,
The
hit the
structural
lights on that
integrity
noodle
is
sign across the way.
compromised.
He ordered.
Alistair
Borask,
understood
Or the
instantly.
cue.
It wasn't a plan of
Borask
attack.
nodded in a slow,
escape.
deliberate movement.
Wrapped in chaos.
He stepped out from behind cover and
Glitch.
into the enforcer's
On my
searchlights,
mark,
raising
hit the
his
lights on
hands in
that
a
noodle
gesture
sign
of
across the
surrender.
way.
He ordered. The lead enforcer stepped
Borask,
forward,
you're
his
the cue.
carbine leveled at Borask's
Borask
massive
nodded
chest.
in a slow,
On your
deliberate
knees, Aldani!
movement.
He stepped out
Borask
from behind
simply
cover
stared,
and into the enforcer's
his face
searchlights,
a perfect
raising his
mask
hands
of
in a
Aldani
gesture of
docility.
surrender.
But his
The
eyes
lead
burned with
enforcer
an
stepped
intensity
forward,
so
his
alien
carbine
on one
leveled
of
at
his
Borask's
species
massive
that
chest.
he gave the enforcer
On
a
your
moment's
knees,
pause.
Aldani!
In that
Borask
second of
simply
hesitation,
stared.
Borask
His face
let
a
out
perfect
a low,
mask of
guttural
Aldani
roar.
docility.
A focused
But his
sonic
eyes burned
frequency
with an
that was
intensity
less
so
a shout
alien on
and
one of
more
his
a
species
weaponized
that it gave the
vibration.
enforcer a moment's
The sound
pause.
waves slammed
In that
into the
second
narrow
of
alley.
hesitation,
The enforcer
Borask
staggered,
let out
their
a
helmet
low,
audio
guttural
screeching with
roar.
feedback.
A focused
The
sonic
corroded
frequency
strut
that was
shuddered
less a
violently.
shout and
A
more
crack
a
appeared,
weaponized
spreading across
vibration.
the rusted metal like
The
a lightning
sound
bolt.
waves slammed
Now!
into the narrow alley.
Alistair yelled.
The enforcer staggered,
Glitch hit
their
the
helmet
switch.
audio
The garish
screeching with
noodle
feedback.
sign across the alley
The corroded
exploded
strut
in a blinding
shuddered
flash of
violently.
white light, turning the
crack
world into an
appeared,
overexposed
spreading across the
photograph.
rusted metal like a
In the
lightning
same
bolt.
instant,
Now!
the strut gave way
Alistair
with a
yelled.
groaning shriek of
Glitch
tortured
hit
metal.
the switch.
The massive
The garish
conduit
noodle
swung
sign
down like a
across the alley
colossal pendulum,
exploded in a
crashing into
blinding
the side of the
flash
building
of
and
white
blocking
light,
the alley
turning
with a
the world
wall of
into an
impassable,
overexposed
twisted
photograph.
metal.
In the same
By the time the
instant,
enforcers
the
recovered
strut
their
gave way
senses
with a
and
groaning
vision,
shriek of tortured
Alistair,
metal.
Glitch, and
The
Borask
massive
were
conduit
gone,
swung down
having
like a
slipped through a
colossal
service
pendulum,
hatch at the back of
crashing
the
into
alley
side of the
that
building
was
and
now
blocking
hidden
the alley
behind
with
the
a
fallen
wall of
conduit.
impassable, twisted metal.
Getting to the Omni
By the
Nexus
time
was
the
one thing.
enforcers recovered
Getting
their senses
inside
and
was
vision,
another.
Alistair,
The entrance to
Glitch,
the
and
lower
Borask
levels was
were
a
gone,
vast,
having
circular
slipped
chamber,
through a service hatch
stark
at the
and
back of
empty.
the alley.
In
It
the
was now
center,
hidden
a
behind the
recessed
fallen
iris
conduit.
portal, 20 meters in
Getting to the
diameter,
Omni Nexus
was
was
sealed
one thing.
shut.
Getting
The
inside
room's
was
only
another.
other feature was
the entrance
its guardian,
to the lower levels was
a
a
Dorn
vast
war dog,
circular
marked
Mark
chamber,
IV,
stark and
pre-hegemony technology.
center,
It was a
recessed
bipedal
iris
chassis
portal,
of dark,
20
pitted
meters in
metal,
diameter,
bristling with an
was
arsenal
sealed
that made
shut.
Alistair's blood
The
run
room's
cold.
only other
A
feature
plasma
was its
caster on
guardian,
one arm, a
adorned
particle beam
war
on the
dog,
other, a
Mark
shoulder-mounted
IV,
concussive charge
pre-hegemony
launcher, and a
technology.
humming
It
vibro
was a
blade that
bipedal
extended
chassis
from its
of
wrist,
dark,
long
pitted
as a
metal,
man's arm.
bristling with an arsenal
Its
that made
single
Alistair's
crimson
blood
optic
run
lens
cold.
glowed
A
with
plasma
patient,
caster on
unwavering
one arm, a particle
malevolence.
beam on the other.
A shoulder-mounted
Glitch
concussive
set,
charge
her
launcher,
voice a
and a
hushed
humming
whisper
whisper
of
of
blade
awe
that
and
extended
terror.
from its wrist, long
That's
as a
the
man's arm.
gatekeeper. It's a closed system
crimson
relic.
optic
I
lens
can't hack it
glowed
directly.
with
It's not on any
patient,
network.
unwavering malevolence.
So we fight it.
Okay.
Borask
Glitch
asked,
said,
his
her
knuckles
voice a
white
hushed
as he
whisper
gripped a
of
length
awe
of
and
pipe he
terror.
picked up.
That's
It
the
would
gatekeeper.
vaporize us before we took
It's a
2
closed
steps,
system
Alistair
relic.
said,
I can't
his
hack it
eyes
directly.
scanning the chamber,
It's not on any
not
network.
the robot.
So
He saw
we
the
fight
room
it.
for what it was.
Borask asked,
a puzzle,
his
awaiting a
knuckles
solution.
white as he gripped a
a
length of
lock
pipe
to
he
be
picked
picked, rather than a
It would
fortress
vaporize
to
us
be
before we
stormed.
took 2 steps.
It's
Alistair
old
said,
tech,
his eyes
powerful
scanning the
but
chamber,
predictable.
not the robot.
Glitch,
He
find
saw the
a
room
weakness,
for what it was.
an exploit,
a
a design
puzzle
flaw.
awaiting a solution.
Glitch
A
was
lock
already
to
at
be
work.
picked,
Her data
rather
pad
than
connected
a
to a small
fortress to be
sensor she
stormed.
placed on the wall.
It's old tech, powerful
Got
but
it.
predictable.
The power core has an emergency
Glitch,
failsafe.
find
On a critical
weakness,
power
an
surge, it
exploit,
diverts
a
all
design
energy
flaw.
into internal shielding
Glitch
for
was
3.7
already at
seconds
work.
to protect
Her
itself.
data pad connected
It
to a
can't
small
move,
sensor
can't
she
shoot.
placed on the wall.
It's a break. Power surge. Got it. The
Alistair
power core
mused,
has an emergency
his gaze
failsafe.
tracing the
On a
heavy
critical power
armored
surge, it
conduits
diverts
running
all
along the
energy
ceiling.
into internal shielding
How?
for 3.7 There's seconds a primary to protect power itself. junction in a crawl space It behind can't that move, far wall. Can't shoot.
Glitch
It's a
said,
break.
pointing.
If
Power
I can get to
surge.
it, I can create
Alistair
a feedback loop and
mused,
overload
his
the
gaze
circuit.
tracing the
I'll
heavy
need 5
armored
seconds at the
conduits running
console,
along the
completely
ceiling.
exposed.
How?
So, we get
There's
you
a primary
across the
power
room and
junction in a crawl
distract it
space
for
behind
5
that far
seconds.
wall.
Alistair
Glitch
said,
said,
a
pointing.
desperate plan forming.
If I can get to it,
He looked
I can
at
create a
Borask.
feedback loop and overload the circuit.
How's your throwing arm?
I'll need 5 seconds at the
Borask
console,
just
completely
smiled.
exposed.
A terrifying sight
So,
on his
we
usually
get you across
placid
the room
face.
and distract it for 5
The
seconds.
plan was
Alistair
audacious
said,
to the point
a
of
desperate
suicide.
plan forming.
Borask
He looked at
ripped a
Borask.
chunk of Duracrete
How's
from
your
the
throwing
damaged
arm?
entrance and hurled it
Borask
across the
just
room.
smiled.
The
A
gatekeeper's
terrifying
head
sight on
snapped
his
around,
usually
its plasma
placid
caster
face.
firing a bolt of
The
blue-white
plan
energy
was
that
audacious
vaporized
to
the rock
point
in
of
midair.
suicide.
Now, Glitch!
Borask ripped a
Alistair
chunk of
shouted.
Duracrete from the
Glitch
damaged entrance
bolted from cover,
and hurled it
sprinting
across
the
room.
open floor.
The gatekeeper's head
gatekeeper's
snapped
crimson
around,
optics
its plasma
swiveled
caster
to her,
firing a
tracking
bolt of
the new
blue-white
target.
energy that vaporized
Alistair
the rock
ran in the
midair.
opposite direction,
Now, Glitch!
dragging a length of metal
Alistair
pipe
shouted.
along the floor.
Glitch bolted
The
from
high-pitched
cover,
screech
sprinting
drew the
across the open
gatekeeper's
floor.
attention.
The
It fired its
gatekeeper's
concussive
crimson
launcher at
optics
Alistair.
swiveled to her,
He dove
tracking
behind a
the
thick
new
support
target.
pillar just as the blast
Alistair
shockwave
ran
hit,
in
the
opposite
air
direction,
punching him in the
dragging
back.
a length of metal pipe
Borask
along
pried
the floor.
a heavy floor
The
tile loose
high-pitched
and
screech
sent it
drew
spinning
the
through the air
gatekeeper's
like a
attention.
discus.
It fired
It
its
slammed
concussive
into the
launcher
armored
at
power
Alistair.
conduit directly
He
above
dove
the
behind a
gatekeeper
thick
with a
support
shower
pillar
of
just
sparks.
as the blast shockwave
The
hit,
robot
the air
hesitated
punching
for a
him in the
fraction
back.
of a second, its
Borask
programming
pried
trying
a
to
heavy
assess
floor
the new
tile
threat
loose
vector.
and sent it spinning
That
through the
was
air
all
like a
Glitch
discus.
needed.
It
She
slammed
reached
into
the
the
far
armored
wall
power
and
conduit
dove into
directly
the open
above
maintenance
gatekeeper
panel.
with a shower of
I'm in!
sparks.
Keep it busy!
The robot
This is more
hesitated
complex than
for
the
a
schematic
fraction of a
showed!
second. Its programming
Borask
trying
met the
to assess
gatekeeper's
the new
charge,
threat vector.
using heavy floor tiles
That
as
was all
improvised
Glitch
shields,
needed.
heaving them with
She reached the
incredible
far
force to
wall
keep the
and dove
machine
into the
off
open
balance.
maintenance panel.
Alistair
I'm in.
played cat
Keep it
and
busy.
mouse among the
This is
support
more
pillars,
complex
a
than the
deadly
schematic
ballet
showed.
of distraction,
Borask
always
met
staying
the
just
gatekeeper's
out of the
charge,
line of
using
fire.
heavy floor tiles as
Almost
improvised
there.
shields, heaving
Glitch
them
yelled
with
from the
incredible
panel,
force
her voice
to keep the
strained.
machine off balance.
Get ready to hit it with something big!
Alistair
Something
played
really
cat
big!
and mouse among the
Borask,
support
the
pillars,
pillar!
A deadly ballet
Alistair
of
yelled,
distraction,
pointing to the one
always
he'd been
staying
hiding
just
behind,
out of
which
the
now
line of
showed a
fire.
network of hairline fractures from
there.
the concussive blast.
Glitch yelled from the panel.
Borask
Her voice
understood.
strained.
He
ready
roared,
to hit it with
drawing the
something big,
gatekeeper's
something
full
really big.
attention, and lured the
Borask,
robot
the
toward the
pillar.
center of the room,
Alistair
positioning
knelt,
it
pointing to
directly
the one
in the
he'd been
pillar's
hiding
fall
behind,
line.
which now
Now,
showed
Glitch,
a network
hit
of
it!
hairline fractures
Surge
from
in
the concussive
5,
blast.
4, 3,
Borask understood.
2, 1, 1,
roared,
surge!
the gatekeeper's full attention. The lights in the chamber flickered violently. The room. Blue energy crackled across the gatekeeper's shell like lightning.
Now, Glitch!
Its crimson eye
Surge in
dimmed.
5,
Its
4,
limbs
3,
locked.
2,
It was
1,
frozen.
surge!
Borask put his shoulder to the damaged pillar and pushed with all his might. Blue Duracrete groaned, across the then cracked, and with a final, deafening roar of protest, the massive pillar toppled, crashing down onto the frozen gatekeeper with a monumental boom. Put his shoulder to the damaged pillar and pushed collapsed with all his might. The Duracrete its metal frame buckling and shattering. With a final, deafening roar of protest, the massive pillar toppled, crashing down onto the frozen gatekeeper with a monumental emerged boom. From the panel, covered in dust and grinning triumphantly, its metal frame buckling and
That's
shattering.
one way to open a door.
Its crimson
She slammed her
eye
palm
went
on a now
dark
unlocked
for
panel
good.
beside the giant iris.
In the ringing
With
silence,
a deep grinding
Glitch
sound that
emerged from the
vibrated through
panel,
their bones,
covered in
the
dust
massive
and
iris on
grinning
the floor
triumphantly.
began to open, revealing a dark shaft
one way to
leading
open a door.
down into the heart of
She
the
slammed
lie. her palm on a now
They
unlocked
descended
panel
into a
beside
chamber
the giant
that
iris,
defied
with
scale.
a deep grinding
A
sound
vast
that vibrated
spherical
through their
space,
bones, and
the
in its
massive
center,
iris on the
suspended by
floor
beams
began
of
to
pure
open,
energy,
revealing a
was
dark
the
shaft
device
leading
down into the heart of the lie.
Wasn't
Dorn.
They descended
It was
into
older,
a chamber that
alien,
defied scale.
a pulsating heart of
vast
strange,
spherical
non-Euclidean
space, and in its
material,
center,
the size
suspended
of a
by
small
beams
moon.
of pure energy,
It pulsed with a
was
soft
the device.
gray light, a rhythm
It
that seemed to
wasn't
echo in the
Dorn.
back of the mind.
It was
a silent,
older,
subliminal whisper,
a pulsating
urging
heart of
calm,
strange,
compliance,
non-Euclidean material the
acceptance.
size of a small
This
moon.
was the source.
It pulsed with a soft
My
gray
God.
light, a rhythm
Glitch's
that
datapad
seemed to echo
screamed
in
with
the back
energy
of the
readings
mind.
it couldn't
A
classify.
silent, subliminal
The energy
whisper,
readings.
urging calm,
thing is
compliance,
ancient. They didn't
acceptance.
build it. They found it.
This was the source.
As they stepped onto the central
My
platform
God.
that extended toward
Glitch's
the core,
datapad screamed
the
with
air
energy
shimmered.
readings it couldn't
A
classify.
life-sized hologram
The
of
energy
Archon
readings.
Castian
This
flickered into
thing is
existence
ancient.
before them.
They didn't
He
build
looked
it.
weary.
They found it.
His mask of
As
control
they stepped
replaced
onto the
with a
central
genuine,
platform that extended toward
profound
the core,
disappointment.
the air shimmered.
A
Alistair
life-sized
Finch,
hologram of
he
Archon
said,
Cassian,
his
voice
flickered into
echoing in the
existence
vast
before
chamber.
them.
He
I
looked weary.
underestimated
His
your
mask of
species'
control
capacity
replaced with
for
a
sheer
genuine,
nihilistic
profound
chaos.
disappointment. We prefer the term disruptive
Alistair
innovation.
Finch,
Alistair replied,
said,
his
his
voice
voice
steady
echoing in
despite
the
the
vast
thrumming
chamber.
energy of the core.
I
You
underestimated
see
your
this as a
species'
weapon.
capacity
Castian
for
said,
sheer
gesturing to the
nihilistic
core with a
chaos.
holographic hand. We prefer the
I
term
see it
disruptive
as a
innovation.
cure.
Alistair
Before the
replied,
hegemony,
his voice
before
steady
we
despite
found
the thrumming
this,
energy of the
this
core.
gift, this
You
galaxy
see
was
this
a
as a weapon.
screaming vortex
Castian
of
said,
war,
gesturing to the core with a
genocide,
holographic
and
hand.
ambition run rampant.
I see it
The
as a cure.
Uldani, your
Before
friends,
the hegemony,
people,
before
were not
we found
peaceful
this,
laborers.
this gift,
They were brutal
this
conquerors.
galaxy
Was a
a
scourge
screaming
that burned a
vortex
dozen
of
star
war,
systems. Genocide and ambition run
given the
rampant.
galaxy
a
the
thousand
Uldani,
years
your
of
friends, people
I have
were
saved
not
trillions of
peaceful
lives from the
laborers.
fire of
They
their
were
own
brutal
nature.
conquerors.
You
A
are
scourge
about to
that burned
unleash
a
that
dozen
fire
star
again.
systems.
A fire you
I
cannot control.
given the galaxy
You will be
1,000
remembered
years
not
of
as a
peace.
liberator, but
I
as the man
saved
who
trillions
plunged
of
the
lives
galaxy
from the
back
fire
into
of
a
their
dark
own
age.
nature.
You are
Boras
about to
flinched.
unleash that fire
A tremor
again.
running
A
through
fire
his massive
you
frame.
cannot control.
The history,
You will be
the deep,
remembered
shameful
not as a
history
liberator,
of his
but as the
people
man who
was
plunged the galaxy
true.
back into
The
a
hegemony
dark
had
age.
offered a terrible,
Boras
insidious
flinched.
solution.
A tremor running through his massive
It's
frame.
not my legacy to
The
accept.
history,
Alistair
the deep,
said calmly.
shameful history of
It's
his
not
people
your piece to
was
give.
true.
It's their
The
choice.
hegemony had
All
offered
of
a
them.
terrible,
Glitch.
insidious solution.
Shut it down. Glitch
It's
nodded.
not my
Her
legacy
face
to
grim
accept.
and set,
Alistair
and began
said calmly.
interfacing with the core's
It's
ancient
not your piece
alien
to
control
give.
system.
It's their choice.
The pity.
All of them, Castian said.
Glitch.
And a
Shut
cold,
it down.
chilling smile touched
Glitch
his
nodded.
lips. Her face grim
I
and
had
set,
hoped
and began
you were reasonable.
interfacing with the core's ancient
You have forced
alien
my hand.
control system.
I have one final contingency.
pity.
The
Castian
technology
said,
we
and a cold,
gifted
chilling
your races.
smile touched his
The
lips.
FTL drives.
The
I
power
had
generators,
hoped you were
the
reasonable.
medical systems.
You have
He is
forced my
all
hand.
slaved
I
to
have
this
one final
broadcast.
contingency.
It was our
The
insurance.
technology we
When
gifted
the signal
your
dies,
races.
a cascade
The
failure
FTL
will
will
be
trigger.
triggered.
The power
fail
generators.
The
It
medical
will
systems.
break everything.
He is all
Every
slaved
engine
to
on
this
every
broadcast.
ship will go
It
cold.
was our insurance.
Every life support
When
system
the
will
signal
fail.
dies,
You
a cascade
will
failure
sterilize
will be
a
triggered.
dozen civilizations
fail-safe.
in a single
It will break
silent
everything.
moment. Every
Glitch
engine on
froze,
every ship
her fingers
will go
hovering
cold.
over the console.
Every life support system
Alistair, matter?
Fail, she said, her voice tight with horror. A dozen
The energy signatures, the way the tech is networked. You might not be lying.
Glitch,
It's consistent
froze,
with a cascade
her fingers
failsafe.
hovering over
The patterns are
console.
ambiguous, but there's a Alistair, there's a 12%
She
probability
said,
that
her
he's
voice
telling the
tight with
absolute
horror.
truth. The energy
If you're
signatures,
wrong,
the way the check is networked, he might
The
not be
weight
lying.
of the galaxy
It's
pressed down on
consistent with a
Alistair.
cascade failsafe.
Trillions
Patterns are
of
ambiguous,
lives
but
hanging on his decision.
There's a 12%
balanced on a
probability that he's
razor's
telling the
edge of
absolute
probability.
truth. If
He
you're
looked
wrong,
away from
we
Glitch,
commit genocide.
from Borask's tortured expression,
weight of the galaxy
and focused
pressed down
entirely
on
on the
Alistair.
hologram of
Trillions of
Castian.
lives
hanging on his
He
decision.
saw the
Balanced
supreme,
on the razor's
unshakable
edge of probability.
confidence
of a tyrant.
He looked away
who
from
believed
Glitch,
he held
from
an
Borask's
unbeatable
tortured
hand expression, and focused
He's not.
entirely on
Alistair
the
said,
hologram of
his
his
voice
voice
quiet,
quiet
but absolute.
He saw the supreme,
data.
unshakable
Glitch started,
confidence,
her voice
pleading,
of a
tyrant, who
Forget
believed he
the
held
data.
an unbeatable
Alistair
hand.
interrupted.
His gaze unwavering,
He's not.
locked with the holograms.
Alistair said,
His
"Look
voice
at him.
quiet, but
Analyze
absolute.
the
man, not the machine.
The data.
He's holding
Glitch
a gun to
started,
the galaxy's
her voice
head, pleading. If that gun were
Forget
truly loaded,
the data.
he would have told us the
Alistair
second I
interrupted,
stepped
his
onto
gaze
his bridge.
unwavering,
He
locked
wouldn't have
with the
negotiated.
holograms.
He wouldn't have blustered.
Look at him.
He wouldn't have
Analyze
allowed
the
us
man,
to get this
not
far.
the machine.
It would have been
He's
his
holding
opening
a gun
statement,
to the galaxy's
not his
head.
closing
If
argument.
that gun were truly loaded,
Alistair
he would have
took
told
a
us
step
the
forward.
second I
his
stepped
voice
onto his
dropping,
bridge.
dissecting
He
the
wouldn't have
Archon with
negotiated.
words like
He wouldn't have
scalpels.
blustered.
He wouldn't have
This
allowed us to
is
get
a
this
final,
far.
desperate
It would have been
bluff
his
from a
opening
man who has
statement,
already
not his
lost the
closing
game
argument.
and is trying to sweep the pieces
Alistair
off the
took a
board.
step forward,
His
analyzed
voice
him,
dropping,
Glitch, dissecting the
He's
Archon
a
with
tyrant.
words like scalpels.
Tyrants crave control above
This
all else.
is a final,
They want to
desperate
rule the
bluff
galaxy,
from a man
not
who has already
obliterate it.
lost the game. and is
Annihilation
trying
is
to
failure.
sweep the pieces off
For
the
him,
board.
it's the
Analyze
one
him,
outcome
Glitch.
worse than
He's a
losing.
tyrant.
He
Tyrants
turned to
crave
Glitch,
control
his
above
face
all
set
else.
like stone.
They want
The
to rule
12%
the
chance
galaxy,
of
not
catastrophic
obliterate
failure
it.
hung between
Annihilation
them.
is failure.
A terrifying abyss
For him,
of uncertainty.
It's the one outcome
He's counting
worse
on our
than
conscience,
losing.
on our fear.
He turns to Glitch.
Don't give him
His
the
face set
satisfaction.
like stone.
Shut it
The
down.
12% chance of
With a
catastrophic
final,
failure
decisive
hung
tap,
between them.
Glitch
A
initiated the
terrifying
shutdown
abyss
of
sequence.
uncertainty. A low,
He's counting on our
resonant hum
conscience,
filled the
on our
chamber,
fear.
rising in pitch
Don't give
until
him
it was a
satisfaction.
physical pain.
Shut it down.
The pulsating gray light of the
With a
core began to
final,
flicker,
decisive
turning
tap,
a chaotic,
Glitch
angry
initiated
red.
the shutdown
He's
sequence.
stalling!
A
The
low,
hologram of Castian
resonant
roared,
hum
his
filled the
composure
chamber,
completely
rising in
gone,
pitch
replaced
until it
by
was a
raw
physical
fury.
pain.
Elite
pulsating
forces,
gray light
converge
of
on the
the
core
began to
chamber.
flicker,
Terminate
turning
them,
chaotic,
now!
Angry red.
The chamber walls
He's
exploded inward.
The hologram
Elite
of Castian
Dorn
roared,
Praetorians in
his
obsidian
composure
armor began
completely
rappelling
gone,
down into the chamber on
replaced by
grav
raw
lines,
fury.
their rifles already firing.
Forces, converge on the core
Borask let out a
chamber.
roar that was no
Terminate
longer
them
just
now!
rage, but a
chamber
triumphant
walls
declaration of
exploded
freedom.
inward.
He grabbed a
Elite
meter-long
Dorn Praetorians
shard
in
of the
obsidian
inert
armor began
modulator's
rappelling
housing
down
and
into the
charged
chamber
into the
on grav
incoming
lines,
soldiers.
their rifles already
He was
firing.
a whirlwind of
Borask
destruction,
let out a roar that
a
was
single,
no longer
unstoppable
just rage, but a
Uldani warrior
triumphant
fighting for the
declaration
soul
of
of his
freedom.
entire species.
He grabbed a meter-long
While Borask
shard
held
of
the line,
inert
a
modulator's
maelstrom
housing
of metal and
charged
fury,
into the incoming
Alistair
soldiers.
confronted the Dorn
He was
commander
a
who landed on the
whirlwind of
platform.
destruction.
A
The commander
single,
lunged,
his vibroblade hissing through the
warrior
air.
fighting for the
Alistair
soul of his
sidestepped,
entire species.
whipping a loose power cable from
While
the floor
Borask
at the
held
commander's
the line,
feet.
a
The Dorn
maelstrom of
stumbled.
metal and
Alistair
fury.
didn't press the attack.
Alistair
He just
confronted
kept
the Dorn
moving,
commander
using
who
the
landed on
environment,
the platform.
outmaneuvering him, outthinking him,
His
a
vibroblade
ghost in the
hissing through
machine.
the air.
The
Alistair
core
sidestepped,
shrieked,
whipping
its
a
light
loose power
collapsing
cable from the
inward on
floor at the
itself.
commander's feet.
With a
The Dorn
final,
stumbled.
deafening
Alistair
boom,
didn't
a
press the attack.
shockwave of
He just
pure
kept moving,
silence
using the
erupted
environment,
from it.
outmaneuvering
The
him,
red light
outthinking
vanished.
him.
The
A ghost
agonizing
in the
hum
machine.
ceased.
The core
The alien
shrieked,
device
its light
went
collapsing
dark
inward
and
on
inert.
itself. With a final,
heart of the
deafening
lie
boom,
had
a
stopped
shockwave
beating.
of pure silence
On a docking
erupted
bay
from
on
it.
Uldon
The red
Prime,
light
a dock
vanished.
worker
The
named
agonizing
agonizing hum guiding a cargo container
the
into
alien
place.
device went
His mind was a calm, gray fog
the
of
heart
purpose.
of the lie.
He felt a
had
quiet
stopped
satisfaction
beating.
in a job done correctly.
On a docking bay,
just
on
as the
Uldon
Dorn overseer
Prime,
on the
a
gantry
dock
above
worker
expected.
named Rykor was
Guiding
then
a cargo container
the
into
fog
place, vanished. His mind was a
It
calm,
was a
gray
sudden,
fog of
horrifying
purpose.
vertigo
He
of
felt
the
a quiet
soul.
satisfaction in
The
a job
gray,
done
comfortable,
correctly, placid
just
world
as
in
the
his
Dorn
head
overseer on the
gantry
gantry
above expected.
replaced by an explosion
Then,
of sharp, painful,
fog
terrifyingly
vanished.
bright colors.
It was
40
a
years
sudden,
of suppressed
horrifying
ambition,
vertigo
a
of Forgotten dreams of buried thoughts flooded his consciousness.
World in his
Decades of resentment
he never
replaced
knew
by
he
an
had
explosion
surged
of
to the
sharp,
surface. Painful,
He gasped,
terrifyingly
not in
bright
pain,
colors.
but in profound,
40 years
agonizing
of suppressed
shock.
ambition.
The
A forgotten
awakening was
dreams
no
of
sickness
buried
of the
thoughts
body.
flooded his consciousness.
It was a revelation.
Decades
an
of
ignition
resentment he never
of the
knew
spirit.
he had surged
He
to
looked
the
at his
surface.
hands.
He
Truly
gasped,
seeing
not
them
in
not
pain,
as
but in
tools for
profound,
work,
agonizing
but
shock
as his own.
The awakening was
Then
no
he
sickness
looked
of the
up.
body.
He saw
It was
the
a
Dorn
revelation,
overseer,
an
the man's
ignition
face
of
set
the
in its
spirit.
usual expression
He
of
looked at his
bored
hands,
superiority,
truly seeing them
and
not
Rykor,
as tools
the
for
placid
work,
Uldani
but as
dockworker,
his own.
felt the first
Then
true,
he looked
coherent emotion
He
of his
saw the
adult
Dorn
life.
overseer,
The
the
man's
simmering
face
rage
set in
he
its
never
usual
knew
expression
existed,
of bored
coalesced into a
superiority,
single,
sharp
Rykor,
point of
the
clarity.
placid Uldani
He didn't
dockworker,
moan or cry
felt
out.
the first
He
true,
let out a
coherent
low,
emotion
guttural
of his
growl
adult life,
and clenched his
the
fists.
simmering rage he never knew
was
existed,
not alone.
coalesced into a
All
single,
across the docking
sharp
bay,
point
across
of
the
clarity.
city, across
He
the
didn't
planet,
moan or
across
cry
the
out.
galaxy.
He let
the
out a low,
awakening
guttural
was spreading
growl
and
on
clenched his
73
fists.
worlds.
Trillions
was
of
not
minds were
alone.
suddenly,
All
violently,
across the
and
docking bay,
beautifully
across the
snapping
city,
into focus.
across the planet,
the sickness
across the
was
galaxy.
cure.
The
and its primary
awakening
symptom
was spreading
was revolution.
on 73
The fires
worlds.
of rebellion
Trillions
lit the
of minds
undercity
were
of
suddenly
Aethelos.
violently
The chaos
and
was
beautifully
instantaneous
snapping
and
into
glorious.
focus.
A Dorn
The
enforcer
sickness
telling a
was the
shopkeeper
cure,
to close for
and its
curfew
primary
was
symptom
met not with
was
compliance,
revolution.
but with a thrown
The fires
bottle.
of rebellion
A
lit
small
the
act
undercity
of
of
defiance
Aethelos.
that,
The
multiplied
chaos
by
was
billions across the
instantaneous
sector,
and glorious.
became a
An
Dorn
inferno.
enforcer telling a shopkeeper
Amidst
to close
this
for
glorious
curfew
anarchy,
was met
the
not
team
with
fought their
compliance,
way
back
but with
to the
a
crash
thrown
site.
bottle.
Glitch, fueled by adrenaline and a
defiance
stolen
that,
power cell, had
multiplied
patched
by
the stray
billions
comet's
across the
essential
sector,
systems together with
became
wire,
an
prayer,
inferno.
and sheer stubbornness.
Amidst this
It was ugly,
glorious
but it
anarchy,
would fly.
the team fought
As
their
they
way
lifted
back
off,
to the
the
crash
city
site.
below was a tapestry
Glitch,
of
fueled
newfound
by
freedom.
adrenaline and a stolen
Skirmishes
power
had
cell,
broken
had
out
patched the stray
everywhere.
comet's essential
The
systems together
pristine
with
upper
wire,
levels,
prayer, and
once
sheer
symbols of
stubbornness.
order, were
It was
shrouded
ugly,
in
but
smoke
it would
from
fly.
burning vehicles and
As they
makeshift
lifted off,
barricades.
the city below
The
was a
thousand-year
tapestry of
hegemony
newfound
was
freedom.
crumbling in a matter
Skirmishes
of
had
hours.
broken out everywhere.
Glitch let
The
out a
pristine
triumphant
upper
whoop
levels,
from the
once
pilot's seat.
symbols of order,
Yeehaw!
were shrouded in smoke
Look at him
from
go!
burning vehicles
We didn't
and
just rattle the
makeshift
bars, we
barricades.
blew up the whole
The
damn zoo!
thousand-year hegemony was
Borask
crumbling
stood at the
in a matter
cockpit's
of
viewport,
hours.
his battered
Glitch
form
let
silhouetted
out a
against the burning
triumphant
city
whoop
below.
from the pilot's seat.
He watched his people and dozens of other species
We
fighting
didn't
in the
just rattle the
streets,
bars,
their
we blew
faces
up the whole
alight with a
damn
fire
zoo.
he had only ever seen in his own
Borask
reflection.
stood at the cockpit's viewport,
Tears
his
streamed
battered
down
form
his face,
silhouetted against the
silent
burning
and
city below.
unchecked.
He watched
He
his
was
people
home.
and dozens of other
Alistair
species
leaned
fighting
back in the
streets,
co-pilot's
their
chair,
faces
a
alight
rare,
with a fire he
genuine
had only
smile
ever
touching
seen in
his
his own
face.
reflection.
He reached down and
Tears
pressed the
streamed
knuckle
down
of his
his
left
face,
index
silent
finger.
and
The
unchecked.
single bit, paired
He
particle
was
signal.
home.
A silent
Alistair
testament to their
leaned
success,
back in the co-pilot's
shot
chair,
across the
a
galaxy,
rare, genuine
arriving at
smile
its
touching his
destination
face.
instantaneously.
He reached down and
A
pressed
moment
the
later,
knuckle of his
a
left
small,
index
unassuming
finger.
light on
The
Glitch's
single
console
bit
blinked
paired
from
particle
red to
signal.
green.
A silent testament
And
to their success.
that's the all clear.
Shot
She
across the
said,
galaxy,
a wide grin
arriving at
spreading
its
across her
destination
face
Our
instantaneously.
deep space relay just got the
A
go
moment
signal.
later,
It's
a
transmitting
small,
the whole
unassuming
glorious,
light on
messy
Glitch's
data
console
package to Terran
blinked
Command
from
as we
red
speak.
to green.
Every last bite of it. And that's the all
Alistair
clear.
nodded,
She
watching
said,
the crumbling
a wide
empire
grin
on the view
spreading
screen.
across her face.
He keyed the
Our
ship's
deep
now
space relay
secure
just got the go
standard
signal.
comm system.
It's transmitting the
The
whole
channel
glorious,
open to the
messy
highest
data
levels
package to
of his
Terran
own
Command as we
government.
speak. Every
His
last
voice
bite
was
of it.
calm, steady,
Alistair and
carried the weight of a new galactic dawn. He keyed the ship's
Terran
Command.
The package I sent should be arriving shortly.
Open to the
Phase 1 of
diplomatic
negotiations is complete.
His voice was calm. He paused,
steady,
watching a Dawn patrol
cruiser
cruiser
get
get swarmed and
galactic dawn.
overwhelmed by a fleet of weaponized
to
cargo
Terran
haulers.
Command. The package I
You're
sent
gonna
should
love
be
this.
arriving shortly. Phase 1 of diplomatic negotiations is complete.
He paused, watching a Dorn patrol cruiser get swarmed and overwhelmed by a fleet
The Great Hall of the
weaponized
Galactic
cargo
Council
haulers.
buzzed with angry voices.
You're gonna love
Representatives from dozens of alien species filled their floating seats, all talking at once about the same problem. Planet Zerion 7 sat on their star maps like a cruel joke, mocking every attempt to claim its treasures. Counselor Thax slammed his forearms on the crystal podium. His blue skin turned darker with frustration. Silence! He roared, his voice echoing through the chamber. The noise died down slowly. We have lost another colony, Thax announced. The Vorthak expedition lasted exactly 9 days on Zerion 7. 9 days. Silence. These are the same beings who mine lava planets for breakfast. A ripple of worried murmurs spread through the assembly. The Vorthak were known across the galaxy for their incredible toughness. If they couldn't survive on Zerion 7, who could? The quantum crystals on that world could power our entire civilization for 1,000 years, continued Thax. Yet every species we send dies within days. The Zephyrians lasted 3 days before acid storms melted their suits. The crystalline collective's machines dissolved in hours. Even our automated probes fail after a few cycles. Ambassador Lisa Grant sat quietly in the human section. She was a small woman with gray hair and tired eyes, but she listened carefully to every word. Humans had only joined the Galactic Council 2 years ago, and most aliens still treated them like curious pets. Perhaps, said Counselor Vex from across the chamber, we should accept that some worlds are simply beyond our reach. The insect-like being clicked his mandibles nervously. Unacceptable. Thax's skin turned almost black now. Those crystals represent unlimited energy. Whoever controls them will control trade routes across 3 sectors. We cannot simply give up. Lisa raised her hand slowly. The gesture looked tiny in the massive chamber, but somehow Thax noticed. The human wishes to speak, he said with obvious amusement. Several aliens chittered and clicked what sounded like laughter. Lisa stood up. What exactly makes this planet so dangerous? She asked in a calm voice. Thax activated a hologram of Zerion 7. The planet spun slowly above the assembly, looking like a nightmare made real. Dark storms covered most of its surface. Red and orange patches showed where volcanoes pumped poisonous gases into the thick atmosphere. Gravity 3 times your Earth normal. Thax read from his datapad. Atmospheric pressure that would crush most species. The air contains sulfuric acid, methane, and compounds that eat through metal. Surface temperatures range from -50 to +200 degrees, sometimes changing within hours. He paused for effect. The wildlife includes creatures we call stalkers. They're 15 feet tall, have acid for blood, and can sense electrical activity from miles away. They hunt in packs and seem to enjoy killing anything that moves. Sounds unpleasant, Lisa said simply. More alien laughter filled the chamber. Thax smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. Indeed, which is why I have a proposal. His voice turned silky smooth. Humans are new to our community. Perhaps they could provide fresh perspective on this challenge. Lisa felt a chill run down her spine. She recognized the tone. It was the same voice politicians used back on Earth when they wanted someone else to take the blame for their failures. Want us to try colonizing Zerion 7, she said. Exactly. Consider it an opportunity to prove human worth to the Council. We will provide transportation and basic supplies. If you succeed, humanity gains full mining rights to the planet. If you fail, Thax shrugged with all 4 shoulders. Well, at least we will have more data about how the planet kills intruders. Lisa looked around the chamber. Every alien's face showed the same expression. They expected humans to die quickly and provide entertainment in the process. Some were already placing bets on how long the human colony would last. I need to consult with Earth, Lisa said. Of course, take your time. Thax's smile grew wider. The Council will wait for your decision. 3 days later, Lisa stood in the same chamber with a datapad in her hands. The alien representatives leaned forward eagerly, expecting to hear human refusal or desperate pleas for better equipment. Earth accepts your challenge, Lisa announced. The chamber fell silent. Several aliens looked confused, as if they had misheard. We will send a 5-person team to establish operations on Zerion 7, Lisa continued. Captain Jake Murphy will command.
Earth
The mission.
accepts your challenge, Lisa
Dr. Amy
announced.
Collins will handle
chamber fell
biological
silent.
research.
Several
Engineer
aliens
Pete
looked
Rodriguez will
confused as
manage
if they had
environmental
misheard.
systems. Sergeant
We will
Katie
send a
Bell will
5-person
provide
team
security.
to establish
Medic
operations
Danny
on
Walsh
Zerion
will handle
7,
medical
Lisa
needs.
continued.
Thax
Captain
recovered
Jake
his
Murphy will
composure
command
quickly.
the mission.
Excellent. The Council
Dr. Amy
applauds
Collins will
human
handle biological
courage.
research.
We will
Engineer
provide the
Pete
transport
Rodriguez
ship
will
New
manage
Frontier and
environmental
standard
systems.
colonial supplies.
Sergeant Katie Bell will
Lisa
provide
nodded.
security.
She had
Medic
read the
Danny
supply
Walsh will
manifest.
handle medical needs.
Standard colonial supplies
recovered
meant the
his composure
cheapest,
quickly.
oldest equipment the
Excellent.
Council
The
could
Council
find without
applauds
looking
human
completely unreasonable.
courage. We
The
will
New
provide
Frontier was a
transport ship
cargo
New
hauler from the
Frontier and
previous
standard
century,
colonial supplies.
barely spaceworthy.
Lisa nodded.
When
She
do
had
we
read the
depart?
supply
She
manifest.
asked. As soon as your
Standard
team
colonial
assembles.
supplies meant
The sooner we
cheapest,
begin this
oldest equipment
experiment,
the Council
the sooner
could
we
find
can
without
gather
looking
valuable
completely
scientific
unreasonable.
data.
The New Frontier
As
was a
Lisa left
cargo
the chamber,
hauler from the previous
she heard
century,
alien voices
barely
rising behind her.
spaceworthy.
They were already
When do we
discussing how to
depart?
divide
She
Zerion
asked.
7's
As soon
resources
as your
after
team
the
assembles.
humans
The sooner we
died.
begin this
Some
experiment,
debated whether
the
humans
sooner
would
we
last
can
longer
gather
than the
valuable
Vorthak.
scientific data.
Others wondered if they should send
As Lisa
cameras
left
to
the
record the
chamber,
deaths for
she heard
educational
alien
purposes.
voices rising behind
Lisa
her.
activated her
They were already
communication device
discussing
as
how
she
to
walked
divide
through the station
Zerion 7's
corridors.
resources after the humans
Priority message
died.
to Earth,
Some
she said
debated whether
quietly.
humans would last longer
Tell
than the
Jake and his
Vorthak.
team to
Others
pack everything
wondered
they
if
can
should
carry.
send cameras to
These
record the
aliens
deaths
expect
for
us to
educational
fail, but they don't
purposes.
know humans very well.
Lisa activated her
She
communication
paused at a
device
viewing
as she
window that
walked
showed
through
the
the
stars
station
stretching
corridors.
endlessly in all directions.
Priority
Somewhere out
message to
there,
Earth.
Zerion
She said
7 waited
quietly.
like a hungry beast,
Tell Jake
ready
and his
to
team
devour another
to
group
pack
of
everything
would-be
they can
colonists.
carry. These aliens expect
think
us
they're
to
sending
fail,
us
but
to
they
die.
don't know humans very well.
Lisa whispered to
She
herself.
paused at a viewing window.
Maybe
that
it's
showed
time
the
to
stars
show them what
stretching
humans
endlessly
do
in
when
all
someone
directions.
writes us off.
Somewhere out there,
The transport ship New
Zerion
Frontier
7
shuddered
waited
as
like
it
a
entered
hungry
Zerion
beast,
7's
ready
atmosphere.
to devour another
Captain
group of
Jake
would-be
Murphy gripped his
colonists.
command chair while alarms
They
screamed
think they're
throughout the
sending us to
bridge.
die.
The ship's hull groaned
Lisa
under
whispered to
pressure that would have
herself.
crushed most alien
Maybe it's time to show
vessels.
them what humans
Hull
do when
temperature
someone
rising
writes us
fast.
off.
Called
The
out
transport
engineer
ship New
Pete
Frontier
Rodriguez from
shuddered
his
as it entered
station.
Zerion 7's
The acid
atmosphere.
in this atmosphere is
Captain
eating through
Jake
our
Murphy
outer
gripped
plating.
his command chair while alarms
How long do we
screamed throughout
have?
the bridge.
Jake
The
asked,
ship's hull
watching the
groaned under
planet's
pressure
surface
that would
grow
have
larger
crushed
on
most
the
alien
main screen.
vessels.
Dark
Hull
clouds
temperature
swirled
rising
everywhere,
fast.
lit by constant
Called out
lightning.
engineer Pete
Red
Rodriguez
patches
from
showed
his
where
station.
lava bubbled up through the
The
ground.
acid in this atmosphere
Maybe an
is
hour
eating
before we
through our
lose
outer
life
plating.
support, Pete replied.
How long do we
This
have?
old bucket wasn't
Jake
built
asked,
for this kind of
watching
punishment.
the planet's surface grow
Dr.
larger on
Amy
the
Collins
main
looked up
screen.
from her scanner
Dark
readings.
clouds swirled everywhere.
I'm
lit by
detecting
constant
massive
lightning.
electromagnetic storms
Red
across
patches
the
showed where
entire
lava bubbled
continent.
up through the ground.
The lightning down there
Maybe
is
an
10
hour
times
before we
stronger
lose
than
life
anything on
support,
Earth.
Pete replied.
Sergeant Katie
This
Bell
old
checked her
bucket
weapons
wasn't
for the
built for
fifth
this kind
time.
of punishment.
What about those
Dr.
stalker
Amy
creatures the
Collins
aliens
looked up from her
mentioned?
scanner readings.
My sensors can't penetrate the
detecting
atmospheric
massive
interference,
electromagnetic storms
Amy said.
across
We're
the
going in
entire
blind.
continent.
Medic
The lightning
Danny
down
Walsh
there is
opened
10
his
times
medical
stronger
kit
than
and started
anything on Earth.
preparing emergency
Sergeant
supplies.
Katie Bell checked her
Well, at
weapons
least
for
if
the
those
fifth
things
time.
kill us quickly, we won't
What
have to
about
worry
those
about the
stalker
acid
creatures
rain.
the aliens mentioned?
Jake almost
My
smiled.
sensors can't penetrate
His team
the
had
atmospheric
volunteered for this
interference.
mission knowing
Amy said, "We're
they
going in
probably
blind."
wouldn't come back.
Medic Danny
But they were
Walsh
all
opened his
military
medical kit
veterans
and
who had
started
survived
preparing
impossible
emergency
situations
supplies.
before. If
Well,
anyone
at
could
least
make
if
this
those
work, it
things
was
kill us
them.
quickly, we
There,
won't have to worry about
Jake
the
pointed
acid
at a
rain.
rocky plateau rising
Jake
above the
almost
storm
smiled.
clouds.
His
That
team
ridge
had
might give us some
volunteered for this
protection
mission
from the
knowing
worst weather.
They probably
Pete,
wouldn't come back.
can you get us down in one
But they
piece?
were all military veterans
I can
who had
try,
survived
Pete
impossible
said,
situations
his hands
before.
flying over
If
the
anyone could make
controls.
this work, it was them.
But this ship is
There,
going to be scrap
Jake
metal in
pointed
a
at
few
rocky
hours no matter
plateau
what we
rising
do.
above the storm
The
clouds.
landing was rough. The new frontier bounced twice on the rocky ground before settling with a grinding crash. Immediately, the tie hull began steaming as acid rain hit the heated metal. Environmental suits, everyone, Jake ordered. Full protection, no matter what we do. The team suited up quickly. Their equipment was old and patched, but it was human-made and built to last. Unlike the fancy alien gear, human technology was designed by people who expected things to break at the worst possible moment. They stepped outside into hell. The gravity hit them first. Each step felt like walking through thick mud while carrying a heavy pack. The atmospheric suit's cooling systems worked overtime against the extreme heat. Through their helmet visors, they could see a landscape that looked like the end of the world. Jagged rocks stretched in every direction, stained red and black by acidic rain. Steam rose from pools of boiling liquid that might have been water or something far worse. In the distance, lightning struck the ground every few seconds, leaving glowing scars on the rocky surface. Air analysis complete, Amy reported through the radio.
Steam
The
rose
good
from
news
pools
is
of
there's
boiling
oxygen
liquid
mixed
that
in
might
with
have
all the
been water or
poison.
something far
The
worse.
bad news is everything else
In the
will kill
distance,
us in minutes
lightning
without
struck
suits.
the ground every few seconds, leaving
How long will
glowing
our
scars
suits
on the
last?
rocky surface.
Jake asked.
Air analysis
Pete
complete.
checked his readings.
Amy
Maybe
reported
6 hours
through
if we're
the
lucky.
radio.
The acid is already
The good
starting
news
to
is
eat
there's
through the outer
oxygen
layer.
mixed in with all the poison.
Katie pointed
The
toward a
bad
rocky
news is
overhang
everything else
about
will
100
kill us in
yards away.
minutes without suits.
That cave might give us shelter
How
while we
long will
figure
our
out our
suits
next
last?
move.
Jake asked.
They trudged
Pete
through
checked his readings.
the hostile landscape.
Maybe 6 hours if
Each
we're
step
lucky.
a struggle against the
acid
crushing
is already
gravity.
starting to eat through the outer
Halfway
layer.
to the cave, Amy suddenly
Katie pointed
stopped.
toward a rocky overhang about
Movement.
100 yards away.
She whispered.
That
Something
cave might
big
give us
coming
shelter
from the
while we
north.
figure out our next move.
They all turned to look.
They trudged
Through the swirling
the
acid
hostile
rain,
landscape.
a shape
Each
moved
step a
between the
struggle
rocks.
against the crushing gravity.
It was massive, at least
Halfway to
15
the
feet
cave,
tall,
Amy suddenly
with a
stopped.
body like a cross between a bear
Movement.
and a lizard.
She whispered.
Its
Something
skin
big
gleamed with
coming from the
moisture that
north.
might have been sweat or
They
acid.
all turned to look.
Stalker.
Through the swirling
Danny
acid
breathed.
rain,
The
a
creature
shape
lifted
moved
its head
between
and
the
seemed to
rocks.
look directly at
It was
them,
massive,
even though
at
they were
least
still
15
far
feet
away.
tall, with
Its
a body
eyes
like a
glowed with
cross
a
between
strange
bear
blue
and
light.
a lizard.
It can
Its
sense
skin
our
gleamed
electrical
with moisture
systems,
that might have been
Amy
sweat
said,
or acid.
understanding immediately.
Stalker.
Our suits,
Danny
our
breathed.
radios, even our
The creature
heartbeats.
lifted its head
We're
and
lit up
seemed to
like
look
Christmas
directly
trees
at
to that
them,
thing.
even though they
The
were still
stalker
far
began
away.
moving toward them with
Its
surprising
eyes glowed
speed
with a
despite
strange
the
blue
difficult
light.
terrain. 2 more
It
shapes
can
appeared
sense our
behind it.
electrical systems.
Cave now,
Amy
Jake
said,
ordered.
understanding
They ran as
immediately.
fast as the gravity would allow,
Our
which
suits,
wasn't
our
very
radios,
fast.
even our
The
heartbeats.
stalkers moved much
We're lit up
easier
like
in their
Christmas
native
trees to that
environment,
thing.
covering
The
ground
stalker
quickly.
began moving toward
Jake
them
could
with
hear them
surprising
getting
speed
closer,
despite
their
the
claws
difficult
clicking on the
terrain.
rocky surface.
2 more shapes appeared
The team
behind
reached the cave entrance
Cave
just as
now,
the first
Jake
stalker
ordered.
arrived.
They ran
Katie
as
spun
fast as
around
the
and fired her
gravity would
rifle
allow,
at the
which
creature's
wasn't very
chest.
fast.
The
The
energy
stalkers
blast
moved
hit
much
dead
easier
center
in
but
their
seemed to
native
have no
environment,
effect except
covering
making the
ground
monster
quickly.
angrier.
Jake could hear
The
them
weapons
getting
don't work,
closer, their
she
claws
shouted.
clicking on the
Get
rocky
inside.
surface. The
Jake
team
pushed
reached the
everyone
cave
into the
entrance
cave.
just as the first
The
stalker
cave was deeper
arrived.
than it looked from
Katie spun
outside.
around and fired
They
her
stumbled
rifle at
through
the
the
creature's
darkness
chest.
until they found a
The
narrow
energy blast
passage
hit
that the
dead
stalkers
center, but
couldn't
seemed to
fit
have
through.
no effect except
Behind
making the
them,
monster
they
angrier.
could hear the creatures trying
The
to dig
weapons
their
don't
way
work,
in,
she
their
shouted.
claws scraping
Get
against
inside.
stone.
Jake pushed
Well,
everyone into the cave.
Pete said, leaning
the cave was deeper
against
than
the
it looked
cave
from
wall.
outside. They
That went
stumbled through
better
the
than I
darkness until
expected.
they found a narrow passage
How do you
that the
figure?
stalkers couldn't
Danny
fit
asked.
through.
We're still
Behind them,
alive.
they could
That's
hear the
already
creatures
longer
trying
than
to
most
dig their
species
way
last
in,
down here.
their claws
Amy
scraping
was scanning the
against
cave
stone.
walls with her equipment.
Well,
This
Pete
is
said,
interesting.
leaning
The
against
rock
the cave
formation
wall.
here is different.
That
It's
went
not
better
being
than I
eaten by the
expected.
acid rain.
How do you
Jake
figure?
examined the
Danny
stone.
asked.
It had
We're
a
still
strange,
alive. That's
crystalline
already
structure
longer
that
than
seemed to
most
shimmer
species
in their
last
suit
down
lights.
here. Amy
Could
was
this be
scanning the
connected
cave
to those
walls with her
quantum
equipment.
crystals everyone wants?
This is interesting.
Maybe.
The rock
But look
formation
at
here
this.
is different.
Amy pointed
It's
her
not
scanner
being
at a
eaten by
section
the
of
acid
wall
rain.
covered in what looked like
Jake
moss.
examined the stone.
This stuff is
It had a
growing in pure
strange
acid rain and it's
crystalline
thriving.
structure that seemed to shimmer in
Katie
their
was
suit
watching the
lights.
cave entrance.
Could this be
The
connected
stalkers
to those
gave up
quantum
trying to dig us
crystals
out.
everyone wants?
They're just waiting.
Maybe.
Outside now.
But look at this.
Smart
Amy
predators,
pointed her
Jake
scanner at a
observed.
section of wall
They
covered
know
in
we
what
have to
looked
come
like
out
moss.
eventually.
This stuff is
Danny
growing in
opened his
pure
medical
acid
kit
rain
and
it's
started taking
thriving.
readings from everyone.
Katie was watching the cave
Our suits
entrance.
are holding up better than
The
expected.
stalkers gave up trying to
The
dig
cave
us
air
out.
is actually
They're
a
just
little
waiting.
less
Outside
toxic than
now.
outside.
Smart
Pete was studying
predators,
his
Jake
environmental
observed.
readings.
They know we
The
have to come
temperature
out
in here is
eventually.
more stable too.
Danny
It's
opened
almost
his
like this
medical
cave
kit
is
and
naturally
started taking
filtered.
readings from everyone.
Amy knelt down next
Our
to a
suits
small
are
pool
holding
of
up
water
better
that
than
had formed
expected.
in a depression
The
in the
cave
cave
air is
floor.
actually a little
She ran,
less toxic
her
than
scanner over it.
Pete was studying his
This water is
environmental
almost
readings.
drinkable. The minerals in the
temperature in
cave
here
walls
is
are
more stable,
neutralizing
too.
most of the acid.
It's almost like this cave is
Jake
naturally
felt something
filtered.
he hadn't expected to
Amy
feel
knelt down
on this
next to a
death
small
world.
pool of water that had formed
Hope.
in a depression in the cave
We're not
floor.
trying to fight this planet.
She ran,
he
her
said,
scanner over it.
slowly.
This water is
Every
almost
other
drinkable.
species came here with the
minerals in
idea of
cave
changing
walls are
Zerion
neutralizing
7 to
most
suit
of the
them.
acid.
What if we try to
Jake
change
felt
ourselves to
something he
suit the
hadn't
planet
expected
instead?
to feel on this death world.
Katie looked at him like he was crazy.
Hope.
You want
We're
us
not
to
trying
adapt to
fight
this hellhole?
planet, he said.
Why not?
Slowly.
Humans have lived in
Every other
deserts,
species came
Arctic
here with
tundra,
the
and
idea of
swamps.
changing Zerion
We've
7 to
survived
suit
ice
them.
ages and
What
volcanic
if we tried to
eruptions.
change ourselves to
Our
suit the
species
planet
gets
instead?
stronger when things get tougher.
Katie looked at him like
Amy
he was crazy.
was nodding.
You want us
He
to
might be
adapt
right.
to this hellhole?
Look at these cave
Why not?
formations. Look at
Humans
that
have lived
moss
in
that grows in
deserts,
acid.
Arctic
This
tundra,
planet
and
has
swamps.
life.
We've
It has
survived
systems
ice
that
ages
work.
and volcanic
We just need to
eruptions.
figure out how to work
Our
with them
species gets
instead of
stronger
against
when
them.
things get tougher.
Pete grinned inside
Amy
his helmet.
was nodding.
So instead of
He
trying
might
to
be right.
terraform the planet,
Look at these
we
cave
terraform
formations.
ourselves.
Look at that moss
Exactly,
that grows in acid.
Jake said.
This planet has life.
We learn from VER1
It has
7.
systems that work.
We find
We just
ways
need
to
to figure out
use
how to work with
its
them
strengths instead of
against them.
fighting its weaknesses.
Pete grinned inside his
Outside the
helmet.
cave, lightning crashed and
instead of
acid
trying
rain
to
fell.
terraform the planet,
The stalkers
we
waited
terraform
patiently for their
ourselves.
prey to emerge.
Exactly.
But inside
Jake
the cave,
said.
5
We
humans
learned
began
from
planning
VER1
something
7.
no alien
We
species
find
had
ways
ever
to use
tried.
its strengths
They were
instead
going
of
to make
fighting
friends
its
with hell
weaknesses.
itself.
Outside
3
the
months had
cave,
passed
lightning
since the
crashed
human
and
team
acid
first
rain
hid in the
fell.
cave from the
The
stalkers.
stalkers waited patiently
Now
for their
Captain
prey
Jake
to
Murphy stood
emerge.
outside,
But
what had
inside
once
the
been a
cave,
simple rocky
5
shelter,
humans began
watching his
planning
people
something
work
no
in the
alien
acid
species
rain
had
without
ever
environmental suits.
tried. They were going
The
to make friends with
transformation
hell itself.
amazed him
3
every
months
day.
had passed since the human
Dr.
team
Amy
first hid in
Collins
the
knelt
cave from
beside
the
a patch
stalkers.
of the strange moss
Now
they had
Captain
discovered,
Jake Murphy stood
now
outside
growing in
what
carefully
had once
tended
been a
gardens
simple
around their
rocky
base.
shelter, watching his
She
people
wore
work
only a
in the
light
acid
breathing
rain
mask and
without
protective
environmental
goggles.
suits.
Her skin had
The
adapted to the
transformation
acidic environment
amazed him every
through a
day.
combination of natural
Dr.
human
Amy
toughness
Collins knelt
and
beside
treatments
a
made
patch
from
of the
local
strange
plants.
moss they had discovered. Now
The
growing
yield
in
is up
carefully
another
tended
12%
gardens
this
around their
week,
base.
she called to Jake.
She wore only a
This
light
stuff is
breathing mask and
incredible.
protective
It
goggles.
filters toxins from
Her
the air,
skin had adapted
provides
to the
nutrition,
acidic
and the
environment
fibers can be
through a
woven into
combination
cloth
of
that
natural
actually
human
gets stronger
toughness
when exposed to
and
acid.
treatments made from local
Engineer
plants.
Pete Rodriguez emerged from what looked like a
yield
metal
is up another
sculpture,
12%
but was
this
actually
week,
their new
she called to
atmospheric
Jake.
processor.
This stuff is
Unlike the
incredible.
massive
It
terraforming
filters
machines other
toxins from the
species
air,
used,
provides
Pete's
nutrition, and
design
the
worked
fibers
with
can be woven into
VER1-7's
cloth
natural
that
chemistry
actually gets stronger
instead
when
of fighting
exposed
it.
to acid.
The
Engineer
lightning
Pete
collectors are
Rodriguez
working
emerged from what
perfectly,
looked like a
Pete
metal
reported,
sculpture,
wiping
was
acid
actually
rain
their
from
new
his face
atmospheric
like it was
processor.
ordinary water.
Unlike the
We're
massive
generating
terraforming
3 times
machines
more
other
power than we
species
need.
used.
The
Pete's
electrical
design
storms
worked
that
with
killed everyone
VER1-7's
else are
natural
keeping our
chemistry instead of
equipment
fighting
running
it.
better than any fusion
The
reactor.
lightning collectors are working
Jake
perfectly,
nodded with
Pete
satisfaction.
reported.
The breakthrough had come when they stopped trying to avoid the planet's deadly storms and started using them instead.
3 times more power than we
Pete
need.
had designed a network of
electrical
crystal
storms
conductors
killed
that
everyone
captured
else are
lightning
keeping
strikes
our
and channeled the energy
equipment
into their
running
power
better than
grid.
any fusion reactor.
Sergeant Katie Bell jogged
Jake
up to
nodded
them,
with satisfaction.
returning from her morning
The
patrol.
breakthrough had come when they
She
stopped
wasn't
trying
alone.
to avoid the planet's
3
deadly
smaller
storms and
stalkers
started
followed behind
using
her
them
like
instead.
loyal dogs. Their blue
Pete had
eyes
designed
focused
a
on her
network
every
of crystal
movement.
conductors that
The
captured
northern
lightning
perimeter is
strikes and
secure,
channeled the
Katie
energy into their
reported.
power grid.
Razor, Spike, and
Sergeant
Fang
Katie
checked
Bell
the entire
jogged up to
ridge
them,
line.
returning
No
from her
signs
morning
of
patrol.
hostile wildlife.
She wasn't alone.
The
3 smaller
stalkers she had
stalkers
named
followed
made
behind her
soft
like
clicking
loyal
sounds
dogs.
that almost seemed
Their
like
blue eyes
contentment.
focused on her every movement.
It had taken weeks of
The
careful
northern perimeter is
observation to
secure,
realize that the
Katie
massive
reported.
predators weren't
Razor,
mindlessly
Spike, and
aggressive.
Fang checked
They were
the entire
intelligent
ridge
pack
line.
hunters with
No
complex
signs
social
of
structures.
hostile wildlife.
Katie had figured out how to communicate with them
stalkers she
using
had named
electrical
made
pulses
soft
from a
clicking
modified
sounds that
radio.
almost seemed like contentment.
Any word from the mining
It had
operation?
taken weeks of
Jake
careful
asked.
observation to realize
Danny
that the
says they'll
massive
hit the main
predators
crystal
weren't
formation by
mindlessly
tomorrow.
aggressive. They were
Katie
intelligent
replied.
pack hunters
The
with
stalkers are
complex social
excited about it.
structures.
Apparently,
Katie
the
had
crystals
figured out
sing
how
to
to
them in
communicate with
frequencies
them
we
using
can't hear.
electrical pulses from a modified
Medic
radio.
Danny Walsh had become
Any
much
word
more
from
than the
mining
team's medical
operation?
officer.
Jake asked.
His gentle nature
Danny
and careful
says they'll hit the main
observation
crystal
skills made him
formation by
perfect
tomorrow.
for
Katie
studying
replied.
VER1-7's
The stalkers are
ecosystem.
excited about it.
He had discovered
Apparently,
that many of the
crystals sing to
planet's
them in
seemingly
frequencies
deadly
we can't
creatures were
hear.
actually essential parts of a delicate
Medic Danny
balance.
Walsh had become much
Jake
more than
walked to the
team's
edge of their
medical
settlement
officer.
and looked out
His
over the
gentle nature
landscape
and
that had
careful
killed so many
observation
alien
skills made him
expeditions.
perfect for
The view
studying
was still
VER1-7's
harsh, but now he saw
ecosystem.
beauty in it too.
He had discovered
Steam
that many of
geysers
the
provided
planet's
heat for their
seemingly deadly
buildings.
creatures were actually
Acid
essential
pools had
parts of
become
delicate
chemical
balance.
processing plants.
Jake walked to
Even the
edge of their
crushing
settlement
gravity had become an
and looked out
advantage,
over the landscape
making
that
the
had
humans
killed so
stronger
many
and more
alien
resilient.
expeditions.
Amy
view was
joined him
still
at the
harsh,
observation point, carrying a data pad full of her latest research.
Provided heat for their buildings.
The council
Acid
monitoring
pools had
station
become
sent another
chemical
message.
processing
She
plants.
said,
Even the crushing
"They want to
gravity
know
had
when we're
become an
going to start
advantage,
dying."
making the humans
Jake
stronger
laughed.
and more resilient.
"What did you tell them?"
Amy
"That we're
joined him
too
at the
busy to die
observation
right
point,
now. Our
carrying a
quantum
data
crystal
pad full of
production
her
is
latest
already ahead of
research.
schedule, and we've discovered
council
17 new
monitoring station
species
sent
that could
another message.
revolutionize
She
galactic medicine."
said, "They
She
wanna
showed
know
him
when we're
images
going
on
to
her
start
data
dying."
pad of creatures that
Jake
looked like
laughed.
living jewels.
"What did you tell them?"
Plants that
"That
glowed
we're
with
too
their
busy
own
to
light
die
and
right now.
bacteria that could
Our
break down
quantum
almost
crystal
any
production
toxic
is already
compound."
ahead of schedule.
The funny thing
And
is,
we've discovered
Amy
17
continued,
new species that
this
could
planet isn't really a
revolutionize
death
galactic
world at all.
medicine.
It's just different.
She showed
Every
him images
species
on her
that came
data
here
pad of
before tried
creatures
to
that
make it
looked
like their
living
home
jewels.
world. They fought the
Plants that
environment
glowed
until it
with their
killed
own
them.
light and bacteria that
While
could
we
break down almost
made
any
it our
toxic
home,
compound.
Jake said.
The funny thing is,
Pete
Amy
walked over to
continued,
join them,
"This
followed by
planet
one of
isn't
his
really a
latest
death world
inventions.
at all. It's just
It
different.
looked like a cross
Every
between a
species that
spider and
came
a
here
drill,
before tried
but
to
it
make it
moved
like
with
their
mechanical
homeworld.
precision through the
They
rocky
fought the
terrain.
environment until it killed
The
them.
mining bots are working.
While we
Better than I hoped,
made it our
Pete
home.
explained. Instead of fighting the acid, they use it to dissolve precise
followed
channels
by
in
one
the
of his
rock.
latest inventions.
The crystals practically
It looked like
harvest
a cross
themselves.
between a spider and a
The
drill,
bot clicked and
but
whirred as
moved
it
with
worked,
mechanical precision
breaking down
through the
ore
rocky
with
terrain.
controlled chemical reactions
mining
instead
bots
of
are
brute
working
force machinery.
better than I hoped, Pete
It was
explained.
completely unlike
Instead
the
of
massive
fighting the
industrial
acid,
equipment other
they
species
use it to
used.
dissolve precise channels
How much
in
are
the
we
rock.
producing? Jake
The
asked.
crystals practically
More than any
harvest
previous
themselves.
expedition dreamed of.
The bot clicked
Pete
and whirred
grinned.
as it worked,
And we're barely
breaking
scratching
down
the
ore with
surface.
controlled
The
chemical
crystal
reactions
formations
instead of
go
brute
down
force
for miles.
machinery. It was
Katie
completely
stalkers
unlike the
suddenly
massive
raised their heads
industrial
and made
equipment
warning
other species
sounds.
used.
The humans had learned
How
to
much are we
trust the
producing,
creature's
Jake
superior
asked.
senses.
More than any previous
Something's
expedition
coming,
dreamed of.
Katie said,
Pete grinned.
checking her modified
And we're
radio
barely
equipment.
scratching the surface.
Multiple ships
The
approaching
crystal
from orbit.
formations go down
Jake
for miles.
activated his communication
Katie
device.
stalkers suddenly
This
raised
is
their
Murphy
heads and
Base
made
to
warning
approaching
sounds.
vessels.
The humans
State
had
your
learned to
purpose.
trust the creature's superior
The reply
senses.
came in the familiar voice of
Something's
Counselor
coming,
Thax.
Katie said.
Captain
checking her
Murphy,
modified radio
this is a
equipment.
council rescue.
Multiple ships
fleet.
approaching from orbit.
We're here to evacuate any
activated his
survivors before the
communication
planet
device.
kills you.
This
Jake
is Murphy
exchanged
Base to
glances with
approaching
his team.
vessels. State your purpose.
They all knew what this really
The
meant.
reply came in the
The
familiar
aliens
voice
had
of
expected
Counselor
them to
Thax.
die weeks ago.
Captain Murphy.
Now that the
this is
humans
a
were
council
succeeding,
rescue.
the council
Fleet.
wanted to take
We're
over
here
the
to
operation.
evacuate any survivors
That's
before
very
the planet
thoughtful,
kills
Jake
you.
replied calmly.
Jake
But we don't
exchanged
need
glances with
rescuing.
his team.
We've established a permanent
They all
colony
knew
and
what this
mining
really
operation.
meant.
There
The
was a long
aliens had
pause
expected
before
them to
Thax
die
responded.
weeks ago.
That's
Now that
impossible.
the humans were
No
succeeding,
species can
the
survive
council
on a Class
wanted to
0
take
death
over the
world for more than
operation.
a few days.
That's very thoughtful. Jake
Apparently
replied
humans
calmly.
can,
But we don't
Jake
need
said.
rescuing. We've
In
established
fact,
a permanent
we're
colony
thriving.
and mining operation.
Amy was
There
monitoring
was
the
a long
approaching
pause
ships with her
before Thax
scanners.
responded.
12 vessels.
That's impossible.
She reported quietly.
No species can
Military
survive on a Class 0
configuration.
death world for
They're
more
not
than
here
a
to
few
rescue
days.
us. Pete
Apparently
nodded
humans
grimly.
can. Jake
They're
said.
here to take over our operation and
In fact,
probably eliminate
we're
any
thriving.
witnesses.
Amy was
Katie's
monitoring the
stalkers were
approaching
becoming
ships with her
agitated,
scanners.
sensing
12 vessels.
the tension from
She
their human
reported quietly.
companions.
Military
The creatures began
configuration.
making deeper, more
They're not here
threatening
to rescue
sounds.
us.
How
Pete
long until
nodded
they
grimly.
land? Jake
They're here
asked.
to take over our operation.
2
and
hours,
probably
maybe less,
eliminate any witnesses.
Amy replied.
Katie's stalkers
Jake
were
looked
becoming
around at their
agitated,
settlement,
sensing
at the incredible
the tension
achievements
from their human
his team had made in
companions.
just 3 months.
The creatures
They
began
had done the
making deeper,
impossible
more
and turned
threatening
hell into
sounds.
home. Now the
How
same
long until
aliens
they
who had
land?
sent them here to die
Jake
wanted to
asked.
steal their success.
2 hours, maybe less.
Well,
Amy
he said
replied.
finally,
Jake
I guess
looked
it's
around
time
at
to
their
show the
settlement
galaxy what happens
and the
when you
incredible
threaten a human
achievements
home.
his team had made in
Katie
just 3 months.
grinned
They
and
had done
began
the
checking her
impossible and
weapons.
turned hell into
But this
home.
time she wasn't
Now
just
the same
armed with
aliens
human
who had sent them here to
technology.
die wanted to
She
steal
had
their
learned to work
success.
with Zerion 7's natural
Well,
defenses.
he said finally.
Pete was already planning
I guess it's time to show
modifications
the
to their
galaxy
lightning
what happens when
collectors
you threaten a
that could
human
serve a
home.
very different purpose than
Katie
power generation.
grinned and began checking her
Amy
weapons.
started preparing her
But
most
this time she
dangerous
wasn't just armed
biological
with human
specimens for
technology.
rapid deployment.
She had learned to work
Danny
with
began
Zerion 7's
organizing the
natural
stalkers and
defenses.
other native creatures
Pete
that had
was
become
already
their
planning
allies.
modifications to their lightning
The aliens were
collectors
coming to
that
take
could
their
serve a
planet.
very different
They had
purpose
no
than
idea
power
that the humans
generation.
weren't planning to run
Amy
away.
started preparing
This
their
was
most
their
dangerous
home now,
biological
and humans defended
specimens
their
for
homes
rapid
with everything
deployment.
they had,
Danny began
including the
organizing
planet
stalkers
itself.
and other native
The
creatures
alien
that had
rescue
become
fleet
their
hung in
allies.
orbit above Zerion 7
The
like a
aliens
collection
were
of
coming to
metal
take their
sharks.
planet.
Counselor
They had no
Thax
idea that
stood
the
on the
humans
bridge
weren't
of his
planning to
flagship,
run away.
staring at the data
This was
screens
their
that showed
home
impossible
now, and
readings
humans
from the
defended
planet's
their homes with
surface.
everything they had,
This cannot be
including
accurate,
the planet itself.
he muttered to his science
The alien
officer.
rescue fleet hung in orbit
The humans are
above
mining
Zerion
quantum
7
crystals
like a
at rates
collection
that
of metal
exceed our best
sharks.
projections by
Counselor
300%.
Thax stood on the bridge of his
The
flagship,
data is confirmed,
staring
Counselor.
at the data screens
The
that
officer
showed
replied
impossible
nervously.
readings from the
They have
planet's
also
surface.
established permanent structures and
cannot
are
be
somehow
accurate.
living without
It
environmental experimental suits.
Science officer.
Thax's blue skin darkened with anger.
Crystals at rates
The
that
other
exceed
council
our best
members had
projections
sent him
by
to clean up what
300%.
should have been a simple failure.
The data is confirmed,
Instead,
Counselor.
he faced
The
a
officer
situation that
replied
threatened
nervously.
everything the
They
galactic
have
power
also
structure was
established
built
permanent
on.
structures and are somehow
Commander
living
Vex,
without
he
environmental
called to his
suits.
military aide,
Thax's
prepare
blue
the
skin
troops for
darkened with
immediate
anger.
deployment.
The other
We
council
evacuate
members
the
had
humans
sent him
and
to
destroy
clean up
all
what should have been a
evidence
simple
of their
failure.
activities.
Instead,
The official
he
report
faced
will
a
state that the
situation
colony was
threatened
lost to
everything the
planetary
galactic power
hazards.
structure was built on.
What about the humans
Commander
themselves? Vex
he called
asked.
to his military aid.
Unfortunate
Prepare the troops
casualties
for
of a
immediate
rescue mission
deployment.
gone wrong.
We evacuate
Thax
the
said
humans
coldly.
and destroy all
The council
evidence
cannot
of
allow
their
word of the
activities.
success to spread.
The official report
On
will
the
state
planet's
that the
surface,
colony was
Captain
lost
Jake
to
Murphy
planetary
watched the
hazards.
alien ships through Pete's
What about
modified
the humans
scanners.
themselves?
The
Vex
readings
asked.
showed military vessels powering up
Unfortunate
weapon
casualties
systems.
of a rescue mission
They're
gone
not
wrong.
here
Thax
to
said
talk,
coldly.
Jake announced
The
to his
council
team.
cannot allow word of this success
12
to
ships,
spread.
full battle configuration.
On the
They mean to
planet's
wipe us
surface,
out.
Captain Jake Murphy
Dr.
watched the
Amy
alien
Collins
ships
looked
through
up from
Pete's
her
modified
biological
scanners.
samples.
The
How long do we
readings showed
have?
military
Their
vessels
first shuttles
powering
will
up
reach the
weapon
surface in
systems.
90 minutes, Pete
They're
reported.
not here
After that, they'll probably start orbital bombardment. Sergeant Katie Bell was already moving toward her equipment. We can't fight 12 warships with small arms. We're not going to fight the ships, Jake said with a grim smile. We're going to fight with Zerion 7. Over the past 3 months, the humans had learned every secret the deadly planet had to offer. Now it was time to use that knowledge as a weapon. Pete ran to his lightning collection array. I can overload the crystal network and create an electromagnetic pulse that will scramble their electronics. But I need time to build up enough charge. How much time? Jake asked. 40 minutes for a pulse strong enough to affect ships in orbit. Amy was already preparing her biological weapons. I can release spores that will corrode their equipment and make breathing impossible for most alien species. The acid-resistant bacteria I've been studying should eat through their hull plating. Katie called to her stalker companions. Razor, Spike, Fang. Gather the pack. Time to hunt. The 3 domesticated stalkers made excited clicking sounds and bounded away to summon their wild relatives. Within minutes, dozens of the massive predators emerged from caves and rocky hiding places across the plateau. Danny Walsh was coordinating with the other native creatures they had befriended. Bioluminescent serpents that could squeeze through. Tiny spaces. Acid-spitting beetles the size of house cats and swarms of flying creatures that fed on electrical energy. The planet's ecosystem is on our side, Danny reported. Every species here hates invaders who try to change their world. Jake activated the communication system. All stations execute Operation Hellstorm. The first alien shuttle broke through the storm clouds 20 minutes later. The pilot expected to find desperate humans hiding in primitive shelters. Instead, he found something impossible. Lightning struck his shuttle the moment it entered the lower atmosphere. But this wasn't natural lightning. Pete's modified collectors had turned the entire plateau into a giant electrical weapon. The shuttle's systems failed instantly, and it crashed into a pool of acid that had been positioned exactly where Pete calculated it would fall. Shuttle 1 is down. The pilot managed to report before his radio died. Some kind of directed lightning strike. The landing zone is more hostile than expected. 3 more shuttles tried different approach routes. All of them were struck by perfectly aimed lightning bolts that seemed to come from the storms themselves. Counselor Thax watched his landing craft fall from the sky like burning meteors. How are they controlling the weather? He demanded. His science officer stared at the readings in disbelief. They've built some kind of network using the quantum crystals. They're channeling the planet's electrical storms through crystalline conductors. Then we destroy them from orbit. Thax snarled. Charge the main batteries. But when his weapons officer tried to target the human settlement, the ship's systems began acting strangely. Warning lights flashed across every control panel. Sir, we're losing power, the engineer reported. Something is draining our energy reserves. Through the viewport, Thax could see clouds of glowing particles rising from the planet's surface. Amy's specially designed bacteria were eating the ship's hull, while her electrical parasites drained power from their systems. All ships, emergency retreat to higher orbit. Thax ordered. But it was too late. Pete's electromagnetic pulse fired. At that exact moment, sending waves of energy through space that overloaded every electronic system in the alien fleet. 12 warships went dark simultaneously, their crews trapped in metal coffins falling toward the planet they had tried to destroy. The ships crashed across Zerion 7's surface in a series of spectacular explosions. Those that survived the impact found themselves stranded on the same world that had killed so many of their people. Jake and his team watched the destruction from their safe position in the modified cave system. The stalkers around them made satisfied clicking sounds as if they understood that the threat to their territory had been eliminated. Emergency beacon from the alien flagship, Pete reported. They're requesting immediate rescue. How interesting. Jake replied. The same people who sent us here to die now need our help to survive. Amy was already analyzing readings from the crash sites. Most of their environmental suits won't last more than a few hours in this atmosphere. They'll need shelter, Water filtration and protection from the native wildlife.
The same people who
Katie
sent us here
grinned.
to die now need
The
our
same
help to
native
survive.
wildlife that wants to eat them for
Amy was
invading their
already
territory.
analyzing readings from the
Danny
crash
was
sites.
preparing medical supplies.
Most of their environmental
Despite
suits won't
everything
last
the
more than a
aliens
few
had tried
hours
to
in this
do,
atmosphere.
his nature
They'll
was to
need
help
shelter,
anyone who needed it.
water filtration, and
Some of
protection
them
from the
are
native wildlife.
badly injured.
Katie grinned.
They'll die without
The same
treatment.
native wildlife that wants to
Jake
eat them for
considered their
invading
options
territory.
carefully.
Danny
The
was
aliens had
preparing
come to
medical
murder them and
supplies.
steal their work.
Despite everything the
But now they
aliens
were
had tried to
helpless,
do, his
trapped on a
nature was
world
to
they
help
couldn't
anyone
survive
who
without
needed
human
it.
help. Open a
Some of them
communication
are
channel, he
badly
decided.
injured.
Thax's
They'll die
desperate
without
voice
treatment.
came through the static.
Jake considered their
Human
options
colony.
carefully.
This is Counselor
The aliens
Thax.
had come to murder
We
them
have
and steal
wounded
their work.
and need immediate assistance.
Now they were
Our
helpless,
ships are destroyed,
trapped on a world
and our
they
suits
couldn't
are
survive
failing.
without human help.
I
Open a
understand
communication channel.
your
he decided.
situation, Jake replied
Thax's
calmly.
desperate voice came through
But I
the
have
static.
conditions.
Human
Name
colony.
them,
This
Thax
is
said
Counselor
quickly.
Thax. We
Fear
have
had
wounded and
replaced
need immediate
arrogance in his
assistance.
voice.
Our
First,
ships
you
are
will send a
destroyed,
message to
and
the
our
Galactic
suits are
Council
failing.
explaining that humanity
I understand.
has successfully colonized
situation,
Zerion 7
Jake replied
and established
calmly.
mining operations.
But I have conditions.
Second,
Name
you will
them,
recommend that
Thax
humans
said
be given
quickly.
full rights to all
Fear
Class
had
0
replaced
worlds that
arrogance in his
other
voice.
species
First,
cannot
you will
handle.
send a message to
Third,
the Galactic
you will
Council
work with us to
explaining that
establish proper
humanity
diplomatic
has
relations.
successfully
There was a long
colonized Zerion
pause.
7 and
Then
established
Thax's
mining
defeated voice
operations.
replied,
Second,
agreed, just please
you will
help us.
recommend that humans be given
Jake
full
looked at
rights
his
to
team
all
with
Class
pride.
0 worlds
They
that
had not
other
only survived the
species
impossible,
cannot handle.
but had turned their enemies into
You will
allies.
work with us to establish
Zerion
proper
7 was
diplomatic
theirs now, and
relations.
the
There was a long
galaxy was
pause.
about to learn that
Then
humanity's
Thax's
greatest
defeated
strength
voice
wasn't their
replied,
technology or their
agreed,
weapons.
just please help
It was
us.
their ability to make
Jake
home
looked at
anywhere
his team with
and
pride.
defend it against
They had
anyone.
not only survived the
6
impossible,
months after
but
the
had
alien
turned their
fleet
enemies
crashed on
into
Zerion
allies.
7, the
Zerion
planet
7
looked
was
completely
theirs now,
different.
and the
What had
galaxy
once
was
been a
about to
barren
learn that
hellscape
humanity's greatest
now
strength
bustled with
wasn't their
activity from
technology or
dozens
their
of different
weapons.
species,
It was their
all learning to
ability
live
make
together
home
in ways the
anywhere
galaxy
and
had
defend it
never
against
seen
anyone.
before.
6 months after the
Captain
alien
Jake
fleet
Murphy
crashed
stood on the
7,
observation deck of the
planet
newly
looked
built
completely
Zerion
different.
research station,
What had once
watching
been a barren
aliens from
hellscape
across the
now
galaxy
bustled
work
with
alongside
activity from
humans in
dozens
the
of
acid
different
rain.
species, all
None of
learning
them
to
wore
live
the
together
bulky
in ways the
environmental
galaxy
suits that had once been
never
considered
seen
essential
before.
for survival. Daily
Captain Jake
production
Murphy
report,
stood on the observation
announced
deck
Dr.
of the
Amy
newly
Collins
built
as she
Zerion
joined him.
research station,
Her skin had the
watching
same weathered
aliens from
look as
across
all the
the galaxy
long-term
work
residents,
alongside humans in
toughened
the
by
acid
months
rain.
of adaptation to the
None
harsh
of them wore
environment.
the bulky environmental suits
Quantum
that had
crystal
once been
output is up
considered essential
40%
for
from last
survival.
month. More importantly,
Daily production
we've got
report
breakthrough discoveries in
announced Dr. Amy
17
Collins
different
as she
scientific
joined him.
fields.
Her
Below
skin
them,
had the same weathered
engineer
look as
Pete
all the
Rodriguez was
long-term
teaching a
residents,
group of crystalline
toughened by
collective
months of
engineers how to
adaptation
build
to the harsh
atmospheric
environment.
processors that worked with planetary
Quantum crystal
chemistry
output is up
instead of
40%
against
from
it.
last month.
The
More
aliens'
importantly,
transparent
we've got
bodies flickered
breakthrough
with
discoveries in
excitement
17
as they
different
understood
scientific
concepts
fields.
their species had
Below
never
them,
considered.
Engineer Pete
The teaching
Rodriguez was
programs are
teaching a
working
group
better
of
than we
crystalline
hoped.
collective
Amy
engineers how to
continued.
build atmospheric
Turns out
processors
most
that work with
species can
planetary
adapt to
chemistry
extreme environments
instead
if
of
they
against
stop
it.
trying to change everything
The
and start
aliens'
learning
transparent
instead.
bodies flickered with excitement
Sergeant Katie Bell
as they
approached with her
understood
usual
concepts their
escort of
species had
stalkers,
never considered.
but now she also
The
had
teaching
3 young
programs are working
Zephyrian
better than we hoped.
scientists following her
Amy
around
continued.
like curious students.
Turns out most species
The bird-like
can adapt to
aliens had
extreme
volunteered to stay on
environments if they stop
Zerion
trying to
7
change
after their
everything and
government
start
requested
learning
access
instead.
to human survival techniques.
Sergeant Katie Bell
The
approached with
perimeter
her
is
usual
secure,
escort of
Katie
stalkers.
reported.
But
The new
now she
arrivals
also
from the
had
hegemony
3
are
young
settling in
Zephyrian
well. Their
scientists
ambassador
following her
wants to
around like
establish a
curious
permanent
students.
embassy here.
The bird-like
Jake
aliens
nodded
had
with
volunteered to
satisfaction.
stay on Zerion
Word
7
of humanity's
after their
success on
government requested
Zerion
access to
7 had
human
spread
survival
across the
techniques.
galaxy faster than
The
anyone
perimeter is
expected.
secure,
Instead
Katie
of trying to to hide what happened. The Galactic Council had been forced to acknowledge human achievements publicly. The results had been dramatic. Dozens of species that had considered humans primitive were now requesting human assistance with their own impossible colonization projects. Class Zero death worlds that had remained untouched for centuries were suddenly valuable real estate. Medic Danny Walsh emerged from the medical center with Counselor Thax walking beside him. The alien politician looked very different from the arrogant figure who had tried to destroy the human colony. Months of living on Zarian 7 had humbled him and taught him respect for human capabilities. The Council's final decision came through, Thax announced, holding up a communication device. Humanity has been granted exclusive colonization rights to all Class Zero worlds in this sector. The Council also formally apologizes for the attempt to eliminate your colony. Jake accepted the news calmly. And our other requests? Approved. Humans will be given full membership in the Galactic Trade Commission. with voting rights equal to any other species.
The Council also
The Zerian Research Station is officially recognized as an independent territory under human governance.
And our
Thax
other
paused,
requests
looking embarrassed.
Humans will be given full membership.
There is one
in the
more
Galactic
thing.
Trade Commission,
7 other species have
voting rights
requested
equal to
human
any other
assistance with
species.
failed colony worlds.
The Zerian Research
The Council is
Station
prepared to pay
officially
substantial
recognized
fees
as
for
an
human
independent
expertise.
territory under
Amy
human
laughed.
governance.
They want us
Thax
to fix the
paused,
messes they made
looking
trying to terraform
embarrassed.
planets that didn't need terraforming.
There is one more thing.
Something
7
like
other
that.
species have requested
Thax
human
admitted.
assistance with failed colony
It seems your
worlds.
approach
The
of
Council is
adaptation
prepared to
rather
pay
than
substantial
domination
fees for
produces
human
far better
expertise.
results than our traditional
Amy
methods.
laughed.
Pete
They want
joined
us
the
to
group,
fix the messes
his
they
clothes
made
still
trying to
steaming from
terraform
working in the
planets that
latest
didn't need
acid storm.
terraforming.
The irony is
Something
perfect.
like that.
They sent us
Thax
to the worst
admitted.
planet they
It
could
seems
find,
your
expecting
approach
us to
of
die.
adaptation
Instead,
rather
we
than
proved that the
domination
worst
produces
planets
far
make the
better
best homes
results
if
than
you
our
know how to
traditional
live with them.
methods.
Katie's
Pete
stalkers
joined the
made their
group,
clicking
his
sounds of
clothes still
amusement,
steaming from working
as
in
if
the
they
latest
understood the
acid
joke.
storm.
Over the
The
months,
irony
the
is
native
perfect.
creatures had become an
They sent us
integral
to the
part of
worst
the
planet
colony's
they
success.
could find, expecting
Their
us to
knowledge
die.
of local conditions
Instead,
and
we
their
proved that the
protective
worst
instincts
planets
had
make the
saved
best
human
homes if
lives
you know how
countless
to live with
times.
them. Katie's
What's the
stalkers
status on
made
the
their
other Death
clicking
World
sounds of
projects?
amusement,
Jake
as if they
asked.
understood the joke.
Danny consulted
Over
his
the
data
months, the
pad.
native creatures had
We've
become
got
an
teams
integral
preparing
part of
for
the
missions
colony's
to
success.
6 different planets.
Their knowledge of
The
local
Vorthak want us to
conditions
help
and
them
their
establish
protective instincts
operations
had
on a
saved
world
human
with
lives
gravity
countless
12
times.
times normal.
What's the
The
status on the other
insectoids
Death
need
World
assistance with a
projects?
planet where the entire
asked.
surface is covered in toxic
Danny consulted
fungus,
his data
and
pad.
everyone wants to learn our
We've got
methods,
teams
Amy
preparing
added.
for missions
We're
too.
not just
6
colonizing
different
planets
planets.
anymore.
The Vorthak
We're teaching
want
the
us to help them
galaxy a
establish
completely new
operations
way
on a
to
world
think
with
about
gravity
hostile
12 times
environments.
normal.
Jake walked to the
Insectoids
edge
need
of the
assistance with a
observation deck
planet
and
where the
looked out
entire surface is
over
covered
their
in toxic
transformed
fungus.
world.
And everyone
Steam
wants to
geysers
learn our
provided
methods,
power
Amy
for the
added.
research
We're
facilities.
not just colonizing
Acid
planets
pools had
anymore.
become chemical
We're
processing
teaching the
plants that
galaxy a
produced
completely
materials
new way
impossible to
think
create
about
anywhere
hostile
else.
environments.
The crushing gravity
Jake
that had
walked to the
killed
edge
so
of the
many
observation
aliens
deck and looked
had made
out
the human
over
residents
their
stronger
transformed world.
and healthier than ever.
Steam geysers provided
In the
power for
distance,
the research facilities.
he could see the memorial they
Acid
had built
pools
for
had
all the
become
species
chemical
that had
processing
died trying
plants
to
that
conquer
produced
Zerion
materials
7.
impossible to create anywhere
The
else.
monument was made from
crushing
local
gravity
crystal
that had killed
and
so many
designed to
aliens
resonate with the
had made
planet's
the human
electromagnetic
residents
field,
stronger and
creating
healthier
music
than
that
ever.
could be heard
In
across the
distance,
entire plateau.
he could see the memorial
You
they
know
had
what the
built
best
for all
part
the
is?
species that had
Pete
died
said,
trying
joining
to
Jake
conquer
at the
Zerion
railing.
7.
We're not just
The
surviving
monument
here
was
anymore.
made from
This
local
planet
crystal
has become home,
and designed
real
to
home.
resonate with the planet's
Amy
electromagnetic
nodded.
field.
The psychological
creating music
evaluations
that could
show
be
that
heard
none of our people
across
want
the
to
entire
leave.
plateau.
Even the aliens who
You
came
know
here
what
as
the best
prisoners
part
are
is?
requesting
Pete
permanent
said, joining
residency.
Jake at the railing.
Because
We're
we
not just
proved something the
surviving here
galaxy
anymore.
forgot.
This planet has
Jake
become
said.
home.
Home
Real
isn't a
home.
place you find.
Amy
It's a
nodded.
place you make.
The psychological
A
evaluations
communication
show that
alert
none of our
sounded from the
people
main
want to leave.
console.
Even the
Katie
aliens
checked
who
the
came here
message
as
and grinned.
prisoners are requesting permanent
Priority
residency.
message from Earth. The first
Because we
wave of
proved
permanent
something the
colonists
galaxy
is launching
forgot,
next week.
Jake said.
500
Home isn't a
volunteers,
place you
including
find.
families with
It's
children.
a place you make.
Children,
A communication alert
Danny
sounded
repeated
from
with
the main
wonder.
console.
Kids who will grow
Katie
up
checked
thinking
the
acid
message
rain and
grinned.
lightning storms are normal weather.
Priority message from Earth.
The next generation
The
of
first wave
Zerion
of
7
permanent
natives,
colonists is
Amy
launching
said.
next week.
They'll be adapted to
500
this environment
volunteers,
from birth,
including families with
stronger,
children.
tougher, and completely at home on a
Children.
world the rest of the
Danny
galaxy
repeated
still
with
considers
wonder.
impossible.
Kids who will grow up thinking
Thax
acid
watched the
rain and
humans
lightning
with
storms
something
are normal weather.
approaching awe.
The next generation
Your
of
species
Zerion 7
continues to
natives,
amaze me.
Amy said.
Most civilizations
They'll
would
be
have fled
adapted to
after
this
proving their
environment from
point.
birth.
You're building
Stronger,
a permanent
tougher, and
society.
completely at home on a world the
Of
rest
course
of the
we
galaxy
are,
still
Jake
considers
replied.
impossible.
This is our world
Thax
now.
watched the
We're not not
with
tourists
something
here anymore.
Approaching awe.
We're natives.
Your species
As if to
continues
emphasize
to
his
amaze
point,
me.
one of
Most
Katie's
civilizations
stalkers
would have
nudged
fled
against
after
Jake's
proving their
hand with
point.
obvious
We're
affection.
building a permanent
The
society.
massive predator that had once hunted
Of course
humans
we are.
now
Jake
considered them
replied.
part of its pack.
This is our world now.
Besides,
we're not tourists
Pete
here
added
anymore.
with a grin,
We're
someone
natives.
needs to
As if
be
to
here to
emphasize
welcome
his
the
point,
next species the
one of
council
Katie's
decides to
stalkers
send to an
nudged against
impossible
Jake's
world.
hand with obvious affection.
We'll teach them what we learned.
The massive predator
There's no
that
such
had
thing
once
as a
hunted
death world.
humans, now
There are
considered
only
them
worlds
part of
where
its
you haven't
pack.
figured out how to live yet.
Besides,
The
Pete
sun
added
set
with a
behind the
grin,
storm clouds of
someone
Zerion
needs
7,
to be here to
painting the
welcome
acid
next
rain in
species the
brilliant
council
colors that
decides
would
to
have been
send to an
deadly
impossible
beautiful to the
world.
first human visitors.
We'll teach them what we learned.
Now it was just another
There's no
beautiful
such thing as
evening
a
at
death
home.
world. There
Jake
are only
activated
worlds
the
where you
intercom
haven't figured
system
out how to live
that
yet.
reached every corner of their
The
growing
sun set
settlement.
behind the storm clouds of
All
Zerion
stations.
7,
This is
painting
Murphy
the acid
Base.
rain in brilliant
Today
colors that
marks
would have been
exactly
deadly
1 year
beautiful to
since
the
we
first
arrived
human
on
visitors.
Zerion 7.
Now it was
The
just another
aliens sent us
beautiful
here
evening at
expecting
home.
us to die.
Jake activated the
Instead,
intercom system
we learned how to
that reached
live.
every corner of their growing
Across
settlement.
the colony,
All
humans and
stations.
aliens alike
This is
paused in their
Murphy
work
Base.
to listen. Tomorrow we begin preparations for our next challenge. The galaxy has plenty more impossible worlds that need the human touch. Time to show them that when you send humans to hell, we don't just survive. We turn it into home.
Across the colony,
the response that came back from every corner of the settlement was unanimous. Welcome to hell. We hope you like what we've done with the place. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council. The alarm sounded loud in the quiet ship. Jake Morrison looked up from his computer screen and stared at the flashing lights on the control panel. Something was out there in space, sending a signal. He had never seen anything like it before. Kate Brennan walked over and looked at the screen. She was the second in command on the ship. Her face showed worry. They had been traveling through empty space for 3 months. This was the first time they found any sign of life. The signal came from a small planet near a dying star. Jake checked the computer. There was a ship down there. It had crashed. The metal was torn open in many places. The ship looked strange. It did not match any design they knew. Jake made his choice fast.
This was the first
they
time
would go
they found
look.
any sign of life.
1 hour later,
the signal
he was
came
wearing
from a
his
small
spacesuit.
near a dying
He
star.
climbed into the small shuttle
Jake
with
checked
Kate
the
and Lisa
computer.
Grant.
There was a
Lisa
ship
was
down
the
there.
doctor on
It
their
had
ship.
crashed. The
They
metal
flew
was torn
down through
open
the
in
thin
many
air toward the
places.
crashed
The
ship.
ship looked strange.
The crash site looked
It
bad.
did not match any design
Black
they
burn
knew.
marks covered
Jake
the hull.
made his choice
Deep
fast.
cuts showed where weapons had
They
hit.
would go look.
Someone had attacked
1
the
hour
ship
later,
before it fell.
he was wearing
Jake
his
felt his
spacesuit.
heart beat faster
He
as they
climbed
walked
into
to the
small
broken
shuttle
entrance.
with Kate and Lisa
A
Grant.
sound came from
Lisa
inside.
was the doctor on their ship.
It was low and sad.
They flew
Part
down
growl,
through
part
the thin
cry.
air toward the
Jake
crashed
put his
ship.
hand on his weapon.
The crash site looked
They moved
bad.
into the darkness slowly.
Black burn marks covered
Their
the
helmet
hull.
lights cut through
Deep
the
cuts
black.
showed where weapons
Broken
had hit.
things lay
Someone
everywhere.
had attacked the ship
Personal
before it
items
fell.
scattered across
Jake
the
felt
floor.
his heart beat
Then
faster
Jake
as
saw
they
them.
walked to the broken
3
entrance.
small creatures huddled
The
in the
sound
corner.
came from inside.
They were the size of house
It was low
cats.
and sad.
Their scales
growl,
caught the
part
light
cry.
and shimmered.
Jake put his hand
Small
on his
wings
weapon.
pressed tight against their
They moved
sides.
into the darkness
Big eyes
slowly.
glowed orange in the dark.
Their helmet lights cut
Those
through the
eyes
black.
looked scared.
Broken
Jake
things
knew
lay
what they
everywhere.
were.
Personal
Dragons.
items scattered across the
Baby
floor.
dragons.
Then Jake saw
Their
them.
bodies were too thin.
3 small creatures
He could see
huddled
their
in the
ribs
corner.
through their scales.
They were the size
They
of
were
house
starving.
cats.
Lisa made a
The
small
scales
sound of
caught the
shock.
light and shimmered.
The creatures shook with
Small
fear.
wings pressed tight
They
against
pushed
their
themselves
sides.
harder against
Big
the
eyes
wall.
glowed orange in the dark.
One was bigger than
Those
the
eyes
others.
looked scared.
It had red
Jake knew
scales
what
that
they
looked
were.
like fire.
Dragons.
This one made a hissing sound.
Baby dragons.
Its tiny
Their
fangs
bodies were
showed,
too thin.
but the sound was
You
weak.
could see their ribs.
There was
through
no
their
real
scales.
danger in it.
They were starving.
Only terror.
Lisa made
Jake
a small
took a
sound
slow
of
step
shock.
forward.
The creatures
He raised
shook
his
with
hands
fear.
to show he meant no
They
harm.
pushed themselves harder
The
against
baby
the wall.
dragons flinched back.
One was bigger
The
than
red
the
one
others.
tried to stand in front
It
of
had
the
red
other two.
scales that looked like
It
fire.
wanted to protect
This
them.
one made a hissing
Jake
sound.
could see how hard it
Its
tried to
tiny
be
fangs
brave,
showed, but
but
the
its
sound
legs
was weak.
shook.
There
It was
no
too
real
weak to
danger
stand
in
for
it.
long. Kate
Only
found
terror.
the bodies.
Jake took a
2
slow
adult
step
dragons
forward.
lay under broken
He raised
metal
his
near the
hands to
back.
show he meant no
They were
harm.
dead.
The baby dragons
These babies
flinched
had been
back.
guarding them.
The red one
They
tried
stayed
to
with their
stand in
parents
front of
even
the
though
other
they
two.
could have run.
It wanted to protect
Even though
them.
they were dying too.
Jake could see how hard
Jake
it
felt
tried to
pain
be
in his
brave.
chest.
But its
These
legs
little ones
shook.
had lost everything.
It was too weak to
Their
stand
parents
for
were
long.
gone.
Kate
Their
found
home
the
was
bodies.
destroyed.
2 adult
They were alone and
dragons lay under
afraid.
broken
He
metal
got down
near
on
the
his
back.
knees.
They were dead.
He made himself smaller.
These
less
babies had
scary.
been guarding them.
The red baby
They stayed
dragon
with
hissed
their
again,
parents even though they could
softer
have
this
run.
time.
Even
Its
though
legs
they
shook
were
more.
dying too.
It was
Jake
using
felt
all its
pain in
strength
his
just to
chest.
stay standing.
These little ones had lost
Lisa
everything.
looked around at the
Their
broken
parents were
containers.
gone. Their home
Food
was
supplies were
destroyed.
scattered
They
everywhere.
were alone and afraid.
But all of
He
it was
got down
bad.
on his knees.
Spoiled or
He made
damaged
himself
from the
smaller,
crash.
less
The
scary.
babies had been trapped
The
here
red
with
baby
nothing to
dragon
eat.
hissed again.
They watched their
Softer this
parents
time.
die.
Its legs
Then
shook
they began
more.
to starve.
It was using all its
Alone in the
strength
dark,
just to stay standing.
Jake reached into his pack
Lisa
slowly.
looked around at the
He
broken
pulled out a food
containers.
bar. He
Food
broke off
supplies
a
were
small
scattered
piece.
everywhere.
Then he held it
But all
out
of it
toward the
was bad.
dragons. His
Spoiled
palm
or
was flat.
damaged from the
His
crash.
hand did not move.
The babies had
The
been
red
trapped
baby
here with
sniffed
nothing
the
to
air.
eat.
Its small
They
nose
watched their
moved.
parents die.
The smell of food
Then
fought
they
with its
began to
fear.
starve.
Behind it,
Alone
one of
in
the
the
smaller
dark,
babies made a crying
Jake reached
sound.
into his pack
This
slowly.
one had blue scales
He pulled
like the
out a food
sky.
bar.
It sounded
He
so
broke off
sad
a
and and hungry. The other babies looked back at it.
Dragons.
They were torn between keeping safe and helping their brother or sister.
The red baby sniffed
Jake
the
waited.
air.
He did not move. His arms started to hurt from holding it out. But he stayed still.
One of the smaller babies
He talked
made a crying
softly.
sound.
His
This
voice
one
came
had
through
blue
the speaker
scales
on
like
his
the
helmet.
sky.
He
It
told them
sounded
they
so
were
sad
safe
and
now.
hungry.
He
The
would
other
not hurt
babies
them.
looked back at it.
They did not need to be
They were
afraid
torn
anymore.
between keeping safe and
Time
helping their
passed
brother or
slowly.
sister.
Jake kept
Jake
talking.
waited.
His
He
voice
did
was
not move.
calm and steady.
His arms
He
started
kept
to
telling
hurt
them the
from
same
holding it
things.
out.
Safe,
But he stayed
protected, no
still.
danger, food,
He
help,
talked
home.
softly.
The
His
red
voice
dragon
came through
finally
the
gave
speaker
up
on his
fighting.
helmet.
It could not protect its siblings and let them starve.
He would not hurt them.
It moved forward.
They did not need to be
Its
afraid
body stayed
anymore.
low to the ground.
Time passed
Its eyes
slowly.
never left Jake's face.
Jake kept talking.
When it got close enough, it
His
grabbed
voice
the
was
food
calm
and ran
steady.
back fast.
He kept telling them
The
same
three
things.
babies ate the piece
Safe,
of food in
protected, no
seconds.
danger, food,
Then they looked
help,
up at
home.
Jake again.
The red
Their
dragon
orange
finally
eyes were
gave
full
up
of
fighting.
need.
It
Hunger
could
and
not
hope
protect
mixed with
its
the fear.
siblings and let them
They wanted
starve.
more food, but they were
It
still
moved forward.
scared. Jake
Its body
smiled
stayed
inside
low
his
to the
helmet.
ground.
He
Its
broke
eyes
off
never
another
left
piece of
Jake's face.
food.
When
It
got
took
close
2
enough,
hours
it
to get
grabbed
the babies
food
to
and
trust
ran
them
back
enough.
fast.
Jake
The
gave
three
them
babies
food piece
ate
by
the piece of
piece.
food in seconds.
Each time he
Then
held
they
his
looked
hand a
up at
little
Jake
closer.
again.
He talked the
Their
whole
orange eyes were
time.
full of need.
His voice
Hunger
never
and hope
changed.
mixed with the fear.
Always calm.
They wanted more
Always
food,
kind.
but they were still scared.
Always steady.
Jake smiled
Kate and
inside
Lisa
his
stayed
helmet.
back.
He
They let
broke
Jake
off
do all the
another piece of
work.
food.
Too many
It took
people
2
would scare
hours
the
to get
babies more.
to trust them enough.
But they brought the transport
Jake gave
box
them food
closer.
piece by piece.
It had soft blankets
time, he
inside.
held his hand a
They
little
put more
closer.
food in there too.
He talked the whole time.
The blue baby was the
His
first to
voice
come
never
all the way to
changed.
Jake.
Always calm.
It walked up to his hand
Always
and
kind.
touched it with its nose.
Always steady.
Then it made a
Kate
sound
and
like a
Lisa
purr.
stayed back.
Jake
They
felt
let
his
Jake
heart
do all the
swell.
work.
He moved
Too
one
many
finger
people
very
would scare the
slowly and
babies
touched the
more.
top of its head.
But they brought the transport
The scales
box
were smooth
closer.
and warm.
It had
The third
soft
baby had
blankets
green
inside.
scales.
They put more food
It
in
watched
there,
the
too.
blue one for a minute.
The blue baby was
Then
the
it came
first to
forward
come
too.
all the way to Jake.
Soon Jake was petting
It
both
walked
of
up to
them.
his hand and
They
touched
pushed
it with
against
its
his
nose.
hands like
Then it
cats.
made a sound
They
like a
wanted
purr.
more touching.
Jake
They
felt
had been
his heart
alone and
swell.
scared for so
He
long.
moved one finger
The
very
red
slowly
baby
and
stayed back
touched the top
longer.
of its head.
It watched Jake
The
with those
scales were
smart
smooth
orange
and
eyes.
warm.
It
The
was
third
thinking,
baby had green scales.
judging,
It watched
trying
the
to
blue
decide
one
if
for a
this
minute.
human could be
Then
trusted.
it came forward too.
Finally, it
Soon
walked
Jake
forward.
was petting both of them.
Slowly.
They pushed against his
Carefully.
hands like cats. They
It
wanted more
sniffed
touching.
Jake's other hand.
They had been alone
Then it
and
looked
scared
right
for
into
so
his
long.
eyes through the helmet.
The red baby stayed back
Jake looked
longer.
back.
It watched
He tried
Jake
to show with his
those
eyes what he
smart
felt.
orange eyes. It was
Sadness
thinking,
for their loss,
judging,
care for their pain,
trying to decide
promise
if
of
this human
safety.
could be trusted.
The red baby
Finally,
made a
it
decision.
walked forward.
It pushed its head against
Slowly.
Jake's palm.
Carefully.
Jake felt tears in his eyes.
It sniffed Jake's
These little
other
creatures
hand.
had been through
Then it
so
looked
much,
right into his eyes
but
through
they
the
were
helmet.
choosing to trust again.
Jake looked back.
Choosing to
Tried
hope.
to show with his eyes what he
Getting
felt.
them into the transport
Sadness for their
box was
loss.
easier after
Care
that.
for their pain.
Jake put food inside.
Promise of safety.
The babies followed it.
The red baby
They
made
were
a
still
decision.
nervous, but
It
hunger
pushed
was
its head
stronger than
against Jake's
fear now.
palm.
Once
Jake
inside,
felt
they
tears in
huddled
his eyes.
together.
These
The
little
red one
creatures had
stayed
been
between
through
the
so
others and
much.
the humans,
But they were
still
choosing to
protecting,
trust again.
still watching.
Choosing
Lisa
to hope.
checked them quickly.
Getting them into
They
the
were young,
transport box was easier
very
after
young.
that.
Maybe
Jake
like
put food
human
inside.
children who were 2 or 3
babies
years
followed
old.
it.
They
They
needed
were still
constant
nervous,
care,
but hunger
proper
was stronger
food,
than fear
safety,
now.
love.
Once inside, they huddled together.
Most of all, they needed
The
to
red
feel
one
safe
stayed
again.
between the others and
The
the
trip back
humans.
to their ship was
Still
quiet.
protecting.
Jake sat
Still
next to the
watching.
box.
Lisa
He
checked
kept
them
talking to the
quickly.
babies.
They were young.
The red one watched him the whole
Very
time.
young. Maybe
Its
like
eyes were
human
starting to look
children
less
who were 2 or
afraid,
3 years old.
more curious.
They needed constant care.
When they reached the
proper
big ship,
food,
Jake carried the
safety,
box himself.
love.
The babies made
Most of
worried
all, they
sounds at
needed
all
to
the new
feel
things
safe
around
again.
them.
The trip
But
back
when
to their
Jake
ship
spoke,
was
they
quiet.
settled down.
Jake sat next
They
to
were
the
learning
box.
his voice meant
He
safety.
kept talking to the babies.
Lisa had prepared
The
a
red
room
one
for them.
watched him the whole time.
It was warm and
His
quiet.
eyes were starting to
Soft
look less
bedding
afraid.
covered the floor.
More curious.
Water and food
When
waited
they
in
reached
bowls.
the big ship, Jake
The
carried
lights were
box
dim.
himself.
Everything was
The
calm.
babies made worried
Jake opened the
sounds at all the new
transport
things
box.
around them.
The babies
But
looked
when
out.
Jake spoke, they settled
They saw
down.
the new space.
They were learning
Fear
his
started
voice
to show
meant
in their
safety.
eyes again.
Lisa
New
had
place,
prepared a room
new
for them.
smells, new dangers.
It was warm and
but
quiet.
Jake sat down on the floor.
Soft bedding
He did
covered
not
the
try to
floor.
take them out.
Water and food
He just
waited in
sat there,
bowls.
patient,
The lights were
calm,
dim.
waiting.
Everything was calm.
The blue baby
Jake
came
opened
out
the
first.
transport box.
It sniffed around.
The babies looked out.
Found the water and drank.
They saw the
Then
new
it looked
space.
back at Jake.
Fear started to show in
Its
their
eyes
eyes
seemed
again.
to say thank you.
New place. New
The
smells,
green one
new
followed.
dangers.
Then finally
But
the
Jake
red
sat
one.
down on the floor.
It came out
He did not
last.
try to take them out.
It checked everything.
He just
Made
sat
sure
there,
its siblings were
patient,
safe.
calm.
Then it looked at
waiting.
Jake one more time.
The blue baby
Jake
came
smiled
out first.
He spoke
It
softly.
sniffed around.
Welcome
Found
home,
the
little
water and
ones.
drank.
You are
Then
safe
it
now.
looked back at Jake.
I promise. The
Its
red
eyes
dragon
seemed to
baby
say
sat
thank you.
down. For the first
The
time
green
since
one
Jake
followed.
found them, it
Then
stopped
finally
shaking.
the red one.
It
came
let its
out
guard
last.
down just a little.
It checked
And
everything.
in that moment, something
Made sure
changed.
his siblings
A
were
bond
safe.
began to form
Then it looked at Jake
between
one
a
more time.
human and three
Jake
dragon
smiled.
babies who had
He spoke
forgotten what
softly.
kindness felt like.
Welcome home, little
Jake
ones.
stayed with them
You are
for
safe
hours
now.
that first
I
night.
promise. The red
He
dragon
sat on the
baby
floor
sat
and watched
down.
them eat.
For the first time
Watched
since
them
Jake
drink.
found them, it stopped
Watched
shaking.
them finally curl up together
Let
to
its guard
sleep.
down just a little.
The red one kept
And in
one
that
eye
moment,
open,
something changed.
still watching,
A bond
still
began to
guarding.
form.
But even it was
Between a
starting to
human
believe
and
that
three
maybe,
dragon
just
babies who
maybe,
had
everything would be
forgotten what
okay.
kindness felt like.
The
Jake
first few
stayed with
days
them
were
for
hard.
hours that first
The
night.
baby dragon stayed in one
He
corner
sat
of
on
the
the floor
room.
and watched them eat.
They huddled together
Watched
like
them
they did in
drink.
the crashed ship.
Watched them finally
Their
curl up
eyes
together
followed
to
every
sleep.
movement.
The red one
Every
kept
sound
one eye
made them
open.
jump.
Still
They
watching.
were alive, but they
Still
were not
guarding.
really living.
But even it was starting to
Fear
believe
still
that maybe,
controlled them.
just maybe,
Lisa
everything
wanted
would be
to check
okay.
them properly.
The
She
first few
needed to
days
see
were
if they were
hard.
hurt.
The baby
if they were
dragon
sick.
stayed in one corner
But
of
when
the
she
room.
came into the room with
They
Jake,
huddled
the
together
babies
like they
panicked.
did in the crashed
The red
ship.
one made a loud
Their
crying
eyes
sound.
followed every movement.
It was too big for
Every
such a small
sound made them
creature.
jump.
They climbed
They were
over each
alive,
other
but
trying
they
to
were
get
not
away.
really living.
Their
Fear
claws
still
scratched the floor
controlled
as they
them.
scrambled backward.
Lisa wanted to check
Jake
them
held up his
properly.
hand.
She needed
Lisa
to see if
stopped.
they were hurt.
He understood
If
now.
they were sick.
These babies
But
saw
when
their
she came
parents
into the
attacked
room
by
with
many
Jake, the
creatures,
babies panicked.
multiple enemies.
The red one made a
When more
loud
than one
crying
person
sound.
came near, they
It
thought
was too
danger
big
was
for
coming.
such a small creature.
They needed one
They climbed
person,
over each other trying
one
to get
familiar
away.
face, one
Their
voice they
claws
could
scratched
learn
the
to
floor as they
trust.
scrambled backward.
So Jake became
held
that
up his
person.
hand.
For the
Lisa
next 3
stopped.
days, he was the only
He
one who
understood
entered
now.
their room.
These
He
babies
moved
saw their
slowly
parents
every
attacked
time.
by many creatures.
He always talked before
Multiple
opening the
enemies.
door.
When more
His
than
voice
one
came
person
first.
came near, they
Then he
thought danger
appeared,
was coming.
predictable, safe.
They needed one
always
person.
the same.
One familiar
He
face.
brought food 3
One
times
voice
each
they could
day,
learn to
fresh
trust.
water, clean
So
blankets.
Jake became
He
that
talked
person.
while he worked.
For the next
Sometimes
3
he read
days,
his
he was
reports
the
out
only one who
loud.
entered their
Sometimes
room.
he told stories
moved
about
slowly
Earth,
every
about
time.
oceans and mountains,
He always talked
about
before
rain and
opening the
snow,
door.
things
His
the
voice
babies
came
had never
first.
seen.
Then he
His
appeared,
voice filled the room,
predictable, safe,
steady and calm,
always the same.
never loud,
He brought food
never
3
harsh. The
times each
babies
day.
watched him,
Fresh water,
at first from
clean
far
blankets.
away, then
He
from a
talked
little
while he
closer.
worked.
They learned his
Sometimes he read
schedule.
reports out loud.
They knew when he would
Sometimes
come.
He told stories about
Their small
Earth,
heads
about
would
oceans
lift
and
when they
mountains,
heard his footsteps in
about
the
rain
hall.
and snow.
They
Things the
began to
babies
wait
had
for
never
him.
seen.
The blue baby
His
was
voice filled
brave.
the room.
On the 4th
Steady
day,
and
it did
calm.
not run away.
Never loud.
It stayed where it
Never
was when
harsh.
Jake
The
came
babies
in.
watched him.
It watched
At
him
first
put
from
down the
far
food.
away, then from
Then
a
it took a
little
step
closer.
forward, just
They
one.
learned his schedule.
Then another.
They knew when
the
he
red
would
baby
come.
made a warning
Their
sound.
small heads would
A
lift
small
when they
chirp
heard
that
his
said
footsteps
danger.
in the hall.
But the blue one did not
They
listen.
began to wait for him.
It kept walking
The blue
toward
baby
Jake
was
slowly,
brave.
carefully.
On the 4th day,
Its
it did
nose
not run
twitched
away.
as it smelled him.
It stayed where it
Jake
was
did
when
not
Jake
move.
came in.
He barely
It
breathed.
watched him put
The
down
blue
the
baby
food.
came right up to his
Then it
hand.
took a step forward,
Its tongue
just
flicked
one.
out,
Then another.
tiny and forked.
The red baby made a
It tasted
warning
the air
sound.
around his fingers.
A small chirp that
Then
said
it made a
danger.
sound,
But the
soft
blue
and
one did not
rumbling,
listen.
almost like a
It
cat
kept walking
purring.
toward Jake
The blue
slowly,
baby
carefully.
pushed its head against Jake's
Its
palm.
nose twitched as it smelled
Jake
him.
felt joy burst in
Jake
his
did not
chest.
move. He
Very
barely
slowly
breathed.
he moved one
the blue
finger.
baby came right up to
He
his
stroked
hand.
the top of the
Its
baby's
tongue
head.
flicked out.
The scales were
Tiny and
smooth.
forked.
They were warm
tasted
like
the air
stones in
around
the
his
sun.
fingers.
The baby
Then it
leaned
made
into
a
his
sound.
touch.
Soft
Its
and
eyes
rumbling.
closed.
Almost
It looked
like a cat
happy.
purring.
The green baby
blue
watched
baby
this with
pushed
big
its head
eyes.
against Jake's
It
palm.
tilted its head, thinking.
Jake felt joy burst
After
in
a
his
minute,
chest.
it made a decision.
Very slowly he moved
It walked
one
over to
finger.
Jake, too.
He stroked
It
the
bumped
top of the
against his
baby's
other
head.
hand.
The
Soon
scales were
Jake was
smooth.
petting both babies.
They were warm
They
like
pressed
stones
against
in the
him.
sun. The
They
baby
wanted more
leaned into
touching,
his touch.
more
Its
comfort.
eyes closed.
They had been
It
alone
looked
for so
happy.
long.
The green
Cold
baby
and
watched
scared.
this with big
Now
eyes.
someone was being
It
kind.
tilted its head,
Someone cared.
thinking.
The red
After
baby
a
stayed
minute,
back.
it made a
It sat
decision.
and watched with those
It
smart
walked over
orange
Jake,
eyes.
too.
Jake could
It
see it
bumped against
thinking,
his other hand.
judging,
Soon Jake
trying
was
to
petting
understand
both
this human
babies.
who brought
They
food and
pressed
spoke
against him.
kindly and never tried
They
to hurt
wanted more
them.
touching. More
Days
comfort.
passed.
They had
The
been
babies
alone
grew
for so
stronger.
long.